Hello, friends. It's time to smile because major season is upon us. I am Emerson Latzia. Welcome to the Sweat. We are here every weekday at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, leading up to a boatload of Madden Sims on the Dream Stream for the next 50 minutes or so. Gear up for a smorgasbord of DFS and sports betting advice from analysts you can blame when things don't go your way. And because it's the best week of the year, Masters Week, we're kicking this thing off with our gorgeous golf gurus. Good morning to DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler. Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Feeling good and jolly?
Yeah. You know that Jeff, we were talking pre-show, Jeff is 6'2".
Yeah, I know. But every time someone tells you they're 6'2", you know immediately that they're not 6'2".
They're actually 5'7" and 3/4, like I told you I was.
Okay, you're a liar, Jeff. So here we go, guys. It's PGA Tour high or low. Are the following odds too high, a.k.a. long, or too low, a.k.a. short? I don't know why we just don't call this segment too long or too short. Before we do that, Dustin Johnson is plus 950 and Bryson and Jordan Spieth are tied at plus 1150. Those are your top three golfers here, guys, in terms of odds to win the Masters. Reed, what makes them the right trio? Or maybe it's not.
Yeah, I mean, look, the course history is a big thing here, right? It's something that you have to weigh when you're looking at course form. And when you talk about these guys, I mean, they are the best, right? And we saw what Jordan Spieth did last week. And Jon Rahm, right? When we talk about, Dustin Johnson, he's a guy that clearly, what he gained, 19 strokes tee to green or total strokes, I think, Jeff, last year in November. So when you take a look at that, and the course is going to play different. You just look at how these guys play their game, how they make it around Augusta National. It just sets up perfectly for that style of players who play well on these longer classical American style courses. And that's DJ, and that's a guy like Jordan Spieth. So you're going to see these guys talked about quite a bit. But yeah, they're just in a class of their own.
Jeff, you agree? These three are in a class of their own this week?
I mean, look, we really should be talking about the top five because, Jon Rahm, Justin Thomas, plus 1250 right now in the DraftKings Sportsbook. They're not far behind. And realistically, I feel like, these top five should probably all be around the same price. Reed talks about course history, and I think we need to take course history, but also recent form. Dustin's recent form really hasn't been that great. This is a completely different course than we saw in November. You've got Bryson coming in with wins, almost winning at the Players. Spieth just out from the ashes, rising like the Phoenix. Justin Thomas just won the Players. Jon Rahm top 10s every week. There's not much between these guys. I think that, realistically, we're talking about small differentiations, but, the better value is probably lying with Rahm and Thomas just because they're a little bit bigger in price. I think all these guys should be around the same, plus 1,200, plus 1,100. Yeah. So I'm looking at this big group as a whole. Now, who I like the best is a different story, but I think all five of these guys, deserve kind of similar odds this week.
And DeChambeau has cracked the top 30 at Augusta just once in 3 tries as a professional. So we can go to Rory McIlroy, though, now, guys. Plus 1,900. Jeff, is that too high or too low, his odds?
Yeah, so, I mean, Rory obviously does bring the course history. He's cracked the top 10 here numerous times, but nowhere near the same kind of recent form as Bryson. Bryson coming in with a major from last fall and a win and a near win at the Players. So, again, this is where it really starts to get different, right? Like Rory doesn't have the win to fall back on. Sure, he's got some course history. I think Rory's odds are probably right where he should be. I wouldn't say that they're too long, that's for sure, but I don't know if they're too short either. I mean, I think that it's hard for me to put Rory McIlroy bigger in odds than a guy like Patrick Cantlay or Xander Schauffele, guys who just haven't really got it done over the hump in a major yet. Rory still has that major experience. He still dominates Augusta's par 5. So I think Rory's probably right where he should be. He does not deserve to be up that big group of 5, like I said, but he probably should be the leader of the next group.
Reed, you believe he's right around where he should be, his odds? We're talking about a guy who missed the cut in 2 of his last 5 events, and then he had that opening round 79 at the Players.
Yeah, so Goldilocks, he should be just right. But here's an argument on why it's too high, in my opinion. This is kind of the argument for buying the dip on Rory. Like, he's at close to plus 2,000, right? When was the last time we saw Rory at that mark? And yes, this rhetoric has been discussed over and over and over again. When is he going to hit? When is he going to come back? this would be the tournament, right? These tournaments that Rory has done well, when these guys are playing bad, like Rory has been, because his expectations or our expectations are so high of him, we look at, okay, where can he get back into form? And it's these longer courses that he can really step on his driver and, like Jeff mentioned, step on those par fives, which is what you really need to do here to score. Look at the 3 of his last 4 Augusta appearances. What is it? A 7th in 2017, 2 top 5s in 18 and 20, and a 21st in 2019, right? This is kind of what we were talking about in November's edition, that he wasn't coming into the tournament form. And then what does he do? He top 5s. So I get it. I get that he's not there, but at plus 1900, if this guy wins or just gets close to winning, you're not going to see this number for the next 6 months.
Reed, how do you feel then about Colin Morikawa? Plus 3150, his odds. Too long, too short.
I mean, he's a major winner and he won a WGC. Yeah. So I can't, like, they're not too long. But I think, right, like Colin Morikawa, I don't think he necessarily sets up extremely well here. I think his game is a little bit more towards, like, I see him honestly winning like a US Open just because of how good his when he gets that driver going, which it's a beautiful thing. His ball striking, like he can win like a longer style course. It's just the putting, right? The putting really ails him. And I'm worried about that just a little bit here, right? That the putting can get away from him at this number. And you start to take a look at other guys around him, right? You start comparing him to the other guys in this range, and Daniel Berger is someone that I like. Paul Casey is there a little bit below him. There's value a little bit more. And Colin Morikawa is always going to be someone that we talk about because of his resume in just such a short form or a short time is that, man, this number seems a little long, but I'm going to say it's a little bit too short just because I'd rather play guys around him that are a little bit below.
Yeah, Jeff finished T44 in his Masters debut 3 months after winning the PGA Championship last year.
Look, Colin Morikawa is just like a stone cold killer. I mean, we know this by now. I mean, just coming in, winning these massive events. I mean, he's got 4 wins already. Like, is the dude even 24 yet? I mean, he's beating elite fields, right? So it feels like whenever you can get Colin Morikawa at a major at plus 3,000 or better, you should probably just bet him because that's how good he is at closing these events. Now, that said, I pretty much agree with Reed. I don't really know if I want to trust Colin Morikawa not to like throw in like 5 3-putts this week. I think Daniel Berger is the better target in this range at plus 3,500. I think the odds on Morikawa are again, it's kind of just like Rory, like right where they should be. I don't even think he's that bad a bet, but I just prefer someone else in this range. I probably even prefer Paul Casey, as sick as that sounds. So for me, I like Morikawa. Like I said, it's not really a bad bet. It's just, you look at this range, I think Daniel Berger deserves a little bit more respect. I think he's a little bit more inflated, and I'd rather target him.
Yeah, and Berger's making his first Masters appearance since 2018, guys. Let's go last year's runner-up, Cam Smith, plus 3,500. Too long or too short, those odds, Jeff?
Yeah, he's way too short for me. I love Cam Smith. He's got a wicked short game. Just a good creative all-around player. But look, we're getting inflated odds based on November. This course is not going to play the same as November. You had one of the softest Augustas in history. The members all know that. The members do not want to see 20 under par winning scores. This is going to be completely different. Look, and I've already made this argument in a couple of my articles today, but like, what is the difference between Cam Smith and just going down the odds? Abe Answer, Siwoo Kim, like guys with actual wins as well. Harris English. You're telling me Harris English should be 4 times the odds at Cam Smith? Give me a break. No, I mean, I love Cam Smith, but these odds on him, he's up there with like Webb Simpson, Sung J M. He's just in a different, he's just not quite there yet. Hard pass.
Well, sweet tea, maybe some of that has to do with 2 top 5 finishes in his last 3 appearances at Augusta National.
Well, even more egregious, he's twice as short as Louis Oosthuizen. Like, give me a break. Give me a break. Disrespectful. And the same as Anthony Finau. Get out of here.
Oh, God.
No, I'm just kidding. Oh, actually, Tony, like we talked about, Tony's actually a decent play, maybe more on DraftKings. But yeah, Jeff mentioned it, right? Like, he's so much of now the odds are baked in with course history. And I would argue that if you look at past leaderboards, right, it's a pretty good correlation of who you think is going to do well here. Sure, you get your Cam Champs, your Cam Smiths, your Sanjays that come into the top 10, top 15. That perform that we don't think that their expectation is as high, and then they over exceed. But yeah, I take a look at and so many other names. If I'm going to throw a name out there right in this range, I'd rather it be a little bit more of a mixture, like a Webb Simpson. Like Webb Simpson in his past Masters appearances, has been pretty stellar. He hasn't been great currently, but we know what Webb Simpson does over a long period of time and his history here at Augusta. So he's at 3,500. I like him more than Cam Smith.
Let's go with favorite long shot, though, Reed. Who do you like?
There's a lot. There's a lot here, Emerson. My favorite, honestly, is Justin Rose. I know Jeffrey Ulrich does not like that pick, but he's 6'2", but he's telling everyone he's 5'7" and 3/4. So I don't know if you want to believe a liar. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, look, I mean, again, this is more towards course history. He's not been playing well, so I'm not going to tell you that he's been playing well. And there's some things in the works that he's been doing, but clearly he withdrew from the players and I believe from API with a back injury. So you have to take that into consideration. But maybe this is more of a DraftKings play. I do like Justin Rose. He's over, plus 10,000. But another one really who was supposed to be in November's edition, but because he contracted COVID, wasn't. I think Joaquin Niemann is someone that you got to keep your eye on. A stroke stand off the tee is a huge correlation to success here. And he's one of the best right now. He's one of the best bent grass green putters. So he's another long shot that I'm taking a look at.
And Rose, that playoff loss to Sergio in the 2017 Masters. That was the toughest defeat of his career. And he's been so open about how bad he wants to win this tournament.
Like
I don't hate that call. Why don't you like Justin Rose, Jeff? Yeah. Why don't you like Reed's pick?
The guy looked like he forgot to play golf at the WGC or whatever it was, or the Bay Hill. So, shot a 9, walked off the course. There's injury issues. I guess you can back a veteran. Look, you're getting him at triple digits. So, and it is Augusta. We do get course form in there, but Justin Rose has looked bad. Why not take a guy who's actually looked good, who's 25 years old? He already has 3 wins on tour. He's quadruple the odds of Cam Smith. Might even be more than that because I can't do math. Siwoo Kim at plus 1,500, plus 15,000, excuse me. All this dude does is win big events. This is going to be his 5th time playing the Masters. He's made the cut here in each of his last 3 events. He's 9th in strokes gained approach coming in, 16th strokes gained tee to green. He was 9th at the Players and gained 8.1 strokes on approach there. Nobody wants to talk about Siwoo Kim for some reason. It's like they don't think he can actually win a major. This guy's available at massive odds. If you're asking me who has the best chance over plus 10,000 actually perhaps win this event, it's Siwoo. We've seen him do it. He's won the Players. I think these are incredible odds for guys that had a really nice start to the season. He's my favorite long shot by far.
Hold on a second. He's missed the cut in 10 of his 16 major starts. Ooh.
And he's made the cut here the last 3 times, Emerson.
Okay.
Come on, Emerson. No, he's great. He's
changed.
Dude, something is up. Something is up with you. Julian you've been talking to Julian way too much.
Well, I will be talking to him next. None of you mentioned Sandy Lyle. He's plus 500,000. You could put $10 on him. If he wins, you win $50K, bro.
I'm really more of an Ian Woosnam guy. Sorry.
All right.
Give me Freddie. Give me the smooth swinging Freddie. That's what I want.
Oh, hell yeah. Reed, I will see you around 3:00 for our golf show here. We're debuting it on the Dream Stream. Jeff, I need you for NHL DFS advice coming up later in this show. We will talk best bets for tonight's men's basketball national championship game with Julian Edlow after this quick break. All right, guys, Top Rank Gonzaga will try to become the first undefeated national champion since 1976 when they take on Baylor tonight in the championship game of the NCAA tournament. Here to share his favorite bets, my dude, DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow. A rare Sunday off for you this weekend. What did you do?
Well, I wasn't completely off. I mean, I had to do a video in the morning with Kaufman. That was dreadful. It took multiple takes. So I'm never off, Emerson.
Okay, good. Well, I need you on for this segment. Gonzaga is the favorite. No surprise there. 4.5 here is the spread. How much lower is that number than you expected?
It is a little bit lower. We're getting a little bit of value here on Gonzaga just from a numbers standpoint because Gonzaga finally looked human on Saturday night in the largest spread in Final Four history, gave us arguably the greatest Final Four game of all time.
Unreal.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the fact that UCLA was able to go blow for blow with the Zags kind of changed people's opinions a little bit. Mix that in with Baylor's blowout of Houston, and the look-ahead line was 6 on DK Sportsbook prior to the Final Four. So it has changed a 1.5. I can say that. Does that make me feel any different about the game? Not really, because I do think Baylor is the real deal. This is the only team in the country that can really beat Gonzaga. That said, this should be more points. There is a little bit of value on Gonzaga.
Both of them, I believe, 2 or 4 when it gets to spread in this year's tournament. What about the total here, Jules? Sits at 159 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Which way are you leaning, over or under?
I don't think I'm going to have a play on it, but I do lean to the over. Both of these teams all tournament have made ridiculous shots and under pressure as well. And we saw that on even more on Saturday night. And if, UCLA was hotter than any of us gave them credit for, I think that we all were impressed by that ride and then just kind of said, okay, it's going to abruptly end by double digits against Gonzaga. And they just hung right in there. So if Gonzaga made some mistakes defensively, like Juzang had a wide open late 3 that Suggs left him on to go double in the post. If they do those types of things against Baylor, Butler, Mitchell, Teague, those guards are going to hit these threes. I just think these two teams are ready for this game and they're going to put some points up.
Well, the total just jumped by another half point. It's back up to 159.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Just thought I should share that with you and everybody else.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Anything for you. Which props catch your eye tonight?
Yeah, so Saturday night we were on from the Best Bets article, Davion Mitchell over 4.5 assists. He had 4 by the first media timeout. He had a school record for the tournament, 11 in that game. So that worked out. Now it's juiced up to a 6.5, which is a pretty big jump. I love Davion Mitchell. I've used to do some NBA coverage, some NBA draft coverage. Davion Mitchell is the real deal. He's going to be a great NBA player. I like backing him in some form in this game. I think I'm probably, because the assist is so juiced up, maybe just looking to the overall points, rebounds, assists. It's set at 22.5 and just going after him, having a combined all around good game. Even if you like Gonzaga in this game, if this is going to be a game played in the 80s that even the Zags win by 5 points and cover, Mitchell's going to have a huge role in it.
Pick to win tonight. You got one for us?
Man, I've been Gonzaga and Baylor the whole way, and now it's here. We were supposed to get this game on the first Saturday of December. It was canceled due to COVID, and now we finally get it with no preview that we were supposed to have. Awesome game for college basketball fans. Here's a really easy pick. You should go to the DK Sportsbook and take the reverse odds boost on Gonzaga because you can get the Zags plus 4.5 for even money. I'm going to take the Zags to win the game, but I think that a lot of people are going to just default and say Gonzaga. I think this is going to be a great game that Baylor has a very real chance to win.
All right, dude. Appreciate you. I'm going to miss you, man. Enjoy the week, okay?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, especially starting it off with you.
Okay. Yep. Happy to help, man. Coming up, they're the master debaters, the odd couple, and it's just about to get heated up in here. Kenny Ducey, hopefully he'll show up. And Matt LaMarca, they're going to bring the baseball attitude after this. If you follow these two on Twitter, then you've likely seen them disrespectfully disagreeing with each other lately, whether it's about hoops or baseball or a potential Turkish oil wrestling match. Like, it's DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Matt LaMarca here to price check around the diamond. What an absolute pleasure it is to have both of you here. Let's start with the pitching department. There are 4 dudes, 8K and up. Which one do you like? Matthew, start us off.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy called Jacob deGrom. Ever heard of him, Emerson?
I certainly have.
Probably the best pitcher in baseball. The Mets off to a weird start with their season. They are playing for the first time today. That should actually work as a benefit for deGrom instead of having to go in a head-to-head pitcher's duel with Max Scherzer, which he was initially scheduled for. Now he gets to take on Matt Moore for the Phillies, who not quite the same pitcher as Max Scherzer. As a result, Mets are pretty large favorites, -204. The Phillies have the lowest implied team total on the slate. We know deGrom is an elite strikeout pitcher. He was hitting 101, even 102 during spring training. So, gonna go with the safe option here of Jacob deGrom.
Ooh, is it that safe, Kenny? And he's the most expensive, 10-7.
Yeah, Matt with the hard-hitting analysis there that Jacob deGrom's a good strikeout pitcher. How about the Phillies have the 3rd highest strikeout rate in baseball so far this year? They have looked awful on offense and have been carried by their pitching staff. 9 runs in 3 games, just 1 home run. Yes, Jacob deGrom is a safe option here at 10.7K. I know that obviously, you like to see guys get get a few starts under their belt. deGrom is obviously still getting older, but still, I don't expect anything different than a good game from him. And also a fantastic chance to get the win against Matt Moore, who, he hasn't been good since he was supposed to be good and never was good. So yeah, I like the Mets to beat up on the Phillies here and get this win. Also, Dustin May, $8,800. Don't discredit him as well. This A's lineup has absolutely stunk this year, have not gotten off the ground yet. He's a good matchup here for a Dodgers team that is really charged up here after getting kind of beaten around by the Rockies. And, that wasn't very pretty for anybody. But yeah, I like Jacob deGrom.
Wow, Kenneth hitting us with the wonderful, he's getting older. I'd love to meet the
I never
baseball
would have
player
signed him
who's
for that
getting
extension.
younger.
Never would have signed him to an extension. I think that was a bad move. Trade him away while his value is high, Matt. You don't want to face these facts as a Mets fan. Let's move on.
Okay, that sounds good now that you are also hosting the show. So Kenny says to you, Matt, really thoroughly enjoys your hard-hitting analysis. So can you give me a little bit more right now with your favorite bat in the 5 to 6K range?
Sure. I like Alex Bregman tonight. He is a known destroyer of left-handed pitching. He already has a home run against a left-hander this season. He posted a 167 WRC plus against lefties last year, and it was even better the year prior when he won the MVP. Taking on Jose Quintana for the Angels. He's a decent pitcher. As Kenny would say, he's getting older, but not great against right-handers, clearly on the downside of his career. So I think Bregman has a chance to do some damage in this matchup.
Okay, Kenny, I saw it. I believe a slight nod in agreement with his pick there.
Well, yeah, I like the Astros lineup a lot here tonight. Jose Quintana, the difference is he's not a good pitcher. He's an awful pitcher, and he's a great matchup for all of these Astros. I'm going to be a little bit bolder, though, here. Taking the high-priced bat on the Astros. Whoa, whoop-de-doo. Jose Altuve at $5,200, okay? He is still underpriced here, I think, because last year, if you remember, Jose Altuve couldn't hit the side of a barn. But you want to talk about guys who have consistently destroyed lefties over their career. Jose Altuve, 176 WRC plus against lefties in 2019. That's pretty good. So far this year, he has 6 hits and 16 at-bats, 8 runs, 4 walks. He has been a machine at getting on base, and I think that's going to be a key tonight for a couple lineups that I like to stack. But Jose Altuve today, I think the key is he gets on base a lot. There's going to be a lot of Astros on base for him to drive in. He only has 1 RBI so far this year, but I think those should come in time. And a 279 WRC plus in 3 games, which is the shortest sample size of all time, but still against lefties, that's really good. He's looked like a different person. It begs the question, are the Astros cheating again? I think they are, but they have really hit the ball very well, and it's hard to ignore their lineup.
Matt, why are you not bold enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take the guy with the better numbers for an extra couple $100, but it sounds like for the most part, me and Kenny are on the same page. You want the right-handers against Quintana.
All right, Kenny, let's see where you're going for your favorite bat in the 4 to 5K range.
Yeah, this price range, because of I actually liked a lot of guys in the earlier games with this price range. But look, to me, Keston Hiura isn't a terrible option here, because if you're down with the BVP, then he's got a 4 for 7 lifetime mark over Trevor Williams with 3 home runs, a 445 expected batting average, which is to ironically be expected because, he hit the ball really hard out of the yard. You're going to have an expected batting average that's super high. But yeah, I mean, he's clearly beaten up on Trevor Williams. I like a lot of the players or a lot of these hitters against Williams because, he's really on the downturn of his career as well. We're talking about a lot of has-beens here today on Sweat. But yeah, Keston here, I think he should have a pretty decent spot in this lineup. He's yet to get going this year, but it's still, incredibly early.
It certainly is. So what do you want to do in this department, Matty?
I'm going to target a never was in Nick Pivetta. So I like the Rays here. They're 4.9 implied team total, tied for the top mark on the slate. So I like Austin Meadows, expected to hit near the top of the Rays lineup at 4,400. Left-handed batter, known for doing his best work against right-handed pitchers. I think we all kind of know it's going to be a down year for Boston. Very, very disappointing showing on opening weekend against the Orioles. So I will go with Austin Meadows here as my mid-range bat.
Austin Meadows, a good friend of the program, by the way. Back when dudes could be within 6 feet of each other, he was in the DraftKings studio. I just want everyone to remember that. Favorite value bat, Matt?
Yeah, so not a huge value. He's 3,900, and he's going to be kind of high owned, I would imagine, after hitting a couple of home runs last night. But Jared Walsh, this guy just destroys right-handed pitching. I am very high on his prospects moving forward. He posted a 178 WRC plus against right-handers last season, taking on a guy, Luis Garcia, pretty middling as far as prospects go. He was the number 13 prospect for the Astros, not somebody that we really need to be afraid of. He had a 5.22 xFIP over a small sample size of 12 innings last year. I think Walsh can go yard potentially again tonight, so I'm targeting him in this matchup.
Deuce, hook me up with some value, man.
Jeff McNeil, $3,600. I know that Maddie's going to like this one, but he's still a 303 career hitter against lefties. Strangely enough, he was also 303 last year. He has the same career mark, as he does in 2020. But, he did just have the 4 home runs, so that's obviously going to hurt him a little bit in this spot. But still, I think against a bad pitcher here, McNeil is going to be at the very top of the Mets order. And I expect a lot of runners on base for the New York Mets. McNeil should be on base plenty. So I think there's going to be a lot of traffic, and McNeil is going to be a big part of that. So, give me Jeff McNeil here, $3,600. I don't think you can, rarely you can find a bat that's this good at $3,600. The guy just hits the ball consistently.
From bats to bets. Give me your favorite one tonight, Maddie, on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Not a main slate game. It's a 6:40 start, so I don't know if that's cheating or not, but I'm taking the Miami Marlins. I've been on the fish a couple times here to start the year. I think that they're a nice target. Trevor Rogers, very interesting pitcher. Borderline top 100 type prospect, but he struck out 12.54 batters per 9 innings last year in limited work. Then he put together a nasty spring training, 29 strikeouts, 5 walks over 19 innings in spring, 2.84 ERA. So I think Walsh is somebody who, Rogers is somebody who has the potential to be a pretty good pitcher in the major leagues. He's one of the reasons why Marlins fans can have a little bit of excitement this year. And I think they keep the good vibes going, and they take care of business tonight against the Cardinals.
Kenny, bring us home, dude.
I like the A's and Astros over 10. Jose Quintana's best years are behind him. As we talked about, last year he was like slightly better, but he threw 183 pitches, so there's nothing to really read into there. Luis Garcia, Matt and I have talked about this matchup plenty, but Luis Garcia, 4.36 expected ERA last year. Not very good. I don't expect either of these pitchers to have much success. And meanwhile, like we've been talking about, the Astros, the right-handed bats here, Michael Brantley as well. You can throw him in as a lefty against this team. I mean, this Astros team has hit so well that even Jason Castro hit a 2-run homer yesterday. Like, that was shocking over Sean Manaea, who's historically dominated the Astros. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but they're scoring runs. I can't deny it, and I got to back them.
Kenny, is the reason you're not on any Madden Sims this week because you're still disgruntled that Matt popped in on one of your games last week, stealing your thunder?
No, I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Had a good time with you this morning. We're going to poke over to the NHL with Jeff after this. Back on your screen, everybody, for The Sweat. I am Emerson Lotzian. Here to debate himself is our one-man NHL panel. Jeff Ulrich choosing between the top players at each position here, dude. We'll start with Connor McDavid, the only center, only skater, period, over 9K on the slate this evening. Will you be fading him in favor of someone cheaper, maybe say like his teammate Leon Draisaitl at 8.5?
Yeah, I mean, I'm batting 1,000 in debates against myself, which is great to see. Going to win this one, too. I am going to say that, the Edmonton Oilers studs, they might be a bit of a fade tonight. They've had trouble with the Montreal Canadiens this year. 4 games. Only one of those games is the Oilers scored more than 3 goals. Montreal's a pretty solid defensive team. They've had their struggles in net at points where they've just kind of, gone off the rails. That could happen tonight. Edmonton should be up for this, getting shut out. But you look at this slate, Austin Matthews is pretty hard to turn away after he scored multiple points against a bad Calgary team last night. The guy I really just feel like, he's underpriced here, though, is Nathan McKinnon. That's the stud I feel like you got to start off with. Nathan McKinnon averaging 1.8 points over his last 10 games, nearly on a 2-point per game pace. Colorado offense it's just unstoppable at this point. And, you look at Minnesota. Minnesota's a good team. They've been allowing a ton of shots on net. This is going to catch up to them at some point. And I really feel like it could be tonight. I'm just not sure how many more massive save performances Cam Talbot has in him. And, with the way McKinnon is playing, 8,700, it feels too cheap. It feels like he should be up there with McDavid. I think you start with him. It does feel like a night, though, where you might want to get 2 of these studs in your lineups.
So the Bruins, though, how about them? Struggling mightily on offense, but holy crap, they exploded for 7 goals against the Penguins. And then Brad Marchand had 3 of them. Over 48 fantasy points. So he's 7-3 tonight, which is $300 more than Winnipeg's Kyle Connor, who will take a 5-game streak of double-digit fantasy performances into this matchup with the Senators. Who would you choose between the two?
Yeah, I mean, one reason why I think even just paying down for McKinnon and just saving that few $100 is because you want to get exposure to someone else, like a Brad Marchand. I mean, Boston's offense, it's definitely struggled, but you look at their last like 5 games, they have exploded a couple times here. They're starting to pick up the pace. They've hit overs in 3 of their last 6 games. Marchand obviously coming in, not just with the good game in the last one, but I mean, he's got goals in 3 straight games. This is a player now with 7 points in his last 3. The Bruins scored 5 against New Jersey. They scored 3 against the Islanders. Like, they are starting to pick up the pace a little bit. And realistically, this is all about matchup. It's the Philadelphia Flyers. This team is absolutely terrible right now. Losers of 6 straight. Their penalty kill is bottom 5 of the league. Allowing a ton of shots on net. This is pretty much just a premier matchup. So Kyle Connor coming on a little bit. He's got a pretty good matchup too, but I dare say the Sens are the better defensive team between the two, them and the Flyers. I think you pay up for Marchand here. To me, he is the winger that you want to target if you're paying up for on this slate. The matchup is just too good. You got to keep targeting the Flyers.
All right, let's go back to the blue line crew. Vegas's duo of Alex Pietrangelo and Shea Theodore are the 2 highest priced D-men on the board. Are you going to pay up for one of them, or maybe look down the board a little bit by around $1,000 and another pair of teammates, Jeff Petrie and Shea Weber of Montreal, who are going up against Edmonton in a game with a goal total set at 6?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty stocked defensive core tonight, like just in terms of what we can choose from. And, with the Pietrangelo Theodore thing, I'm pretty much always going to lane Shea Theodore. He's just a much higher volume shots on goal guy. He's the better special teams player, quite frankly, averaging 3.4 shots on goal. He's just been way busier with his shot lately. He's hit the DK shots on goal bonus twice in his last 3 games. Again, the matchup with St. Louis, you think about St. Louis and they're a defensive team. They're really not this year. They're bad because they lost Alex Pietrangelo, who's now on the Vegas Golden Knights. This is a team that's been in the bottom half in terms of penalty kill the whole season. So realistically, it's a really good matchup for Theodore. I'm always going to side with him when he's cheaper than Pietrangelo, assuming he's not being terrible, which he hasn't been lately. But realistically, I think the better value is definitely lies with Weber. Shea Weber back on the power play 1 for the Canadians. He's playing a little bit more. And he's just the power play exposure just leading to him shooting the puck more. Shea Weber still got a great shot, even at his advanced hockey age. He's now averaging over 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games, 7 points in that span as well. 3 of those on the power play. With the Oilers, they're a pretty solid team, but again, they allow a lot of shots on goal, a lot of scoring chances. It's a good matchup for Weber at 5,200. I think he's the best value of the guys we've talked about. He's the guy I would start off with, but if you can pay up for both, getting Theodore and Weber gives you a ton of upside at D tonight.
Switching over to the DK Sportsbook here, Jeff, what's your favorite puck line or money line bet on the board?
Yeah, again, I'm going to stick with that Vegas game and just target the Blues. This is a team who, again, they're coming in. They just can't really beat anyone here. I mean, losing 2 in a row to the Ducks, getting kind of, beaten by the Avalanche. I mean, it's the team that's now lost 6 in a row, excuse me. So I look at this money line on the Golden Knights, and it's only minus 141. Yeah, they're on the road here, but like, these two teams aren't really close right now. I mean, Vegas to me is still one of the premier teams in the league, and it feels like they're getting discounted a little bit, maybe because they're coming off a couple losses to the Wild too, but those don't concern me as much. Like, they were getting a lot of shots on goals in those games. Again, a goalie stood on their head for the Wild. I'm not concerned about that. I'm very concerned about the Blues because they've been terrible for a bit now. I think you're getting good odds just to take the Golden Knights at minus 141. You could take them on the puck line as well. It's a little riskier for sure. You got to cover that 1.5, but I think the money line for the Vegas Golden Knights, that's where I want to go tonight. I think they're just getting discounted there, coming off a couple losses to the Wild.
Big picture, what's your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Yeah. So again, we talked about, the Flyers being bad, and I think the Bruins are starting to pick up their offense a little bit, but I like the over in that Bruins Flyers game, the over 5.5 goals right now. The Flyers, 10 of their last 13 games has seen 7 or more goals scored, just combined. Again, the Flyers can still score a little bit, but they're just allowing so many scoring chances that they're hitting overs at a really solid pace. And look, the Bruins, like I said, they've hit overs now in 3 of their last 6 games. They're starting to pick it up a little bit. Marchand's playing well, scoring consistently. I think you could easily see Boston just continuing, that sort of offensive explosion here. It really has me leaning towards the over in that game. I really do like that bet, but There is a player prop I want to talk about. Shea Weber, again, he's back on the power play one. He's getting more exposure. He's going up against the Oilers. The Oilers allow, they're bottom 10 in terms of shots allowed. They allow a lot of shots on goal. His player prop for over 2.5 shots on goal, Shea Weber, plus 130 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Those are really good odds for a player averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. So give me the over in Shea Weber's shots on goal prop tonight as well.
Good job this morning, man. You crushed it. Golf and hockey. Well done.
It's a tough morning when all you got to do is talk about golf and hockey. Really tough here.
I know. T's and P's for you, my friend. Thank you. One last block to go, everybody. Kenny returns. He's joined by Benny with the good hair. It's time to dish the 411 on tonight's NBA slate. All right, everybody, one more segment to go here in The Sweat, a show that airs now on weekdays at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So we got a 6-game slate of Madden football coming up. Also, I'll be on a golf show now on Mondays with Reed T. Fowler from about like 3 to 4 o'clock. We'll talk a lot of Masters today. But right now, we got to get to the NBA. And our NBA panel this morning consists of DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Benjamin Zwyman. Guys, this is NBA building blocks. So which players are you starting in your DFS lineups at these positions, kind of building around them, hence the name building blocks. Ben, you're new here this morning, at least at center. Need a big beefy center from you.
Am I new here? I feel like
this morning you are. Yes, you are.
Fair. I mean, you can go in one of two ways, I think. I really like Karl Anthony Towns just because the T-Wolves are playing the Kings. That game environment is really good, really high total. Cat's been playing well. He's coming off a 70-plus DKFP performance in his last game. He's 10,600, so the price isn't too bad. But there are a lot of good value plays. Isaiah Stewart, Tony Bradley in that Pistons Thunder game. Both of them are under 4K, so I think you can make the argument with paying way down or paying way up at center. I'm gonna lean on Cat though. I think he's one of the guys that you want to get into your lineup for tournaments.
Kenny, most expensive center Big Ben's going with. What about you for your building block at the position?
Yeah, speaking of tournaments, speaking of value, I agree with Ben. I think there's a lot of places to get value on this slate. One place I'm looking is at center, and it's Kristaps Porzingis at $8,400. Now, on paper, you look at the Jazz, you look at the best defense in the league, or second best actually. Shout out to my Knicks over the last 10 games. And you think, oh, well, the Jazz, they're going to shut this. You're going to shut everything down, basically, right? It's going to be a low-scoring game. The one place to attack the Utah Jazz has been down low. Rudy Gobert is a great rim protector, but he's not a good, man-to-man defender. So if Porzingis is able to get into the paint and post Gobert up, I think he'll have some success there. You also look at the fact that the guy's just shooting like 7 threes a game or something. He's been a little inconsistent, but the number one thing that I'm looking at here is Porzingis has actually been the common denominator on defense over the last 10 games. He's played in 8 of them because of, back-to-backs and stuff, but 100 defensive rating for the Mavericks. That doesn't get you points on DK, but what it does is it gets you playing time. I think he's going to play a lot in this game. I think it's going to be close and competitive. And I think that at $8,400, he's just a little too cheap to ignore here. Of course, he is questionable, but if he plays, I don't see him being too limited enough to make me pass him up here at $8,400.
Kenny, what about your building block at forward?
Yeah, let's talk about some pace here for a second. Gary Trent Jr. at $6,600 in a game against the Wizards, who are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. Since coming over to Toronto, he's just been lights out, 40 DK fantasy points in back-to-back games, which would be pretty nice at $6,600 if he would just do that again. You get over 6x. Look at almost 7x there. Salary value for Gary Trent Jr. So I like him a lot in this spot. We know that the Wizards don't really defend well. They're also dealing with some injuries with Hachimura questionable for this one. I think Gary Trent Jr. is a pretty fine option here at forward, and then you build around him. You can maybe fit some higher price guys in there as well.
Big Ben, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I like where Kenny's head's at with this game. I like Pascal Siakam a lot on the Raptors side. Kenny mentioned the injuries for the Wizards. I think if Hachimura is out, Siakam is going to have a really easy time against the Wizards front court, which is pretty thin and weak to begin with. The Raptors are also coming off that huge win over the Dubs. The Dubs had like no one in that game, but the Raptors have lost 4 in a row. They've just been awful for like a month now. So I think this is sort of where a veteran team, is kind of getting some momentum. That last game against the Dubs, Siakam's usage was up around 35%, which is pretty insane. He almost scored 60 fantasy points. He's going to play the minutes. This game could sort of be, it should be a little competitive. It depends on what the deal is with Bradley Beal, but I think if it's a competitive game, you're not going to see a lot of defense. So again, pace becomes a factor, and Siakam's price is pretty good, $8,500. So like mid-range sort of tournament play, I think Siakam's a decent option.
What do you want to do at guard? Building block, Ben?
It's tough. Guard is tough for me just because, like I said, there are a lot of injuries. Bradley Beal and James Harden are both questionable, so we have 2 separate guards in those spots, right, with Russell Westbrook and Kyrie Irving. I think in tournaments you can roll out Westbrook pretty easily, even though he's 11,100, just because, again, the matchup and the pace is going to be up in that game. And Westbrook has, the ceiling for Westbrook is probably the highest among anyone on the slate, I would say. Maybe Luka Doncic. But yeah, that's a tough matchup. So I think Westbrook and Irving are 2 guys I would be looking at, obviously, depending on those injuries. If Harden and Beal end up playing, Harden's not a bad option at 10,900, I would say. Just because his price is a little bit down. Game should be competitive against the Knicks. But yeah, there are a lot of good options to pay up for on the slate Monday.
Kenny, what do you do here? 7-game slate, and you got 4 guards north of 10K.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know if this is exactly what you guys want to hear with, I don't think it's a value play, but Anthony Edwards, $7,600. I just can't take my eyes off him, Emerson. He also has guard and forward eligibility, which makes him better, but D'Angelo Russell, he's coming back. He's not back yet. So get Anthony Edwards while you can. He's just been, Ben mentioned that Cat's in a pretty good matchup here. He's been the second fiddle to Cat pretty exclusively. He's scored the basketball very well. And this game is not going to feature any defense, just vibes. I don't think that that either team's going to want to stop either side. So I really want exposure to the Sacramento-Minnesota game. And I think that Anthony Edwards is the best way to do it at $7,600. There aren't a whole host of high-priced options outside of Cat to look to here, but I want some exposure. So I'm building around Anthony Edwards tonight. I don't love any of the other higher priced guys. I was looking at Julius Randle at $9,600. He's not a guard, but I just ultimately fall back into what are the good matchups tonight? What are going to be the pace up games? What are going to be the games that no defense has played? And Anthony Edwards, the price is right, $7,600 in this one.
Favorite spread or money line on the DK Sportsbook? Let's poke over there. Kenny, start us off.
Yeah, I'm going with the Mavericks +5 here. It opened up at +6. I like the money line as well at +160. You know, the biggest thing for me is when you look, and I wrote this down here, so I'm going to look at a post-it note, but look, the Jazz, they're on a 9-game winning streak. That's great, right? They played the Grizzlies 3 times. When you look at the record of the teams that they've played, okay, there's 6 teams. 5 of them were 97 and 147. Do you know what that winning percentage is, Emerson?
What?
It's 39.7%. That's very bad, okay? Then they did beat the Nets by like 40 points, but that was the Nets without Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, or James Harden. Alize Johnson was their leading scorer in that game. Like, garbage team, right? They haven't beaten anybody good. Now, I'm not saying the Utah Jazz aren't good. I love the Utah Jazz this year. The title aspirations are very real. But, like, let's slow our roll here after this 9-game winning streak. I think that they're going to be in for a little bit of a shock with how good the Mavericks are right now. Top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency over the past 10 games. The only thing that's going to stop them here is they really haven't been very good at home. But, perhaps today, I mean, they keep it close. I certainly think that they can. And the other thing, the bench is very good for Dallas. It's been very good. Jalen Brunson's been a driving force behind what they've been able to do in the second unit. He should be more than capable of holding Jordan Clarkson in check on this Utah second unit. And I think it's a pretty close game.
Ben Twyman, what about you, dude?
I don't know what that message was, but anyway,
I'm just laughing, man. I'm having a good time, you know?
I'm looking at the Knicks-Nets game. Like I said, James Harden is questionable. Right now, the line is 5.5. So I think if you can get the Nets at 5.5, it's not bad. They were, I think, down at like 4.5, even 4 points beforehand. So this line has moved a lot. You're seeing a lot of line movement, and it's still really early in the day. So again, it's sort of one of those spots where we can get the Nets at a pretty good number at home against a team that's kind of banged up in the Knicks. I know they usually play close games, but I think if James Harden ends up playing in this game, the Nets coming off a loss, especially they lost yesterday afternoon to the Bulls. The last time the Nets have lost 2 games in a row was back in like early February. And, this is the same team that's been dealing with all these injuries to Kevin Durant, to Harden. Kyrie Irving goes off the grid. So really, the Nets don't really, falter with injuries. So I think if James Harden comes back, big spot against the Knicks, I think they'll take care of business. So I like them at -5.5. The Timberwolves I'll throw out as a bonus at +4.5 too. I kind of like them against the Kings. The Kings aren't very good, and the T-Wolves.
Hate the Kings.
T-Wolves have actually been playing somewhat good, and like Kenny mentioned, Anthony Edwards has been playing well. I like Cat, so Timberwolves at home getting some points. I kind of like that spot too.
We have less than a minute to go, so extremely quick. Favorite total in the DK Sportsbook, Kenny?
Ben mentioned it, James Harden, his status is up in the air. The Knicks are banged up, but over the last 10 games, they do have the top defense in the NBA in terms of efficiency stats. I really like this game to stay under here. I think it's close. I think that the 3-point defense of the Knicks holds Harden and Irving to lower scoring numbers than we're used to seeing from them anyway, and the Knicks probably struggle to score the basketball a little bit here. So I like the under.
Ben?
Kings T-Wolves under. It's at 235, way too high. The teams are bad at defense, but they're also pretty bad at offense. So, yeah, under.
All right, guys. I said really quick, and you both did it. That's amazing. This is the best Monday ever. Best episode of The Sweat we have ever had. Well done, you two. We have a full 6-game slate of Madden Sims coming up, guys, at high noon. Steelers at the Bengals with Kaufman and Christian. Following that 2 o'clock sim, by the way, leading up to 4 o'clock, Reed T and I, with all of your Masters coverage, will take all of your questions. Fun little golf show we are launching today and now every Monday moving forward. Thanks for hanging with us, peeps. Adios.
love simulated football, you have come to the right place. Welcome on in. This is the DK Dream Stream with Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we are here with you for the first of 6, count them, 6 Madden simulations over the course of the next roughly 12 hours. CDA, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm a little bit tired. It was such a nice weekend up here in the beautiful city of Madison, Wisconsin. I ran myself ragged, which doesn't take a lot. I'm not in shape by any means. So here we are, a little sleepy, a little sore, and a little bit baffled about what to do with my roster. Koff, how are you this lovely April 5th?
Well, nostalgic, obviously, for AFC North
Sure,
rivalries, which is why we have Pittsburgh and Cincinnati coming at you for the first of these half dozen Madden sims. I'm good, man. I'm good. We were talking about it a little bit off air. The weekend I was here in the Dream Stream, I didn't really, do a whole lot, though it was a holiday weekend, so enjoyed Easter yesterday. But I talked to the people last night. There's not a ton that has happened since then, although I did watch the Blue Mountain State movie this morning, and boy, what a disappointment that was. But let's talk about this thing here, the nooner that we've got going on. The Are You Kidding Me? An AFC North rivalry in April? Free roll. What do you have among the 169 entries? What's your lineup looking like?
I had a lot of trouble with this one because there are a lot of guys that wanted to get in there. I took a look back at that Sim 101 the last time these two teams met, and there were a lot of big-time performances. So I was like, you know what, I got to get Jalen Samuels in there. I got to get Johnny Five Sticks in there. I got to get C.J. Uzomah in there because I love C.J. Uzomah more than most people here in Simland. It was really tough. I captained Deontay Johnson over C.J. Uzomah. I left $4,700 worth of salary on the table.
Oh, you did not.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now because my captain Deontay, then Big Ben, John Ross, Uzomah, Jalen Samuels, and I flexed the Steeler defense instead of going out there and finding I could have thrown like Eric Ebron or AJ Green into my lineup. Nope, Steeler defense instead. We're gonna see if that works out for me, but I get the feeling that I'm gonna find myself down to the bottom of the barrel in this one, or maybe I will have mad scientist my way to the top. Or you could have at
least flipped it a little bit and captained one of your more expensive players. But no, you are invested in all things Deontay Johnson. Good on you. There's James Conner with a rush. Picks up 14 after contact, 1st and 10 on the way from the 47. That is bold. That is a bold strat. I don't think I've ever left $5,000 on the table.
I'm not feeling great about it.
Love it. So my lineup, I spent much closer to the dollar. In fact, I only left $200 or $300. So I went John Ross in the captain spot here, Joe Burrow, Ben Roethlisberger, Tyler Boyd, James Washington, and I don't know why, but I was drawn to the Steelers DST. I don't typically play DSTs. They very rarely, obviously, make up for their salary or return any sort of value. But I went with it, and dang it, that 10 points right now is looking good.
I'm looking at my lineup right now. I'm in the top 50 or whatever. I feel good about it. I feel great. I'm not feeling amazing because James Conner keeps getting all those Jalen Samuels carries I'd hoped for, but it could be worse. Oh, it could be worse. Yeah, Jalen Samuel. Samuels. Sorry, I didn't pluralize the last name. Not great. It hasn't.
He's not listening. Don't worry.
Yeah, any of his last 3 sims. You say that, but we don't know that.
We don't know that.
Yeah, his last game against these Cincinnati Bengals, 34.5 points in the flex. 22 rush yards, who cares? But 123 receiving yards, a pair of touchdowns through the air. So that's my hope there. That's why I faded Juju and Ebron. For me, the passing game goes through Deontay Johnson and Jalen Samuels today, and or maybe they're just going to run it nonstop with James Conner.
It's just going to be Conner.
Just crushing my hopes today. Conner going off at 5K, only giving you about 6 fantasy points per. A newcomer to DK Simland would see those numbers and be like, oh my God, this guy's not a bargain. He's not even a reasonable punt play. Why would I roll the dice on James Conner for 5K? But the real ones know. He finds a way to show up. And it's not a vulture because he's the RB1, but he crashes into the end zone. He makes you feel bad about your lineup. James Conner is just a tremendous fantasy Maloid here in Simland.
We're scoreless, 3 minutes and change in. Connor again, his third attempt, 2nd and 8 on the way. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, the schedule maker now that Madison has departed us, so we have to kiss his butt. Undercover boss Tom is our technical director, and Joe in game ops holding down the fort with the manual scoring. Thank you. Taking a look at the DraftKings conference room here. Matthew says, going to be a slow game, something like 10-7. We'll see. We'll find out. What else we got here? T Green is right there with you, says use him as a dark horse. Chris Collin, feed Connor. He's on the opposite side of you. Oh, sack taken by Ben Roethlisberger. Dunlap on that sack. Kenny's therapist, formerly James Farrell, says, what's up, Coffin Christian? And he adds, hey, Kaufman, I have a movie proposal for you, since you're the movie guy and all. I'm listening, Kenny's therapist. I want to know what you got. Is this a group watch experience? 3rd and 14, halfway through a scoreless first so far. It's a completion, 5-yard pickup. Roethlisberger, and there's your guy, Samuels, but a 4th and 9. So got to assume we'll get a 42-yard field goal try on the way here.
A little Boswell action here as you know what? The Steelers went away from James Conner and paid dearly for it. He was moving the ball pretty effectively there. They stopped, and now this drive stops with him as Roethlisberger showcasing that bullet arm, doing the thing he does, checking down to guys who aren't anywhere near the first down marker. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that in 2021 as this Steelers offense enters the 2019-2020 Saints phase of Roethlisberger's twilight. He's going to look a lot like an aspect ratio stretched Drew Brees out there next season.
That's good for Chris Boswell from 42. First points of this sim, first points of the Dream Stream day, unless, of course, you got points for watching the sweat earlier, in which case, kudos to you. 3-0, Pittsburgh in front since you get the ball. Robbie Noble says, I really do miss Madison. Producer Drewski, can I flirt with you? And Drew says, sure. Drew also adds, if you decide to start kissing my butt now, start in all caps, you're already behind the 8 ball. It's a good point. Been sneaking into Drew's text a little extra lately. Hey man, how's the weekend going? Did you have a good Easter? Everything good on your end? See what James Farrell has to say here in a moment. Ralphie says, Koff, just here to hear how great you did on your NBA lineup last night. Well, Ralphie, to answer your question, 3 and change, 308, 310, something like that. It was 300 something, low 300s. Took a little Nugs showdown action with Meager and the mayor of Simland, Greg Coffin, coming at me. Producer Drew, hey Drew, anything I can help you with? Drew, do you need help moving? Three 0 Pittsburgh. About 3 minutes to go here. 1st and 10 on the way from the 45. Drew says in about 15 years. So we're taking a look at the chat. Anything that you guys have in mind, obviously, you know where to find us. And smash that like. We're already at about 50, 300 plus watching on the YouTube. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on the YouTube page. As about 12,000 new subscribers have joined us since these sims began a little more than 1 year ago, March 28th of last year. What a year it has been. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, be sure to give us a follow there. We greatly appreciate it. Drew says, Glash said helping friends move, as long as you schedule it in advance. So I asked him for 10 to 15 years from now. I figured that's enough time. I don't know, with Glash's schedule and all the, TikToking and crazy things that come up, I mean, you may have to really lock in a weekend. I don't think you can be so vague as to say, like, in 10 to 15 years, I may need you. I think you got to dive a little deeper on that. Like, you need to really outline a weekend, see if he puts it on his calendar, checks it with that Apple Watch of his. Run by Burrow, a little shy of the first, 4th and 1 on the way from the 46. What do we have here? Paul, what's going on? DK Sim fan, been out a little while, back at it. Hope all's good with you. Thanks for being with us. We're good. Never skip a beat here in Simland. There's no doubt about it. Decided not to be aggressive for it on 4th and 1. They punted it away. And so the Steelers take over from the 14, about 90 seconds left here in the opening quarter. For those wondering if we've muzzled Christian, impossible for starters. Second, Emmernet issues. I know, we've been down this road with Mr. DeAndrea before, but he's resetting the old net, and he'll rejoin us again in a moment. Abby Rizzo, like to smash buttons. I mean, smash that like button. Sorry, guys, just woke up. Good luck to all. Steven, appreciate the words, man. All about my guy, News God. Samuels, where's Christian when you need him? Second attempt. And he's closing in on 20, picks up 6 right there. Monster says, Koff, think I might need to take another shot at the head-to-head today. You're up 1-0 so far. Send it, baby. Anybody wants to rock a little NBA action? DK-A Kaufman, send it along. Always good to see you guys, and let's have a little fun. Ralphie says, Koff, I too am a C's fan. Loving how the Time Lord is lifting the struggling Celtics. You know, I'm a big Brad Stevens guy. But if there was one thing that I have certainly been calling for on Twitter for like 2 years, at least when he's been healthy and available, play Robert Williams, play the Time Lord, let the guy develop a little bit, give him an opportunity. And fortunately, he's starting to get a little run with Tristan Thompson sidelined and, of course, Daniel Tice gone. So they cleared a little room for Robert Williams, and so far so good. He is looking like a beast. And Evan Fournier starting to get it going a little bit these last couple of games, which is good to see. Balanced win against a obviously severely injury-hampered Charlotte team last night. Roethlisberger 4 out of 4 for 30. Burrow 1 for 2 for 19. Still 3-0. Christian, who is rejoining us, didn't miss a thing. Not to worry. Connor 5 for 39 on the ground. Christian's guy Samuels 2 for 19. Mixon 1 for 3. Burrow 1 for 6. And we will take a little look-see at some of the receiving yards as well, see who's been involved and what kind of numbers you guys need to be monitoring. We'll look at our free roll as well. Samuel's 2 for 14, so he's getting it done in the air just a little bit. A.J. Green, 1 for 19. Of course, he is a new team, as we know. Cardinals now. Deontay Johnson, Christian's captain, 1 for 13. And Ebron, 1 for 3. I wish you guys, I know you can't see Christian right now. I wish you could see that in the Zoom window. His title is, his Zoom name is King Handsome. I need an origin story to that. I think we need to really delve deep into what is happening there, and we will as soon as we have them again. Stats are updated, by the way, through one quarter. And taking a look at the nooner, the Are You Kidding Me? An AFC North rivalry in April free roll. It is, as I like to call this individual, Thank You Sim, TY Sim, in front right now. Narrowly, a little less than a point out of the 169 entries. And Train Island still hanging out top 5. He's 5th right now.
Really?
I am 29th. So pays to have a defense, basically. Or 2 in the cases of some of you.
I'm feeling good about that. I'm feeling less good about my internet, but I appear to be back. I feel like we lost everything. The neighborhood maybe went down there. They're doing some utility work somewhere. I feel like, oh, man. I came back on my phone. Like I checked in on my phone. I was like, you know what? I'll use the wireless data right now. And then that's when my internet came back. And then that's when like my phone tried to connect to the wireless, like the internet. And now I'm on this call in multiple areas. And I'm just trying to turn my phone off. And I apparently am 80 plus years old because I can't figure that one out either. Anyway, here we are. We're back and feeling good about this line. I'm feeling good about these defenses. Not feeling great about the entertainment value of this sim, but
what are you saying? I was holding down the fort while you were gone.
I mean, from the game itself. I got straight up enlightened about some good fantasy NBA plays tonight. I might have to go out of my way to roster Evan Fournier. I'm kidding.
No, they're not playing tonight. Don't worry about them tonight.
Yeah, I would never put a NBA roster together because I like having money and not giving it away unless, of course, DK drops some funds into my account. As James Conner there up over 50 yards. So his great day continues. He has been the engine for this offense, I'm assuming. I missed
all I know is I've beaten Emerson every time we played NBA, and then we did hockey the other night, and I beat him there. So I think I'm going to send him a baseball contest today and see what happens.
See if you can get him in on like a Chick-fil-A bet instead of just money. I feel like if you're getting
he's not driving out here.
No. Does Emerson drive? I feel like I would not be surprised if Emerson was the kind of person that, like, I'm sure he has a car, but I feel like
I'm not sure he does. I think he's a hitchhiker.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say like cyclist, but I feel like Emerson feels like two-wheeled regular bikes for poor people, and he only Pelotons. Like if you tried to get him out on the road, he would just be a lost fawn in the wilderness.
Second and goal from the 5. Short run, but will it be enough? Not quite yet. Connor to the 1. Saves the day for Christian, who's obviously still hoping and praying for that Samuels touchdown. Metadeath says, is it me or does Koff's voice kind of sound like Brian Griffin from Family Guy? I'll be honest, I don't see it or hear it, I guess it would be, but I mean, I'll take the compliment because I think Seth MacFarlane is incredibly talented, and that is his voice. Third and goal. There's your run. Will it be good enough?
Oh,
Connor stopped again.
Wow, looked like he fell down on the goal line. And now virtual Mike Tomlin, a big decision to make here. With that defense and with a rookie quarterback behind him, I would not be afraid of, yes, I like it. Even if you don't make it, you have the Bengals in terrible safety range as, oh no, James Conner, you're doing so well, buddy. All right, that makes it a little tougher to get that safety.
You know what? Good. Safety range. I like it. 3-yard line, 1st and 10. What are you going to do, Burrow? Got rid of it.
Yeah.
Picked up 5.
Uzama gets it.
Joker says 343 people watching, rooting for Monster to whoop Kaufman. Don't be scared, Koff. I'm not. Send all your challenges, folks. I'll play them all. I will. Let's go. I'm not going in cocky. I don't expect to win them all. But let's play. Let's go.
Yeah, undercover boss Tom behind the scenes. I think this is in reference to you and Emerson, but to do a loser pays for Uber bets beat. And
that could be fun.
Dude, Uber Eats just seems so futile to me. Like,
is he prepared to feed my family though? Like,
exactly.
Is that the agreement?
Like
I'll get him and Meg food, and he's got to pay for, if he loses, he's going to buy food for a family of 5 over here.
Yeah, that's a big commitment. That's a big ask.
Yeah.
But like Uber Eats, it just seems, I don't know. I hate the idea of it. Yeah, Uber, any of those, delivery places that aren't really delivery places, just seems like they have an adversarial relationship with local restaurants. And then like there's, so many foods that don't travel well. True. So like all of a sudden you're paying $20 for a Chick-fil-A value meal where the fries are soggy and the crisp is gone off your chicken. I don't know. Like, I don't understand the popularity of these places. I do not I am a lazy man, Koff, but I do appreciate the freshness of my fast food. It's a big deal for me.
Erwin says CDA could pass for a poor man's Adam Morrison if he had a mustache.
Oh, the great thing about my mustache is that it grows in red.
Ralphie saying Koff rocks a men's regular. Respect that. Someone saying, Abby here. Koff shirt looks a little size medium today. Is the shirt hugging me today?
I feel like you've just been working out too much.
Oh yeah, really bursting at the seams.
Yeah, you're clearly, you're getting back in the gym, you're getting the muscles juiced up a little bit, and summer's coming. You got to get that beach body ready. The nice thing about New England is that you can wait a little bit on the beach body. That water is not going to get up to temperature until like July, August. I mean, if you go to the beach in Rhode Island, so that's even south from you, Koff. But in Rhode Island, you're probably looking at like 55-degree water early June. You gotta wait that out a little bit. Let the water temperature rise.
Are you when it comes to going to the beach and on let's say well, you never really know what the temperature of the water is going to be. So I don't care if it's a hot day, a comfortable day, whatever. Are you one that just, kick off the sandals, flip-flops, footwear, whatever you got for footwear, and you just storm into the water? You run in like there's no taking this gingerly. I'm just getting under there so I feel good right away. Or are you, you kind of ease your way in like a, let's be honest, because I do this, like a psycho who just wants to be like punished for minutes on end as opposed to just taking the plunge, ripping the Band-Aid.
Yeah, the Calvin versus the Hobbs, whereas Calvin would inch his way in to slowly acclimate his body. Hobbs would dive right in. I'm more of a run-in guy, but in my old age, I'm becoming more and more of a shuffler, of a Ben Roethlisberger trying to avoid contact and just slowly lurking backwards into the water. For me, it's like the head going under, not the problem. For me, it's just the crotchal region, like that. Once that gets wet, then I'm
punishing. Yeah,
that's exactly it. Like that there are going to be aftershocks and effects from there. I don't know. It's either, as a terrible drive here from the Steelers and this game. Or it remains a great game to have both defenses. And for me, that Steelers play the only. The Steelers have currently right now, 10 of my 22 points thus far.
It's okay. Keep rolling with it. Keeps you close to the top. I've dropped to 80th, probably because people really leaning on the DSTs right now or hanging out at the top. First and 10 from the 41. That's completed. We hit the 2-minute warning. Brendan Glasheen is in the chat. He'll be joining the Sims a little bit later on today. Says, hey, everyone. Glad to see Skip Perkins killers are here. Guys, has anyone checked in with Freeze Pops? Guy was losing his mind last night. He thought Skip Perkins came back to life. Yeah, I understand there was a resurrection of Skip Perkins on Easter Sim Day.
God. What's the opposite of a miracle? Because that's what we would have seen there.
A curse?
Yeah, a curse. Yes, the Perkins curse lives on.
Glash, you're in the chat still. How many likes would it take to kill Skip again?
Yeah.
Or was this a one-time deal?
Well, you know what?
You know, 500 watching. We'll get there. I'll tell you what. 200 likes by halftime. I'm throwing out the number, Glash. 200 likes by halftime, because the pace of these likes. Sometimes we don't hit 200 till like the 6 o'clock sim, and we're already. Oh well, actually, I can't do it by halftime. It's 90 seconds till that. Yeah. But till end of the third quarter. How about that? 200 likes by the end of the third quarter, and Skip Perkins will never return again. Will you agree to those terms, Glash? You have to give the seal of approval here. I can't make that decision for you.
I appreciate Jordan. Skip was awesome at first. The costume killed it. He looked more like Moses than a journalist from the early 1900s.
Andrew says, hashtag justice for Skip. Scotty says, save Skip. Don't listen to him. Skip Perkins adds a whole new level of fun and insanity on the stream. It was fantastic, says Randy. Skip's dead till next Easter, says DFS Queenie. And Jay Duncan, this is important. Yeah, we got a fumble here from AJ Green.
My Steelers defense play. I almost captained them to get all my guys in because I was like, and then I realized that it would just ended with me leaving like 8K on the table instead of my mere 5K. But
undercover possibility. We can check on this. Tom J. Duncan says, attention ops, someone's hit their coffee cup on the stink button. Please notify all to check their cups immediately. Let's observe the stink button.
Man, I'm just saying, for me, the Skip's timeline was nebulous, and that's the problem I had with him. We had no idea. Like all Glash kept coming back to was 1914. So he dropped poor Skip right in the middle of the Great War, and it was either he was born in 1914, he got his first job in 1914, he had his kids in 1914. I feel like we need to tack down the Skip Perkins mythology, his origin story, before we can dive back into a Skip Perkins sim. Also, for me, Glash wanted an out for Skip Perkins. That's why Skip died. He wanted an out. He couldn't do Skip Perkins for a full hour and 15 minutes, and that's why he said, yes, another 30 likes and I'll die from polio. Elevator song. And then obviously the Sim fam obliged because they're a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters who are very good at simulated football. So for me, all the blame, like I will happily take credit for murdering a 140-year-old sports journalist, but if we're being honest, I had nothing to do with it. It was just Glash looking for a way out, which I'm sure he'll respond here in the chat shortly. But Skip deserved that, and we deserve a safety here. As the Bengals are going to slightly get out of safety range, and they don't have to run another play here unless the Steelers burn a timeout, and does not look like they will. If you're the Bengals, why rush to the line of scrimmage maybe you snap one more playoff with a second to go and just tell Burrow to heave it long, test out that cannon arm that looks so great at LSU.
Well, Glash says he only came back because of the resurrection. Tells me I need to learn the Bible. Other people saying it's okay. Resurrection, it makes sense. It's fine. Glash says, how dare you, Christian? Jordan says he was skipped for a full hour last night. That just feels like a lot. That's a little much, I think. Randy says bring back Skip for one sim per week. What else? People who don't like it are probably the same who love Ducey, which means they can get over it.
Oh, wow.
Glass is 107-year-old.
People like Skip Perkins? I don't know about that.
Some do. Skip Drama, says Mark. Skip was calling NFL games 6 years before the league was invented. Monster says, if y'all believe in the rapture, we're going to be hanging out watching The Sims after everyone else is gone.
That's true.
Green 5 for 52 at the half, by the way. The only pass catcher who is pacing toward a bonus. We'll see if he can get there.
Yeah, 5 for 52. He did get that garbage point towards the end of the half there as Joe Burrow threw out the quick slant to avoid the safety. I mean, that's the one negative on this game. Well, of course, there are many negatives. This has been a 3-0 sim to start our Monday off on the exact wrong foot. But at the very least, after 2 banging punts, we should have gotten, or 1 banging punt, 1 4th and goal stop. We should have gotten at least some safety danger. And the Bengals, despite their inherent crapitude, got out of both situations scot-free. And it hurts me to my core, Paul. I lost the Steeler defense in hopes of a mighty, mighty failure from the Cincinnati side of things. From that man right there, Zach Taylor, arguably a bottom 5 head coach in the NFL. Is he the worst head coach? Tough to tell because Mike McCarthy still has a job. But there's a case to be made. Although the Bengals did have some moments at the end of last season, and you don't really know what to expect because Burrow was a little shaky and then hurt. So I mean, it's gonna be a better year for Cincinnati in 2021. Not a good year, mind you, but a better year.
Andrew says Skip has survived 2 pandemics. Give the man some respect.
Skip Perkins is like Voldemort. You have to kill him seven times to actually kill him. Also, based on the nasally sound of his voice, I would also agree that Skip Perkins has no nose, just a couple slits that hold in all the mucus.
This is really a great point from Buddy Glash, because I know you're out there listening. Why? Hopefully Buddy doesn't hit too close to home for you, by the way. Buddy says, why aren't we seeing Skip on TikTok? I mean, all the different characters and roommates.
Really seems like
your actual roommate, by the way. Could we get Skip on TikTok? I think that would actually perform pretty well. 2nd and 11, that ball is completed from the 22 to the 29. 7-yard pickup. You don't feel like doing the math. 3rd and 4 on the way. Still 3-0 Pittsburgh. CDA, AK, Drew, undercover boss, Tom, Joe, all here hanging out with you. Tom says there's got to be an old-timey filter that you could use. I think Glash won't admit it in the chat, but I bet we've inspired him. I bet we see a Skip TikTok by the end of the week, if not day.
Ooh, big strike there to my guy Uzama, but it looks like unless no, we're getting a 15 on top of it. So the 3rd down conversion stands. Minka, a tremendous addition, well worth the 1st-round pick that Pittsburgh sent to Miami for his services, but they're not paying off as his coming back and getting a big stop there. Anyway, Minka Fitzpatrick is good, is what I was trying to say. I think
Darth Skip Talk. Yeah, it's gonna be Skip Talk.
Great minds.
You won't watch it either way. Glash, I may not retweet them with regularity or like them or whatever social media approval people cover it, but I promise you, I watch them all of them. I need them like I need air to breathe. 2nd and 11 from the 43. Ball's completed to 29. 1st and 10 on the way. Burrow racking up some yards. Says 114 now.
Feels bad for my my Steeler and Steeler defense stack right now. Is this Bengal team all of a sudden has its crap together From here, you're looking at about a 46-yard field goal from Fat Randy. You don't want to leave that up to him. Not automatic from there. You want to get at least one more first down here if you're trying to tie this game, which, I'm not a football expert, but I do feel like that's a strategy the Bengals should take. They should try to score points.
James Farrell's movie proposal, by the way, was do Space Jam a third time with Tom Brady. His rings and records were stolen. No one remembers his legacy. He has to win the Monstar Bowl to get his legacy back. I'd watch.
I like it. And we know Tom Brady has some acting chops, not a ton, but he had a good SNL appearance. He was in the Ted movies, which I think it was just Ted 2. And
some of his commercials haven't been bad. The one with Goodell and in the ring after that. Not the latest Super Bowl, but the Super Bowl 51, the Falcons won. That was a fun one. The Standy thing with, what was it, Dick's Sporting Goods? That was fun. He's done a couple of good things. SNL was okay.
He was okay. We got to see Tom Brady in Tighty Whities, which, of course, is probably the thing most people remember from that one.
First and goal. Burrow rolls out. He's going to take it himself.
All
Protect
sorts of
that
room.
ball.
All sorts of room. The big
It was
man
anything
crashes
but graceful,
through.
but it's a touchdown in the first of the day.
Running around like a newborn calf on shaky legs, but Joe Burrow drives his big body into the end zone, and the Bengals take the lead. A devastating result for anyone out there who captained the Pittsburgh defense. Their shutout is gone, and all of a sudden, the Bengals look like a valid threat in this one. We're going to have to see if the Steeler offense made similar adjustments at halftime and see if they can't get back on track here.
Seven to 3 game. So we'll see what we get here. Let's see.
I really haven't seen much from the Steeler offense. When they have moved the ball, it's been through James Conner, but Conner's most notable efforts is that he got the ball 3 times in a row at the goal line and lost yardage. So you have to wait and see if the Steelers trust him again or if maybe they decide to lean on that passing game. The Bengals defense, not terrible. This version of the Bengals still has my guy, William Jackson III, in that secondary alongside Jesse Bates. A pretty solid 1-2 punch of defensive backs. I love me some Jesse Bates. I'm a little disappointed he didn't make the Pro Bowl last year, but I mean, who cares? He's no Pro Bowl appearances to his name, which is kind of great ammunition for the Pro Bowl doesn't matter and his stupid crowd out there, as Connor sees a hole and runs in the opposite direction from it and loses a yard. The bloom is off his onion cough.
7-3 game, halfway through the third. 2nd and 11 coming up here for Pittsburgh. So what are your you've mentioned it a couple of times, Roethlisberger's future, the Steelers in general. Let's start there. Or pick up there, because obviously Pitt has the ball, and there's a completion, good for a first after the 37. Roethlisberger over 100 passing. What are your expectations for him in this next age-old season?
I mean, for Big Ben, man, it just the issue at hand is that he wasn't even trying the throws that he used to make. He was really dialing back those big windows downfield. And granted, you can get away with that when you have a slot wideout like Juju, when you have a guy like Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, guys who can really make things happen after the catch. But in 2019, at 37 years old, his average pass traveled 9+ yards downfield. And that's only 2 games. So let's look back at 2018, about 8 yards downfield in that year. This past season, dialed it all the way down to 6.9, so a career low in average air yards per pass. And he just wasn't taking the risks that he used to. As a result, his yards per attempt down to 6.3, his lowest mark ever for a full season. Just he kind of showed us what's coming next. And unless there was a nagging injury we didn't hear about, it's what a design quarterback run on 2nd 19 for Ben Roethlisberger. Okay, sure. It just seems like the Steelers are going to have to plan around him. Offensive coordinator Randy Fichtner is going to have to design a lot of shorter range plays, fewer deep balls, more decoy routes down deep, and more meaningful routes near the line of scrimmage. They need to get a big-time pass-catching running back that would really bring some of the pressure off his worn-out shoulder there. But having Juju Smith-Schuster certainly helps, and we've seen what a high-impact slant-heavy wide receiver can do for an aging quarterback with Michael Thomas and Drew Brees down in New Orleans. I think, if anything, that's what we're going to see, only instead of being a one-man operation like the Saints, where the Steelers have a ton of guys who can help. And, it's going to be tough from a fantasy perspective. These aren't going to be the Steelers of old, where you had Roethlisberger throwing for nearly 5K yards per year, and you'd have a good chance to get 2 different 1,000-yard receivers. This is going to be a Pittsburgh offense that paces, spreads out 100-yard games to wideouts, but should still be pretty useful. I think the Steelers are still a playoff team. That defense is still pretty dynamic, and they're going to be in that Saints range where they're a pretty good team who you maybe think can make – you don't think they can make the playoffs, and you maybe think they can make it to a Super Bowl, but you don't really believe in them. That's what Ben is going to bring to the table in 2021.
What's your view of the division in general?
Shark Tank. Love it. I love the AFC North right now. I like the moves the Ravens made. They got better. They got a solid veteran wideout who can really, really help Lamar Jackson. There's 2 nice jukes there. Takes the Bengals out of safety range. Gio Bernard and that fireman mustache getting it done. I really like the moves the Browns made. They made some common sense adjustments to that lineup. I think Takk McKinley could be due for a little bit of a renaissance in Cleveland. They filled the positions of need they needed to fill in free agency. Now they can go into the draft and just pick up good values, and there are going to be a ton of them late in that round, especially if they can go out and get an inside linebacker. There are going to be a few good ones, including Nick Bolton out of Missouri. They are, they're designed to persist, which I like. I think Kevin Stefanski is the right man for the job there. I like what he did with Baker Mayfield last season. Not sure Baker Mayfield is the guy who's going to win a shootout with the Chiefs, but the Browns are in good shape. They should be back to the playoffs, even though they're the Browns. Steelers are good. Ravens are good. Bengals will be better, in part because they couldn't get too much worse. There are no easy outs in the AFC North. There's no clear rebuilding team there, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm going to be very interested to see if they are a 3 playoff team division once again.
Brother Phil, this is why game logs in Simland have to be considered but not followed like a map. The last meeting between these teams was a shootout. Doesn't mean anything. Every sim is a snowflake. I try to tell you. Matthew, on and on in the chat about saying Juju's going to be the not my kid here for this game. He's been calling it since pregame. You may be right. I mean, right now, basically the entire Steelers offense could be up for that award at the moment. 7-3 game, final seconds of the 3rd quarter. We can continue our talk on that division. We'll get to the 3rd quarter break, read you some stats first, and then we can revert back. It's going to be a punt. Final play of the quarter.
Fitting as Steelers once again fail
to get one more opportunity. I thought that was going to drag it out.
Failed to get a safety at great field position, but at the same time do keep the Bengals from mounting a 90-plus yard drive. And oh, look, Ben Roethlisberger gets sacked again. The blitz works to perfection there as Roethlisberger not mobile. In the real world, he's got those weeble wobble techniques where he kind of goes, or lean. He just leans in one direction and somehow shakes off a 290-pound man. It's remarkable to watch. It's like a bunch of panthers trying to take down a rhinoceros and falling off its armored skin. A lot like that. In fact, Big Ben as the NFL's rhinoceros makes a lot of sense to me. But here in Simland, taking way too many sacks, 2nd and long coming up in a game that has been bad. It's been bad.
We don't have anybody pacing for a bonus. Not to say it can't happen, obviously. Guys could, break one off in the 4th quarter. But at the moment, no one with more than 60-ish on the ground, 50-ish in the air, neither quarterback with more than about 150. So statistically speaking, not missing a whole lot here in this sim. DeMac line cough. I don't see Big Ben having a dink and dunk season in 21 like he had last year. He basically was coming back from Tommy John surgery. Normally takes a year to get that arm back. How do you feel about that?
I don't see
I remember there were all sorts of reports, sorry to cut you off, preseason about how, look at him throwing deep, the arm is back, and then obviously we see what we see during the regular season and playoffs.
Yeah, it might be a trust thing. Maybe he didn't trust his arm, but again, he wasn't making those throws last year, and he's not. I mean, he's coming back from Tommy John surgery at age 39. I mean, this is not a guy who was a spring chicken, and he has a ton of mileage on that arm. He's thrown more than 5,000 regular season passes. If you include the playoffs, he's at something like he has almost 8,000 regular season passes. He has more than 5,000 completions. If you include the playoffs, he's thrown more than 8,500 passes in his NFL career. I mean, this is a lot of wear and tear, and sometimes those guys just don't bounce back in their late age. Maybe he's going to go to Vienna and get those Kobe treatments. Maybe he's going to get the platelets in there. Maybe he's going to get the Silicon Valley blood transfusions from younger, healthier men who are not half troll dolls. But I'm skeptical about it. I feel like this is an offense that is going to try to coddle him a lot more, because it wasn't like he was trying to make those throws and failing. He just wasn't trying them. He had windows downfield, and he was like, you know what? Can't do it, can't make it. And surprise, surprise, we have another punt here, and this one finally careens into the end zone. So Jordan Berry had been absolutely balling out today. Not a bad punt there, but it does bounce into the end zone. Our dream of a Steelers defense safety deferred once more. And Koff, you know what they say about a dream deferred. It's a dream denied.
Juju is on the board. Those who noticed, 1 for 12. 7-3 Cincinnati, 2nd and 8 coming. It is Bengals ball, trying to tack onto their lead, making a multi-possession game. We'll see if they're able to do it. But going back to the division talk, because a couple people have asked in the chat, and I'm glad, I think it was Must Be that drew attention to this, and I'm glad he did, because I was going to ask you this question. One big question in that division for me, for Must Be, for maybe many people, is concerning the Browns and just, what exactly is Baker Mayfield? We've seen obviously a lot of inconsistency, a lot of ups and downs. We've certainly seen the potential of his draft status, flashes of it, and then some. We've obviously seen the other side of the spectrum as well. He's still young. What do you expect that he, starts to round into here in the coming season or two?
I think he's got the exact right coach for who he is. And this is a guy, Kevin Stefanski, who coached very good season, career best seasons out of guys as quarterbacks coach and then offensive coordinator with the Minnesota Vikings. He made Case Keenum look great. He got the best year of Sam Bradford's career under his belt. So I think Stefanski, he got a guy who's not really like either one. I guess if you want to compare him to anyone, he's a little bit more Case Keenum than Sam Bradford, given his height, given the big arm, given the mobility. And what Stefanski did was he said, you know what, Baker, you are struggling in the pocket. You are running into sacks. You're holding on to the ball too long. You're overthinking things. So what we're going to do is we're going to mix in some designed rollouts where you're just running and you're making instinctual passes, instinctual reads, and it worked to a T. It was a great decision. And after that rough start, yes, Baker Mayfield looked like a guy who was deserving of the #1 overall pick in 2018. I think he can build from that. I think that he is... he and his coach, and they're working on a system. They're developing it from there. And the one thing you've never heard, the criticism that's never been levied to Baker Mayfield is not that he doesn't work hard. He's short. He's a system quarterback, sure, but that dude is willing to work his butt off in order to get himself better. He thrives on disrespect. He is a product of hate and sit-ups, whatever. He's a good talent. He's got a great arm, and he's in the exact right place to build from there. So I think he's going to have another solid season. I think he's going to have a career best year. He still might not be a top 10 quarterback, but he's going to be good enough to get the Browns to the postseason again. He's going to go out there and throw something like 30 touchdown passes while not throwing double-digit interceptions. He's going to be useful with his legs. He's going to run enough. He's to escape pressure, and he's going to make some very nice throws on the run. And he's going to get Odell Beckham back, which I think is good. going to be a nice little feather in his cap. Very, very impressive receiving core in Cleveland right now. And he might even get another big weapon if one of those big-time first-round receivers falls into Cleveland's lap in this year's draft. So I have medium-high expectations for Baker Mayfield. I don't expect him to be an all-pro. I don't expect him to be an MVP candidate. But I expect him to be a guy who winds up going to the Pro Bowl and a guy who gives you about 4,000 passing yards and 30 touchdowns. A pretty good 2021 quarterback, as guess what, Goff? It's a Steelers punt.
People are just marveling in the chat about how bad the play has been within this sim. And Roethlisberger missing wide receiver after wide receiver, wide open, obviously. I mean, barely even throwing it 10 yards. And he has been, Sim Ben would not be proud of his, performance in the locker room after this game. He would give some very unflattering interviews. Just, it's tough. It's tough. Hit the like button. Let's get to 150, if not for the sim, for all of us, right? For all of us who are enduring this together. Christian, me, Drew, Undercover Boss, Tom, Joe, of course, all of you in the DK Sim fam. Oh my God, Ben is so inaccurate. Come on, hit your receivers. They're wide open, says Varder.
Just brutal. And Joe Mixon dragged down for a loss. If nothing, this game has been consistent. There was a brief moment there where the Bengals gave us hope. And now, you know what? They are 4 minutes away, one long touchdown drive away from really sealing this game. And I feel like this is a Pittsburgh team that's not going to do anything until it's garbage time. So there's light at the end of the tunnel, but oof.
Matthew says, told y'all, tried to tell you, slow game. You know what? I'll give Matt credit. From pregame, he was in there in the chat going, this game's going to stink. This game's going to be a bad game. It's going to be a terrible game. All you guys need to know, bad game in front of you. Just go elsewhere. Hope you didn't stack this game. You're going to pay for it if you stack this game. Jay Duncan says, stacking this game, curse of death.
And hey, I mean, the Steelers getting some stops here, but the clock is ticking. So 3rd and long coming up. They can, I mean, what's going to be the odds of this play working out for the Bengals? Probably about 8%. They might as well just run it again and get that clock ticking down as an incompletion, not a fumble there.
Our leader in the free roll, the small one, our more modest free rolls, Griffish, with 57 points with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Jay Duncan, no complaints here. Looking at that sweet dime or better in the showdown. As Virtue saying it's a great day to have that Bengal defense slotted in there, which is absolutely true. They have sacked the crap out of Ben Roethlisberger. And, well, if they can hold steady one more time, that might do it for this game. As you see,
Jordan asking about Ben's accuracy numbers, by the way. So short 88, medium 86, deep 83. Certainly respectable numbers. You wouldn't know it here today. Everyone has an off day. It's not even a Wild Weather Wednesday, though.
No, this is, yeah. Oh, man. That's exactly what this feels like. Is for you to see just how badly James Conner has fallen off. And if the Steelers have any sense, they will avoid him here. Oh, Ben.
I would love to know. I know we don't. This is not one of the stats that you can see in the game log, but I would love to know quarterbacks' completion percentages in these sims.
Yeah, absolutely awful. I got to imagine Ben got to Cincinnati early, spent his night drinking Rheingeist and eating Skyline chili, and his stomach is just an entanglement of drama pipes right now. And that's the only way I can explain this terrible, horrible showing from Big Ben, who is just would be unable to hit water from the side of a boat right now.
I'm just looking at some of the ownership numbers and stats to this point. I mean, who would be the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award as of right now? Is it Juju based on, I mean, he's just one of several who have been terrible, but he's, 1 for 12, 47% owned, 10% in the captain spot. No question he's been awful, but Roethlisberger has,
Roethlisberger is under 5 points right now. I think
he is, but the ownership, Juju's a more popular captain, like by twice as much.
Oh, man, Look at this giant doofus, though. That's why, I mean, it's not going to be in the numbers, but Roethlisberger going backwards 10-plus yards at a time and taking the most obvious sacks in the world without throwing the ball away. I think that is what's going to be the defining factor here. Juju Smith-Schuster has had a positive impact on his team in the game. I think you can argue that Ben has been a net negative behind center as the Steelers can pump this one away and may not get it back. We may be crashing toward a 3-7 sim to start our week on the Dream Stream, which, well, it's a good thing we started with the sweat.
Well, something to be aware of for all of you out there listening and watching. In an interest of getting you guys to some of our great content that much faster than ever before and really keeping you entertained between sims, we are going to jump out of here pretty quickly after the sim ends. So Christian, I want you to, start to examine the stats and consider your award winners, because I'm going to want those with, I don't know, a minute, 30 seconds to go, something like that. Especially if this thing doesn't change. It's 7-3. I mean, heck, maybe the Cincinnati DST ends up being your babysitter or your Krusty-Koff award
It's
winner.
right now, unless something changes. That's exactly what it's going to be. We know exactly how this one's going to play out. Cincinnati DST for MVP, and this horrible, no good Pittsburgh offense led by Ben Roethlisberger is going to get babysitter Billied. The question now is if the Steelers can manage a couple stops here and force a fat Randy field goal attempt. That's not a great beginning, giving up 4 yards on first down.
Denver Dunbar thinks this thing's going to flip on his head. We're going 10-10 to overtime.
Wow.
Lots got to happen in the next 2 minutes.
A bold
2nd and 6 for Cincy. Hit the like, folks. North of 500 watching the Dream Stream on YouTube. Can we get to 150 before we do mosey on out of here and get you a lot of great stuff coming up?
That'll pretty much do it here. I don't believe, one time out left, I don't believe the Bengals can run the clock all the way down. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. They should be able to. So they take the time. Next time out, there'll be about a minute 45 left. Run it down. It's going to be real close. It's going to be very, very close here.
Timeout remaining for Pitts. We're past the 2-minute warning, obviously, since he has 3 and no interest in using any, I wouldn't think. There's your handoff, and there's your final timeout.
Yeah. So this Steeler defense, not surprisingly gassed, because on the offensive side of the ball, all they've been able to do is go 3 and out against a defense that ranked 26th in the NFL in terms of yards allowed last season, Koff. So a very unfamiliar performance from the Bengal defense. The offense has been clicking right about as we'd expect. As big run from Mixon. He picks up the first. We're probably going to go kneel down, run up the gut, kneel down, and it could be good news for Joe Mixon owners out there. If he can break free for 7 more, he'll have a touchdown. But this one really fixing to finish 7-3. We are really going to have a game off that started our work week with 10 total points.
Woof.
We are
I like this. There's your kneel down. I like this from Chris Robinson. I'd like to buy a second chance at my classic lineup, stream a way better game, and trash this game completely. I don't think we've ever had a faster sim, by the way, ever. Yeah. I mean, ever. We're like 50 minutes deep into this game, real time, and this thing's going to be over in seconds. So, who are your award winners? Who is your Krusty-Koff player of the game?
We're going to Krusty-Koff the Bengal defense, man. I just. Who else would we even give it to? Joe Burrow, maybe, but let's give credit where it's due. That defense,
3% ownership on the Bengals DST with a dozen points.
Get it done, Bengals DST. You are the Krusty-Koff player of the game for the early bird on this Monday, this 10-point disaster of a sim. And Ben Roethlisberger, we see you there on the bench looking sad. You should feel sad. You are the babysitter Billy, not my kid. I don't know her. Bedwetter of the day, possibly the entire day. I can't imagine we're going to get a more depressing performance than Ben Roethlisberger with 4.8 points in the flex and about 1 million horrible sacks taken. His inability to avoid pressure was the foundation for that Cincinnati defense to build from, and they made a damn skyscraper cough, a monument to awful quarterbacking.
Terrible.
Bad game.
Absolutely terrible.
For Roethlisberger. Oh.
Burrow 179 passing, 111 for Roethlisberger, rushing and receiving real quick as well, just to tell you if there was anything notable, but spoiler alert, not really. 61 for Connor, touchdown for Burrow, the only touchdown in this game. It came from Burrow on the ground, and as far as the receivers, again, everybody was pretty bad, especially on the Pittsburgh side. AJ Green, your leading receiver, 5 for 52. So coming up over the course of the rest of this Dream Stream day, a little more than an hour from now, Christian will return with Brendan Glasheen for the Saints and Washington. The Madden Matinee at 2 Eastern, 4 o'clock, Broncos, Panthers, Glash and Jason Rossi popping in, those two together for the early bird special. Happy Hour Sim, Rossi with Kenny Ducey. I might have to tune into that one. That is the Jaguars and Titans. I'll be back with you at 8 o'clock with Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, Ravens, Chargers, and then Madden After Dark. It will be Jeff Ulrich coming in the one seat with Tom for Eagles and Dolphins. So a fun Dream Stream day ahead. Our thanks to Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, Joe, and Game Ops. And don't forget, subscribe to postroute.substack.com. He's Christian. He'll be back. I'm Adam. I'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of the Dream Stream day.
All right, guys, Top Rank Gonzaga will try to become the first undefeated national champion since 1976 when they take on Baylor tonight in the championship game of the NCAA tournament. Here to share his favorite bets, my dude, DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow. A rare Sunday off for you this weekend. What did you do?
Well, I wasn't completely off. I mean, I had to do a video in the morning with Kaufman. That was dreadful. It took multiple takes. So I'm never off, Emerson.
Okay, good. Well, I need you on for this segment. Gonzaga is the favorite. No surprise there. 4.5 here is the spread. How much lower is that number than you expected?
It is a little bit lower. We're getting a little bit of value here on Gonzaga just from a numbers standpoint because Gonzaga finally looked human on Saturday night in the largest spread in Final Four history, gave us arguably the greatest Final Four game of all time.
Unreal.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the fact that UCLA was able to go blow for blow with the Zags kind of changed people's opinions a little bit. Mix that in with Baylor's blowout of Houston, and the look-ahead line was 6 on DK Sportsbook prior to the Final Four. So it has changed 1.5. I can say that. Does that make me feel any different about the game? Not really, because I do think Baylor is the real deal. This is the only team in the country that can really beat Gonzaga. That said, this should be more points. There is a little bit of value on Gonzaga.
Both of them, I believe, 2 or 4 when it gets to spread in this year's tournament. What about the total here, Jules? Sits at 159 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Which way are you leaning, over or under?
I don't think I'm going to have a play on it, but I do lean to the over. Both of these teams all tournament have made ridiculous shots and under pressure as well. And we saw that even more on Saturday night. And if, UCLA was hotter than any of us gave them credit for, I think that we all were impressed by that ride and then just kind of said, okay, it's going to abruptly end by double digits against Gonzaga. And they just hung right in there. So if Gonzaga made some mistakes defensively, like Juzang had a wide open late 3 that Suggs left him on to go double in the post. If they do those types of things against Baylor, Butler, Mitchell, Teague, those guards are going to hit these threes. I just think these two teams are ready for this game and they're going to put some points up.
Well, the total just jumped by another half point. It's back up to 159.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Just thought I should share that with you and everybody else.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Anything for you. Which props catch your eye tonight?
Yeah, so Saturday night we were on from the Best Bets article, Davion Mitchell over 4.5 assists. He had 4 in the first media timeout. He had a school record for the tournament, 11 in that game. So that worked out. Now it's juiced up to a 6.5, which is a pretty big jump. I love Davion Mitchell. I've used to do some NBA coverage, some NBA draft coverage. Davion Mitchell is the real deal. He's going to be a great NBA player. I like backing him in some form in this game. I think I'm probably, because the assist is so juiced up, maybe just looking to the overall points, rebounds, assists. It's set at 22.5, and just going after him, having a combined all-around good game. Even if you like Gonzaga in this game, if this is going to be a game played in the 80s that even the Zags win by 5 points and cover, Mitchell's going to have a huge role in it.
Pick to win tonight. You got one for us?
Man, I've been Gonzaga and Baylor the whole way, and now it's here. We were supposed to get this game on the first Saturday of December. It was canceled due to COVID, and now we finally get it with no preview that we were supposed to have. Awesome game for college basketball fans. Here's a really easy pick. You should go to the DK Sportsbook and take the reverse odds boost on Gonzaga, because you can get the Zags plus 4.5 for even money. I'm going to take the Zags to win the game, but I think that a lot of people are going to just default and say Gonzaga. I think this is going to be a great game that Baylor has a very real chance to win.
All right, dude. Appreciate you. I'm going to miss you, man. Enjoy the week, okay?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, especially starting it off with you.
Okay. Yep. Happy to help, man. Coming up, they're the master debaters, the odd couple, and it's just about to get heated up in here. Kenny Ducey, hopefully he'll show up, and Matt LaMarca. They're going to bring the baseball attitude after this. If you follow these two on Twitter, then you've likely seen them disrespectfully disagreeing with each other lately, whether it's about hoops or baseball or a potential Turkish oil wrestling match. Like, it's DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Matt LaMarca here to price check around the diamond. What an absolute pleasure it is to have both of you here. Let's start with the pitching department. There are 4 dudes, 8K and up. Which one do you like? Matthew, start us off.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy called Jacob deGrom. Ever heard of him, Emerson?
I certainly have.
probably the best pitcher in baseball. The Mets off to a weird start with their season. They are playing for the first time today. That should actually work as a benefit for DeGrom instead of having to go in a head-to-head pitcher's duel with Max Scherzer, which he was initially scheduled for. Now he gets to take on Matt Moore for the Phillies, who not quite the same pitcher as Max Scherzer. As a result, Mets are pretty large favorites, minus 204. The Phillies have the lowest implied team total on the slate. We know DeGrom is an elite strikeout pitcher. He was hitting 101, even 102 during spring training. So, gonna go with the safe option here of Jacob DeGrom.
Ooh, is it that safe, Kenny? And he's the most expensive, 10-7.
Yeah, Matt with the hard-hitting analysis there that Jacob DeGrom's a good strikeout pitcher. How about the Phillies have the third highest strikeout rate in baseball so far this year? They have looked awful on offense and have been carried by their pitching staff. 9 runs in 3 games, just 1 home run. Yes, Jacob DeGrom is a safe option here at 10.7K. I know that obviously, you like to see guys get a few starts under their belt. DeGrom is obviously still getting older, but still, I don't expect anything different than a good game from him. And also a fantastic chance to get the win against Matt Moore, who, he hasn't been good since he was supposed to be good and never was good. So yeah, I like the Mets to beat up on the Phillies here and get this win. Also, Dustin May, $8,800. Don't discredit him as well. This A's lineup has absolutely stunk this year. Have not gotten off the ground yet. He's a good matchup here for a Dodgers team that is really charged up here after getting kind of beaten around by the Rockies. And, that wasn't very pretty for anybody. But yeah, I like Jacob DeGrom.
Wow, Kenneth hitting us with the wonderful, he's getting older. I'd love to meet the
I never
baseball
would have
player
signed him
who's
for that
getting
extension.
younger.
Never would have signed him to an extension. I think that was a bad move. Trade him away while his value is high, Matt. You don't want to face these facts as a Mets fan. Let's move on.
Okay, that sounds good now that you are also hosting the show. So Kenny says to you, Matt, really thoroughly enjoys your hard-hitting analysis. So can you give me a little bit more right now with your favorite bat in the 5 to 6K range?
Sure. I like Alex Bregman tonight. He is a known destroyer of left-handed pitching. He already has a home run against a left-hander this season. He posted a 167 WRC plus against lefties last year, and it was even better the year prior when he won the MVP. Taking on Jose Quintana for the Angels, he's a decent pitcher. As Kenny would say, he's getting older, but not great against right-handers. Clearly on the downside of his career. So I think Bregman has a chance to do some damage in this matchup.
Okay, Kenny, I saw I believe a slight nod in agreement with his pick there.
Well, yeah, I like the Astros lineup a lot here tonight. Jose Quintana, the difference is he's not a good pitcher. He's an awful pitcher, and he's a great matchup for all of these Astros. I'm going to be a little bit bolder, though, here. Taking the high-priced bet on the Astros. Whoa, whoop-de-doo. Jose Altuve at $5,200, okay? He is still underpriced here, I think, because last year, if you remember, Jose Altuve couldn't hit the side of a barn. But you want to talk about guys who have consistently destroyed lefties over their career. Jose Altuve, 176 WRC plus against lefties in 2019. That's pretty good. So far this year, he has 6 hits and 16 at-bats, 8 runs, 4 walks. He has been a machine at getting on base, and I think that's going to be a key tonight for a couple lineups that I like to stack. But Jose Altuve today, I think the key is he gets on base a lot. There's going to be a lot of Astros on base for him to drive in. He only has 1 RBI so far this year, but I think those should come in time. And a 279 WRC plus in 3 games, which is the shortest sample size of all time, but still against lefties, that's really good. He's looked like a different person. It begs the question, are the Astros cheating again? I think they are, but they have really hit the ball very well, and it's hard to ignore their lineup.
Matt, why are you not bold enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take the guy with the better numbers for an extra couple $100, but it sounds like for the most part, me and Kenny are on the same page. You want the right-handers against Quintana.
All right, Kenny, let's see where you're going for your favorite bat in the 4 to 5K range.
Yeah, this price range, because of I actually liked a lot of guys in the earlier games with this price range. But look, to me, Keston Hiura isn't a terrible option here, because if you're down with the BVP, Then he's got a 4-for-7 lifetime mark off Trevor Williams with 3 home runs, a 445 expected batting average, which is to ironically be expected because, he hit the ball really hard out of the yard. You're going to have an expected batting average that's super high. But he's clearly beaten up on Trevor Williams. I like a lot of the players or a lot of these hitters against Williams because, he's really on the downturn of his career as well. We're talking about a lot of has-beens here today on Sweat. But yeah, Keston here, I think he should have a pretty decent spot in this lineup. He's yet to get going this year, but it's still, incredibly early.
It certainly is. So what do you want to do in this department, Maddie?
I'm going to target a never was in Nick Pivetta. So I like the Rays here. They're 4.9 implied team total, tied for the top mark on the slate. So I like Austin Meadows, expected to hit near the top of the Rays lineup at 4,400. Left-handed batter, known for doing his best work against right-handed pitchers. I think we all kind of know it's going to be a down year for Boston. Very, very disappointing showing on opening weekend against the Orioles. So I will go with Austin Meadows here as my mid-range bat.
Austin Meadows, a good friend of the program, by the way. Back when dudes could be within 6 feet of each other, he was in the DraftKings studio. I just want everyone to remember that. Favorite value bat, Matt?
Yeah, so not a huge value. He's 3,900, and he's going to be kind of high owned, I would imagine, after hitting a couple of home runs last night. But Jared Walsh, this guy just destroys right-handed pitching. I am very high on his prospects moving forward. He posted a 178 WRC plus against right-handers last season. Taking on a guy, Luis Garcia, pretty middling as far as prospects go. He was the number 13 prospect for the Astros, not somebody that we really need to be afraid of. He had a 5.22 xFIP over a small sample size of 12 innings last year. I think Walsh can go yard potentially again tonight, so I'm targeting him in this matchup.
Deuce, hook me up with some value, man.
Jeff McNeil, $3,600. I know that Maddie's going to like this one, but he's still a 303 career hitter against lefties. Strangely enough, he was also 303 last year. He has the same career mark, as he does in 2020. But, he did just have the 4 home runs, so that's obviously going to hurt him a little bit in this spot. But still, I think against a bad pitcher here, McNeil is going to be at the very top of the Mets order. And I expect a lot of runners on base for the New York Mets. McNeil should be on base plenty. So I think there's going to be a lot of traffic, and McNeil is going to be a big part of that. So, give me Jeff McNeil here, $3,600. I don't think you can, rarely you can find a bat that's this good at $3,600. The guy just hits the ball consistently.
From bats to bets. Give me your favorite one tonight, Maddie, on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Not a main slate game. It's a 6:40 start, so I don't know if that's cheating or not, but I'm taking the Miami Marlins. I've been on the fish a couple times here to start the year. I think that they're a nice target. Trevor Rogers, very interesting pitcher. Borderline top 100 type prospect, but he struck out 12.54 batters per 9 innings last year in limited work. Then he put together a nasty spring training, 29 strikeouts, 5 walks over 19 innings in spring, 2.84 ERA. So I think Walsh is somebody who, Rogers is somebody who has the potential to be a pretty good pitcher in the major leagues. He's one of the reasons why Marlins fans can have a little bit of excitement this year. And I think they keep the good vibes going, and they take care of business tonight against the Cardinals.
Kenny, bring us home, dude.
I like the A's and Astros over 10. Jose Quintana's best years are behind him. As we talked about, last year he was like slightly better, but he threw 183 pitches, so there's nothing to really read into there. Luis Garcia, Matt and I have talked about this matchup plenty, but Luis Garcia, 4.36 expected ERA last year. Not very good. I don't expect either of these pitchers to have much success. And meanwhile, like we've been talking about, the Astros, the right-handed bats here, Michael Brantley as well. You can throw him in as a lefty against this team. I mean, this Astros team has hit so well that even Jason Castro hit a 2-run homer yesterday. Like, that was shocking over Sean Manaea, who's historically dominated the Astros. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but they're scoring runs. I can't deny it, and I got to back them.
Kenny, is the reason you're not on any Madden Sims this week because you're still disgruntled that Matt popped in on one of your games last week, stealing your thunder?
No, I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Had a good time with you this morning. We're going to poke over to the NHL with Jeff after this. Back on your screen, everybody, for the sweat. I am Emerson Lotzi, and here to debate himself is our one-man NHL panel. Jeff Ulrich choosing between the top players at each position here, dude. We'll start with Connor McDavid, the only center, only skater, period, over 9K on the slate this evening. Will you be fading him in favor of someone cheaper, maybe say like his teammate Leon Draisaitl at 8.5?
Yeah, I mean, I'm batting 1,000 in debates against myself, which is great to see. Going to win this one, too. I'm going to say that, the Edmonton Oilers studs, they might be a bit of a fade tonight. They've had trouble with the Montreal Canadiens this year. 4 games, only one of those games is the Oilers scored more than 3 goals. Montreal's a pretty solid defensive team. They've had their struggles in net at points where they've just kind of, gone off the rails. That could happen tonight. Edmonton should be up for this, getting shut out. But you look at this slate, Austin Matthews is pretty hard to turn away after he scored multiple points against a bad Calgary team last night. The guy I really just feel like, he's underpriced here, though, is Nathan MacKinnon. That's the stud I feel like you got to start off with. Nathan MacKinnon averaging 1.8 points over his last 10 games, nearly on a 2-point per game pace. Colorado offense is just unstoppable at this point. And, you look at Minnesota. Minnesota's a good team. They've been allowing a ton of shots on net. This is going to catch up to them at some point. And I really feel like it could be tonight. I'm just not sure how many more massive save performances Cam Talbot has in him. And, with the way McKinnon is playing, 8,700, it feels too cheap. It feels like he should be up there with McDavid. I think you start with him. It does feel like a night, though, where you might want to get 2 of these studs in your lineups.
So the Bruins, though, how about them? Struggling mightily on offense, but holy crap, they exploded for 7 goals against the Penguins. And then Brad Marchand had 3 of them. Over 48 fantasy points. So he's 7-3 tonight, which is $300 more than Winnipeg's Kyle Connor, who will take a 5-game streak of double-digit fantasy performances into this matchup with the Senators. Who would you choose between the two?
Yeah, I mean, one reason why I think even just paying down for McKinnon and just saving that few $100 is because you want to get exposure to someone else, like a Brad Marchand. I mean, Boston's offense, it's definitely struggled, but you look at their last 5 games, they have exploded a couple times here. They're starting to pick up the pace. They've hit overs in 3 of their last 6 games. Marchand obviously coming in, not just with the good game in the last one, but I mean, he's got goals in 3 straight games. This is a player now with 7 points in his last 3. The Bruins scored 5 against New Jersey. They scored 3 against the Islanders. They are starting to pick up the pace a little bit. And realistically, this is all about matchup. It's the Philadelphia Flyers. This team is absolutely terrible right now. Losers of 6 straight. Their penalty kill is bottom 5 of the league. Allowing a ton of shots on net. This is pretty much just a premier matchup. So Kyle Connor coming on a little bit. He's got a pretty good matchup too. But I dare say the Sens are the better defensive team between the two, them and the Flyers. I think you pay up for Marchand here. To me, he is the winger that you want to target if you're paying up for on this slate. The matchup is just too good. You got to keep targeting the Flyers.
All right, let's go back to the Blue Line crew. Vegas's duo of Alex Pietrangelo and Shea Theodore are the two highest priced D-men on the board. Are you going to pay up for one of them, or maybe look down the board a little bit by around $1,000 and another pair of teammates, Jeff Petrie and Shea Weber of Montreal, who are going up against Edmonton in a game with a goal total set at 6?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty stocked defensive core tonight, like just in terms of what we can choose from. And, with the Pietrangelo Theodore thing, I'm pretty much always going to lane Shea Theodore. He's just a much higher volume shots on goal guy. He's the better special teams player, quite frankly, averaging 3.4 shots on goal. He's just been way busier with his shot lately. He's hit the DK shots on goal bonus twice in his last 3 games. Again, the matchup with St. Louis, you think about St. Louis and they're a defensive team. They're really not this year. They're bad because they lost Alex Pietrangelo, who's now on the Vegas Golden Knights. This is a team that's been in the bottom half in terms of penalty kill the whole season. So realistically, it's a really good matchup for Theodore. I'm always going to side with him when he's cheaper than Pietrangelo, assuming he's not being terrible, which he hasn't been lately. But realistically, I think the better value is definitely lies with Weber. Shea Weber back on the power play 1 for the Canadians. He's playing a little bit more, and he's just the power play exposure just leading to him shooting the puck more. Shea Weber still got a great shot, even at his advanced hockey age. He's now averaging over 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games, 7 points in that span as well. 3 of those on the power play. With the Oilers, they're a pretty solid team, but again, they allow a lot of shots on goal, a lot of scoring chances. It's a good matchup for Weber at 5,200. I think he's the best value of the guys we've talked about. He's the guy I would start off with, but if you can pay up for both, getting Theodore and Weber gives you a ton of upside at D tonight.
Switching over to the DK Sportsbook here, Jeff, what's your favorite puck line or money line bet on the board?
Yeah, again, I'm going to stick with that Vegas game and just target the Blues. This is a team who, again, they're coming in. They just can't really beat anyone here. I mean, losing 2 in a row to the Ducks, getting kind of, beaten by the Avalanche. I mean, it's the team that's now lost 6 in a row, excuse me. So I look at this money line on the Golden Knights, and it's only minus 141. Yeah, they're on the road here, but these two teams aren't really close right now. I mean, Vegas to me is still one of the premier teams in the league, and it feels like they're getting discounted a little bit, maybe because they're coming off a couple losses to the Wild too, but those don't concern me as much. They were getting a lot of shots on goals in those games. Again, a goalie stood on their head for the Wild. I'm not concerned about that. I'm very concerned about the Blues because they've been terrible for a bit now. I think you're getting good odds just to take the Golden Knights at minus 141. You could take them on the puck line as well. It's a little riskier for sure. You got to cover that 1.5. But I think the money line for the Vegas Golden Knights, that's where I want to go tonight. I think they're just getting discounted there, coming off a couple losses to the Wild.
Big picture, what's your favorite NHL bet of the night?
Yeah. So again, we talked about, the Flyers being bad, and I think the Bruins are starting to pick up their offense a little bit, but I like the over in that Bruins Flyers game, the over 5.5 goals right now. The Flyers, 10 of their last 13 games have seen 7 or more goals scored, just combined. Again, the Flyers can still score a little bit, but they're just allowing so many scoring chances that they're hitting overs at a really solid pace. And look, the Bruins, like I said, they've hit overs now in 3 of their last 6 games. They're starting to pick it up a little bit. Marchand's playing well, scoring consistently. I think you could easily see Boston just continuing, that sort of offensive explosion here. It really has me leaning towards the over in that game. I really do like that bet, but there is a player prop I want to talk about. Shea Weber, again, he's back on the power play 1. He's getting more exposure. He's going up against the Oilers. The Oilers allow, they're bottom 10 in terms of shots allowed. They allow a lot of shots on goal. His player prop for over 2.5 shots on goal, Shea Weber, plus 130 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Those are really good odds for a player averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. So give me the over in Shea Weber's shots on goal prop tonight as well.
Good job this morning, man.
Thank
you crushed it. Golf and hockey. Well done.
It's a tough morning when all you got to do is talk about golf and hockey. Really tough here.
I know. T's and P's for you, my friend. Thank you. One last block to go, everybody. Kenny returns. He's joined by Benny with the good hair. It's time to dish the 411 on tonight's NBA slate. All right, everybody, one more segment to go here in The Sweat, a show that airs now on weekdays at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So we got a 6-game slate of Madden football coming up. Also, I'll be on a golf show now on Mondays with Reed T. Fowler from about like 3 to 4 o'clock. We'll talk a lot of Masters today. But right now, we got to get to the NBA. And our NBA panel this morning consists of DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Benjamin Zwyman. Guys, this is NBA building blocks. So which players are you starting in your DFS lineups at these positions, kind of building around them, hence the name building blocks. Ben, you're new here this morning, at least at center. Need a big beefy center from you.
Am I new here? I feel like
this morning you are. Yes, you are.
Fair. I mean, you can go in one of two ways, I think. I really like Karl Anthony Towns just because the T-Wolves are playing the Kings. That game environment is really good, really high total. Cat's been playing well. He's coming off a 70-plus DKFP performance in his last game. He's 10,600, so the price isn't too bad. But there are a lot of good value plays. Isaiah Stewart, Tony Bradley in that Pistons-Thunder game. Both of them are under 4K, so I think you can make the argument with paying way down or paying way up at center. I'm gonna lean on Cat though. I think he's one of the guys that you want to get into your lineup for tournaments.
Kenny, most expensive center Big Ben's going with. What about you for your building block at the position?
Yeah, speaking of tournaments, speaking of value, I agree with Ben. I think there's a lot of places to get value on this slate. One place I'm looking is at center, and it's Kristaps Porzingis at $8,400. Now, on paper, you look at the Jazz, you look at the best defense in the league, or second best actually. Shout out to my Knicks over the last 10 games. And you think, oh, well, the Jazz, they're going to shut this. You're going to shut everything down, basically, right? It's going to be a low-scoring game. The one place to attack the Utah Jazz has been down low. Rudy Gobert is a great rim protector, but he's not a good, man-to-man defender. So if Porzingis is able to get into the paint and post Gobert up, I think he'll have some success there. You also look at the fact that the guy's just shooting like 7 threes a game or something. He's been a little inconsistent, but the number one thing that I'm looking at here is Porzingis has actually been the common denominator on defense over the last 10 games. He's played in 8 of them because of, back-to-backs and stuff, but 100 defensive rating for the Mavericks. That doesn't get you points on DK, but what it does is it gets you playing time. I think he's going to play a lot in this game. I think it's going to be close and competitive. And I think that at $8,400, he's just a little too cheap to ignore here. Of course, he is questionable, but if he plays, I don't see him being too limited enough to make me pass him up here at $8,400.
Kenny, what about your building block at forward?
Yeah, let's talk about some pace here for a second. Gary Trent Jr. at $6,600 in a game against the Wizards, who are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. Since coming over to Toronto, he's just been lights out, 40 DK fantasy points in back-to-back games, which would be pretty nice at $6,600 if he would just do that again. You get over 6x, look at almost 7x there, salary value for Gary Trent Jr. So I like him a lot in this spot. We know that the Wizards don't really defend well. They're also dealing with some injuries with Hachimura questionable for this one. I think Gary Trent Jr. is a pretty fine option here at forward, and then you build around him. You can maybe fit some higher price guys in there as well.
Big Ben, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I like where Kenny's head's at with this game. I like Pascal Siakam a lot on the Raptors side. Kenny mentioned the injuries for the Wizards. I think if Hachimura is out, Siakam is going to have a really easy time against the Wizards front court, which is pretty thin and weak to begin with. The Raptors are also coming off that huge win over the Dubs. The Dubs had no one in that game, but the Raptors have lost 4 in a row. They've just been awful for a month now. So I think this is sort of where a veteran team, is kind of getting some momentum. That last game against the Dubs, Siakam's usage was up around 35%, which is pretty insane. He almost scored 60 fantasy points. He's going to play the minutes. This game could sort of be, it should be a little competitive. It depends on what the deal is with Bradley Beal, but I think if it's a competitive game, you're not going to see a lot of defense. So again, pace becomes a factor, and Siakam's price is pretty good, $8,500. So mid-range sort of tournament play, I think Siakam's a decent option.
What do you want to do at guard? Building block, Ben?
It's tough. Guard is tough for me just because, like I said, there are a lot of injuries. Bradley Beal and James Harden are both questionable, so we have 2 separate guards in those spots, right, with Russell Westbrook and Kyrie Irving. I think in tournaments you can roll out Westbrook pretty easily, even though he's 11,100. just because, again, the matchup and the pace is going to be up in that game. And Westbrook has, the ceiling for Westbrook is probably the highest among anyone on the slate, I would say. Maybe Luka Doncic. But yeah, I mean, that's a tough matchup. So I think Westbrook and Irving are two guys I would be looking at, obviously, depending on those injuries. If Harden and Beal end up playing, Harden's not a bad option at 10,900, I would say, just because his price is a little bit down. Game should be competitive against the Knicks. But yeah, there are a lot of good options to pay up for on the slate Monday.
Kenny, what do you do here? 7-game slate, and you got 4 guards north of 10K.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know if this is exactly what you guys want to hear with, I don't think it's a value play, but Anthony Edwards, $7,600. I just can't take my eyes off him, Emerson. He also has guard and forward eligibility, which makes him better. But D'Angelo Russell, he's coming back. He's not back yet. So get Anthony Edwards while you can. He's just been, Ben mentioned that Cat's in a pretty good matchup here. He's been the second fiddle to Cat pretty exclusively. He's scored the basketball very well. And this game is not going to feature any defense, just vibes. I don't think that that either team's going to want to stop either side. So I really want exposure to the Sacramento, Minnesota game. And I think that Anthony Edwards is the best way to do it at $7,600. There aren't a whole host of high priced options outside of Cat to look to here, but I want some exposure. So I'm building around Anthony Edwards tonight. I don't love any of the other higher priced guys. I was looking at Julius Randle at $9,600. He's not a guard, but I just ultimately fall back into what are the good matchups tonight? What are going to be the pace up games? What are going to be the games that no defense has played? And Anthony Edwards, the price is right, $7,600 in this one.
Favorite spread or money line on the DK Sportsbook? Let's poke over there. Kenny, start us off.
Yeah, I'm going with the Mavericks +5 here. It opened up at +6. I like the money line as well at +160. The biggest thing for me is when you look, and I wrote this down here, so I'm going to look at a Post-it note, but look, the Jazz, they're on a 9-game winning streak. That's great, right? They played the Grizzlies 3 times. When you look at the record of the teams that they've played, okay, there are 6 teams. 5 of them were 97 and 147. Do you know what that winning percentage is, Emerson?
What?
It's 39.7%. That's very bad, okay? Then they did beat the Nets by like 40 points, but that was the Nets without Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, or James Harden. Alize Johnson was their leading scorer in that game. Like, garbage team, right? They haven't beaten anybody good. Now, I'm not saying the Utah Jazz aren't good. I love the Utah Jazz this year. The title aspirations are very real. But, let's slow our roll here after this 9-game winning streak. I think that they're going to be in for a little bit of a shock with how good the Mavericks are right now. Top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency over the past 10 games. The only thing that's going to stop them here is they really haven't been very good at home. But, perhaps today, I mean, they keep it close. I certainly think that they can. And the other thing, the bench is very good for Dallas. It's been very good. Jalen Brunson's been a driving force behind what they've been able to do in the second unit. He should be more than capable of holding Jordan Clarkson in check on this Utah second unit. And I think it's a pretty close game.
Ben Twyman, what about you, dude?
I don't know what that message was, but anyway,
I'm just laughing, man. I'm having a good time,
I'm looking at the Knicks-Nets game. Like I said, James Harden is questionable. Right now, the line is 5.5. So I think if you can get the Nets at 5.5, it's not bad. They were, I think, down at like 4.5, even 4 points beforehand. So this line has moved a lot. You're seeing a lot of line movement, and it's still really early in the day. So again, it's sort of one of those spots where we can get the Nets at a pretty good number at home against a team that's kind of banged up in the Knicks. I know they usually play close games, but I think if James Harden ends up playing in this game, the Nets coming off a loss, especially they lost yesterday afternoon to the Bulls. The last time the Nets have lost 2 games in a row was back in like early February. And, this is the same team that's been dealing with all these injuries to Kevin Durant, to Harden, Kyrie Irving goes off the grid. So really, the Nets don't really, falter with injuries. So I think if James Harden comes back, big spot against the Knicks, I think they'll take care of business. So I like them at -5.5. The Timberwolves I'll throw out as a bonus at +4.5 too. I kind of like them against the Kings. The Kings aren't very good, and the T-Wolves.
Hate the Kings.
T-Wolves have actually been playing somewhat good, and like Kenny mentioned, Anthony Edwards has been playing well. I like Cat, so Timberwolves at home getting some points. I kind of like that spot too.
We have less than a minute to go, so extremely quick. Favorite total in the DK Sportsbook, Kenny?
Ben mentioned it. James Harden, his status is up in the air. The Knicks are banged up, but over the last 10 games, they do have the top defense in the NBA in terms of efficiency stats. I really like this game to stay under here. I think it's close. I think that the 3-point defense of the Knicks holds Harden and Irving to lower scoring numbers than we're used to seeing from them anyway. And the Knicks probably struggle to score the basketball a little bit here. So I like the under.
Ben?
Kings T-Wolves under. It's at 235, way too high. The teams are bad at defense, but they're also pretty bad at offense. So, yeah, under.
All right, guys. I said really quick, and you both did it. That's amazing. This is the best Monday ever. Best episode of The Sweat we have ever had. Well done, you two. We have a full 6-game slate of Madden Sims coming up, guys, at high noon. Steelers at the Bengals with Kaufman and Christian. Following that 2 o'clock sim, by the way, leading up to 4 o'clock, Reed T and I, with all of your Masters coverage, we'll take all of your questions. Fun little golf show we are launching today and now every Monday moving forward. Thanks for hanging with us, peeps. Adios.
Hey, what's up? How we doing? Oh,
Look at you, handsome as ever. Something about you today, man. I don't know, it's working for me. I can understand. I can understand why Sarah sticks around because this is some grade A beef I'm looking at right now. I don't know why. This speaks to me though.
wow. Something about it that just feels right.
Yes.
I've got two things to get to in the pregame. We got the Saints and WFT, the Washington football team. Number one, I'm not playing a quarterback. Number two, I am eating grapes. Look at how big this grape is. These grapes are ginormous. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It's an okay sized grape.
I just ate half a grape. They're giant. Anyway, what's your lineup looking like?
Well, as you saw, we had an absolute clunker of an eye opener today, a 7-3 game, which was enjoyable for just about no one. So I let no one say I don't learn my lesson from these things. I went big on the home team, the underdog. I got the Washington defense in there. I captained Terry McLaurin. My only Saints are Alvin Kamara and Jared Cook, two guys who might thrive in the periphery. For me, this is like, okay, this is a sim where 60 points wins you the title, like it did last time. I'm well insulated because I stacked up tight ends. I got both RB1s in there, and Scary Terry as my captain alongside the Washington football team defense. Could backfire on me in a big, big way. I mean, if we have just a regular Saints sim, I'm pretty much screwed, but hey, sometimes you gotta swim upstream and hope for the best. Where are you in this one, Glash? How does your lineup look?
Traquan Smith's in the captain spot. I've got Kamara and Thomas, the other Saints. Yeah. McLaurin, Sims, the sprinkler. Feel pretty good. Feel good about it.
Yeah, I mean, the sprinkler has gone back to a must-play guy for me, in part just because I missed him. Just because I missed being able to throw out a good sprinkle over the crowd.
Sure.
I really mean it.
Uh-huh.
But in his last few sims, been pretty useful. I mean, at least 9.9 in 4 of his last 5. The one time he missed was an 8-point performance, and he's coming off a 19-point day, so pretty useful. As it does look like a whole bunch of you threw Sprinkle into that lineup. He's the 5th most owned guy out there in our $250 free showdown, just about 45%. Top 5: Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, J.D. McKissick, Drew Brees, then Jared Cook. So it looks like I can't really count. Sprinkle came in 6th. That's on me. I don't know why you expect anything math related to end well in my hands.
He's like Thomas the Train, the very useful engine. Jeremy Sprinkle. It's good to be with you all. Happy Easter Monday, if you're into that sort of thing. If not, happy Monday.
Yeah, is Easter Monday a holiday in the church? I don't remember. I remember All Saints Day after Halloween, but
I think so.
Yeah, is that the day like all the apostles were just a little bit hungover and didn't do much?
Something like that. And then they went back to being unresurrected.
Yeah.
Right? Something like that. Christian's in the chat, says, "What's up, jerks?" Very good. Stephen Boss, Obi-Wan, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. I'm on Disney Plus now, Anakin. Is that out yet? That series?
I don't think it is. Didn't they just kind of announce it? But I'm not sure. I'm not. Disney Plus for me is literally I watched The Simpsons on it, and we put Moana and Frozen on repeat for the tiny terrorist who roams our halls at 7 a.m. So I do not get the full scope. Like I'm so far behind on the Marvel stuff. Like WandaVision did nothing for me. I haven't watched it. I'm not interested in it. It looks great. Like, don't get me wrong. Everyone has said great things about it. Same with The Mandalorian. Like, I'll get to it at one point. Right now, it's just not on my list of priorities, even though the reviews on it have been stellar. As we have a Cook touchdown, we do. He crashes into the end zone atop a Washington defender, and already we've got as many touchdowns in sim number 2 as we saw in all of sim number 1 today.
Wow. 9,513 entries in the free public showdown. Over in the DraftKings Game Center, Will Lutz, extra point, good. Jared Cook scoring a touchdown. Jared Cook, I felt like, was so awesome in Madden 20. But if I had to choose, as you discussed the usefulness of Sprinkle, I'd rather give myself the Sprinkler than the Cook.
You know what, Cook, for me, he's always kind of iffy because he has those trick or treat kind of days. But today the price was right, down to 6,800. Coming off a game in which he cost 8,400. So the price went down, and then for the stock went up. And I'm glad I got him in there today as Cook kicks off this game with a 2-catch drive that ends in the end zone, already into double digits in the flex bowl. As undercover boss Tom behind the scenes moved his coffee off the stink button in between Sims, so we should be in a good spot. Although you can't really unstink Dwayne Haskins. He's going to have a few slant passes that go to absolutely no one, and on cue he throws a pass with zero chance of success, and don't know if McLaurin got the catch on that. It looked like he
did not. Haskins listed 0 for 1.
Yeah, so not even the PPR point there. Disappointing.
Stephen Boss, Captain Kamara has Cook in the flex. Hey, Deucey, smile. Let me see those gums, Captain Cook.
There's the Haskins throw we were all waiting for. The one that skips about 15 yards downfield because the turf has a nice bounce to it.
Wes on Twitch has Cook in classic, but not showdown.
And as Germ
Tim the Man is not thrilled that Cook scored.
Germ points out that we already have more points from Drew Brees in the sim than Ben Roethlisberger had in all of the Nooner, as Haskins finds our guy the Sprinkler for 26.
Let's go.
A good day to stack them tight ends as Haskins starts off this drive on a bad note, but maybe righting the ship there with a nice strike for the former Arkansas star, Jeremy Sprinkle.
Very good. Very good. We got producer Drew with us. Tom on the 1s and 2s. Joe from the Game Ops team. Hello, everyone. Ashy says, Cook is my captain, too. Woo, woo.
Nice.
JD McKissick, nice spin move. Woo, woo. Gain of 4.
And Kissy Cakes getting it done. A guy who won't get the same amount of targets he did last season, thanks to not only an upgraded quarterback, a guy who doesn't check down nearly as much as Alex Smith does, because no one checked down more than Alex Smith last year. But Ryan Fitzpatrick, a connoisseur of the big throw, even as he ages into his late 30s. And there are just a lot of really interesting guys who will challenge him for targets in our nation's capital. Not only do you have Scary Terry and a rising Antonio Gibson, but you also have Curtis Samuel in the mix, and maybe even Lamar Miller pressing for carries, although I can't imagine Lamar has all that much left in the tank. Factor in Adam Humphries, Logan Thomas, and this could be a regression to the mean for McKissick's fantasy points. He'll remain a useful PPR guy, but not quite the guy you could expect to get 8 to 10 targets per game out of the backfield.
Haskins on 3rd and 4 just decides to throw it to the sideline. Luckily, McKissick yards after the catch.
Yeah, very questionable decision there, but it works out. Would be about a 55-yarder for Dustin Hopkins from here, which is not what you want to hear with Dustin Hopkins. He is not well respected here in the EA Simverse, but Washington Clayton got a fresh set of downs. It can make things a little bit easier on him if they can pick up another first.
Hey, what was I going to say? Joseph Workman in the chat. Who scored? Jared Cook scored, my friend. Noah Moon likes the Sprinkler showing up. There's McKissick. Ralphie says, Glash, I am Team Glash, but lately I've been coming around on Kaufman. That's good.
Ooh, well, I'm glad to hear it.
We want everyone to be liked to some degree. Pretty much like just like all of us, kind of, or hate all of us. it all works the same way. We're one big happy family. What's up, Rich Sharp in the chat? Haskins, sir, you can't do that. Fumble!
Ooh, no!
The Saints have it!
Oh, a true Dwayne Day as the scoring drive goes for naught, and Haskins can't jump on his own mistakes. Look at this great field position to start drive number 2 for New Orleans. Taking over at the Washington 43.
Make him pay, Drew.
Oh, boy. Oh, and there's going to be a face mask on top of it. Are we about to get first and goal, Glash? Yep.
Face mask.
Cheating on the football team. I am not feeling great about my decision to throw them in my lineup right now. That WFT defense about to get double digits hung on it in the first quarter alone.
All right, here we go. Tell us who you need in the chat. We're 6 minutes into the opening quarter. Jared Cook has already scored. Dwayne Haskins has already broke your hearts. And Drew Brees goes down.
Yeah, Chase Young making us all feel a little bit better. One of the best rising young pass rushers in the game. It's like him and Myles Garrett. And hopefully Garrett is able to come back full strength. Obviously, he dealt with a lot of COVID complications last season, gassed a little bit earlier. Kind of ruined what could have been a special season for him. But Chase Young, one of those guys who, once he got accustomed to the NFL game, and he didn't start off bad by any measure, but once he became accustomed to life on Sundays, he really did shine. That man showed up, 7.5 sacks as a rookie, Pro Bowl pick, 4 forced fumbles, which is just delightful to see. He's going to be a cornerstone in Landover for years to come.
Oh, Jared, of course. We can't ask more out of you.
Yeah, so Will Lutt's going to come out here for a 31-yarder. Would not have been enough for a touchdown unless Cook really bulldozed his way into the end zone, but could have set up a go-for-it situation. Instead, the Haskins fumble going to result in 3 New Orleans points.
Stephen Boss wanted Sanders. Noah Moon needed, Lindenbaum needed Kamara or Michael Thomas. Noah Moon said nice sack. He needed Michael Thomas or Cook, and Cook let you down.
Yeah, I'm sure Noah Moon's going to be very upset in the chat momentarily.
Yes.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Noah Moon, what does not surprise you nowadays?
Yeah, an emotional
Solar eclipse.
Yeah, who clearly has like the memory of a goldfish if he gets this upset with the Sims day in and day out.
Oh, man, it's good to have you with us, guys, on a Monday. Twitch fam, I see you in there, Twitch. Reed Tees, did you know?
Ooh, yeah, and Richard, I like where you're going with the chin praise. I really did like what Jeremy Chin brought to the table for the Carolina Panthers. There's a guy who you kind of wondered what the transition would be going from an FCS school like Southern Illinois, a high-level FCS school, but an FCS school nonetheless, to a spot in the NFL, and he played very well. Maybe a little bit more of a box safety than a cover guy, but a hard hitter, a very steady tackler, and a playmaker. I mean, a couple forced fumbles, picked up a couple fumbles, returned 2 fumbles for touchdowns last season, and it was pretty useful when it comes to the defense side of things. Knocked down a few passes. You'd like to see him improve what he does as a center fielder. The coverage grade wasn't great. It was okay. It was what you like to see from a rookie. Somebody you can build on, certainly. But, yeah, as far as a guy who can step up to the line of scrimmage and bring you a linebacker-type presence, he is a great guy for that. 6'3", about 225. So he's a big safety who can bring a lot of help in both phases of the ball. A building block for the Panthers. For sure, in the same way that Jesse Bates is a building block in that Bengals secondary. But Richard, great point there. Reed Tees, did you know, is 3 guys with 0 points good? Well, this was the earlier sim. You'd probably still be in contention. But here, we already have as many points as we saw all of the nooner in 1 quarter alone, and they're all from the Saints. They are up 10-0 on the Washington football team. Not a great start, but a better start for sure.
Yeah, the Sprinkler's got a long catch, which was fun to watch. Kamara's got 5 carries, 29 yards.
Cook with a very on-brand, helping you one drive and then hurting you the next with a touchdown pass and a costly red zone drop. So exactly what we expected from him. Sprinkle and Cook, 2 leading scorers in the receiving game. Sprinkle 2 for 28. Cook 2 for 22 with a touchdown. Sims, Thomas, McKissick, Sanders all have catches as well. Thomas 1 for 26. If his usage goes up, he's in bonus range. Same with the Sprinkler, but you feel a lot better with the Saints guys than you do with the Washington guys because you know that Dwayne Haskins is going to go out of his way to mess things up. It's kind of what he does. It's kind of what he did in the real life as well.
So question in the chat from Bodie after the flag. Michael Thomas does have a catch, 26 yards. He does get the catch and the yards, even with the penalty, because
there was a penalty on that.
Mr. Hawk, good morning. Hello. Good to see you. Joshua says, this is awesome. How do you say that last name? Wani? What's up, Joshua? Edward Pride, Glash, smile. Let me see those ears. Ears are not getting any smaller. Inman.
Ooh, a little Dontrell. Dontrell is one of those guys who it kind of exists in the James Conner zone where they went from very reasonable punt play to being priced in that mid-range where you don't really want to trust them. They can show up and have a big day, or they can show up and give you a goose egg, and that's not really the sacrifice you're willing to make at $5K. And for like $2,600 to $3,800 in the flex, sure, absolutely. But one of those guys who got so popular, their price drove up, and now you don't really know what to do with them. Washington down 10 in a go for it territory. Instead, it's going to be Tress Way coming out to punt, and does not look like a good one.
Hoping for a fake.
It was a 31-yard kick for Tress. Neighbors run by. It's a nice day out here in Wisconsin, Bosh. You might go outside, do a little run after this. Get some lunch, set a good base, and then go out and tear through the neighborhood. We got a nice little trail system near me, the Ice Age Trail, carved by glaciers. I might take advantage of that when we're done.
Eric Court, I think we've heard this before about Christian. Why are you reminding people of Johnny McEnroe?
I think it's the headband and the yelling.
Yeah.
And Abby Rizzo pointing out the hair. The hair right now, we were talking about it pre-game, got a real Prince Valiant thing to it. Like the curls have kind of washed out a little bit. Now it's kind of hanging down. Got a good shine to it. It's like a dog, when you mix a little egg into their meal and the coat gets nice and shiny. Clearly, all it took was a couple extra raw eggs for me to really get this gleam going.
It looks very good.
Thank you. Getting closer and closer to donation point. Theoretically, it would be this summer. Theoretically, it would be in like May. So like a shorn sheep, I could go out and enjoy this summer without having to deal with all the extra heat and insulation from my heady mane. But, oh, beautiful. It's going to be Alvin Kamara out of the backfield. Huge pickup on 3rd and 7. The Saints in business. Washington football team defense could not hold up there. You'd think they'd be able to get to a 40-year-old Drew Brees a little bit better than that, but instead, nice strike up the gut. Yeah, can't cover Alvin Kamara with a linebacker. And poor Cole Holcomb. Good tackler, great against the run, not offering you much in terms of chasing down linebackers or tight ends and running backs, rather.
Jim in the chat. Hey, Jim! You were asking for the early classic contest number. Try the one I just added you in the chat. That might work for you, Jim. 1059-40773. That is not a credit card number. That is not a cell phone number. That is a contest number. So, try everything you'd like. It should get you to the DraftKings Game Center for the Madden Stream $250 free contest. Early. That's complete. First down, Michael Thomas.
Oh, slant boy.
But I can understand why you might think it would be a credit card number or a cell phone number, because that is something do. Because I'm me. Creature from the Glass Lagoon, what is your sim anniversary? Like, when did you start, Christian? You didn't start right away with us last year.
No, I was still working for SB Nation. I didn't get furloughed until May. I don't think I started here. I think it was probably June at least. I think I had the whole month of May to enjoy my fun employment. I was doing a lot of work around the house. I refinished our deck back there. It was yeah, so I would say at least midsummer before I came in.
I think I want to say it was early June, and I know why, because I was actually down in Florida for a week.
Okay, so you were in Florida when we started?
And I remember you made your debut when I was down there.
Okay, I believe it.
So, I don't know exactly what day, though. That I cannot confirm. Shane Thomas, what's up? How are you? 3rd and 10 for Breeze.
Ooh.
Incomplete. Broken up by the Washington defense. Almost a chance for a catch on the deflection.
Yeah, if you got Will Lutz, you're actually hoping that if not a first down, then you get a little sack action for Drew Brees, because instead of a 4-pointer from 40+, this is going to be a 39-yard field goal attempt. Should be pretty much automatic from here. We should be looking at a 13-0 game. It's a line drive kick, and it is good.
Stick says on my DK app, it says final as if the game is over. The producers probably had too much Easter dinner. Well, Stick, let me tell you something. The producers here, they've got nothing to do with that. It might just be a weird little, I don't want to call it a glitch, but like maybe it is.
We're still updated. Don't worry.
Exactly. The scores are being updated. We are not final. We are far from final. 4:41 to go in this first half. Scores are manually updated. EJ manually updated.
Wow.
Creature. How'd you know? It's fixed now. Perfect. Hit that like button. It's been fixed. This game is not fixed. We still don't know what's going to happen. Haskins to a big gap of air. 166 entries in the Saints at WFT free roll. We have 9,500 plus entries in the free showdown. If you're in those paid contests, love it. Glash, Christian, producer Drew, Tom, Joe. It's great to be with you all. Don't forget, a week from today, we are beginning our Madden Stream bracket contest, our bracket season, in honor of the NCAA tournaments, men's and women's, in the spirit. We will continue they call it the madness, I suppose. We'll continue that starting next Monday, the 12th to the 19th. Bracket style. Everyone will be seated. All teams will be seated. 32 teams will be participating. The long story short of it, some cool things you can look forward to. Large prize pools in those paid contests. Also some free-to-play pools that we can talk to you about as this one continues and as the week unfolds. It's lined up in the pitch.
A very Dwayne Haskins throw there brings up 2nd and 10, although we did get some Inman right for that.
Come on, Dwayne.
Dwayne, come on. Mr. Hawk, I see you there. I'm not going to overthink this question. Who do I think will have the best NFL career out of this draft class? I think it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. I mean, we've seen the guy do nothing but show up and produce from day one. We saw him really thrive at the NCAA level. He's got the build. He's got the tools. He has the NCAA success. So here's a guy who has, the Josh Allen bona fides as far as looking like an NFL quarterback, with the Deshaun Watson bona fides of being successful at that level, doing everything he was expected to do and more. And I think the only thing that can really ruin Trevor Lawrence's path to greatness is being stuck on the Jaguars. But it didn't stop Mark Brunell, who turned out to be pretty good as an NFL quarterback. It just kind of ruined everyone else behind him. That said, I like Justin Fields a lot. I think Zach Wilson's got a hell of an arm. I think right now my brain is just tainted from pro days, just seeing the throws against no one. It's like seeing E. Jalian, do his drills for the Milwaukee Bucks against the chair in the front court, and posting up no one and draining shots from the elbow. It's a lot like that, where like, oh man, this guy looks good. He looks solid. Really worked out well for everyone but Mac Jones so far. And listen, the rumors are going around that Mac Jones will be the 3rd overall pick. The 49ers traded up to get Mac Jones. I still can't believe it's true. I still think it's got to be some kind of smokescreens. Dwayne, you giant dummy, travels backwards, takes an unthinkable sack on 3rd and 10, and pushes his team out of even go for it range. If he just pulled it down, run forward, picked up a few yards, then maybe you're thinking, okay, 4th and 6 from the Saints 40. Why not give it a shot? Instead, it's going to be another Tressway punt. And I got to tell you, my strategy of stacking up Washington playmakers and their defense is not paying off.
It's not. Full Throttle says, scores are manually updated, huh? Well, I don't trust people. Go Kamara. So you don't trust people, but you'll trust video game players. Interesting.
Ernest Thiessen wants to know who we think the Niners are going to be drafting. For me, personally, I think it's going to be Justin Fields. He had a great pro day workout. He has looked great in college. He's got the tools. He's got the skills. Maybe it's going to be Trey Lance. I can't believe that you give up the payday you gave to the Dolphins if Mac Jones is your guy. You could have negotiated something out with someone a little bit further down the draft board and saved yourself a future first if you really wanted Mac Jones. I don't think that's going to be the case. Although to be fair, I didn't think Baker Mayfield is going to rise all the way up to number 1 overall pick. So maybe there's some chance there that I am very, very wrong. In fact, given my track record on most things NFL, there's a very good chance I'm very, very wrong. Flash, who do you think the Niners are selecting at 3rd?
I might have a developing opinion on that. And by developing, I mean in the last 5 minutes. We all know Aaron Rodgers is, going to be on Jeopardy, right? Guest host.
Yep.
Just joined Pat McAfee, and this is a direct quote from Aaron Rodgers about his contract status. Nothing's really changed. My future, a lot of it, is out of my control. Oh, no.
Cryptic.
Here we go again. Just a little pettiness out of Aaron. What if the Niners are trying to appease the Packers? We'll give you number 3 for Aaron Rodgers. Would you do it? I don't know. I'll answer your question. They're going to probably take Mac Jones, which I think it's silly, but it's their guy.
I hate it. They shouldn't. But, I mean, if they do, they'll deserve all the bad things that follow.
Or they try to trade up to 2 and the Jets go back.
I mean, possible.
There's still what? We still have 25-ish days till the draft starts.
Yeah, they just don't have a ton of capital to get that done. I mean, granted, the move from 3 to 2 should only cost you like a 3rd and 4th. But you'd also have to convince the Jets not to take Zach Wilson. Right now, the Jets are really holding all the cards, and this thing is a nice strike there to Michael Thomas. We are going to get some Saints points, barring a turnover, barring a couple terrible Drew Brees sacks. The question is, will it be 3 or will it be 7? Rodgers, to me, I think when he says things are out of his control, he's not just talking about the contract extension and the money the Packers are willing to offer him, because the Packers wouldn't mind pushing things back, moving whatever money they owe him to future caps, because they don't have a ton of money this year. They had to sit out the wide receiver sweepstakes this season, which sucks because they could have gone out and gotten Will Fuller for something reasonable. I don't like Will Fuller in Green Bay, but obviously the executive trust there does, because they were in trade talks with the Texans before the trade deadline. That worked out great for the Packers because they would have been trading the day 2 pick for a guy who wound up getting suspended for the latter end of the season. But I think for Rodgers, he wants to see a commitment beyond, as Traquan Smith takes it down to the 10. Saints going to wait on that final timeout, and I kind of like the idea here. Run a play here. If it gets stopped, before the goal line. You don't get it out of bounds. You can take a timeout then and decide if you want to throw it through the back of the end zone or kick a field goal. But I think Rodgers is waiting to see if the Packers commit, if they pull the trigger on a day 1 or day 2 wideout, because there's going to be a lot of options. Guys can come in right away and play. And maybe someone like Rashad Bateman would make a lot of sense. Kamara gets tackled in bounds. We're going to get a Will Lutz kick instead of a Kamara touchdown. The good news for the Washington football team is that they'll go into halftime only trailing by 2 possessions. The bad news is it'll be the most possible 2 possessions you can have in the NFL, 16 full points.
Anyway. Jordan Lindenbaum. Will Fuller is in Miami.
Yeah.
Not Green Bay.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Hawk. I'm kind of thinking about it. Number 3 for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, they got it done. Slant boy. Running more of a crossing route there, but the boldness from Sean Payton pays off. And instead of 16-0, we're going to go into the half. 20. Outstanding. You like to see it.
And then if you're the Packers, if you really believe in Jordan Love, cool. Go with it. Trade back 3 for like a bunch of future picks or a bunch of other firsts and have a lot of fun with it. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but I would like to see it for the Niners' sake because I just love this. I love this tug of war in the NFC West that just continues to go back and forth. Who's leaning? Who has the edge? Who is pulling the most weight in terms of making the biggest splashes? From a pure entertainment standpoint, I'd love it. I think the Packers. I still think the Packers can have a really good team this year. I know we're talking draft, but I can't help but bring this up. It just came across 5 minutes ago. Aaron Rodgers with Penn.
I understand entirely. I mean, it's very much draft related because I think that is a big part. I mean, Rodgers saw what the Packers did last draft, was basically saying, you know what? We're building for the future. We're not going to worry about winning now. You're either with us or you're not, and we're going to go from there. Well, now I think after those moves and after the season the Packers had, and after getting to the red zone and being stymied by that Buccaneers team, I think there's going to be a very good case for the Packers to go out and spend on the offensive side of the ball. It wasn't, free agency money because they couldn't restructure Rodgers' contract, so instead it's going to have to be in the draft. And hey, while we're talking draft, today's post route is a breakdown of the 5 paths the Falcons can take with the 4th overall pick. You can argue the draft really starts with them after the first 3 picks. They're going to be all quarterbacks. What will the Falcons do? Will they go blocking? Will they add another impact target, whether it's Kyle Pitts or a wide receiver? Or will they trade up, get Zach Wilson? Will they trade back? Look at that defense. We break down all the routes the Falcons can take. It's Atlanta Day over at the Post Route. You can subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com. Go check it out if you are interested in the most interesting pick in this year's NFL draft. It belongs to the Falcons, and we're going to wait and see if they make a move that moves the needle like that, or if they do a big overhaul and they're really going to try something new under new head coach Arthur Smith.
There you go. Check out the old talk while you're at it.
Yeah. Is Skip Perkins coming to the talk? Is that what it's coming? No, not ever.
Skip Perkins is a Madden Sim
exclusive.
And he's not a. Apparently he came back last night, and
apparently.
Look, Tom Carroll was freaking me out because he was like, Skip was here and he never worked with Skip, and I got sucked out of the Simland for like an hour last night, and all of a sudden I come back and Tom's like, Skip Perkins was here. I'm like, what? Who? Someone in the chat was talking about their dog, Kevin the dog. Crazy. Anyway. I don't know what you guys are talking about. 5-way tie for first place in the Free Public Showdown. Free Public Showdown. Eddie Pond, DK, first place. Exactly, producer Drew. Like the movie Space Jam. Just got sucked through the golf cup, out of cinema. Let's see. How about the classic contest? Still one more sim to go in the classic. Mark Merg. If you're there, Mark, you're winning by almost 4 full points. Derek says, why does Brendan only wear a headband when he is on a sim with Christian? Well, I think you might have answered your own question. That was like a Jeopardy question answer. I don't know. I enjoy it.
What works, what looks work. And to be fair, the fleece, headband, green shirt combination, always a winner. Perpetually solid.
Oh, yeah. Didn't even notice that. Rich Sharp says, trading for Rodgers, no brainer. If you can get him, that team would win 2 out of the 3 Super Bowls. I'm kind of in now. They'll make the money work? Don't give me the cap room thing. They'll make the money work. Rodgers in San Francisco. Ooh. Would love that. That would be such like a hey Rams. You got Matt Stafford. Yeah. Neat. Hey,
poor Matt.
Hey, Seattle. Russell Wilson, huh? Let Russ cook. We're gonna get Aaron Rodgers. Oh, it'd be awesome. It would be awesome.
Just think of how happy Rodgers would be, too. Not only do you have a franchise left tackle who can compare to David Bakhtiari and Trent Williams, but that receiving core. Oh, man. You got George Kittle, a game-changing tight end, with no due respect to Big Bobby Funyuns, but that is a major upgrade. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Richie James. Okay, well, the receiving core isn't as good as it once was. I'm going through the depth chart now. It's not as impressive, but still, young playmakers who can really make a difference there, and maybe get something out of Jalen Hurd finally, the former 4-star running back turned wideout who has a lot of potential but might not even make the roster. As more Inman, big pickup there on 2nd and 19, erases yet another Dwayne Haskins sack by moving the ball in the right direction. Inman 3 for 41 right now, which isn't great, but in terms of this Washington lineup, not too bad.
This is the time for Aaron Rodgers if he wants to move. And if the Niners are making a choice here in this draft, as we know at number 3, when you trade all that capital, you're taking a quarterback. You make the choice now. They wanted Tom Brady last year. They wanted Tom Brady. Couldn't get him because of Jimmy. They wanted Tom. They were in on Tom. They should be in on Aaron Rodgers. In! 5 more years of Aaron Rodgers. Or you can take a kid. Oh, do it. It would be so fun.
More Inman, and now Washington into the red zone, 4 for 58 for him now. Yeah, and not only, you also get the nice bonus of bringing Rodgers back to his home turf, from northern Colorado, not quite the Bay Area, but a little bit more north. And I'm sure he would appreciate the ability, within a quick drive out to Berkeley to see his old stomping grounds. And if he gets nostalgic for the 15 fans in attendance at a typical Stanford game, he can go there on Saturdays. Stanford, one of those places I wish I'd thought to apply to coming out of high school. Don't know if I would have gotten in. In fact, I probably would have. But it would have been a nice place to go to college. Good school, D1 sports. It's been a lot more fun than Carnegie Mellon.
Smash that like button, guys. We're almost at 150. Let's try and get to 200 likes by the end of this sim. We have about 400 of you watching on YouTube. 50 plus on Twitch. Love you guys. Ricky Robbie says, Green Bay just went to the NFC Championship 2 years in a row. There's no way in hell the Packers will let Rodgers. Well, you're not wrong about that first part. But that second part, they just drafted a quarterback. So there's a small chance that they'd be like, well, clearly they like Jordan Love, right? To take him where they did. To not give Aaron help. So I think there is a small chance they would. They don't have an owner putting pressure on them to put their arms around Aaron. Take care of Aaron. Just saying. I think there's a small chance they'd think about it. I'm not saying it's right, by the way.
Ooh,
I hear you, Ricky Robbie. They like Jordan Love. I mean, they might think about it.
They shouldn't have traded up to draft Jordan Love. They shouldn't get rid of Rodgers. And typically that phase for the Packers is you can go up to 3 years having a guy behind. Okay, the Washington football team going to go for it here, which is good. I mean, a field goal helps them out none. As McKissick doesn't get it, are you kidding me? He had a wide open hole, and instead he ran in traffic, cuts back too late, and the Saints take over. Oh my God, this Washington football team, man.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Anyway, no, the Packers would be stupid to trade away Aaron Rodgers unless he says, listen, I'm not coming back. I'm not playing with you guys anymore.
Right. It's the only way it could probably happen.
Yeah, I think Rodgers is a private enough guy that he keep that internal because I think he knows that part of his mystique is, he doesn't want to tank his own trade value by putting the Packers in a no-win situation. So I think part of his mistakes, he wants to say he got traded for 3 first-round picks. It's a terrible pass there from Breeze. Very nearly turned that one into an interception. But at the same time, I feel like the two sides are going to work things out. Again, I think this is more posturing than an actual demand. I think it's more of a Russell Wilson kind of get me help plea rather than a do this. So we'll have to wait and see. Excuse me. Nice. First down there to current Buffalo Bill Manny Sanders. Saints will keep driving.
Chris Boyd, happy to give a shout out to Kayli. Hey, Kayli. Thanks for being here listening to The Sims. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for letting Chris have fun with the Sim fam. It's 20-0. Washington football team doing nothing. Michael Thomas, first down. Move them chains.
Grab them cakes.
Up over 70 yards. Kaylee. Okay, that's probably the better way of pronouncing it. Kaylee. Producer Drew points out. That's why they call me Phonics. Kaylee. Not Kayli. Sorry. Love how Drew says it. Probably Kaylee, but all good.
Yeah. The important thing is that you tried.
Right? Need a pronunciation guide from the Sim fam. Let's see. Jay Shark. Do you know why it's bad, DraftKings? This is the 5th time you've run this matchup. It stinks every time. Well, Jay Shark 88, tune in starting a week from today with our bracket season, April 12th to the 19th. We will seed all 32 teams, 1 to 32, 1 being the best, 32 being the worst. So the Jags will be at the bottom, and then the Chiefs will be number 1, Jay Shark. And you'll get all the coolio matchups that you miss and need in your life. I mean, we can't do Tom against Mahomes every time. We'll just talk too much about Tom.
Yeah.
But seriously, we're starting that on the 12th. So mark your calendar now and reference that before you come barking on Twitch.
Yeah, and it's not like, we're cycling through these things. It's not like the NFL is an all crunchberry mix of hits. It's a cycle. These are 2 playoff teams you're getting right now, 2 division champs. And, some of the games these 2 teams have played have been stinkers, but some have combined for more than 40 total points. So, also, if you see a game between 2 teams you don't like, why not stack the defenses? Why not go against the grain? Why don't you use that knowledge to make some money? I mean, why point out that it stinks rather than go, okay, this game is going to stink. I'm going to stack up the defenses and the running backs and the tight ends because this is going to be a wild weather Wednesday type performance on a Monday.
You make too much sense.
Yeah, it just seems like there are more productive things you can do than complain about the quality of the matchup. There's an advantage in there if you're a part of Team Always Here. You know how these games are going to end? Turn that into cash.
Come on, Shark. You got this.
Yeah.
But be assured, there's a chance we won't see this matchup again next week. but it could happen again. I mean, we've been here for more than a year. We're gonna get crossover. We're gonna get repeats.
Yeah, like there have been some clunkers in there, but like this, not the last Washington Saints game, the one before that, 49 total points, 28-21. Alvin Kamara, 28 points in the flex. You know, they're not all clunkers, and even if they are, that's when you go ahead and throw in that counter culture lineup that no one else has. Before that, 28-25, not a clunker. I mean, half them have been. There's room. There's room there. There's room to profit. If you know something is going to go one way and no one else knows that, that's when you plonk down the cash. Seems pretty intuitive to me, no? Anyway, in the midst of this bad game, which, let's face it, I have been the mush on this Sim Monday. 10 total points in our first sim in this game, 20 total, all from the Saints. We got some outside shots at bonuses, but all the passing in this fourth quarter is likely going to come from the Washington football team. Right now, the Saints driving, fresh set of downs could mean a lot more Kamara carries so far in this one. Only 38 rush yards, probably going to take him quite a bit of usage to even sniff the bonus. 66 through the air. He is the leading receiver in terms of receiving yards. Maybe he'll be able to take a screen pass to the house and get you that bonus, but otherwise, yeah, he's not very interesting sim this far.
Hey, Shark, you do realize, so you throw out Saints Seahawks, you do realize they've met 3 times in the last 11 sims that the Saints have played.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 out of 11. That's almost 30%.
Yeah.
Just saying. Thanks, producer Drew. But hey, it's okay. You might be here for the first time and you're like, what the hell? I always see this matchup. That's the beauty of the Simland, though. We're here 6 times a day, 7 days a week. We're bound to rinse and repeat. Just like my bad impersonations. You might show up and see Skip Perkins. Not anymore, because he's dead and we killed him forever. But you might hear Marv Albert for the 10th time in your life. You might hear him for the first time in your life. Okay.
Big question coming now for virtual Sean Payton. Is he going to go out and try a 59-yard field goal on the road in an outdoor environment with a dome kicker, or is he just going to punt this one away? This game's pretty much in hand. I can't imagine. Yeah. In comes Thomas Morstead. Morstead, pretty good fake punt thrower, but instead he's just going to try and Coffin corner this one. Does not get it. A 23-yard punt there for Morstead. Unfortunately, Morstead, part of that roster purge that helped get the Saints out of salary cap hell. I don't know if he's actually signed anywhere, but he's one of the guys who you want him on your roster. He's extremely, extremely useful now. Has not signed anywhere. He is in his mid-30s now. Will be 35 this upcoming season. Oh, no.
Oh, an interception. Of course. This isn't helping us.
I mean, a great day for that Saints defense. I was like, you know what? The Steeler D didn't get it done for me, and they were the favored defense. So you know what? I'm gonna follow that. I'm gonna learn something from the 12 p.m. I'm gonna go with the home team D and hope they can bail me out. No, wrong. The Washington D, terrible. The New Orleans D, stellar right now. Really looking great. Another check down to Alvin Kamara. Doesn't pick up much, but it gets you 1.4 if you got him.
Tim the Man 95 on Twitch. This is the only time I've ever taken Haskins in Classic LMFAO. Gosh. Trent needs, he wanted Inman to score. No more Kamara. Well, good luck to you. Oh, thought he was going to hand it to him. Almost picked the other way.
Well, I wouldn't say that's what Washington needed, but it would at least punch this sim up a little, as Washington still searching, groping through the dark, trying to find some kind of points. As my goodness, meager in the Glash and Christian free roll, just absolutely almost dominating the field, nearly a 7-point lead just there.
Latavius!
Picks up the first. Okay, keeps going. By the way, Glash, that Saints D in the flex right now. An interception, a fumble recovery, a shutout, and 3 sacks. 17 points. Meager killing right now. in the money, having a pretty good day.
First and goal. Kamara easily in.
Oh, boy. Wind him up. Oh, this game, man.
8 receptions, 68 yards, and Alvin Kamara now has a rushing touchdown. Kamara in this particular contest, 72% flexed, 20% in the captain spot.
Flash, you do anything for Easter yesterday? You have a good spiral cut ham, anything like that?
I had a honey baked ham yesterday.
Nice.
Met my parents out for lunch, brunch, and then went to Sarah's mother's home and sat around and had some meatballs.
Ooh, dude, meatballs sound awesome. I go for
Yeah.
meatballs right now. Like Swedish or like Italian style?
Italian
So-
style.
Yeah. You put them on like a hard roll, maybe a little bit of Parmesan and maybe some,
No
like,
roll,
things.
but just had the balls and the
Okay.
Parmesan.
So a little meatball parm sub. That sounds good right now.
Yeah, dude, it was great. Yeah, I got some ice cream after. I ate really, really well yesterday.
Like, here's the thing: I don't want to ever praise Subway for their sandwiches because their sandwiches are Subway. They fill a niche and it's fine. I'll never say that Subway has good meatballs, but they have properly sized meatballs for a meatball sub. Like, if you get a big chunk of meatball, like it's kind of cumbersome on the bun, and you can't get a good meat to bread to sauce ratio on them. Like Subway's got like the Swedish meatball sized meatballs, and they're perfect for a sub. Like, I'm not saying I want less meatball on my sub. I just want a better sauce to ball to bread ratio that you can't get with a giant Italian meatball. You gotta have like the golf ball sized meatballs if you're gonna have a really delectable sub. The Scary Terry there, doing something which we have not seen from him much in this one. My captain before that only had 1 catch for 13 yards. So meatballs. So now I might have to go get them. I have to go get me some fine Italian cookery.
There you go, Haskins. Thanks for showing up with 4.5 left. See, now there's just no pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure at all, down 27-0. Yeah, sure, I'll throw a nice tight spiral to McLaurin. Then I'll find Steven Sims over the middle, right in his belly button. Well, maybe a little higher than that, shoulder height. Then he put it in his belly button. I mean, 27-0, no pressure at all. Guys, we should hit the like button for Dwayne Haskins. It might help him. It will give him more confidence. If you want him to fail, hit the like button.
Yeah,
Goes both ways.
These are some Blake Bortles type numbers that Haskins is putting up on us now. Absolute garbage early on, but now with no defense and plenty of opportunities to throw the ball, finally looking good. His stat line might be okay, but he needs to feel bad about this performance. Not only is he throwing up a bagel right now, but he's responsible for both of those Washington football team turnovers, which have led to negative 10 points on the scoreboard. Not saying Washington would be in this game either way. I mean, not only do they have the 2 turnovers, they also have the turnover on downs deep in Saints territory. But this game would at least be palatable rather than this doo-doo sandwich we are being fed.
If you guys like this matchup, I'm really excited for the next one. Broncos at Panthers. Oh boy. Jason Rossi and I will join you at 4 o'clock Eastern here on the Dream Stream. NBA pre-lock afterwards. Is that confirmed? Actually, well, maybe not. Yes? No? NBA pre-lock after? That's complete. To Inman. Oh, no. PGA. Oh, that's right.
Hey, Masters coming, baby.
That's right. Emerson stole Jeff's spot on his show. So it's Emerson and Reed to talk about the Masters because Emerson's had Reed withdrawals and stole Jeff's spot. So yes,
Plus,
it's Emerson and Reed talking Masters.
Emerson spending all his time in the gym trying to get big like Bryson because he knows that Reed's best friend is now Bryson DeChambeau and not Emerson Latzia, and he's like, how do I fix this? He's been chugging the protein shakes. He's on the creatine, and he's just waiting for his opportunity to reconnect with Sweet Tea Fowler. It's like, am I big enough for you now, man? It's one of those. You know, he's off the Peloton. He's doing nothing but squats and shrugs and benching. He's gonna get there, I think.
Oh, so I misspoke twice. The PGA preview is coming after this sim. And then we're going to have NBA pre-lock after the 4 o'clock sim. So you're getting 2 shows today. Emerson and Reed after this sim. Oh, and look who just showed up. Emerson in the Zoom call. Very good. And then after the 4 o'clock sim, we'll have NBA pre-lock.
Here is talking about his bulk routine.
Yeah, must have. He must have just finished up wiping the sweat from his chin and his mustache area. He can't be seen just yet.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
I heard he was going to do his entire PGA pre-lock show while deadlifting. The sprinkler into the end zone. We get some movement. The shutout is over. So the garbage time points, a very real thing here, as the sprinkler breaks the plane and the Washington football team's fans, who came in with no expectations whatsoever, going home with a little something to tell their kids about.
Speaking of sprinklers,
something to talk about.
You bite your tongue. Okay. All right.
Wow. What? Anderson turned on his camera, and instead of showing up, he just put on Magic Mike XXL for us, and I appreciate it. You know what? I can't follow the plot line without audio, but I get the feeling like you don't need to follow the plot line from Magic Mike. I'm pretty sure it's just banana hammocks and Channing Tatum's all the way to the bank.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Well put. So that creates some movement. 8-way tie for first place now in the free public showdown. In our contest, our buddy, Meager 66. Meager 66, first place by about 2 points. Jared Cook captained, who scored a touchdown, the very first touchdown of the sim. Drew Brees, Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, Inman, and the Saints D.
And another always here member off the social right behind Meager. So what was once a commanding lead, now down under 2 points, but get the feeling we're probably not going to see too much movement here. The Saints can be running the ball, and they both have Kamara in the lineup. So not too much movement. Thank you for that, producer Drew, behind the scenes.
Love this from BW Parks. Noah Moon is like a baby crying for a bottle, and then they're quiet when you give it to them. He whines and whines and whines, and then the person he chooses scores. So he's happy.
It's one of those where, like, I want to complain about the beatings that Noah Moon takes in the chat and in the broadcast, but I mean, he clearly knows what he's doing. He knows he deserves them. We're all fine with it. All right, Washington not even going to bother with the timeouts. They're down 20. They're going to let us mercifully leave this game in the past. And with that Kamara first down, we should be in kneel down range. We should be headed right to PGA pre-lock on schedule.
Want to do player of the game now? Not my kid?
Yeah, you know what? We're going to have to not my – I don't know who we're going to not my kid on this one. I think it might have to be Scary Terry, who showed up and gave us 5.8 points. A guy who averaged about 11 plus. Michael Thomas had a touchdown. Can't be him. Kamara had a good day. McKissick, what did McKissick do in this thing?
I didn't play him.
So. I had him 9.5. So yeah, McKissick did much better at least than Scary Terry. So unfortunately, it's gonna be a Scary Terry, not my kid in this one. You know, let me double check. Let's double check here. How owned was Dwayne Haskins? No, McKissick was more owned than Haskins. and Haskins are way down there. A lot more people. Scary Terry. Terry McLaurin, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner in this one. And as far as the crusty cough, I don't even know who to give it to be honest here. Let's give it to old man Cook.
Okay. He did drop a crucial pass, but we'll let it slide.
Or you know what? No. Let's dial it back. Let's go with the value play here. Let's go with that Saints defense. 7 points against, 3 sacks, an interception, a fumble recovery. Double digits in the flex for that Saints D. That's a needle mover right there. It's a team that not a lot of people rostered and got a lot of points out of it. So you kind of needed to have that Saints DST to finish high up in the money. So Saints DST, you are the crusty cough player of the game in this one.
Very good. Defense is showing up here on the early slate. I'll be here with Jason Rossi at 4 o'clock for the next sim on this fine Monday. Broncos at Panthers. Yes, be sure to check out postroute.substack.com. Christian, you are done for the day. Back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern and 6 Eastern tomorrow. So
yes. Good
job today.
Won't be gone.
Way to elevate the defenses here in Simland today.
I do what I can. Yeah, back-to-back defense crusty cough awards. So,
not great.
It shows us where we're at.
8-way tie for first place in the free contest. Meager 66. Nice work, first place. Joe from our ops team working hard. They're updating the scores. So check the game center when everything goes final. Scores are being updated manually. Thanks to producer Drew, also Tom from our production team. All right, folks. Yes. Hello, friends. It is Masters Week. So we had to get an expert here to join us. No Jeff Ulrich today with Reed Fowler. We had to bring in the expert who knows all things golf. Yes.
Get out of here, Fowler.
Great resource.
Oh, sorry.
Let's send it over to Emerson Latzia and Reed Fowler. They will get you set for what should be an excellent week in Augusta. The Masters start Thursday. Emerson, 3, 2, 1, go.
And, wow. All right, see you, Christian. See you, Glash.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody. Producer Drew, I think I need you and Tom here to say. Could totally use that. Reed T. Fowler, it's a new beginning. It is a new beginning, my friend.
It is. We teased this, and this is an exciting time, right? We teased this before, and this is the first of many. This show will never end. Right, it's like the song that will never end. This show will never end, everybody.
This is the song that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. That's all I remember. And so this is the first of many to come. You and I are going to do this every Monday, except next Monday, right?
Yeah,
it's like already like 1 weekend. 1 weekend, I'm like, hey guys, I'm not gonna be able to make next Monday because I have an idiot friend who has a wedding on Masters Sunday and we have to fly back from it the day after. Moron. Who does that?
People who clearly don't have any. Yeah.
On Super Bowl Sunday, hey, I'm gonna have my wedding 6 o'clock on that like first or second Sunday of February. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I texted him months ago. I said, I'm just realizing, this is Masters Sunday. He goes, yeah, dude. And I said, well, I will not be 100% into this. I just want you to know. So we can, guys, like you got questions about like the Masters or any golf tournament that's going to be going down that week, put them in there. I'll steal them and I'll ask Reed. And whatever tournament's coming up that week, like it's going to be a lot like a sim. We'll mainly focus on golf, but we could talk about just about anything. This is one of the best weeks of the year. Like immediately I wake up on Masters Monday, Reed, and I don't know how it is for you. But like, I feel phenomenal. It gives you that like Disney World feeling when you walk into Disney. Even now, like in my mid-30s, walking to Disney, so this is great. That's the feeling I have this week. How excited are you for this, man?
Very excited. And you're seeing right now on the screen, the players are also going to be excited. $11.5 million purse. When you win here, Emerson, you are allowed back every single year until you do not want to be coming anymore, right? To the Masters. You get unlimited invitations. That's why we see the Sandy Lyles, the Freddie Couples, the Bernhard Langers. That's why we see all these
Langer, guys. By the way, chasing them this week.
Chase Langer first round. Like he's always he just performs. But
it's true.
Like that's the allure. And you win this tournament. It's not just about that, right? You're going down in history as a Masters tournament champion. And that, I mean, there's things that we can't comprehend and put our wrap our heads around, but I'm sure these guys, if there's nerves to be had, it's going to be here for them, because especially if they haven't been in the mix at Augusta on Sunday. This is, again, another saying that you always hear. The Masters tournament does not start until the back nine on Sunday, because this tournament can change drastically unless you're DJ and you got like a lead that's crazy. And even that, right? Sanjay and Cam Smith were still there kind of nipping at his heels. But Sunday, I'm sure you're at the wedding, you're going to be on your phone checking out why Bryson DeChambeau is up by 2.
Amen. I'm gonna be like, dude, kiss already. Let's go. Let's move on with this thing. Well, Bryson, we talked a little bit this morning on the Sweat too. Yeah. It's an interesting name because in 3 trips here as a professional, I believe he's finished in the top 30 like just once. And what is this like a course I thought big hitters were supposed to be successful on, right? Which seemed like Rory and some of the guys in the past, or you don't have to be, like, you tell me.
Yeah, no, you do. I think, well, you don't have to be. It definitely helps, right? Like anything, like when you hit it 250 and I hit it 295, 305.
That's not true.
Okay. Like I have a better approach into the green than you do. It's simple math, right? It's easier for me to get it there closer to the hole because I have a chance to spin the ball more. It's just there's margin for error is less with the shorter clubs. And so, of course, guys like Bryson, DJ, Rory, Rahm play well here. But it's not just that, right? This is still a second shot golf course. That's why we see the Louis Oosthuizens. That's why we see other guys perform well here who don't hit the ball very far. Patrick Reed, another guy who doesn't hit the ball far. He did gain strokes in off the tee. It's like one of his highest in like, the 20 previous tournaments that he came into the Augusta to the Masters with when he won. But you can still win here. And especially this year, Emerson, it's going to be harder. It's going to be faster than November. It's not going to hold. The greens aren't going to be as soft or receptive. So these guys can get more distance. It's about getting the ball in the right area on the greens and making those putts and being patient. So there's other players out there that you can definitely deploy that aren't the longer hitters.
Yeah. So 2-part question to that. I'm glad you addressed it. Is how different does this course play in the spring compared to the fall? And how should that impact how people are rostering their players, if at all?
Yeah. So first off, great shirt. Just a phenomenal shirt.
I figure we need to start this thing off,
Yeah.
in uniform.
Weirdly, you don't have the gray Nike swoosh. I do. No, I just colored mine a Sharpie. No, I just, yeah. And long story. Not that long, but I'll tell you later.
Thank you.
But a little tangent.
We have like an hour to fill.
Yeah, I know. The first part of that question is it's going to play different in a couple of ways, right? One is just the guys who are used to starting their schedules, like Justin Rose, I would probably think of the most. Like a lot of their pre-Masters lead up is to get into form for the Masters. So where do they play? How often do they take off? Or how do they schedule their workouts, their coaching, everything? How does it lead up to Augusta? When it's in November, that really can't happen, right? Especially with COVID, how it switched everything up and the FedEx Cup playoffs. That was really we have no idea. It's a question mark. The second part of that is how to approach it. Well, one, you can say, I'm not playing the guys that played well in November because it's going to be different. Or I would argue that if you're entering in GPPs and you start to see ownership fade a little bit from those guys, I would go after those players, because it doesn't matter if it's November, August, April, January. Yes, the weather is going to play a difference, but this is Augusta National. Guys who have played well here have a certain feeling about this course, no matter what time of the year it is. So I'm looking at the top 20 last year, the top 15, and saying, which guys played well here last year because they have course experience, they played well, they have success, and who's being faded this week because of that, right? You're going to hear so much of the difference between how hard it is. Guys don't want it. The members don't want 20 under to win. This is still Augusta National. And so I like players who played well last year and see if there are some leverage spots that we can utilize for GPPs.
And kind of going off that, speaking of someone who played here last year, I forget who it was who just mentioned it, like in Twitch. Someone was saying Oh, it was Care Bear. So it's like, I think you need to find room for Rom. And I was going to ask you, like, which of the higher salary dudes, like, you really like. So what do we have? We have 6 guys north of 10K. And we didn't really talk about Rom too much this morning, like on the sweat. And I also didn't realize that if I had to pick one, like right now, and I'm by no means an expert, I'm going with John Rom. The reason I am is because that dude is a new dad. There is something known as dad strength. Do you remember the first time you adopted Kolu? Like, you just felt invincible. Like, you could not be stopped. Well, this guy, they pop out a real child. This is a dude who was tied for 7th in the Fall Masters, has 5 top 10 finishes in 7 events since. He does seem like a guy to me. Where is he in the world? He's a top 5 golfer in the world. That's
the second player in the world.
Okay. And I mean, boom. It's not like a hot take or anything like that.
Right.
I'm just saying, we didn't mention this morning, and there's plenty of reasons to be chasing that dude.
Yeah. Oh, Justin Thomas with the win at Sawgrass became second ranked behind DJ, and then Rom's third.
And what he did on that Sunday at Sawgrass too. We don't have to go sidetrack there, but like Rom is a guy who could perform well here easily, right?
Yeah.
Because he's coming off that top 10 in the fall.
Yeah. And look, he's a top 10 machine, right? What you're doing with the top 5, and this is more game theory and strategy and how I approach, right? Like the players that I'm looking at, especially in the top 5, is what are the reasons not to play them, right? You have every reason to play them. You 9 out of 10, if you needed 10 points, you can make 9 that are like, oh yeah, he's definitely going to win this week, right? Like DJ, you can go down the list. You can make a case for all of them. The only case I would make against Rom is that when you take a look at the other guys around him, I think currently there are guys who are playing a little bit more consistent. Not to say that they're not, like, Rom's finishes aren't consistent, because like you mentioned, they are. Like, he's just a top 5, top 10 machine.
Yep.
And I really like him this week. But right now there is that question mark of, like, he is a new dad. Is that the narrative that we're going with, say all new dads do well here? No, but if you look at his short game, Emerson, over the last 24 rounds, he's 45th in the field in short game. That's around the greens and putting combined. And his putting right now, it hasn't been great. He's 55th in strokes game putting, just on all surfaces over the last 24 rounds. And if you look at Bent, like, there's guys like Bryson over that same time frame who are 4th, and Rom is 33rd on bent grass over the last 24 rounds on bent grass. So again, that's just nitpicking, because I actually like Rom. I think a good build is picking 2 of these guys above 10,000, and then going down the next 4 or 5, 4 players below 7,500. I think that's a fine build. But yeah, that'd be the only thing that I would say that I would pick at Rom, just because he's such a great player. Like, he has to finish top 3 to pay back this, and then what his roster percentage is going to be. People are going to fade DJ because he's not playing well, which is silly. Like, Rom has to essentially win this tournament to get back value, and that's the tough order. Even though he could easily do that, that's a tough order this week.
Yeah, so he's finished out of the top 17 once since the U.S. Open in September.
It's been amazing.
Is there someone else you would fade in that top 6 of 10K or higher?
It would probably have to be Xander. I think Xander is going to be, finally Xander, if I look at his roster, like what he's coming in at, 11.5%.
Yeah, that's true too. And he wasn't, he was great on that West Coast swing. He hasn't been playing. And then once he came over to the East Coast, it's been a little iffy, a little dicey, right?
Yeah, so I made the case for Rory, right, on earlier this morning. And for those of you guys who missed it, really quickly, we were saying the same stuff about Rory coming into last year's tournament, last year's Masters, and the guy top 5. So we know that's his upside here. If he's coming in at the same roster percentage as like a Xander, and Xander's usually more popular than Rory at this stage, then I'll go with Rory, especially if the other guys are going to be extremely heavily rostered. So Xander would be the one guy that I fade of the top guys. I like Rory as a pivot play, just because I think we're buying the bottom with Rory. I don't think we'll ever see him in the 9K range, and if we do, I think that's even better. Like, I would just keep on collecting shares of Rory McIlroy at this price tag, because 10-2 at his best, he's better than, like, he's just as good, if not better than DJ, right? Like those two guys, I would argue DJ at his best is pretty damn good. Unbeatable to be exact. But Rory McIlroy is probably the only other guy at his best that he's essentially unbeatable. Now, we haven't seen that in forever. So it's sort of a fool's errand to talk about, at his best, because, well, where has it been? It hasn't been anywhere.
That's true.
At this course, though, it's been amazing.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were just saying a few minutes ago. Like, some of these guys can be playing like absolute dog crap coming in, but it's like when you step on the grounds there at Augusta National, I don't know what it is. You can bring out some of these guys you haven't heard from like all year. Like you saw like all the time from Tiger. Tiger could be struggling like coming in here, and it's like this was like his home away from home. Like he just found a way to like dial in. So like for me, you say Rory, and I'd say, okay, man, geez, he's missed a cut in 2 of his last 5 events, and I can't get over that opening round 79 at the Players.
Yeah.
But dude, like once he's here, next thing you know, he's hitting piss missiles straight down the middle. He's, landing on these par 5s and 2. He's putting for eagle.
Well, look what you need here, Emerson. You mentioned those 2 missed cuts in his last 5 events. Look at the other events since the Masters on how he's finished. 5th at the Masters, then 16th at the Farmers, 13th at Waste Management. He missed a cut at Riviera Genesis, 6th at WGC Mexico, 10th at Arnold Palmer. I mean, like, our expectation of Rory is he's winning. Anybody else who had this resume since November, you'd be like, I mean, this guy's going to win. And like I mentioned earlier, right? Like, as Ulrich brings a question in, Sandra Lyle or Ian Wisdom. Definitely Sandra Lyle. But yeah, like, this is, I mean, he's been playing like pretty good golf, but just not good enough for our expectation of Rory. When he was at 12-1 or plus 1200, when he was at plus 1300, when he was at plus 1500, we're still saying, I don't think he's there yet. Guy's at plus 1900 at Augusta. Like, look at his last 4 events at Augusta: 7th in 2017, 5th in 2018, 21st in 2019, and 5th last year. I mean, like, plus 1900 for a guy who got 2 top 5s in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I don't care about the missed cuts right now with a guy like Rory. Like, because if you look at it, especially in GPPs, right, you either want the guy who's going to get you up top, or like, you give me everything or give me nothing. For cash game, fade Rory, as he is a question mark. But for betting markets at plus 1900, like, that's, I mean, right now we're seeing Rory at minus 136 for a top 20.
That seems like a pretty solid bet, right?
Yeah. So I like Rory a lot. I think I'm still gonna like Rory, because we're seeing his price now decrease to the point now it's fair value. A guy like Xander is always going to be above market value. Tony is always going to be above market value. Ricky, when he was playing well, Tiger, they're always going to be above value. We get a guy like Rory where his value as plus 850 or the favorite. Now he's the 5th or 6th favorite. I like him.
Yeah, I didn't realize he recently changed swing coaches too.
Yeah.
And so that's, I guess, I don't know if he did that because he fell from 4 to 12 in the official world golf rankings, or the swing coach happened and then he fell. I don't really know, but you see those things happen all the time. Like, guy changed his swing coach. That means he's like in his head.
Yeah.
Right. Just time for a change, because you don't switch up anything. Like, if it's not broke, you don't fix it. Just because.
Or sometimes these guys are weird, Emerson, where they'll win, but they won't like the way the ball was going in the hole. Or like, instead of, they got lucky maybe, and then they win, and then they change their swing. We've seen it that way as well, where players will win and then we'll see that, they're changing their swing. Jordan was kind of like that when all these guys were hitting it far. This is like probably, a year and a half, 2 years ago, where we saw all these guys hitting it a ton. Brooks, DJ, Rory. Like, Jordan tried to get a little bit extra. And I think that really screwed him up a little bit, where you're trying to get those extra 10, 20 yards off the tee. And we saw the parabolas left and right, a la Samir Daouk, when he's on the course. But like, he's someone that, if he's dialed, man, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is here, boy, oh boy, like at 1900, again, that's something that I like, but you guys have to do your own stuff.
Here's another one. Care Bear, drop another good question here. What do you think about Bubba Watson? Does he put behind him the struggles? Speaking of another former champion here.
Yeah, Bubba's in that range. So right now, what is he, 7,800 on DraftKings, I think, and then in the betting market, I think he's pretty far down there. I think he's
7,800.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at DK Sportsbook right now. He's pretty far down there. But like with Bubba, it's kind of the like, do you think course history is going to play a larger part for him than current form is? And if the answer is yes, then I think Bubba's a fine play. He's at plus 9,000 on the DK Sportsbook. I would argue, though, and again, you would be getting him at low roster percentage because, I mean, Bubba right now is coming in at, 7%? And you see Paul Casey being, over twice as much as that. People are electing to save 100 and go with Paul Casey. Like, Bubba at 7,800 is someone that's at sandwich pricing between Sergio, Paul Casey, Adam Scott. Like, there's that range, right? Sergio, Bubba, Paul Casey, Scotty, and Jason Day, Louis Oosthuizen. These are all guys who play extremely well here, right? Their course history is great. So of those guys, the one I'd probably like the most is probably going to be Sergio at 79. But yeah, I think Bubba, I think we've seen, I mean, clearly he plays well here.
Yeah.
So if you want to, yeah. So what I like right now is I like that. Obviously I like the 10K range and above. Everyone does. Then there's a lot of players in the 9K range. I'm sort of fading this like 8K to high 7K range as much as possible.
8K to 7K, is that what you said?
Yeah, like 80.
It's like starting around like Fleetwood.
Yeah, and so I really like from like answer down, so 75, 74 down to 7K.
Okay.
I think that range is ripe with value, and that 8K range right now to me is not great because there are some guys who have played well here before, but not really in good current form. Guys doing great current form, but don't really play well here. Guys that we have some question marks on, Cam Smith, Sanjay, these guys that played well last year. That's kind of that 8K range where you're potentially looking for something. Doesn't mean that guys can't play well there, but for right now, I'm liking the value 75 and below.
Yeah, I see Justin Rose in there. You mentioned Sergio. Sergio, as we said on the Sweat this morning, Sergio beating Justin Rose 2017 playoff. But going back to Bubba, like it's one of those guys, like you said earlier, you're betting on him. You're essentially, I guess, subscribing to the belief that recent form means nothing. World golf ranking, which is 58, means nothing. And just the fact that loving this course and success on this course is all that matters like this week.
Yeah, all of that matters. And like roster percent, like game theory, if we're talking Millie Maker, we're talking GPPs, game theory is much more important than, I think, is much more important this week than most weeks because of the stakes. It's important every week. But if you take current form and game theory of really playing against your opponents and not necessarily trying to get the best players possible, you definitely need it this week. You need 6 of 6. You need the winner in your lineup to win the Millie Maker. That's just, you need to have that. But like being able to fade someone in that 8K range, being able to fade someone, maybe like Jordan Spieth, like I don't think he's going to miss the cut. But what if he gets, a 30th place and people have 25% rostered? That's I was going to say huge this week.
Like, what do you think his ownership numbers will be? Like, guy who's obviously he's won here before. He's coming off his first win in like 3 years. I figure people are going to be like riding that hard.
Yeah, 4 years maybe. 80 something events. He probably plays 20 events a year, 25 events a year maybe. It's close to 4 years, like three and
yeah, and we saw him move up on the DK Sportsbook too. He's tied with all of a sudden like Bryson. Who would have thought like 2 weeks ago if you would have told me he would have second best odds to win the Masters, Jordan Spieth? I said, bro, you are farting. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, seriously, like wake up, bro. Like what planet are you on? But now all of a sudden, DJ plus 950, plus 1150 with Spieth and the big beefy protein mash and Bryson.
Yeah, Yeah, and Spieth is such a. Okay, take this from a the sort of macro analysis of this is going to be one of the more public, probably the highest in public sentiment, or excuse me, not sentiment in casual players playing DFS and playing golf DFS for the first time, right? Because it's the Masters, like everyone knows about the Masters, and when you take a look at that, and who do people know? Right? The familiar faces, the Ricky Fowlers, you see them on every Grant Thornton Farmers commercial, everything. Jordan Spieth is another player. Justin Thomas kind of getting into that mix. We know who Dustin Johnson is. So these players who are public figures are going to garner way more roster percentage, way more ownership than maybe you would like. So fading those guys might be a good move, although the risk in fading Jordan here is that this guy's like third in strokes gained total since 2016 at this course. He plays well here every single year. He's great.
What about a long shot? Is there like a long shot on the DK Sportsbook? Maybe a sneaky play?
Yeah. What
in your eyes?
Give me the case for Sandy Lyle.
Bro, you know what's so funny is like us messing around this morning. And it's like, yes, Sandy Lyle.
Let's see, plus 500,000.
Like, all right. Yeah. Hear me out here, dude. Hear me out. All I'm saying is, got $10. Went to put $10 in this guy. And it's like angels in the outfield, like 1 week. These guys are carrying these like 80-year-old dudes, golf balls, like 300 yards, just straight down the middle. Next thing you know, you're rich. You're rolling in dough. You're like Scrooge McDuck, for crying out loud.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's not going to happen. Sorry, Sandy. It ain't going to happen.
You know what? Your negative attitude is BS. I'm over that. But go ahead. Maybe a more reasonable long shot.
Yeah, the longest shot that I've been talking about quite a bit is Henrik Stenson. Like, I don't think he wins, right? I don't even think he's not going to win. If he does, great, because I'll look like a genius.
Yeah,
but at plus 60,000, right? Like, how you read that is 600 to 1. Like, he's like, it's crazy to think that he's here, that he's next to guys like Michael Thompson, Martin Laird, Jim the Herminator Herman, right? That's Bernhard Langer. Is a few slots down from him.
Okay.
His top 10 is 33 to 1, is plus 3,300.
Like that seems like a good bet. Like he was one of the more interesting stories, like last November when this tournament played. He got paired with reigning US Open champion, the Bryson DeChambeau, everybody. That was on Sunday and beat him head to head, 71-73. It is one of those things where I feel like every year over the past decade, you're like, this guy is still doing it. He's still doing his thing. Two-time champ in 85 and 93.
Long time
but then
ago,
Sunday he doesn't. What's that?
That's a long time ago, but
it was a long time ago. But this guy's in pristine condition. He's always in the workout trailer, shredding with the bands, resistance bands, everything.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like Stenson's not German. I think he's Swedish.
No. I was talking about
longer. Yeah.
I'm talking about longer here, but like ended up finishing T29. Like,
look, Bernhard Langer. Yeah, this guy's a specimen. Like he's so good. He's so precise with his irons, and his long irons specifically at this course. And like, again, would we be surprised? No, because he's always doing this. He's doing this every year at Augusta, where he's
going to shoot his age. 1 year, he's going to shoot his age at Augusta.
Yeah, he just needs to be soon, because as his age increases, then the score also doesn't reflect that. But yeah, I mean, he's one. I know Jeff mentioned Siwoo Kim. I think that's a solid play. He's also someone that you can definitely consider. But you're seeing other guys down here like Kevin Na plus 170, like plus 17.5 on the DK Sportsbook, right? Francesco Molinari is there. Ryan Palmer, a guy who's been playing extremely well all season, is at 175. So there are players down here like Mark Leishman is at 150 plus 15,000 in the DK Sportsbook. like Mark Leishman, was contending earlier this year. So I like, the long shots. Sure, they're nice to talk about. I do think this tournament is won by the studs, but Justin Rose is plus 10,000. So his odds increased, since I think this is the enhanced offering. So you're seeing right now that there's some really, really good numbers on these guys. If you want to get them these longer shots, because, there might be some guys that surprise.
Okay, so producer Drew, who's getting very active, he gets a little hot and bothered once Masters Week rolls around as well. He is asking, do you weigh course history here more than other tournaments? Or is it like the same as you treat it like the same as like a Pebble Beach or like a Sawgrass? So I know we kind of talked like earlier, you kind of ignore what players have done entering this event because some just love to bring it when they're at Augusta National. But if you're getting down into that value range, which you pointed out some earlier, around like 7,500 and a little below, is that when you start seeing, or you start doing some research, start looking up, okay, this is a guy who's got a pretty good track record at Augusta, may just be playing like crap right now, and you could pick up more value on him, buy low.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, you have 88 players in the field, right? Top 50 in ties, along with within 10 shots of the lead, are going to make the cut. So this is the highest percentage of players in any tournament in the season that make the cut. So, if you're looking at it from a DraftKings standpoint, like, that's better number, better odds, but you still need to choose those guys that are going to make the cut. Because if you don't, your lineups aren't going to cash. If you have 5 of 6, they're not going to cash, because these are big tournaments for playing GPPs. Even in cash, I would argue that they won't, just because of the amount of guys that get through the cut. So you need to make the cut to even cash, in my opinion. Now, taking a look at course history, here more than other tournaments, yeah. Like, there are some tournaments on tour that course history does matter. I think Tournament of Champions, so the Century Tournament of Champions is one. Augusta is one. Muirfield Village kind of is one. Pebble Beach, not so much. Sawgrass, maybe a little bit more. Because we've seen Pebble Beach. We've seen guys like Andrew Landry. We've seen players come out of the woodworks and win that tournament. And it's kind of a quirky tournament, even though guys have played it a lot. Doesn't necessarily mean they play well. Like John Rahm plays extremely well in San Diego. It's like a second home to him. So like course history here definitely plays a bigger part in my analysis than it does in any other tournament. Right. So I'll look at Henrik Stenson. If course history didn't matter here, or if course history didn't matter here, I wouldn't be talking about Justin Rose or Henrik Stenson, because those two players have been god awful. But I do think it plays a huge factor, especially for guys who we know play well, who have shown that in this calendar year, sans Henrik Stenson, in this calendar year, like a Justin Rose, he came in second place overseas. I think that tournament that Dustin Johnson won, he came in second place. It was the Saudi International. Like Jay Rose was runner up to DJ, and that was only a handful of weeks ago. That was earlier in the year. So, or like probably around, I think, February. So like that's only in the grand scheme of things, like a month and a half ago. So how did he come in second with a pretty decent field and lose, just barely lose to DJ? And then all of a sudden he's a guy that's plus, 10,000 in odds and almost under $7,000. Right. So you have to look at those things a little bit more so than just for face value. Like, man, he isn't playing well, because everyone is going to look at the players who are playing well, be like, oh yeah, he's going to keep that up. It's like, oh yeah, my portfolio is going to keep on going up and up and up and up and up. And then all of a sudden, 2008
that's
happens.
Me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, I'm not saying that's going to happen. The crash is going to happen, guys. Please don't take this like I'm saying that. But like, that's something that you have to consider, that right now we're getting these guys at a discount. That's what you have to find when you're looking at GPPs, is find those discounts. It doesn't necessarily have to be an older guy like a Justin Rose. It could be the Sunjays. It could be the Cam Smith. It could be the Joaquin Niemans this week, who can perform and get inside the top 5 and really do wonders for your lineups.
Here is a good question from Team Always Here. DK Sim fam, our dude Choker says, sorry if I missed it, Reed, but what is your favorite metric for gauging performance at Augusta? Like bombers, putters, striking, etc.
It's approach, right? It's stroke gain approach. I mean, the easiest answer, because it is all encompassing is tee to green, right? The thing is, we don't get, if you're looking at any stat, anything, whether it's on PGA Tour, whether it's Fantasy Nash, whatever stat engine that you use, you're not going to see any strokes gain data for the Masters because they don't release those numbers. So we don't see the guys who've done strokes gain, who were number one off the tee here, approach, yada, yada, yada. You have to kind of watch it. You have to remember who played well, right? Like, for instance, I remember Sanjay and Cam Smith didn't particularly hit the ball well off the tee, but every single time they had a chance to recover, they did, right? So scrambling plays a big part here as well. But for here, I'm looking at guys who can ball strike, which is off the tee and approach, but even more so, I want the guys with the irons because it is so important here to be in the right spot on the green. You could be 5 feet, 5 feet from the hole above the green, and most of these golfers would rather have 25 feet below the green, like below the hole. I mean, right? Because putting uphill at Augusta National on these bent grass greens is going to take the double bogey out of play if you're on and two in regulation. If you're above the green or if you're above the hole in the wrong spots, you're bringing in double bogey very, very quickly. And that's the big thing about Augusta is getting it in the right spots with your irons, your approach shot.
So, like, where would Justin Thomas rank among all those numbers? Because I know he's coming off his 12th victory with the Players' Championship, 12th victory since the beginning of 2017. It's kind of crazy. He still has only one major. This dude who is so damn good, I feel like, in almost every category. 2017 PGA Championship is coming off a career best Masters finish of 4th. That was back in the fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's one of the players that can have both distance and touch around the green. Like he's one of those players, right, that can bomb it 320. We see him keep pace with the guys like that. So he can get it out there with the best of them. Maybe not to Bryson's level yet, but he's one guy that could, along with Rory. But he's one of the best around the green. When he's like, when you see him playing well, like he gets the ball up and down, or he can make shots off the green at a fairly easy clip. And the reason why I think he hasn't won more majors is his putting. Like his putting is more streaky than the top guys, most of them. And I think that's what's held him back. But Justin Thomas, just based on stats over the last 24 rounds, the guy's 9th in tee to green, 18th in short game, which is putting and around the green total, 35th off the tee, 19th around the green, 24th in putting respectively, and then 6th in DK points scored. So tee to green, this guy is great, but you see, like, if you parse him out a little bit, it's not as great when you look at that. Excuse me. Sorry. So I had a filter on my thing. Justin Thomas, he's actually a little bit better. He's 3rd in strokes gained approach, and then 29th around the green, 36th putting, and then 8th tee to green. So I had a filter on one of my stat sheets.
It's okay. I forgive you. So does everyone watching right now. Yeah. Cheers. I got you, bro. Love you. We go to the 9K range here. So we got about a handful of guys. So we got Cantley, Morikawa, Spieth, Reed, Koepka, Finau, Simpson. Who stands out to you in that group? Also, Koepka's back for like the first time since what? March?
A while.
Maybe February? Maybe like longer than that.
Yeah.
I saw some pictures of him recently running on the beach with his dog. He was shirtless. I think his fiance, maybe wife now, sitting there watching him. Looked like they're just like having the time of their life down there on the beach. Guy's pretty built. Chilling. Yeah.
He's got a good life. He's a guy that will live life and not worry about the small stuff. We haven't seen him since, what is it? The concession, I believe, right? I think that was it.
I'm looking at his game log, his player cards.
Yeah, I think it was
225. Yeah, you are right. You are correct, my friend. Hey, it was T2.
There you go. Right? Like, and he was 2nd here in 2019. So, like, you're starting to look at a guy who's, 7th here last year. He has a little bit extra motivation. People didn't think he was going to be back in time. Right? So, yeah, $9,200, I think, on DK Sportsbook. He's at plus 2,800 for an outright bet. I mean,
It's
Brooks
almost-
Koepka people.
It's almost like a little bit of value there. It's like a
Yeah.
contrarian pick because you don't really know what to expect. Like I wouldn't call him a safe pick following
No.
knee surgery.
No. Look, he's going to be this right now. He's projecting to be the second or third lowest guy, second lowest rostered in this range. My favorite is Webb at 9K, but I mean, Brooks Koepka is someone that I don't think you need a ton of reasons why to play him in a major and why to play him here. He's got no worse than a seventh in his last two starts here. Right. So he's someone that I'm definitely trying to get in as many lineups as possible. But I think Jordan Spieth is going to soak up so much of this area's roster percentage right now, this tier's roster percentage, that the Patrick Reeds, the Brooks, the Simpsons, the Finals, guys below him, I think Cantlay still gets some love just because he's always a favorite at this course. I think those guys below him, I think, get the benefit the most in roster percentage. And of those players, right, like I would rank them Simpson, Reed, Koepka, Finau, which sounds weird, but that's how I would do it.
Oh my God. The fact that you didn't have Finau first in that group, are you all right, man?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'm doing a cleanse. A Finau cleanse. No, never.
Oh, Finau cleanse.
Never,
Okay.
Tony. Never.
I thought you just took a hard left and was like, hey, I'm doing this cleanse right now.
Yeah, I'm like Steve Buchanan on the whole 30 and or paleo on the
Have you ever done that?
Aggro.
Have you ever done a full body cleanse? It's awful.
It's awful.
Things come out of you didn't know were in you. Like you're like, what is that? A leg?
Is that a toy car? Why did I get a toy car? This is weird.
Dude, Bukes has lost probably 50 pounds or something.
5-0?
Right? He looks phenomenal. He looks great. He was on MLB Network this morning. I'm like, dude, I don't even recognize you. I look at some old pics. I'm like, bro, you look great. You look great then. You look greater now.
Yeah, no, that's great. If he does that, that's great. I mean, pre-locks tomorrow. So if you want to check out the Biggest Loser, right? The Biggest Loser in more ways than one. Check out Steve Buchanan.
What happened to that show? I think really.
COVID, right?
Well, speaking of that, real quick, while we're on that topic, you saw Aaron Rodgers is hosting Jeopardy tonight, and I thought of an incredible question to ask you when I was setting another PR in the Peloton. The question was, if you could pick a golfer, I saw that, pal. If you could pick a golfer to host Jeopardy, which one do you think would be the best for it?
Dustin
Who would
Johnson.
you pick? You see, I went Phil Mickelson. I feel like Phil's got more you could have a little bit of fun personality with it. But
Dustin Johnson would be like you would just read the answer in like a monotone voice and be like, who is this guy? Is he asleep? Like, what's happening?
You almost need that though, right? Because even Trebek was so great and funny at times. He was straight and narrow.
The guys, of course, Phil would be great. I want the fiery guys. I want the guys who talk to themselves, like the Tyrrell Hattons. I want the Matt Wallace.
Yeah.
I want the guys who get kind of angry. So if someone gets a question wrong, I want them to yell at them. That's what I want. I want chaos.
Idiot.
Because Trebek is no one will ever be better than Trebek. So everyone's fighting for second place. And if that's the case, give me chaos.
Okay. Speaking of chaos, how about Phil? Your thoughts? 6,600 for lefty, plus 17,500.
Yeah. No, I'm going a hard pass on Phil.
Why?
Because I mean, look, $6,600, fine. Like you can say that he's cheap, but there's guys around him. Sebastian Munoz is playing better than him, but by far. Siwoo Kim, Jeff's boy, playing better than him by far. Right? Kevin Na below him, playing better than him by far. Lanto. I get that the course history is there for Phil. And look, what you're trying to get with Phil is you're trying to time it perfectly with him. Right. And right now, it's just not there. He's not playing well in lesser fields, in worse tournaments And sure, he could find something here because he loves it. He loves it at Augusta National. But I much rather play other players here and take a chance on them as opposed to trying to get Phil on that rekindling, because there's nothing right now. And $6,600, like, it doesn't really give me anything.
But for the 3-time champ, he made the cut at the Players in a Honda, which feels like legitimate progress, right? Before his missed cut at the Valero Texas Open.
Yeah, how do you miss the cut at Valero?
I don't know. Like he may have been the biggest name there.
Like, he lost 3 strokes to the green. Much of that came from around the green. He lost almost 6 strokes around the green. Like, that's crazy. And sure, top 25 at Honda. He made the Players and top 35 at Players. But before that, miscut at the AT&T Pro-Am, 53rd at Farmers, miscut at the Amex. He's missing cuts at really easy tournaments. He won AT&T Pro-Am, I believe. Right? 55 at the Masters here in 2020. Miscut at the Houston Open. I mean, miscut at the US Open.
Yeah. Like
it's a lot of early departures.
Like, you take a Swiss Army knife and you're like, all right, you got to pick now. Like, does he win one more PGA Tour event or one more major? I'm going to say, okay, maybe another PGA Tour event. Major. Last top 10 and one came at the 2016 Open Championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the only spot, right, where you think about it, especially if the PGA National or the PGA Championship is trying to be more of a distance play and less of not. And the PGA Association, they want to do that, but I think his best shot at another major is an Open Championship, and even those are extremely tough because he's not a links player, even though he's won one.
Robbie Noble says, "They live right now?" Question mark. Yeah, dude, we're live AF, dude. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here every Monday, so this is gonna be like our thing. Also, we're still trying to think of names for this show. So if you guys have appropriate names, feel free to drop them in the chat. Let's gossip about it. I don't know. Maybe if we go with your name. I don't know. I can't promise you anything because I'm pretty sure that's illegal. But let us know. We're going to be here every Monday between the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock sim. We're going to be leading up to whoever is on the 4 o'clock. I'm sure it's Glash because his Zoom screen is still on the screen right now. Except for next Monday. But this is us, man. This is what Reed and I used to golf together all the time before, he decided to take his talents out of the state. But we missed
you had to, right? It was my LeBron moment. I had to take my talents south.
I know. And look, he's coming back. He's coming back.
I'm coming home. Tell the world. I'm going to take out a page. I'm going to take out a two-page here in Sports Illustrated. I'm going to use it to just do the Michael Jordan in big font, Times New Roman, Noah font. I'm back.
Yeah, you are, big guy. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not bad, Germ. I kind of like that.
Which one?
Germ yeah, never mind. I saw the one. I love reading them. I don't know if I can repeat them though. Charlie says, how about Out of Bounds? I go there quite a bit.
Yeah. There's
for sure.
A couple I like Germ. That's creative, but I don't think maybe if we were on HBO.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one too, Roland. Not a bad one at all. So you think Ulrich's going to be all over his guy this week, Louis?
No, I don't think so. Like Louis he's a field like Louis could definitely be. He's one of those players too, right? I mean, he's not playing terribly of recent, but he's another player, right? That just shows up here, and if you saw his name in the top 10, top 50, you wouldn't be surprised. Past couple of tournaments, he's gained an approach. He's done really well with this putter. He's got to keep that going though, Emerson. If his putter goes, I think that's where you're going to see Louis struggle immensely because off the tee, I don't think he can keep up with these guys. But again, like I mentioned, you're talking about guys who have played well here before in the past, and Louis knows how to play this course like the best of them. His best finish was a second place because he's got a second place in all the majors in 2012. His last 3 events, he's got a 12th in 2018, a 29th in 2019, and 23rd in 2020. So he's returning value right at that spot, right where his price tag is. And so he has to do a little bit better than top 25. But if he does, like, again, not going to be surprised at all if Louis plays well here, because what he does, he's only lost strokes total in 2 of his last 9 events here. So he's gained strokes total since 2013, if my math is correct.
All right.
Or last 8. So yeah, he's solid.
All right. I'm going to ask you a very difficult question now. So if you got to pick him or you got to pick your guy, Tony Finau, who are you going with?
Even the Pope poops in the woods, along with the Bears, Emerson. Tony Finau is a head above heels. Head and heel. Is that the right way? Head above heels.
Just listen, dude. You could pick anything, and it could be above your heels. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to show your boy some love.
Yeah, Tony Finau. Look, for the price, yeah, Louis Oosthuizen in. But just in a vacuum as a player, give me a break. Tony Finau is worlds better.
Bro.
Internationally, no. Louis better than Tony.
How has he not
well.
won a PGA Tour event in 5 years?
That's just Louis. That is Louis. That is the crux
No,
of
I'm
Louis.
talking about Tony.
Louis hasn't won one either. I don't think Louis has ever won.
Don't break down Ulrich's man when he's not here to defend him.
Yeah, Louis never won on the PGA Tour.
Okay, all right.
But you're right. That's the thing. How is Tony not won an event since 2016? How is he not
listen
won?
To this.
It's crazy.
It really is. So given that he has 37 top 10s and 20 top 5s on the tour since the loan, oh my gosh, and it was the 2016 Puerto Rico Open win. We don't count the Puerto Rico Open.
Well, that's rude for Puerto Ricans. I'm gonna
no.
all my Puerto Rican
That's
friends.
like isn't that like one of those tournaments that is like little on when it
alternate.
opposes like a WGC, right?
Yeah, it's the alternate event. Yeah, and there's a curse, right? Actually, Victor Hovland broke that curse when he won. He won the Puerto Rico Open, and then his next tournament, I forget which one it was, but he broke that curse. Tony still has yet to do that, but man, how many times has he been close? How many times? But
all right. Well, producer Drew's telling us to wrap. I thought we were going up until 4:00, but like whatever, dude. I mean, like he's got an attitude. That's fine. I'll listen to him. He's the producer. Good stuff. That flew by.
Yeah. Who are you picking though? Who's your pick to win this?
John Rahm.
Yeah.
I did the most research on him. I looked him up because I'm like, because we didn't talk about the sweat. So I want to talk about someone else. And then when I saw that he became a dad recently, I said, boom. Because there was a chance that he was going to have to pull out of this tournament if his kid was going to be born like this week. So now he doesn't have that weighing on his head. Now he's like, I'm going to show you, kid, who a true winner is. So boom, dude's going to go 1 for 1 since having a child, becoming a father.
I like it.
That's it, dudes.
No arguments here.
Who was your pick to win?
Bryson. Give me Bryson DeChambeau.
That's only because you guys are like best friends now. This is ridiculous. That's like,
yeah, we're besties. But Bryson, and I think Webb Simpson is someone that we need to keep our eye on. So I think he's primed. He's not playing well right now, but I think he's primed to do well here.
All right, homie. Every Monday we're doing this thing, y'all. We're going to be talking golf. We'll look back on the weekend that was, the week ahead. Sweet T Fowler and I, we're going to try to figure out some kind of name for this show, but it's fun. You can see it's kind of very loose, whatever direction you guys want to take it. But the fact that hundreds of you sat around and hung out with us means a lot to us. Thank you very much. Reed T. Fowler, give him a follow on Twitter. I'm dead serious. He's one of the best follows when it comes to golf and fantasy and sports betting. It's the reason we love him so much. So good stuff, dude. I'm looking forward to our bright future together. And I love you. So everyone, we're going to go away for a little bit. And Glash and Rossi are going to come back for the 4:00 sim, hang out, get those lineups built. Get your Masters lineup built too, right? Big old Millie maker out there. Win $1 million. And then
if you want to throw some shekels our way. But, I digress.
Come on, baby. All right. Love you. Peace.
Peace.
real.
Hey, we're live! Breaking news!
Breaking news. Here's Brandon Blushing.
Filed to ESPN. Adam Schefter reports the New York Jets trading quarterback Sam Darnold to the Carolina Panthers for a 2021 6th-round pick and 2nd and 4th-round picks in 2022.
Wait. So what?
So
what is going on?
A 6th this year.
Yeah.
A 2nd next year and a 4th next year.
Yeah. So the second, they still have the 2nd overall pick.
I didn't get my lineup in because of the breaking news. Damn it.
Well, there was a lot going on before the sim, just for people to know. There were some other familiar faces there with here. So there was a lot of distractions. And literally, what was that, 6 seconds before we went live, I see this tweet.
I had everything built. I just didn't hit enter.
So the Jets still have that 2nd overall pick. That's fine. And the Carolina Panthers still have that 8th overall.
Yep.
So nothing changes in the first round, just Darnold to Carolina.
Darnold has a new home.
So Teddy Bridgewater to the Patriots. I smell it. I smell it in the air. Maybe not. I don't know.
Oh.
This is wild, dude.
Dude, you have to have a Pats take.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sorry, where I'm from. What do you want from me?
So, hold on a second.
I'm holding.
Give me a second to breathe here.
This is wild.
Sam Darnold to Carolina.
Correct.
Teddy Bridgewater. Under contract right now or not?
Under contract, 2 more years.
Yes, right. Okay. I'm not nuts. I was just making sure it wasn't an opt-out or something.
No, not at this point.
That I might have missed.
I'm going to get you his numbers.
So Terrace is asking the question right now. What happens to Teddy Bridgewater? Competition. It's a competition. That's what it is.
Well, I will say this. Darnold's still on the rookie contract, so it is a competition because right now for this year, so Teddy Bridgewater's under contract for the next 2 years. His cap hit this year is $22 million. That goes up to $25 million next year. Sam Darnold's contract, which should be relatively low as I look it up, it's going to be under $30 million, I want to say, for both quarterbacks. So let's see. Going to get the official numbers as my internet on dial-up is doing wonders right now. Wow, this is crazy. Can't believe this just happened.
Pretty funny how it breaks, right? Like when we get in the Zoom and we're about to do pregame.
Okay, so Sam Darnold's cap, this is his final year, is 9.7. So between the two of them, we're at 30, let's just say 32 million, which is pretty darn good for a quarterback, especially if you are going to go the battle route.
$32 million total at the position. That's the cap hit.
For those two, I don't know who their other back. I think they have PJ Walker still, and regardless, it's 32 for your potential starting quarterbacks, plural.
That's a lot.
Not really, though. Think about most starting quarterbacks are around 30. So it's not like you're breaking the bank on either guy, and Bridgewater's movable at 22. Jimmy G's been the hot topic, right, Glash? Who's he going to go to? But I think his hit's over 30 million. So you have 2 guys that are basically at the same number. Twitter is just going crazy right now.
But are we convinced that Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater might both stay and compete, and then we get a change?
I think, yeah.
But no, you make a good point. That's a lot of money to commit to the position for a team that's not that good.
Well, I think my guess, and this is totally me right now, knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo's hit this year is $26 million. So it's $6 million less for 2 guys. But anyways, I would say the take is probably going to be, let's go young, let's get cheap with Darnold. Because they probably don't see much more of a ceiling. I thought Bridgewater was fine last year, but maybe they want to see if Darnold, it's the last year of his contract. It's a team option. So clearly this has something to do with Deshaun Watson not being available.
That's true. Man. And what do the Panthers now do at 8? Are we sure they're taking a quarterback?
No.
Does that open up teams' closer to the top 10, like closer to 10. Teams closer to the teens, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Their chances increase if they want to take a quarterback. Or we could be wrong, right? They move Bridgewater out. They go with Darnold for 1 year, give him a chance. You didn't have to give up much to get him, and you still draft a guy at 8 to have insurance.
Dude. Well, this guarantees the top 3 picks of quarterbacks now. Like, clearly the Jets saw enough out of either Zach Wilson or Fields, who had his pro day, Mac Jones, just for argument's sake, or one of these guys. Like, the top 3 are quarterbacks, all these trades, because the Jets now moving Darnold out, they're making the move. They see somebody. So, yeah, this could be great news if you're a Denver Broncos fan. Because the Broncos sitting at 9 probably had a little bit of fear if they liked, I don't know, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, etc. If they sneak down, this gives Carolina an opportunity to get one of those top-end receivers maybe to add to the bunch of guys they have. You know, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, add one of these young, fast receivers. Wow.
It's a good point. I just read here that, it's a good point. Sam Darnold will reunite with Robbie Anderson in Carolina.
Good success together.
But yes, I think a lot of takeaways from this. 1 point for sure, the Jets are taking a quarterback. They're taking a quarterback. They're not trading out of 2. We all kind of felt that was going to be the case, but it's now confirmed. They are not trading out of that number 2 pick. They're going to take a quarterback. So yes, the first 3. Jags, Jets, Niners.
Yep.
I mean, the Niners will take a quarterback if they draft at 3, but who knows? Maybe they move out of 3. I've already proposed today they should move the 3. Maybe they're calling the Packers for Aaron Rodgers. Maybe.
Whoa!
I say that only because Aaron spoke again about his future earlier today. But, whatever. This is actual reporting. Rappaport's on it. Schefter's on it. If you missed it, the Jets traded Sam Darnold to the Carolina Panthers for a 2021 6th-round pick and 2 picks in 2022, a 2nd and a 4th. Yeah, Brian C., that's fair. Darnold and Anderson worked so well the first time.
Well, with all respect, they actually were a pretty good pair 2 seasons ago with, after the ghost and all that. But Darnold, again, everyone has to remember, 23 years old. He's basically could be a rookie again, who just basically redshirted, if you will, a couple of years here in the NFL, but has experience. Carolina's building something there with Matt Rule. They clearly didn't like enough out of Teddy Bridgewater. We're very much in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes. Seeing things not looking likely to move there. Let's do something.
Oh, my God.
It could just be a fresh coat of paint for our guy, Sam Darnold.
So the Carolina Panthers tweeted 8 minutes ago. Did you see what they put out?
The Panthers tweeted, you said?
The Panthers on their own account, @Panthers. That is freaking good.
Let's see.
Oh, my God. It is a meme of Darnold.
Oh, my Lord.
When he got mono, it's the graphic that they used. It says out of New York indefinitely.
Great.
Oh, that is.
And then the switch over, the nice graphic.
Wow.
Carolina's not messing around.
Hey, it's 3-0 Panthers in the sim. Hi, and how fitting it's a Panthers sim.
Wow.
How can you predict this? And someone in the chat actually said, what if Denver trades for Bridgewater?
I'll say it. Don't think that's the move. Could happen, but I don't. If I'm a Denver fan, that's not the move. I think you'd rather see Drew Lock get that 3rd year and see what he can do. But that's just me. That's just my opinion on the matter. I don't think that would really spark the interest of Bronco country.
Okay. So, trying to let this news process. The first thing that I think about, Sam Darnold is probably going to be, he's definitely in the picture, of course, with Carolina. And I say that because they're going to take a guy at 8. Maybe not now. Teddy Bridgewater. How do we feel about Teddy Bridgewater as starting quarterback in the NFL? Maybe he's going to be the backup. Maybe it's an open competition.
Today, I think that is the plan in Carolina's mind. I think the offers that may come in over the next, 10 days are going to be what's fascinating about this clash, because you get
like a month, dude.
I thought the draft was in April.
It is. It's the end of the month. It's crazy.
Oh, for some reason I'm thinking April 15th.
I feel the same way. I've had to look like 1,000 times. It's April 29th this year.
Okay. Whichever this month.
Point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, please. You got to help me with that. I don't know. Carolina is going to be receiving phone calls for him one way or the other. Just will they be tantalized enough? Will the offer be something like, I don't know, a fifth, a fourth? Because let's be honest, Teddy Bridgewater, $22 million. You're not getting the, same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. There's no first round picks being traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's just not reality. Unless team gets really desperate. But it's more probably, I see Teddy Bridgewater being like a fifth this year and like a sixth next year. And is that good enough for Carolina? Or do they feel good enough about, Sam Darnold? Because maybe they want that competition. Because really, Darnold hasn't had it. He had Joe Flacco last year as the other quarterback. Think of what you think of him now. So I think Carolina, it's a smart move. Get a young guy who has a lot of talent, could be something, or is he just going to be another guy that's been a USC quarterback that hasn't translated since, Carson Palmer?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Listen.
Soak it in, man.
So someone threw out Denver, and Denver's in this sim, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Think about it like this. So we now know. We can all say with some certainty. As of today, because we have to do the sim now, in the moment. Things can change.
One shining moment.
April 5th, 2021 at 4:11 p.m. Jaguars, Jets, Niners. We are all convinced at this point they're taking a quarterback, right?
Yes.
Lawrence, Wilson. Say it's Fields. Say it's Jones. Whatever. Okay?
Yep.
Are we convinced Atlanta's taking a quarterback at 4?
No.
They could.
They could.
But I don't think they're going to.
Yeah.
At least not yet. Okay? Cincinnati? No.
No.
They've got a guy. Miami at 6?
No.
Probably not. Some people think 2 is not for real, but let's just work with the argument they're not going to.
Yeah.
Then you get to 7. Detroit. They probably should, but they might not. They might really give Jared Goff a chance.
Yeah, I think they probably should roll with Goff unless they see somebody like the talent of a Trey Lance, if none of these other teams have. But I would say they're probably not. They need to smarten up in that and, see what they can get out of them.
Scores are updated. Okay, so we've got 3 quarterbacks off the board. We're now to number 8. Carolina Panthers. Sounds to me like they just found their guy. Or a guy they feel really good about by giving up a 6th round pick. That's not important. 2nd round pick in 2022. 4th round pick 2022. Okay, maybe let's say they don't take a quarterback.
No.
You get to 9, and there's Denver. Probably 2 of that top 5. So whoever you like more. The combination of Fields, Jones, or Lance. Some duo of that trio is going to be available. Denver might roll the dice.
Yeah.
Or sorry, only two of those would be available. Yes, only 2 would be available at this point when you get to 9.
I think there's no doubt that Denver would take the shot, unless they really don't like the talent of one of the 3. But at this point, I think Denver has a big smile on their face. They're reconsidering the draft board, because I really think there was a chance of Carolina taking more like a Trey Lance, more of the understudy, give a year or 2 to see if he can transition that, not really playing against great competition in college football to the NFL. I think no matter where a guy like Trey Lance, who probably is more of an upside guy than he is a pure ready to be a top, he probably shouldn't be a 1st round pick, let's be honest. But the way the NFL goes, I think Denver's a great spot, because if things translate quickly, there are some loaded weapons as we're seeing on the field.
Come on, Teddy, for your job. It's for your job, Teddy. That was terrible. Up against the wall. And then, after Denver at 9, you get 2 teams out of the NFC East, Dallas, Giants. They're not taking quarterbacks.
Nope.
Dak, all the money he just got. Daniel Jones. You go to 12, Philadelphia. I mean, maybe Philly thinks about it. I don't think they will, though. I think they're showing commitment in Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right call to go for a quarterback there if you're Philly. But again, they made moves. They got all this capital now. They have so many draft picks in Philadelphia. I think they've set themselves up for, if there's a trade next offseason for guys like Deshaun or guys like Russell Wilson. I think that's kind of the way they've kind of taken it. So I don't agree. I mean, I don't think they'll take a quarterback.
So now we move to 13. Chargers, no. They've got Herbert. And this is where it gets really interesting. Say the first 3 picks in the draft are all quarterbacks. We could make a case from 4 through 13, some easy, some not as easy, that none of those teams will take a quarterback. Can make a fair case. All of them. I'll do it really fast. Falcons, Matt Ryan. They believe there's hope. I don't think so. They believe. Cincinnati, Joe Burrow. Miami, Tua. Detroit, just got Goff. 8, Carolina, just got Sam Darnold. 9, Denver, Drew Lock, still young. Dallas, Dak, money. Giants, Daniel Jones, invested. 12, Philly, Hurts. 13, Chargers, Herbert. Boom. There you go. 14, Minnesota. Hey, Minnesota. What do you think of Kirk Cousins? Ew. Patriots, 15. Oh. So these quarterbacks might fall. After the first 3, they might fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be very fascinating what these next few weeks bring, because now you have, we've heard all the Jimmy G rumors swirling. They trade up to 3. We discussed it. Now Teddy Bridgewater's on that same platform of teams are going to reach out to the Panthers. It's what is the offer? How high of a standard are the Panthers going to hold Teddy Bridgewater, now making a move for Darnold? And realistically, what's the offers? Like, realistically, where do they see them going? So, I just believe that I think Teddy Bridgewater and Jimmy Garoppolo will now be moved in the next 20 some odd days. And I don't think the offers are going to be first round picks for anybody.
What's really funny? Maybe the Chicago Bears. Someone in Twitch just brought this up. Teddy could be insurance for the Cowboys or the Bears. Maybe the Bears move up or something.
Bears are fascinating.
Maybe they move like 6 spots to maybe get one of these guys. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, it's so funny because this is where everything gets, in this mess of who do you really, like, where's the sailing on these guys? Like, how much better does Teddy Bridgewater theoretically make a team compared to their current situation? That's what teams have to weigh. And that's where these offers are going to pour in. Like, does Teddy Bridgewater make the Bears a much better team than what Andy Dalton potentially makes them? That's hard to say because I don't think either one are outstanding. Obviously, more history and more success in the league is Andy Dalton. 10 years later, Bridgewater, with the injuries, had a couple years taken away from him, has been fine.
Sam Darnold to the Carolina Panthers. We're talking about it. You have a take? Give it to us. We'll read it. And we'll dissect it. We'll speculate. We'll make your dream come true here on the Dream Stream. Whatever you want to see happen to your team. How this news affects the team you root for. The player you own in fantasy. We want your fantasy to come true.
It's fascinating. Ross's Fat Cat says Teddy's a backup at best. Then you had someone saying he's a starter. Steven says, well, he's definitely a starting capability.
Burgundy says the Washington football team will take Teddy over Fitzmagic. Yeah, but they committed some decent money to Ryan Fitzpatrick. Ron Rivera came out and said he likes him a lot. Now, look, did Ron Rivera work with Bridgewater in Carolina? No, he did not, right?
Nope, they didn't cross paths.
Right when Teddy went in there. Yep.
Last year.
William Peterson, Darnold and Dalton, the same guy. That's a little early to compare, right? Darnold deserves a second chance.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I just want to say this. The hate towards Andy Dalton, remember this. The man has been a winning quarterback for one of the worst franchises ever. I understand they didn't win playoff games, but guess what? Carson Palmer didn't win playoff games either when he was there. And we look at him as a much better quarterback. Dalton is a fine stopgap at this point in his career, and if he ends up retaking over, if Darnold turns into Dalton, you're pretty excited if you're the Carolina Panthers right now. I know it sounds crazy because of the overall aura, but as a starting quarterback in the NFL, Andy Dalton has been much better than not. TP, I feel you. It's like those hammer guys in Mario Brothers.
Sarah Privatera just called me Felger. I'm honored.
What was Felger of what you said? I did see her say that.
She knows I listen to their show every day, so.
Yeah, but it's not like you said something that was like, that's it. They're done. Jets are done. Pack it in. Jets are toast. They got rid of the future of their franchise. They're toast. Pack it in.
Stephen Roach. I bet you Teddy starts week 1. That's not an awful take. But they gave up a little something to get him. Gave up a little something. 6th round pick this year. Who cares? 2021, 2022 second. That's a pretty good piece. Cortland Sutton.
Duddy.
Think Cortland Sutton wants a new quarterback?
Yeah, I want to say it this way very quickly on that. Maybe. Cortland Sutton also missed the year, we know. Maybe there's something with Drew Lock and him that they actually have a connection. They played pretty well together 2 seasons back.
Isn't it amazing? I really am amazed by this. We brought this up, but worth bringing up again. The fact this trade and I love how the name of the free roll, which again, I did not get a lineup in on time because I was so excited about the breaking news. 2 new quarterbacks needed both ways. That is the name of the free roll. This was created last night in bed when I was watching Saturday Night Live. Who would have thunk the Panthers doing this actually opens the door for Denver to take a quarterback now? These 2 teams who once faced off in the Super Bowl 5 years, 6 years ago, they just became best friends. They just became best friends. Potentially. Matt Davis in the chat said, I think Justin Fields is going to drop to number 4. Meaning a quarterback, and Mel Kiper's been saying this. Mel Kiper. ESPN, not Mel Kiper. Justin Fields would be a great addition to the Atlanta Falcons behind Matt Ryan for 3 years. That's Mike Kiper.
Picked it up. It's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, Justin Fields behind Matt Ryan in Atlanta would be great. Very well could happen, right? I mean, it makes sense. He's got some roots there. But if things don't go well in Atlanta right away, Justin Fields is going to be called upon very, very quickly. So point being, the first 4 could be quarterbacks. This could all be useless banter, and only one of those top 5 will be available after the first 4 picks.
I'll say this. If the first 4 picks in the NFL draft are all quarterbacks this year, that's insane. I'm not joking. That is truly insane when you think about the history of the NFL and some of the talent we've seen in drafts, that people now are just so desperate to have that 5th-year option and a guy they could just turn and burn out. Because realistically, Atlanta could, very well should, because they're turning over new GM, new coach. It's a new regime there. That's a perfect spot to take a quarterback. Of any other year, they'd probably get the second best guy. Because we have outstanding offensive linemen in this draft, receivers, but Atlanta's best bet may be to either take the quarterback or just trade back. Going to need a lot of defense, going to need a lot of assets. Trade back from 4 to somewhere else, maybe within the top 10 or wherever you see your guy, 6, 5, 8. Maybe Carolina moving up right now, but maybe it's Denver just to guarantee themselves whatever you need to do, it's just, the dominoes are going to fall from here.
Ashley Edwards says that's Jim Carrey from The Grinch Stole Christmas, Clash. That's probably more accurate.
I will give people, and this isn't meant in any way to be offensive to people, but think about this. Mel Kiper is no different than half the people on the DraftKings staff, in my opinion. That is a compliment in a lot of ways. Robbie! Come on, Robbie. Stretch it in. I actually put a lineup in. He's in there. What's a booth reviewing?
He wants a touchdown?
Or did he step out?
Or did he step out?
That's not really a booth review, actually. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know what's going on.
I don't either.
Drew, our producer Drew, says that he would have scored if Darnold was the quarterback. Oh, he did step out.
He must have stepped out. Yep.
Oh, and they just put 20 seconds back on the clock. Come on, Sim.
Step out.
Come on, Sim.
Look at the sun shining. CMC's like, I got this.
Anyways,
what was Drew saying? Yeah, you had it. You had it on.
I was talking about my lineup, but now I can't remember. That reversal threw me off. Either way, this is wild.
Getting a quarterback at the top of the draft isn't about the fifth year; it's about the player. You want the fifth year, you jump up in the late 20s, like Jordan Love, Lamar Jackson, or Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, I don't disagree, obviously, but I just see, I go back to, this all stems to me from Rosen. When Rosen was taken, I think it was, 10th overall, they were like, the Cardinals were like, yep, this is our guy. Quickly moved on. 1 year, moving on. And I think that paves the way for some of these teams to potentially take that quarterback early, because if things don't work, how you doing? Keep it moving. Put him on the sidewalk. Leave him in front.
I think that's why Curtis Samuel, is that going to count as a passing score?
Sure is.
Good. Yep.
It will. He scored. I did not put Kurt the Squirt, as Emerson titles him. I didn't put him in my lineup, and I always debate it because he's so involved in this offense in Madden. Plays like this. He usually gets a 1 or 2 carries throughout the sim. Carolina, these two teams, regardless if you put a lineup in or not, are so difficult to place because there's so many value plays. Because all the receivers could be played on both teams. You have these running backs on both teams. I personally fade the Broncos running backs. CMC, you get him in there, but he hasn't been the same in a long time. So it's usually finding all these $7,000 guys that you're filling your roster with. And there's Curtis Samuel paying off.
All right. There you go. Way to be. Way to have him in your lineup. Way to set your lineup. I didn't. I'm a loser.
No, things got wacky. So you don't set your lineup when you create the contest.
Must Be says, what do you guys really know about Atlanta? We will definitely draft Fields if he is available, period.
You want to know what I know about Atlanta?
Sounds like you want that to happen. Will it happen, though? I don't necessarily believe that. What do you got, Rossi?
I was going to say, I know about Atlanta, a lot of hip-hop artists. Jermaine Dupri, Usher, 112. Luda. I liked a lot of Ludacris back in my high school days. Still respect the man. That's what I know about Atlanta. I was a big Falcons fan for a long time. Chris Chandler brought him to a Super Bowl. They got embarrassed by the Broncos, who were in this sim. I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named Michael Vick. That's what I know.
Hey, here's another open-ended question in relation to this trade. If you missed it, Sam Darnold is now a Panther. The Panthers tweeted about it. It's official. Panthers give the Jets a 6th-round pick this season, a 2022 second-round pick, and a 2022 4th-round pick. That's the package. If you're a Panthers fan, Matt Rule, who has a bright, young offensive mind coming over from Baylor. He's got a big contract. He has say in personnel decisions. I don't know if many people knew that. He was granted some of that power. he's got kind of not the same as a Belichick, a Carroll, or that level. But Matt Rule was told he'd have a little bit of control in terms of personnel and what direction the team goes in with offseason moves and front office moves. Should Carolina Panthers fans be excited about this, Rossi? If Sam Darnold is their plan.
I'm guessing, should they be excited about it? I'll say yes. Are they going to be excited about it? I'm guessing no. This is, I feel like, a little bit of what happened with the Bears. Like, I think they had the hopes that they were going to find their way into Deshaun Watson, or this, they didn't really have a lot of smoke to the fire with Russell Wilson with during that time. But this is a 23-year-old who has experience in the NFL, whose best days should be ahead of him. He was starting in the NFL at 20 years old. Yes, there's been the jokes. Yes, he was on the Jets. Don't forget who his freaking offensive coordinator was, or his coach was, Adam Gase, who has historically damaged teams offensively. So I think you really should, if they simplify this offense to start, if he gets the nod, this should be I would be excited if I'm a Carolina Panthers fan, because you've got some competition. That's what you want. And if the ceiling is as high as you think of his early first round selection, 3 years back, you got yourself a ball player, and you have some options with him. And if you move on from Teddy Bridgewater, that opens up money. Maybe there's other moves that stem from that.
Guys, we see you in the chat. When we get to halftime, we'll check out the scoring here, and Joe will make the correction necessary with the Samuel touchdown. Here's Jordan. Jordan says, I don't think they will be thrilled, Clash. Sam hasn't done enough to really earn excitement. I think he can still be a good quarterback, though.
Great. Good call, Jordan.
So that's why I say we can't rule out Carolina taking a quarterback at 8.
I think you do, just from the fact you're right. We can't rule it out, but
based on the excitement level we just expressed.
True. And I think it really, obviously, it comes down to, is the front office excited? I think they are. I don't think you make a move like this thinking you're going to also take a quarterback at 8, personally. But, I don't know. Let's see what my candle says.
Well, you use the Josh Rosen example. And I'm not, let's all be, come on. That wasn't Arizona's plan. They hoped it worked. And they give them credit for being like, okay, moving on. We're going to take that kid, Kyler Murray. Number 1 overall. And when you have number 1 overall, it's right there for the taking. When you're drafting at number 8, you have to see how it shakes out in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
We presented cases in which the teams in front of Carolina may not take a quarterback. There could be cases made they will take quarterbacks. As the chat is pointing out, hey, Atlanta, what's stopping Atlanta from taking one at 4? I just think if you're Carolina, right, if Trey Lance drops to you at 8, and you think Lance won't be ready for another couple of years due to his lack of games played, and we'll check the stats. Here it is. Samuel, yes. Receiving touchdown for Curtis Samuel.
Got it.
There you go.
Play.
If you're like, all right, you know what? We'll take Lance. And, of course, we'll start Sam year 1. And, hell, if it goes great, maybe someone will give us something for Lance. Or it doesn't go great, and maybe you get nothing for Darnold if it doesn't go well. The unknown will be interesting. I just think but then again, to your point, if you take a quarterback, play it out. They've got Darnold, say they take Lance at 8 if he falls to them, or they take Mac Jones. I'm just throwing it out there.
Sure.
Doesn't the value of the player by not playing, I guess there is the unknown, but just sitting there, are you going to get something better than the number 8 pick? Like a following season, or are you going to get like a second? I feel like the value drops off when you just take a guy there and then not play him. If the Packers traded Jordan Love tomorrow, they getting a number 21 pick?
No.
Right?
It's like they say when you buy a car, you drive it off the lot. Let's just say you buy a $35,000 car. Drive it off the lot. You're not getting $35,000 for it. The moment you start that ignition and drive off the lot, it already devalues in value. So I agree. Jordan Love today, it's a third-round pick.
Right.
And that's being nice. It's probably maybe a package deal, but I think same thing, Teddy Bridgewater or any of these quarterbacks we're talking about, you're not getting the same value. That's why I think San Francisco, throwing out there that Jimmy G's their guy and the only way they're trading him is for a first-round pick is absolutely bluffing. Yeah. It's like me when I play poker. Horrible bluffer. Hope to the Lord you fold. I have 2 2s, or I have a 2 and a 3, and there's no chance of a straight. Like, that's what I think's happening right now. And I think, but to your point, if they take a quarterback at 8, it doesn't work out, they want to move on, they're not getting the same value. Again, look at Josh Rosen. Went to Miami, I believe, for like a 6th round pick. It was embarrassing. So.
Hey, we see you guys on Twitch too. Thanks for being here. Jerem, Hurt, Ollie the Snowman.
Just very quickly, didn't mean to interrupt, but I would forget. The Jets play at the Panthers this year. Adam Schefter just tweeting. So this will be a trade. Like, this adds another really sexy matchup to now the 17-game schedule. We have some really intriguing matchups this year. Packers, Chiefs, Patriots, Bucks. Now Jets Panthers becomes a really nice matchup. And don't forget, this also becomes the year where you can shift off. Monday night football games are going to be kind of moving around. Sunday night football games are always flexible.
Walking around Narrative Street. Do, 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 do. All right.
Dude, this is exciting.
Everybody get everything off their chest. Keep going. We got another probably, half hour, maybe 20 minutes. Hey, NBA pre-locks after this.
Oh, yeah.
Chirag and Julian will preview tonight's slate.
I saw this TP. By the way, make sure, and I always say this, when these guys come on, whatever you're doing, keep it on. Because I always advertise this, please. If you don't play NBA, you're just like, not for me, it's not my sport, whatever. I want to play some Madden Sims, you're going to throw some cash at this, cool. Listen to these dudes. Because I'm telling you, Julian has helped me numerous amounts of times, whether it's here, reading his articles. These guys know their stuff. So
we
if you're
know
just
you need help, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I need tons of help. I need mental help. Can there be a therapy session at 5 o'clock? No, I'll have that at 6 with Kenny. But yeah, I just always say, listen to these guys. If you have a couple extra shekels, throw it over in your DK. Like, check them out. Listen to what they have to say. It may turn things around. And better not to know sometimes. I overthink all my lineups, and that's why I lose. Mm-hmm. So these guys will surely help you. Drop your questions.
W. German says, as long as Cam Newton is the quarterback, the Patriots are going nowhere, no matter who they sign. Well, hold on a second. No matter who they sign, what if they sign a quarterback? I mean, I guess there's really none out there now. I kind of get what he means, but not really.
I guess he means from the signings they've already made, is my guess.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, that's true. Or they could make a trade, right?
Yeah.
Stephen Roach says, quarterbacks definitely need time to catch up to the speed of the league. I hear you on speed, but the league is changing to fit college quarterbacks. Baker in Cleveland. But with Baker in Cleveland, you have to go back a few years now. Matt Rule was just hired a year ago. He probably looks at Sam Darnold and goes, I can make my offense fit this guy when he was at USC. Coaches nowadays are fitting their offenses around what these quarterbacks did well in college. More than ever.
Especially the young guys, yeah.
That's why San Francisco, trading all that capital to get to 3, there must be belief inside that front office and that locker room. If you're Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, we can take X quarterback, Lance, Jones, Fields, whoever it is, we can insert this guy tomorrow with our current cast. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, Juszczyk, Trent, what's his name? Trent
Williams,
the left tackle, like just the whole cast. Insert quarterback, boom, he'll be fine. Now, it could take a year. We saw Josh Allen, what happened after one season. Totally transformed. The speed, but that's a great point by Steven, the speed of the game. Letting it all process while they watch the defense come for their throat.
And let's be honest, that's to that point. That's why Sam Darnold is an interesting guy to trade for now. He knows the speed of the game. He's seen very, very good defenses in that AFC East. I know people want to joke about how crappy the division's been. Buffalo over the past few years, very impressive. Patriots may have had arguably one of the better defenses over the last 3 years. And, Miami last year and the second half of the year previous were pretty stellar. The Jets were the defense that had some of the most issues.
Right.
But I think it's going to be, I think this is the right move. And to go with what you said, Rule knows, like you said, he saw the game. He sees the potential. The GM there, I forget his name's escaping me, but he's looking at this too, saying, hey, do you think if we get Darnold in here, like we cut this stuff back? Don't forget, we're totally avoiding one of the biggest weapons in the league. They have Christian McCaffrey, so they can take a lot of pressure off of Darnold. He comes back healthy. Maybe Darnold's only throwing the ball 20, 25 times, and you're using guys like Samuel's gone now, but you're using guys like maybe DJ Moore in a more elusive role, Christian McCaffrey, Ian Thomas, Robbie Anderson. Maybe they're drafting it, one of these young receivers or another difference maker on defense. There's a lot of opportunity here for the Panthers. And I think, like you said, if it comes to the speed of the game, Darnold has seen a lot of really good defenses.
Right.
And no disrespect, he's got the Saints have a really, maybe the strongest defense. The Bucks, I think we're going to figure out. But again, we'll see. They have above average to great defense. And I think, Glass, you could throw a couple scores against Atlanta as things stand today. Because I've seen your arm. It's very impressive.
Mm-hmm. This sim is 13-13. Christian McCaffrey with the return out to the 25. Stephen Roach says that Darnold has a great arm as well. Mm-hmm. Pizza Man took 2 years in Buffalo. Right, because this past year was Allen's third year?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I always get him confused. Like who was in the draft with Josh Allen?
Darnold, the first
Darnold and Allen were the same year. That's right. Okay.
These guys
and Kyler, right? What year?
No, Kyler Murray was 2 years ago.
That was Baker.
It was Rosen, Baker. Yeah, thank you, Drew. Yeah, Rosen, Baker, Darnold, and Josh Allen.
Wow. Okay. So Josh Allen will be entering his fourth season in the NFL next year.
Yep.
That's crazy to me. It feels like he's still. I'll say 3, and I'm like, well, duh, it's only 1 year difference.
Well, because we're also in the between seasons. You know what I mean? So that's the hard part. It's not like we're midway through the season. You're like, oh, this is his third year. No, fourth. Like that I can understand.
Must be. I'm with you. Why do we assume Sam will beat out Teddy? We threw that out there. It's a possibility. They could keep them both and say, hey, Sam, this ain't yours right away, man. Gotta earn it.
Yeah, I will tell you, the only reason I believe that is because you don't make a trade like that. But again, it wasn't a first, there's nothing affected in the first round of either draft. So it's not like a huge, he needs to be the guy. So I could easily see Bridgewater beating out. Maybe this is also to push him. You never know. They could also say, hey, if we don't get anything out of Darnold, it's the $9 million cap hit. We have him for a year and we move on. But why not bring in that competition? He's going to push Teddy Bridgewater a lot more than a PJ Walker would.
Matt Davis, I don't understand what your point is about Atlanta slander.
Maybe in the chat. I'm not slandering.
Oh, no, he might be talking about the chat. I was just clarifying. I wasn't sure.
I don't see anything. It's been a lot more.
Oh, and right. Lamar Jackson was in the 2018 draft as well. Wow.
You're right about him.
The MVP. That's right. And he was the last pick of the first round or right around there?
Yeah, Patriots traded with Baltimore.
That's right.
And boom, Lamar.
So there's McCaffrey wide open. So Lamar, Allen, Darnold, Rosen, Baker, same draft.
Wild. And obviously the Rosen one, I don't know what the weaves will tell, if he will ever go back to being a starting quarterback or ever really get a chance to be. I don't think I don't know if anybody in the chat or Drew, TP, or even you, Glash, I don't think he gets a ring because he went to San Francisco right at the end of the year. So I don't know if he's going to get a ring for being on the Buccaneers. He might. It depends on the Buccaneers organization, the way they're going to handle this, because some teams give players that even were on the practice squad or suited up at all a ring, and some teams don't. If you weren't on that roster to being a player, I've heard some stories that they just nah, you weren't a part of it. Blaine Gabbert's getting a ring. So that.
Yeah. Whoever the third string guy was helping him off the boat should get one too. Teddy B wasn't the issue with the Panthers. Defense was absolutely horrible, says Pizza Man.
Don't disagree, Pizza Man. They hung in there. I liked Bridgewater's game, especially the first half. He just kind of fell off. I think he was injured for a start, if I'm not mistaken, or two, and he just wasn't the same when he came back. But that's sometimes how it goes. Maybe he came back a little too early. You always hear he's probably having like off-season surgery or something, or potentially has a nick in some areas. He just got walloped there on the field.
Rossi, what's that saying though in the NFL? If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, they say that in a lot of positions in a lot of sports. But yeah, I think that's why this is a competition. It's not sealed. It's not a first-round pick.
Hence why I say I maybe they will take a guy at 8. Still,
you can't
just
say
to
you're
have
not.
the insurance, just to have the insurance that they get the right guy, or they do everything in their power to get something to work. So you might not think it's smart. You meaning the general you, the viewers,
the royal you.
So there's a lot of possibilities here. Darnold's job for sure. A. B. Open competition, Darnold and Bridgewater. C. They could move Bridgewater, draft a guy at 8, and it's Darnold versus the new kid. Or they could just improve the roster elsewhere and draft someone at 8.
And here's one. I'm going to throw one other thing. They could also trade back now. They could say to themselves, we're talking about these quarterbacks, top 3, let's just push them all off. Whatever order, I don't care about the player. Just say QB1, QB2, QB3. If these quarterbacks slide and people like the talent of 4 and 5, Carolina might be looking at a heck of a load of picks being just backtracked, dumped upon them. They move back to, I'm just throwing out numbers, 15 with the Patriots. Later in the draft, maybe it is a team like the Buccaneers. Who knows? Move up. Say, I like that guy. Saints, Bears, good job. I don't know if that was Drew or TP. Things are moving fast for me.
Saints are a good one. Saints are a factor in this for sure.
They may say, oh, I like that. We'll trade back. Panthers get a haul for some picks. They're not going to win it next year. They know who they have in front of them. It's about the future.
Well, and there we go, DJ Moore. There we go, DJ Moore.
Get him in there.
DJ Moore.
I have him in my lineup too. I'm gonna take a little peek skate.
He must be in like first place.
I know. I'm pulling a Cristal right now. Which everybody. Oh, I got him. Let's see. I am currently in 19th. I don't know if that's before or after that score. I have. Oh no, I don't have DJ Moore. I took him out of my lineup. So I have McCaffrey in the captain, Sutton, Anderson, Thomas, Hamler, Sly. Ah, that hurts then. Should have kept him in there. I had 3,000 left over money. That was not a smart play.
Matt Davis says, Jason, meaning you. Jason said Glash could throw a touchdown against Atlanta. Not cool. Our defense is straight.
No, I will tell you right now, Glash could throw a touchdown last year against that defense. Soft as my cat's, you know what, in the other room right now, even though he's quietly sleeping, thank the Lord he has not done the poo-poos during the sim. That Atlanta defense was real bad. And you know it. Glash could read a defense like you wouldn't believe. Like you like children read books. All right? Just next page. Hooked on phonics, baby. Worked for me.
Give yourselves all a pat on the back and hit that like button for just doing a great job of giving us engaging conversation here about this trade. This is why it's fun to come on here and talk, real sports, real news, because you guys make it fun and we can go in a million different directions. We can crack jokes. We can talk, important draft fodder.
Breaking down the drafts.
No, seriously, it's great. You guys keep it going. You are the gas for the engine here to keep it moving. So good stuff. Seriously, hit that like button.
They sure are the gas.
Yep. No question.
Guys, smash that like because you stink. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we're almost at 200 likes. So
let's get there. 10 minutes.
Good work. Rick Welsh, fun fact, Khalif Raymond played at the College of the Holy Cross. Used to call us games. Fun play. You played him in a contest and it worked. There you go. Yeah, Tannehill threw him a long touchdown in that upset over Baltimore a couple years ago in the playoffs. What else we got here? D-Rod says, Teddy will most likely be the better quarterback now having McCaffrey, but Darnold is young, he's fresh, he has more years to play than Teddy if healthy. But as of today, I still see Teddy as better.
Fair. The one thing, it is pretty funny to think, though. Look at going back, I was kind of making that argument, like the weapons for Carolina are like, I'd say above average. I'm not saying they're great, but I like Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore. The tight end position is kind of a weak spot. But Christian McCaffrey, like having a guy like that is go back 2 years with this, they had like several different quarterbacks. Cam was in there. Was Will Greer there for a little bit. The Kyle Allens, like they were pretty competitive there that second half because they had a guy like Christian McCaffrey healthy. If he comes back and is healthy, you got a guy like Sam Darnold that maybe just holds it down, doesn't have to do too much, putting himself in a great position. Then he just has to make those 4 to 5 plays that, teams that like to run and play good defense like to do. I think I have a lot of faith in that.
Got 7 minutes left, fourth quarter. Rossi, you are here for the next sim.
Wish me all the luck in the world in that next sim. I'm honestly just going to set it and forget it. I'm going to run Pompey the 6 o'clock. That's all I'm going to say. We don't have to mention anything else. Just 6 o'clock, you're going to see me start the sim. I'm not going to talk. I'm going to talk lineups to start, and then I'm just going to let the man go. I'm just going to say, please, take it away.
If you couldn't figure out what Rossi was getting at, he'll be joined by Kenneth Ducey.
The bunker is on fire right now, I just imagine.
The race car bed. It's like Ricky Bobby's car set on fire. Kevin says, had to take a few weeks off from Madden streams because of the lack of Marv Albert calling the games. Just not the same. Well, Marv's an old man. Has to really pick his spots so his voice doesn't get ruined. But Kevin, it's good to have you here. Good to see you.
Thanks for being back, Kev. Hope you've been well. Hope everybody's doing great. It's a Monday, a new week. We're in April. Weather's getting better across the US of A or wherever you may be. It's good times. Hopefully you had a nice holiday weekend, whichever you celebrate, or even if you don't celebrate, you just had a nice weekend.
For Scotty J, first place in our free contest, which is titled 2 New Quarterbacks Needed Both Ways. And we might just get that after today's news. Well, it did happen. Like it's happening. It could happen. Bridgewater is the starter in this sim. He could be the guy. Westside Bulldog leading the free early classic contest. And in the free public showdown, Mets, how about this? Met Jet, 6986, first place. Tied with 14 others for first.
Met Jet, baby.
Met Jet. I just saw Schefter put this out too. The Jets might want to update their ticket information page. It currently has Sam Darnold, his picture on jets.com/tickets.
It's the only player on there. They sent out all their information for season ticket holders. I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe even lesser than that, maybe a week ago. And it was only Sam Darnold. And people were saying, oh, the Jets must know something we don't. But it's like, they have nobody else to even be on the face of something like that. That's crazy to me. Like, regardless of, oh, what an awful fake.
Fake. Didn't work.
Not
dice.
even close. What are we doing?
Is it Ian Thomas who took the snap?
I think it was. No, it was a different number. I wish it was him. I'd get me some points. I love when the sim just gets wild like that. Like, here's the position for a fake field goal, and we're going to run it. I don't think I've ever seen, man, you've been probably 10 times more than I have. Have you ever seen a running fake punt work?
By the punter. Like, the punter will get the ball snapped to him and then run for his life. I mean, probably.
Okay. Maybe the direct snap one I'm thinking. Because that is such a bad play in Madden, because obviously playing for years. Like, it just goes straight to the guy who's like 3 feet behind the line. And there's a line of defenders that are just coming straight at him. It is like literally a wall. It's like, I don't know. It's like those impossible Mario Maker levels that you just can't beat. Yeah,
Lindsay
Hunter has
makes
a
the
better chance.
catch. Out of the backfield. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, it must be. I'm back to the complete. I thought it was kind of. Called me a complete idiot. I was kind of a complete idiot last week, but.
Matt Davis, every time Noah Moon has someone that he complains about in the chat throughout the game, always sucks. It's pretty rare. Pretty rare. Bad Boys of Pop. Yeah, like, I feel like Bears fans definitely have to have feeling some type of way today. Just like seeing the Darnold news. You think the Bears like thought about giving up anything to get this guy? Like, that's another question. Like, who else was calling the Jets? Was this the best offer they could have got?
Yes. My opinion at this time, yeah. There's no reason they would have pulled the trigger otherwise. Because I think once the Bears, like a lot of these teams, when they started shifting out, like if I'm a Bears fan, again, my opinion, I'd rather spend $10 million on Dalton to see what we do for a year than trade assets to pay $9 million for Darnold in that competition with Nick Foles, if it is a competition. Like I'd rather go the free agent if I'm the Bears. Like as disappointing as it's been. But yeah, I bet you they were on the horn in the past, and I bet you they didn't want to give up a second round in the future, or a fourth round in the future, or even a sixth round this year.
Oh,
get in there. Is that the big fella?
Vance?
Noah? Crawl over, move. No, Sutton. Doesn't get. Oh,
Sutton is gigantic for a wideout. Wow.
He really is. Big dude gets in there, jackhammers his way through the end zone, just putting his name in there because he's been there all day. Second score of the game for number 14. Just blowing dudes up there going into the end zone.
You know, Rossi, though, to your point, like, say the Bears did give up a bunch of crap, like good crap, bad
I like
crap for Darnold. A lot of fans would probably be like, well, we could have just kept Mitchell Trubisky. I mean, potentially the ceiling's better with Darnold in terms of his ability to throw the ball and not look completely inept, but there's probably people in the camp that didn't love Trubisky could be like, well, why are we giving up all these assets if we could have just kept Trubisky? And he's not, he went to Buffalo to be a backup, so we probably could have kept him at a reasonable price. So that really no win situation for the Bears.
No. Bears
first move is if your first pivot off of Mitch Trubisky is Andy Dalton, not much you do after that unless you're getting Russell Wilson. Can you really right the ship? Yeah, it's again, usually Tate's always in here somewhere when we talk about the Bears and just like frowns and gets sad. But yeah, I think Bears fans today, and I could absolutely be wrong, but I will say it anyways because I'm not scared to be wrong, unlike others, and I will admit when I am. I'd rather have Darnold at the 10 than have made this trade Dalton at 10 million than have made this trade, giving up future assets. Because don't forget, you have a GM and a head coach that are both on the hot seat in Chicago. I don't want them trading any capital in the future because it's not their picks to have. Both those men should have been fired as soon as they got Dalton. They should have said, you two are out. Oh, well, it's only a month till the draft. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Gonzo. We'll be seeing you, boys. This is the plan. Let Mitch walk, but I think there's also irreparable differences there with Mitch and Nagy. I don't think they see eye to eye. Don't forget, Mitch was like they tried to not start him after a 3-0 start last year. Like, yeah, we're going to go to Foles. Ooh, Sean Preston. Bless you. Excuse me, I tried to mute my mic and I didn't get it.
You hit the wrong button. I heard the click in the sneeze. Sean Preston totally I gotta read this just because it sounds gay. It's gonna fire up the grill soon. Barbecue chicken breast, no bone tonight. Okay. And then says baby back ribs tomorrow. Grilling season is upon us, baby. Get in there.
Ricky, Robbie, did you guys watch Darnold in the Rose Bowl? The kid has skills, but was stuck with Adam Gase. Darnold can be really good.
If he falls in the trend of Ryan Tannehill, who was the last victim of Gaze, he, we saw what happened. Leaves. Everyone laughed, right? Oh, Daniel stinks. He's a bum. And then he goes to Tennessee. New offense, new opportunity. Boom. Franchise quarterback now for the Tennessee Titans. Maybe that's what we'll see with Darnold in Carolina. I think Darnold would look nice in those baby blues.
Yep. And to bring up a point we brought up probably midway through the sim, Matt Rule has some personnel control.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to me like this is a guy he wanted them to go get. And you just said it yourself. You feel like the package was good for the Jets, like what they got for him. Probably more than you expected, or maybe I'm nuts. I mean, maybe if the picks were this year and not for next year, to me, it doesn't really matter. Like a second-round pick's a second-round pick. It's a good pick. 2022 or 2021. The upside is certainly there for Sam Darnold. No doubt about it.
He came down with that.
Off the deflection.
I thought that was intercepted for a second, but there's Judy. Go up and get some.
31 yards. Hey, we're tied at 20. That puts him in field goal range, that Judy catch.
Oh, right outside, maybe.
Just outside, excuse me, to the 45.
Even though, don't get me wrong, I love them kickers. If this was in Denver, maybe I'd agree. McManus just booting 70s, but probably need about 15.
Cortland Sutton, the captain in the winning lineup right now, his first multi-touchdown game in like 7 weeks, 7 sims.
It's going to get him closer.
Fant, first down, under 2 minutes to play. Reminder, NBA pre-lock coming up with Chirag Hira and Julian Edlow. Get those lineups ready to go, especially if you want to watch the big college hoops game later. A lot of 7 o'clock tips, right, Chirag? It's a lot of 7 o'clock tips tonight. I think every game but one is a 7 o'clock tip.
Like that.
Yeah.
Personally. That's East Coast bias right there, but I like that.
I had to look at the slate 4 or 5 times. Like, wait a minute, they're all at 7 except one. It's kind of blown away by that. So, I mean, for a West Coast person, I apologize, but yes, the East Coast bias for sure. Definitely kicks it.
Nothing like a little 4 o'clock tip. Second half action. Eating some barbecue chicken or some ribs like Steve.
So it's a 7-game slate tonight in the NBA. There's a flag after the Gordon carry.
Don't come back. Oh, that's a huge penalty. Don't be doing that. Come on. Noah Fant, you selfish SOB. That basically knocks him out of field goal range.
Yep, and there's no guarantee with this team. Here's Locke.
Oh, why are you running the ball? Don't do this to us. I'm in sim prison, the timeout loop.
Edward Pride says there is no sympathy for the Bears. They drafted Mitch. They should have drafted the national championship winner or Patrick Mahomes. So Deshaun or Mahomes.
Maybe they just said...
What was everyone else thinking before those two guys went? If everyone knew how good those two were going to be, they should have gone earlier, just like Kyler Murray, Josh Rosen. Like if there's a guy definitely better, you make the move. Rossi, I know this is really bugging you because this is not a gimme. No, Brandon McManus is a good kicker. He'll hit this.
And not denying he's a good kicker. Listen, I love the sim. I love being here with everybody. I'll be back at 6, but you got some guys that are going to make you some money. Come on, McManus. Don't fail us. 49.
Brandon. Come on, Brandon.
Still a minute left, though.
No timeouts.
Got it. Oh. Woo. McManus, baby. Stack them kickers. This has been the kickers' game. More field goals than touchdowns.
All right.
All right.
Can you believe this?
No.
Dogs, first place in the Free Early Classic. Drew Lock is the quarterback in the winning lineup right now. Drew Lock. McCaffrey's in there. Sutton, Samuel. Those are the plays from this sim. In our contest, CRB 5669, first place by 0.17. As Joey Sly, but no McManus. Sutton in the captain spot. And in the free public showdown, 2-way tie first place. McManus with that kick. puts that lineup in first place. The kickers stacked, Rossi.
Love it. That's what I want to see. I hope no matter what happens here, that the kickers stack wins. Oh boy.
This ain't over.
DJ Moore getting. Let me see my lineup before I start complaining.
Just to remind everybody, I didn't get my lineup in on time. That the breaking news sounder went too long at the top of the sim.
I'm in 33rd. I got no chance.
NBA pre-locks coming up, unless the Panthers ruin everything. Robbie Anderson, just shy of the first down marker. There's Joey Sly, just locked in. The
clock is a ticking. We're down to 20, so we could get a real tough play here. This is a gigantic play.
This might be it if they stay in bounds. Thank you, AI.
And they're putting a man in motion. More time coming off the clock.
Ian Thomas, the tight end. He's a threat.
What was he doing in the backfield? Oh, boy.
That's it.
No, they're not going to have enough time. Wow. All right, Courtland Sutton's going to be your flashing, glossy player of the game.
Thank you.
Your fade of the day. I'm trying to think who. Everyone's kind of just right in that middle spot. Very quickly, I'm embarrassing myself. I was gonna. We'll go with Jerry Jeudy just for fun. Don't know the ownership. Don't care. That's the guy. Yell at me later in the comment section. We have bigger things to get to.
Very good.
Babysitter Billy.
All right. Rossi's coming back with Kenny, which means Rossi will not speak, and Kenny will give his takes on Sam Darnold to the Panthers, Jags, Titans, 6 o'clock to start the late slate. Thanks to producer Drew. Also to Tom from the production crew, Joe on the Game Ops team. Keep your eyes on the Game Center to see how your lineups did and if you want a dime or actual money in those paid contests. In the meantime, everyone, stay. Don't leave. 7-game slate in the NBA tonight. Lock at 7. Here's Shirag with Julian Entlow.
So what's up, everybody? Welcome to a special Monday edition of Pre-Lock Live. I say it's special because we don't have to worry about that much lineup news after it all locks. Hopefully, we get everything right now. That's what I'm.
The reason, Glash, to answer your question, not trusting your eyes about
something. There's something kind of important.
We have the game of all games tipping off at 9:20. Baylor and Gonzaga. That is where the eyes of the basketball world will go. Actually, most years the NBA takes the night off for the college basketball national championship. COVID this year, they're playing through it, but I think the timing of it all is because the eyes are going to be on that big stage at 9:20.
Thank you. You're working really hard, and hope you had a great day off yesterday.
I did have a decent day off.
Okay. All right.
A little bit too much engagement with you on Twitter. I didn't feel like hearing from you, but otherwise.
Anyway, so our graphic is up, and the top total for tonight's slate, 236 by Sacramento and Minnesota. Let's hit on that game first because D'Lo will be available to play. D'Angelo Russell coming back to the lineup for tonight's slate. Yeah, he's probably going to be on a minutes restriction coming off being, I think he was off for 8 weeks. So that really sets up here for hurting that Jordan McLaughlin value that was probably everybody was looking at after he played 41 minutes against the Sixers. I think that's going to take that right off the board. But is there somewhere still to attack in that game, considering it is the top total on the slate?
Well, here's an interesting thing. And like point props are starting to come off the board on DK Sportsbook. Karl Anthony Towns was 30.5. I don't know if you can stomach playing his under points against the Kings, but Russell's going to come back. He's not shy. We know, even in limited minutes. Maybe the stronger one, you can get Anthony Edwards under 24.5 points at plus 105. Russell's minutes and roles should eat directly into Edwards. So kind of gross to play unders in point props going up against the Kings. But if Russell's going to have any kind of normal type of role, it has to take away points from those other top guys set at pretty lofty totals.
Yeah, for sure. And like we always say, remember, get on the DK Sportsbook right now. Log in, get your account set up on your phone, on your computer, whatever it is. We're expecting it to be at least a newsy show. We should have some stuff that come in while we're talking here. There's not a lot of questionable ones, but we're sitting here with FVV questionable, Bradley Beal questionable, Kristaps Porzingis questionable. So those are some big names that can be impacting this usage on this slate. But that's how I'm looking at this. And before we do jump into the slate, make sure you guys drop in your questions. I see you, Robbie Noble. What's good with you? Make sure everybody drops in all their questions. We will get to them as much as possible. GK Sportsbook, DFS. If you have some national championship questions too, give them away to the man Jules. He's been on fire all March, and I'm sad that I didn't tail him because I was busy.
Don't get too busy. Always have time to play some bets in. If you stuck around, if you've really been riding with me and you were around in November, then you have the Gonzaga plus 1,000 ticket that I put out there that you should go watch the Unreasonable Odds podcast. I just tweeted it out. There's a YouTube link. Kelly in Vegas joined us. Awesome guest, awesome college basketball mind. And we talked some hedging strategies. Can take Baylor like +5, try and win both, middle there a little bit. I'm really excited about this college basketball game tonight. I have very high hopes for it, but we get a nice little appetizer in the NBA.
Yeah, for sure. First question coming in from the chat. How are you feeling about Terrence Davis again tonight? 3,600. He's been playing about 20 minutes, coming off a spectacular game against the Bucks, where it was actually a close game. So they only lost by 1 to the Bucks. So how do you feel about Terrence Davis?
Yeah, I think a fine play, priced at 3,600 now. Let's see. It's a decent spot. Obviously, you've got the matchup there against Minnesota. This is the matchup. Obviously, not good teams, but points. The minutes just haven't quite been there. Like 10 for 14 from the field in 23 minutes probably isn't going to happen again. That's what gets you up in that 40 drafting point range. You look, he played just 1 fewer minute against the Lakers, shot a more realistic 3 for 9, and finished just under 20 DK points. So I think maybe something in between where you get like 25 DraftKings points is realistic here, given the matchup. Hopefully we get those 22, 23, 24 minutes. And he can be a solid play, but we're not going to go back and get another like 10x game here, I don't think.
All right. Let's stick into that same price range then. Pivot to this OKC value. Tony Bradley, center eligible only against the Detroit Pistons, 3,500. Does it make sense to play both centers in that game? Plumlee is also out for the Pistons, so Isaiah Stewart has a chance here to play 26 to 30 minutes. The last time that Plumlee sat out, he played 29 minutes, got 23 fantasy points. He's a little bit more expensive, but does it make sense to play both those bigs?
It can, obviously, if you're interested in game stacking at all, and tying down both of your center spots. I think Stewart's in a decent spot. Obviously, OKC ranks dead last in the NBA in terms of DraftKings points allowed to center. So the spot sets up there. As for Tony Bradley, you save $500, but he's kind of been rolling lately, coming off 30 DraftKings points. He had a big one in there against the Warriors. I think maybe a little bit more upside.
But that game against the Warriors when he was still on Philly and Embiid was out. So
right, it's a different,
a little bit of
a different role and situation, but speaks to, I guess, his
upside. Yeah,
the upside of the player. But yeah, it's not like Detroit's great defensively either. 21st in terms of DraftKings points allowed to centers. The real question becomes, you can definitely play one as a value piece, but the real question becomes, if you play them both, are you taking anything away from yourself that you want to roster at center? And you just scroll through, like, it takes Cat off the board. If you wanted to spend 10-3 on Towns, that's no longer an option. There's nobody else that's really gonna
jump off the board,
change your lineup at center. It really just takes away that option of playing Towns if that was something you wanted to do in another good game to stack.
The only person I really considered at the center position, the two players, they're in Toronto. If Fred VanVleet ends up sitting, then you can consider Siakam at 8,500 or OG Anunoby at 7,200. Both those guys are center eligible. And Anunoby, I feel, is a little bit safer just because he's that much cheaper. But then Siakam has proven on his birthday, he went off against the Warriors. So there was a birthday narrative there that he had to fly. Maybe he can keep that heater going.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about that.
But hey, that's another center eligible guy playing against the Wizards. I could see Fred VanVleet sitting. I mean, they don't have to force him here against the Wizards. Hopefully, the spread currently is Toronto favored by 5. So, and one of the higher totals. So it kind of makes sense to maybe look at those guys if you want to look at, and they have power forward eligibility. So maybe it makes more sense to look in another direction if you want to go with that double center stack.
I mean, the good news is that we're going to know all this news before things get going due to the nature of this slate. So it's going to be a good one. We are going to pretty much have all the information we need in front of us.
All right. Well, then, since we're going to have all the information in front of us, who is the stud you are looking to build around then tonight?
Stud I am looking to build around tonight. So it's probably going to be Towns for me, even with this Russell news. And hopefully that means some people get off of him. I think I said 10-3s, 10-6, right?
Yeah, 10-6, correct.
So Towns, I think, is still in a situation against the Kings where I want to back him. And I know I started off the show saying maybe look at his under 30.5 points. That's not that doesn't mean he's not going to be a great fantasy play. That's just more of a value play. And that's, I think, off the board.
You look at his floor recently, it's been the 30 points and the rebounds, double-digit rebounds, over 12 in 6 straight games. The dimes are there. Maybe the dimes go away a little bit because D'Lo has the ball in his hands more, but the usage has been off the charts, and I think that continues. They need to showcase these two players together, and what better matchup than against the Kings?
I'll say I don't mind James Harden either. Coming back into the Nets lineup against the Knicks, I think that's a solid spot to go to. I'm not concerned about him, his health or anything like that.
What do you think about Randall? The last time he played against the Nets, it was that controversial, I think it was a traveling call, and they ended up losing that game, but he went off for 63.5 fantasy points that game at 9,600. Does that interest you at all?
Yeah, I feel like he's a guy that I haven't had a good pulse on all season. You look at him going up against the Nets, those two matchups, 57 DraftKings points per game. So
yeah,
he can, obviously the Brooklyn front court is ever changing, ever evolving. Now it's LaMarcus Aldridge and DeAndre Jordan that are the matchup, but not anybody that's going to scare you away. I would say, I mean, I wish he wasn't right up there around 10K, but yeah, this should be a spot that the Nets push the pace, get their points. That means the Knicks are going to have to keep up, and it leaves Randall in a pretty decent spot.
And here's our news. Fred VanVleet will not play. He has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Wizards.
You were all over that.
So, Gary Trent, how's that feeling? 6,600, back-to-back 40-point performances. Flynn, 3,500, played 30 minutes in their last game. How are you feeling about those two guards? Or do you look at maybe Siakam, Anunoby?
Yeah, I think those cheap guards now have to be in a spot because now it's Lowry and VanVleet that are out. And I think we talked about these guys last week, but now there's just too much off of the board not to consider those guys.
Trent 19.5 right now on the DK Sportsbook. Anunoby 18.5 for their point props. Anunoby has scored over 18.5 in 4 straight plus 100.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the props. They might come off the board soon. I might be interested in some kind of Raptors prop here.
Let's see what we got on the three-way.
Siakam on the three-way makes a lot of sense. He has to have the ball in his hands a lot with those guards off the floor. So getting those assists in there as well as a larger scoring load. So let's see, what is that? Siakam is 38.5 points, rebounds, assists, and it's gone. Never mind.
Couldn't make it. Anybody get those? shoot it in the chat if you were able to get any of those player props that I just mentioned right now. Before we continue, an update on D'Angelo Russell too. He's going to be available off the bench with pretty restricted minutes. So that really sets up here for Julian's play to say, hey, let's build around Karl-Anthony Towns for this slate and then look at those Raptors values or bigs if you're feeling it.
Yeah, this is a good Towns slate, I think, regardless of Russell's status, and the limited status just helps a little bit, I guess.
Yep. Does it make sense to maybe even look at potentially stacking Harden and Towns, because we do have a lot of these cheap guys? Darius Miller, while he doesn't have the upside, $3K. We mentioned Tony Bradley. You can play double center with Cat and Bradley, $3,500. That's another cheap guy to plug in here. Also, just looking straight through the slate, we have maybe Killian Hayes, 25 minutes, 3,100. We mentioned Flynn sitting at 3,500. Does it make sense to maybe make a lineup in a GPP to go Harden and Cat?
Yeah, I think you can fit them both. Let's see here. So 10-6, and you put Harden in there at 10-9, leaves you 4,750 a guy, and then you can just kind of start with whoever, like Darius Miller's 3,000 on OKC. Yep. That's a value guy right there. Kenrich Williams, 5,100, a little bit more. Like just all over that game. Stewart, Bradley, Mikhailu, like play 2 or 3 of those guys, and now you've already made up for the money that you spent on Towns and Harden, and you're right back to building with some balanced pieces.
I like that build for tonight's slate. It's a little bit shorter, like I said, and you'll know by 7:00 if you're in the running for a top lineup. And then this Phoenix Houston, you have to look at it from, I would say, both sides, because it has the potential to be some blowout here. So maybe Campaign off the bench, 3,800. That's another cheap guy to consider. Also looking at maybe even Sterling Brown, Kenyon Martin, 3,500. These guys, Sterling Brown has played 27 or more minutes in 3 straight games. DJ Augustine's in the mix. He's been playing well for them, 3,700. This slate is really lining up for the value, and you have that potential blowout in the end. So you might not get chased down by like a Booker or CP3 or maybe even a Christian Wood sitting there at 8,800. I don't know if I trust him. So maybe look at those values. Kelly Olynyk has been playing well. He scored 45 fantasy points in his previous game against the Pelicans because Daniel House ended up getting hurt. He started in place of House. So we could see Kelly Olynyk, 5,800, still play 30 minutes as well.
Yeah. I don't have a ton of thoughts on much of that stuff, but I'm just trying to think, like, off of that build, where in the middle you wanna start rostering guys. Like Siakam now at 85. Does that become a guy that you can fit if you're gonna roster Harden and Towns? Now maybe you're looking at, instead of 2, you're playing 3 values in the OKC Detroit game, which I think should be fine. This is turning into more of a cash lineup probably, but that's fine.
Cash lineup, how so?
If you're stacking that OKC
scrubs. Yeah,
Detroit value, Siakam's now obviously more popular as the only lead guy for the Raptors, kind of. Yeah. And then it's not like Towns and Harden have to be cash type of plays, right?
Yeah. And I think Trent will pick up a lot more ownership too, just because of how well he's been playing and just the green light that he has with Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry out of the lineup.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the Raptors right now. That's an interesting, like, going against this Washington defense.
Yep.
I mean, I know you're in the host chair, but it's no secret that you are probably more in touch with NBA right now than me, given all the college stuff. Like, what's your biggest takeaway on the Raptors?
That they're trying to put it together. I have a feeling that the Raptors know that if they lose any more games, even though that they're injured, like they're going to start falling out of it. And this is an opportunity here where they don't want Washington to creep up. Washington is like 2 games out of the 10 slot, which is kind of ridiculous to say because they I think they won like 13 games or something like that, but they're only 2 games out of that 10 slot. So Toronto can't afford to lose this game either and put Washington in a chance here. They have focused attack, as we saw. Yeah, it was Siakam's birthday, but he's still one of their top guys now. And I really like Anunoby just because of how safe he's been playing. Just his fantasy upside might be a little bit limited. He flashed that 48 upside, but I just think that he's just too safe. And Boucher, while I like him, I have him on my season-long team, who even plays season-long anymore. But he started in their last game, and I could see him potentially starting again. But he's more of like that GPP play. I don't trust Boucher at all because his stats are not on the offensive end. It's blocks, steals, extra rebounds, whatever he can get.
Well, nobody cares about your season-long team. That is for sure. I think Flynn benefits the most tonight. Just for this slate in particular, I think Flynn is the guy at 3,500 that becomes maybe better value than anything in that OKC Detroit game.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good way to look at it. Let's check out some more values that maybe we haven't potentially talked about. Is there something to do with I mentioned Killian Hayes at 3,100. I don't see the upside yet, but it could be soon. Dean Wade has been playing a heavy amount of minutes for the Cavs. 31, 37, 33, 31. Last 3 games he started in a row. Going up against the Spurs, does it make sense to look at maybe Jakob Poeltl attacking him, or is Dean Wade okay at 4,900?
I like Poeltl. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to have any like DFS takeaway there, but I do have an NBA best bets article that is up on the DK playbook. And one of the 2 player props are Poeltl over 24.5 points, rebounds, assists. 5 games in a row. He's cashed the over on that 5 games in a row. He's averaging 28.8 combined on the 3-way prop over that span. He's played 30 minutes in all 5 games. He's played 40 or more minutes in the last 2 games.
Yep.
I don't know if he necessarily has that high ceiling to go off and break a slate, but to get to 25 points, rebounds, and assists, I think this is a great spot against a pretty soft Cleveland front court.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. With Kevin Love back in the lineup, I mean, they have been playing him a little bit more, but that doesn't make this game any more palatable. Yeah, Kevin Love had his first double-double in like, I think, a year and a half or something like that. He hasn't been playing for a minute. But what do you make of the value then? Also, maybe Prince for the Cavs. He's at 3,800 coming off that nice game, 32 fantasy points, 32 minutes.
So, yeah, the 32 minutes is what you have to question. Is that going to remain? Like, I don't know why it would remain. You look at all of his minutes before that, all over the place, 8, 19, 18, 21. And then you go to that game against Miami and let's see. Kevin Love had 23 minutes in that game. I feel like it's chasing a one-off game on Prince that is probably tough to come by again, and it's against a San Antonio team where I don't see much upside. I just think there's a lot better places to go after on this slate.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We have a lot of values on this slate, so I don't think it's really as much of a value situation that we're working with. I think it's more of like deciding, okay, we have these studs here. We have these specific values. Who are the mid-range guys now that we need to definitely consider? We spoke about Anunoby. What do you think about guys like sitting here in a little bit of a lower spot? Maybe Theo Maledon, 5,600. He had that dud of a game, so that could put people off of him, but he had been playing really well before that blowout. It was a blowout against the Trailblazers, so it's not like he was playing poorly, and his usage rate has been up. So 5,600, kind of in that mid range. Does that make sense at all?
I love Theo Meldon in this bounce back spot. 22 minutes, shot 1 of 12 in that game against Portland, and they lost by like 50. Can't get much worse. Look for him to bounce back. So last week, we had him in NBA best bets for over 21.5 points, rebounds, assists on Wednesday against Toronto. He shot 3 of 16 and got us over by 3, 11 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. So I went back to it on Friday, said he's going to bounce back from this off shooting night and get it.
Yep.
It was 21.5 again. He had 33 points alone with 5 rebounds and 3 assists against the Suns, shot 10 of 18. So we've cashed the last 2 on Meldon. He's the second bet that I have in best bets. We'll just give away the whole article now. It's up to 22.5. Let's go over 22.5. The minutes are going to be there again, 32 or so minutes, I would expect. And he should have a bounce back shooting game that can clear this number. I think he'll get close to 20 points. I love that it's against Detroit, so that this should be a competitive game. I think he's going to get that pretty close with the points, and then the rebounds and assists get us a comfortable over.
Yeah. And speaking of best bets, we literally just tweeted it out from DK Nation, right on schedule.
Perfect.
And so if you're on Twitter right now, go ahead and jump into the article too. Check out whatever you have for Julian Edlow. We don't want to give it all away because we're going to the news. Kristaps Porzingis, doubtful. He has been downgraded to doubtful, and Josh Richardson now probable. So that's another questionable guy that we were looking at. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, though. Does Utah take advantage of this opportunity here and crush Dallas? Is there something to do on the sports book? I'm looking at it right now, and I'm only seeing points available for the Jazz. So nothing to take advantage of on this Dallas side.
Yeah, this doesn't do much, unfortunately. It's nice when a big name going down to doubtful does do something. But I don't see where we have an edge here necessarily.
Looking at it, maybe is there an edge here from a fantasy perspective to play Maxi Kleber? 35 minutes in his previous outing. The upside, he has to play maybe more minutes against the Jazz, or do you just kind of look to skip this situation altogether?
So that's the only thing you can really come up with here would be playing a big from Dallas that's underpriced. I think that could work out, but I think there are also stronger plays on this slate. That said, everybody's already built these lineups with Stewart and OKC guys and Poeltl or whoever. So if you want to react to this kind of late news and say, all right, people aren't going to be on Kleber because they're already comfortable with guys that they're on, maybe get them at lower ownership in a tournament, that's where I would see maybe a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. So I feel like even though the spread for this game is 5, I feel like Utah is 5 points better, or more than 5 points better than the Mavs without Porzingis in the lineup. The only people that the Jazz are missing are just bench scrubs, so they're at full strength. I don't really see why this line is at where it's at.
Yeah, the Jazz are pretty short favorites for where we've seen them the majority of the season. So it's really a question of what Luka can do at home to keep his team in this one, right? Otherwise, it looks like a Utah game.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I'm leaning. More news coming in. Hassan Whiteside available to play.
All right.
Hey, he's been out for a minute now. Whiteside has been out for a minute. I don't think he impacts the rotation too much, but maybe that's 6 extra fouls on Cat.
I was going to say it puts a body on Towns, but it still does not at all take me off of Towns in that game.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to have to keep going to Towns, attack with him. And let's say we got more players here now. Justin Robinson and Jalen Hort available to make their Thunder debut. How does that impact it?
Okay, this actually,
Thunder now?
Yeah, these guys that most of us have never even heard of, is bigger news on the slate than a guy like Porzingis or Van Vliet being ruled out. Well, Van Vliet I like a lot for Flynn, but
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on this, because if these guys play a decent amount of minutes, that has to take away from some of these values. Like 3-4 of the top 10 values on this slate are probably OKC guys.
I would definitely fade Darius Miller then at 3K.
Yeah.
Can't play him. That upside is very questionable now. Ty Jerome, 4,300. He has to get over 30 fantasy points to really break the slate. Kendrick Williams, the upside's not really there. He's going to get you 25 fantasy points, but like, does that make any sense? Svi, he's basically, if he's not hitting his 3-pointer, he doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, it's a revenge game, but I don't know how I feel about that now. Fukusevsky, 5,300. The minutes have been there, but the fantasy output, not as much. So I don't know. The only guy that really jumps out to me now, is maybe Tony Bradley, but Jalen Horde, Justin Robinson really messing this slate up.
Yeah, that changes things, and those are not names that usually change things. Yeah. But here we are.
This is what happens in late season NBA. Just get some random dudes coming off playing against a game that is basically no one's in playoff contention. Both teams want to lose because they want a better lottery position, and now you're stuck with these messed up lineups where guys are going to get auditioned for minutes. You know what you're getting out of Theo Maledon. You know what you're getting out of Puskevetsky. So I could see this maybe making a situation here where it's not favorable. I would probably lean more towards looking at the Detroit value. If anything, maybe Isaiah Stewart makes a lot of sense because Plumlee is not going to play, and that's the only guy that you really need to focus on.
Yeah, you can still interest me in, like you said, Bradley. I think Maledon's in a good spot.
Yeah.
Mikhailuk probably becomes less of an attractive play, honestly, but I like his scoring. I don't know. If you told me that people are going to overreact to this too much, then I guess I'll stick with some OKC guys, but I don't know if that'll be the case.
Yeah. We have a question from the chat asking a question about Boban playing tonight. Hey, if Boban starts, maybe you go look in that direction, because the last 2 starts that he had, he went off. And there's only one person that might be able to contain Rudy Gobert in the middle, and that's Boban.
Yeah, like you look at that game log, you can clearly see the games that he's starting in a piece of the rotation and when he's not. So it really is that simple. It took Porzingis and Kleber being sidelined to get Boban those 24 minutes against the Wizards. So if you said it the right way, if he starts at 3,800, he's a play.
Yeah. All right, let's get up to the injury report. We have a bunch of guys that we already have the news on. So mentioned Larry Nance, Jared Allen have been out. So that's the reason why we consider talking about Dean Wade on this slate. Kevin Love has had his first double-double in forever. Plumlee out of the lineup. That's why I mentioned Isaiah Stewart. Then we have a Brooklyn, James Harden back in the lineup, but Blake Griffin is out. So we're going to see LaMarcus Aldridge start at power forward, and then you have DeAndre Jordan. I don't know how I feel too much about playing LaMarcus Aldridge. He just kind of sets up where 5,600, if he does well, he's had 2 starts. Like, I don't know how I really feel about him. And then Kristaps Porzingis, doubtful, but Josh Richardson, probable. I think maybe more or less leaning towards Maxi Kleber if you're looking for a value there. Bradley Beal, still questionable. Rui Hachimura, though, he has been ruled out. So maybe there's some value here to make with Robin Lopez getting a bunch more minutes to play, 32 minutes against the Mavs. He's been playing well, 4,500. Or Davis Bertans, 3,600. Yeah, he's not has not been playing a lot of minutes, but that can turn around quickly with Hachimura out of the lineup. Then we mentioned Toronto all show long. Fred VanVleet out, Kyle Lowry out, Rodney Hood out. So looking at these guys, Flynn, Trent, Anunoby, Siakam, and lastly with Houston, they're sitting out Wall. So maybe setting up a situation where you have a bunch of garbage time. DJ Augustine sets up really well for garbage time. We had House injured, so that can maybe set up Kelly Olynyk to play another 34 minutes. But that's kind of where we've been looking at for the slate. These are the main injury pieces that we've had.
That recaps it. I don't know if this might be it. I don't know if we're going to get anything else to breaking from this point on. If we do, it'll be
breaking news. Breaking news. Kevin Love will remain on a minutes restriction.
Okay.
Yes. So Dean Wade maybe still okay. 4,900.
I don't. Dean Wade. I don't.
D Wade. It's D Wade, man. He's played
Yeah,
D Wade in Cleveland. You know how that went last time that happened.
Brief.
Yeah. Another question from the chat. Is McLaughlin still a good value at 4,100 with Russell's minutes restriction?
Probably not, but let's say things don't go well for Russell or he's very restricted. It has been a while. McLaughlin just went from, a top value on the slate to out of a lot of people's lineups. So if you want to take a shot on him, I don't hate it because we don't necessarily know exactly what, Russell could play 10 minutes. Who knows?
Yep, exactly. I honestly don't think he's going to play more than 12 minutes. But the biggest thing that's concerning me is that how he comes in and who he subs in for. Is it going to be for McLaughlin? Because McLaughlin, the reason why you're even considering him is because he has a chance to play 33 to 40 minutes. And now maybe you're seeing 28 to 32 max. So I don't really see that. And now more news. Bradley Beal, a game time decision. So now he went from questionable to game time decision. So that's kind of trending in the right direction now.
Hasn't he done this recent games?
Yes, but let's go with trending in the right direction. Maybe he gets to play. Maybe that's why this Toronto gets no love and they're only 4-point favorites.
I don't. I have no reaction to this because this is just what keeps happening. So
yeah,
if he's going to play sometime, he still could play tonight, but if he's going to play sometime soon, I would want maybe something more positive earlier in the day. I don't know.
Yeah. And the thing that's kind of impacted me though is now we've seen Russell Westbrook's price creep all the way up to 11,100. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense, even if Beal sits to go to Westbrook, even though you might drop a monster triple-double like he did against the Pacers the other night. But I still don't think that the risk reward is not really there, even though in that game against the Pacers, he was 11,000. So it's risky. And I think it makes more sense to kind of fade that away.
Okay.
The last time I said it though, Russell Westbrook decided to go off too, but we don't fade Russell Westbrook totally in this show. More questions coming in. Favorite utility play, 5,100 and under. So we mentioned a few. Kendrick Williams, maybe. Isaiah Stewart, yes. Tony Bradley, viable.
Yeah, and Williams is one of those guys, like how much are these new guys playing going to affect him? But he's a decent play. Your guy, D Wade, I don't see it with him at all, but I guess the minutes might be there. Yeah, that's a weird range.
Yeah, I think you just have to go down to the lower value guys. And
I would go down and see if you can maybe find somewhere else to even spend more in your lineup.
Yeah,
if you can, if you're set on that, probably Williams, I guess.
Yeah, 5,100, that makes the safer of the options. The one that kind of jumps out a little bit was Sterling Brown minutes, but the upside is questionable there. And then Avery Bradley, 3,600. That's still too cheap for this 5,100 spot. So look to pay down a little bit. There's a lot of value on this slate. And I think the best build is going to be building around Harden, Cat, and then focusing in on which player you want to get from that Toronto-Washington game.
Yeah, that's a reasonable breakdown right there.
Yeah, I think the value is also I think there's something to be made though too. If you want to play a showdown for that Phoenix-Houston game, then you could leave a little bit of money on the table with all those cheap value plays that are going to be on there, and then the potential for the blowout. So we might not see TP3 play a full amount of minutes or Booker play a full allotment of minutes either.
Yep.
Before we jump off, coming up next on the Madden streams, we're going to have Kenny and Rossi breaking it down for Jags and Titans. Should be fun talking about the ghost man, Sam Darnold. Oh man, I can't believe the Panthers traded him, but maybe Teddy Bridgewater really did not do it for him. So probably a lot of Sam Darnold news if you guys want to shoot out your Sam Darnold questions. But remember, it's Masters Week, so head over to the DK Playbook. You can also get in if you want to. We are giving away a CryptoPunk in the DK lobby. All you got to do is go to the DK lobby and check out that contest. If you ever wanted to own a CryptoPunk, now is your chance. I know Julian's wanted to.
Not really my thing, but if it is your thing, go get it. And speaking
I wish I could play. I would be down to play.
Speaking of giveaways, I have a giveaway on my Twitter page with DK Sportsbook. You just got to retweet and follow all the steps that are in there. And basically just respond with your winner of the national championship game before 8:00 Eastern. And DK Sportsbook's letting me give away 5 free $20 bets that'll be going out to you guys tomorrow morning, afternoon. So if you haven't done that already, go follow the steps in that tweet, and hopefully you will be selected to win a $20 free bet.
Awesome. Lots of stuff going on. It's a busy time. Masters, baseball is back. Basketball is still going strong. You know, it's crazy news. We haven't had too much crazy news, but should be fun. Make sure to check it out. DK Playbook. We also have new Top Shot content. So we're going to be continuing to roll that out with our boy, Matt LaMarca. He's going to be producing a lot of Top Shot content this week. So keep it plugged in to the Playbook because we are coming with it nonstop. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all the questions. Hope everyone has a good lineup tonight. Take care.
Yeah, clear.
Top Shot content.
Salutations and good vibes, DK Sim fam. I'm Jason Rossi. Hope you're doing well. With me today is a man that will basically just dominate because we all want to know the feelings, the emotions, the thoughts after a big weekend. But there might have been some news as well. Kenny Ducey, how the heck are you, dude?
Good vibes. I'm wearing black because I'm mourning, and you're saying good vibes. But we are not on the same page right now. It was a good day. It was a great day. Amazing weather in New York City. I was out and about. And then
you got the update and the world changed.
Yeah.
Just like that. So we got a sim here. We'll navigate through just a bit. We're excited to have you all with us again. Hope you're entering in some of your contests, getting your lineups locked for NBA, all the early slate, no tip later than 8 Eastern because of the I don't know, some sort of big game, some championship game or something with the colleges.
Whatever it is.
I respect to the NBA for doing that. That's a classy move. I know they usually avoid it. Julian was breaking that down during the pre-lock. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Smash the like on your way in. We have ourselves the Rossi and Kenny. We had the contest called the Easter Candy is now on sale, so stock up on whatever your favorites may be. We have the Tennessee Titans, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars were the talk of like the nation there for a little bit, Kenny, because we're like, oh, first overall pick. Now everything has changed. Nobody cares. They're the most boring team heading into the draft. It's now all eyes on the number 2 pick, the New York Jets trading Kenny Ducey approved Sam Darnold. Thoughts, concerns, what's going through the mind of a New York Jets fan that is was pro Sam Darnold?
Well, it's, I completely agree with you about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think anyone has ever cared less about that team. And it's more, it has nothing to do with, first of all, I think it has to do with the fact that they're just not in the same kind of market that, the Jets or the Niners or the Dolphins are in. But, also really they, as you mentioned, have had that number 1 pick for so long. Everyone it's been so long that people have been talking about them having the number 1 pick that like people have already started talking about, hey, should they even take Trevor Lawrence? I've seen people say that they should take Trevor Lawrence. And that's where we're at right now because it's been so long. We have so much fatigue talking about this. But, yeah, I mean, it's look, I said on the stream, I am on record saying that I would be happy no matter what. So I'm just sad in the moment about Sam Darnold. That was my guy. I loved him. I still think that he's very talented, and I still think that he'll be good in Carolina. And, of course, people will just laugh about how the Jets moved on from him and how the Jets stink as an organization. But, I think that, like I said, it's a good move. Any move that they were going to make was a good move. They got a lot of picks back for him. Zach Wilson's right there. They love him. Now you reset the clock with 4 years. 4 years of Zach Wilson. And things could certainly look up for you, man. I still think that it's a good place to be for the New York Jets, that's for sure. But like I said, I didn't think that it necessarily needed to take a quarterback. I thought that they could have traded down, taken a tackle. But, this works too.
As you say it, we get a bomb touchdown. 73 yards, I believe. Chris Conley scores on the opening play from scrimmage. Wow, that was...
Good thing I didn't get a lineup in because I did not have him in my lineup.
That was quick, just like that. But yeah, the breaking news of today, right before we did the 4 o'clock sim, if you're just joining us, appreciate you being there. Smash that like on your way in. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you for the 6 p. Eastern. It was Sam Darnold being traded to the Carolina Panthers for a 2021, this year, 6th round pick, a 2022 2nd round pick, and a 2022 4th round pick. So nothing gets changed in the 1st round pick for this year. Carolina still picking at 8, now has competition with Teddy Bridgewater. And as for now, Teddy Bridgewater and Sam Darnold. And is Darnold going to be the latest case of the Adam Gase escape? Become a good quarterback. Now, Kenny obviously is someone that has been a fan of a quarterback that no longer is on a team that I root for. Are you a pro Sam Darnold guy, or could you care less about him going forward?
Of course, no, I definitely care about him. I'm gonna, if you follow me on Twitter, I vocalized that I'm gonna be rooting for him. I'm excited about this for him. I think that it's gonna be great. We'll be able to reunite with Robbie Anderson. Of course, there was just an abundance of Jets fans out there that were rooting for the Jets to hire Matt Rule, re-sign Robbie Anderson, pair those guys with Sam Darnold. So they're going to get their wish here. We're going to kind of get to see what would have played out in an alternate universe where the Jets hired Matt Rule, gave him, full autonomy over player decisions, personnel decisions, and then also re-sign Robbie Anderson. We're going to get to see what that team would have looked like. And I think that in itself is very, very interesting. And I think that's going to play out very very interestingly in Carolina. But again, for that team, I think that Carolina overpaid. I'm happy as a Jets fan with what we got back. I think Carolina overpaid. I also think that team is they're kind of lost right now. They trade for a quarterback who has 1 year left on his deal. They have Christian McCaffrey's $18 million about to kick in this year, Rossi.
Yep.
So now you have whatever it is, $14 to $17 million you got to play Darnold, and you got the $18 million kicking in for McCaffrey. They are building. This is a lottery ticket. Maybe they strike gold here, but this team, if you go back to the beginning of the offseason, we were talking about how the Carolina Panthers were in the discussion for Deshaun Watson. That was the first things we were talking about. Bleacher Report had the 4 destinations, the 4 mock, trades. One of them was Carolina trading Teddy Bridgewater and picks for Deshaun Watson. Now, where are we? We're at almost the end of the offseason, and they've just acquired Sam Darnold for 3 draft picks. So I don't think that this offseason went exactly how Panthers fans would have wanted.
Oh,
and I think that there's also reasonable questions about what are they doing. I don't think that Sam Darnold, and there's a very high likelihood that at least Sam Darnold, maybe Sam Darnold and Christian McCaffrey aren't in the future plans for Carolina because they're going to command so much money that maybe it's going to be better off if they're not there. And then that makes trading a second, a sixth, and a fourth or whatever it was a little tougher because it's like, well, they could have very well traded all those guys, all those picks for 1 year of Sam Darnold. So it's a big risk. It was always going to be a risk for whatever team took it on. And on the one hand, I'm wrapping up here with my point. On the one hand,
we got all day.
You want to say
2 minutes into a sim. We're 10 minutes in. You got time.
On the one hand, you want to say it's a good risk to take for the Panthers because they have the time. They don't need to compete right now. But on the other hand, you could say it's a bad risk because they need to continue to add through the draft to build, right? When you're a rebuilding team, look at all the rebuilding teams that just came through. We've talked about the Rams on here before, the Buccaneers. You want to talk about the Jets right now, who have like a gazillion picks now over the next 2 years. You want draft picks. You want to have chances to either move up in the draft, get a guy you really like, or just take a bunch, just continue to draft guys, and then eventually you're going to hit on a few, right? So I look at it as it's maybe a good time to take a risk because you can afford to, but on the other hand, like they need those draft picks to rebuild, and I'm just not sure if he's going to be there past the year. So it's definitely a big risk for them. As a Sam Darnold guy, I think that it'll work out, but I'm recognizing here that I don't know if they really needed to do that. I think that Sam Darnold would have been better off on a team that didn't really have a direction. Like the Bears don't have a direction right now. The football team doesn't have a direction right now. To a certain extent, the Colts could have been a good fit because they're on the brink of the playoffs, but they don't really have a clear-cut, vision for quarterback. But the Panthers, I felt like we're rebuilding the right way, and they might have been a couple of years away from taking a QB. Now I feel like trading away 3 picks is going to hurt them in that process, but we'll see.
It's a fascinating. When going quickly to the Bears, Bears fans need to be thankful they didn't do this because they have an expiring GM and coach, and you don't want them trading away future assets. I like this a lot for Carolina from this perspective. Bring some competition there. If let's just say, this is a true competition, they go into the preseason and Bridgewater's not moved in the next 20 plus days for whatever assets they put on him. It's like a $9 million cap hit, a little over. Let's say $10 million for Darnold this year, and it's right there at the 1. Things are looking good so far for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Nice play there. Looks like a hold there too. Not going to call it. But yeah, you basically have $32 million tied up in quarterback for a potential starter between Bridgewater and Darnold. That's a good rate. That's a good number. So you had the room, you had the plans. You already mentioned it. This was a Deshaun Watson or bust kind of offseason for them, and it looked like they'll probably be out of the draft of taking a quarterback at 8. But I like the call just because Darnold has the talent. Matt Rule's seeing what he's seen. I don't know who the GM there is. I know Rule has like some say with Carolina in the personnel move. So this is a good move. You see a young guy, you give it a chance. It doesn't work. 1 year later, he's a free agent. You let it go. It's a team option. That's how I look at things from their perspective. If you lose out on being, if you lose out and things don't work out with Sam Darnold, no big deal. Then you reset next year. And from the Jets' perspective, I love what you said. Because that's what teams are doing. They're building assets, whether it be for just building a whole new franchise, but I will give a lot of credit to the Jets. Great drafts recent. Even with Darnold. Go back to that 3 years ago. Good draft. And then let's just say it's a Deshaun Watson, a Russell Wilson, go crazy, Aaron and Aaron Rodgers. If things go different, you want the assets to trade to these teams. Jets have it. That's what the league you mentioned. Right. That's what these teams are doing. That's what the Eagles are doing. Eagles have a ton of first, second, third round picks over the next few years. So I think that's where I think a lot of these teams. So if you draft players, you got to hope they hit. If you're looking to make a blockbuster trade for whether it be a perennial franchise quarterback, get the assets. So the Jets overall, I also kind of tend to agree with you. I thought that they would have given Darnold a chance, maybe gone somewhere else. But as Jared Kilgore questions, Rossi, Chief Ducey, is Darnold even an upgrade? I think so. Personally, if he makes this team,
it's a ceiling upgrade. That's the thing. Yeah. I don't think that that tangibly, or at least with the talent, like there's that big of a gap between him and Teddy Bridgewater in terms of what they gave you on a game-to-game basis. Teddy Bridgewater was pretty bad last year. And no one wanted to admit it because everyone likes Teddy. I like Teddy, but he was bad. Sam was bad too, and I liked Sam. More people wanted to admit it than I did. So I don't know. I think that's a very fair question. I don't know if it's necessarily an upgrade, but I think the bottom line with Sam is that he's still kind of a mystery. Like, he could be really good. The ceiling is really high, and the ceiling for Sam Darnold is higher than, I would say, 17 to 20 quarterbacks out there, and that's why you acquire him. What you've seen on the field has not necessarily, reflected that ceiling that he has, but he has it. He was the top 5 pick not too long ago. Oh, there's a fumble. No, is anyone going to pick it up?
I know, just let it sit there a little longer. Oh, the Jags D.
Sit there.
Gonna take it back to the house. It's gonna be 14-0 like that. Jags over the Titans on a defensive touchdown. Who had the Jags defense in there?
Well, anyway, but the point is, what we're talking about is you talked about the Adam Gase aspect, and that's another reason why people believe in Sam Darnold. So it's you're just trading. He has a higher ceiling. He's an upgrade at ceiling, quarterback ceiling, but I don't necessarily know about all that with how good they really are. Jags defense, by the way, 5% owned. Woo! As Michael passes on. That's crazy. Thanks,
Michael.
Nuts.
A big shout out to Michael, Daniel, Zach, our crew tonight with me and Kenny. We're obviously heavy conversation with the big trade today. But I agree. I think he is an upgrade because I think like you said, the ceiling, because I feel like the fresh coat of paint, the new scenery, wherever Darnold was going to go was going to show whatever that talent is. They have a roster, I think, that he can succeed with. You mentioned Robbie Anderson, the connection between the two seasons ago. You add a guy like DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey, an electric, maybe one of the best weapons in the league. If he comes back healthy, there's nobody that could help groom or polish whatever game you think of Sam Darnold. And I mentioned this earlier, Sam Darnold is just playing twice a year, the New England Patriots, who have a stellar defense, the much improved over the last season and a half Miami Dolphins defense, and the Buffalo Bills defense has been pretty solid for his entire time there. Now he's going to be playing Atlanta, who had the 32nd pass defense if he gets to start, a really good Saints defense, and think of what you will about the Buccaneers defense and where their progress is. A good defense now. So I think he's going to have a real opportunity to show his skills, and that could be for the future for Carolina, or it could be a one-year show. Maybe he's impressive enough that this could be just a stopgap till his next another team either what you want to call take a chance or signs him because he's a quality quarterback.
Yeah. He's certainly going to command a lot. That's for sure. Like
yes.
He's going to command. I'm also interested to see, like you said, about free agency with him after after what goes down this year in Carolina. Like, I'm curious to see if he ends up leaving, if someone wants to pay him, and if maybe the Carolina Panthers just decide to bring him back because he knows the offense and they just want to bring him back on I think that there's a chance Carolina overpays for Sam Darnold just because they traded for him, right? That's a real possibility too, that they could just say, well, we traded all this for him. We're going to stick with him. We're going to believe that he's better than he is. And I think that was also a fear, I'm sure, of Jets fans and with Joe Douglas as well, where it was like, well, are we going to feel guilty not giving this guy money because he's a young quarterback hitting the market? I mean, how many times then, that's the other thing, no quarterbacks ever hit the market at that age that that are like halfway decent. The last time a decent, like an average quarterback hit the free agent market was probably Kirk Cousins, right? Guys like that just don't normally become free agents. Even Ryan Tannehill got locked up. All these guys get locked up.
Yeah, Mitch Trubisky, I guess you could kind of put in there just because, but we saw how quickly. I feel like a guy like Mitch Trubisky right now is going to be saying to himself, like, "Why did I go a little too? I jump in this Buffalo contract a little too quick." Just feels that way.
It does.
Ed Pride,
but Mitch isn't good enough to start, though. I think he knows that. At least Sam Darnold is still good enough where he could probably start. But I also don't know if I would say he's better than Kirk Cousins. But yeah, I mean, it's in terms of guys who would just be able to start, instantly somewhere. I feel like those guys rarely hit the market. Even Phillip Rivers, when he went to Indianapolis, I don't know. I just feel like those guys don't normally move.
Sure. Edward Pride over on YouTube says, Sam is a backup QB. Move on from Sam. He stinks, dude. Number 2 pick, going for the future picks. Laugh. And it's the biggest news in the NFL right now. Literally, there's nothing. Biggest news in sports.
I would also argue that, maybe. I would also argue that the picks that he went for are pretty valuable. I don't know if this guy has seen NFL trades go down and what people get traded for, but I'm sure his favorite player would probably go for a 5th round pick. I think that a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th is a pretty good deal. I mean, really, you're just talking about the 2nd and the 4th. That's a pretty good deal. I would rather have a 2nd and a 4th than a 1st, than a 1st. So. I think that the Jets definitely got a lot back for him. I was also really worried about his trade value after some of these signings and trades that went on this offseason. So yeah, I think that the Jets didn't need to trade him, but I thought that what they ended up getting back was fine. Michael asked about whether or not the Panthers move on from Teddy Bridgewater. I don't think that moving on from Teddy Bridgewater is a big deal. I don't know if it's he even deserves move on. That's like saying are the Titans or the Jets, are they going to move on from Kelvin Beachum? No one cares, I don't think. Teddy Bridgewater's cool, but not going to move on. Are you going to ask did anyone say that the Dolphins were moving on from Ryan Fitzpatrick? He's just a guy that gets. Teddy Bridgewater's been on 5 teams in the last 2 years or something
3 teams. But still, I know what you mean.
Jets, Saints, Panthers, and then before that
with the
whole
Vikings.
roller coaster,
yeah.
The Vikings. So I guess he's been on 4 teams. But yeah, I don't think that's a guy that is a big deal anymore. He's also old.
But he was a starter. I think the point is that I do think they'll move on from him. Whatever you want, I think they'll try to trade him. They'll see what that market looks like. There's enough quarterback, quote unquote, starved teams, or a team I'm just throwing out as we move around here, San Francisco. If they move on from Jimmy G, maybe they do.
They already did.
No, they didn't yet.
Yeah, they did.
What are you
Trading for
talking-
the third pick. They traded for the third pick. That's moving on.
That's not
We're
moving
done.
on yet. Until the guy's off the roster. Are you kidding me? They're over here trying to pretend like he's going to be their starter and that they're not moving him. But it will. Then they say it will take a first round. Pick. Get out of here.
That's what they said. That's what the Jets said about Sam Darnold. It's all posturing. It's just looking for better picks.
And
I love that some of these people, some of these Jets reporters just absolutely helped the Jets so much. They played right into it. They were like, hey, the Jets are, why would they tell Corey Davis that Sam Darnold's going to be the quarterback if he wasn't going to be the quarterback? And all these people on Twitter, Ralph Facciano, and saying, oh my goodness, can't believe it. Like come on. Like this is the NFL. This is what happened. The Jets have been trying to say nice things about Sam Darnold all offseason. It's the same exact thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. Everyone knows that Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to take another snap for the San Francisco 49ers.
No, and it's just, like you said, they're posturing. They're trying to create their own market that's not going to exist. No one is trading a first-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo in 2021. My opinion, you get 20 some odd days to see if it comes true. I think Bridgewater is going to fall into. Let's just say Jimmy Garoppolo gets traded. Maybe San Francisco makes a move with Carolina to bring in a guy like Teddy Bridgewater to be that stabilized veteran backup quarterback for Mac Jones, whoever they end up going with that third overall pick. But I think that's another very fascinating point. Forget about moving on for Bridgewater for Carolina. Do they now move back in the draft, or are they going to get a weapon? They now kind of reset
right
things.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they should certainly move back.
I think that's what you're going to see now. Maybe there'll be one more trade with Garoppolo, but I think the trade back season is upon us. Like Atlanta right now, they're sitting in that hot seat. Like, do they go for a future quarterback there at 4? Because we know there's going to be 3 straight quarterbacks, I believe, for the first time in NFL history, right? I think 3 straight quarterbacks off the board in a year that you really wouldn't have thought that would be the case.
Has that been the first? Would that be the first time?
I believe so. It's a on-the-fly stat, so it could have happened in the past. At least in a long, long, long time that I can remember. I think 99. I think it was 2, and then so that was the Coach McNabb draft. I don't think it was 3 in a row. Obviously, in the modern last 20 years, we haven't seen it. But either way, it's gonna be fascinating. Atlanta obviously is in a one of those crux positions. Like people are gonna be calling them now. If Denver really wants their guy,
here's the only thing, and the only thing that upsets me about what happened with the Jets, and this is just because I had this vision of if I were the general manager, what I would do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm listening.
Oh, I thought my Zoom just crashed.
No, it's just my face just crashes.
Oh, my computer's going real weird. It's being real weird. I had this vision that the Jets could trade the second pick to the Falcons, so they could go from 2 to 4 and get a lot more picks. And then the Sam Darnold thing. I mean, obviously you saw he wasn't included. They still have the second pick. It wasn't included in these deals. Could be a whole separate issue. But to me, the Falcons need a quarterback way more than the Jets do. So, they strike me as a team that would just absolutely be willing to just risk it all for a quarterback, trade 1 million draft picks. So to me, I felt like the Jets could have gotten something out of that. And if I were Joe Douglas, I might have done that. I mean, of course, we don't know what they're thinking. They could have been standing pat with with Matt Ryan and let's wait till next year to draft a quarterback, that type of deal. But
yeah, I think that's the way. Obviously, a whole new regime down there in Atlanta. Need to get this thing right. Definitely need to focus on defense. So I actually think Atlanta's a team that should be trading back, unless you're right. Like if Justin Fields is there and they think he's the guy or potentially the guy, because you can make those risks now. You want to move on, move on. If Matt Ryan has a resurgence here, all right, well, let Fields sit like a Jordan Love in Green Bay is. The Jaguars trying to go up 21-0, get stuffed again. It's going to be 4th and 1. Thomas not getting it done. Nice stop by the Tennessee defense. If you're joining us again, Sam Darnold traded to Carolina. It's all over Twitter. It's all over the universe. Kenny's on board. He's intrigued. He already purchased his number 14 Carolina Panthers jersey. Are you a jersey guy? I don't think we've ever talked about this.
I'm not the biggest. I do like jerseys, but I don't like. I'm not a big wear the jersey out in public guy.
That's fine, but do you have Jets jerseys?
I did have a Jamal Adams jersey, but I threw it away.
you didn't burn it on Twitter?
No, I don't think that burning it is really, productive. But just throw it away. I don't need it anymore. Why do I need a Jamal Adams jersey? It makes no sense.
What else? So what other have you in the past had any other jerseys?
I mean, yeah, as a kid, but as an adult, I am a very anti-jersey guy. I don't think that you really need to wear. If you want to go to a ball game, want to go to a football game, baseball game, and wear a jersey, yes, right, that's where it's appropriate. But other times, I don't think that there's really much.
What about going grocery shopping Sunday morning, all hyped up for the game, wearing your jersey. Darnold jersey?
That's what sweatshirts and t-shirts and jackets and hats are for. You rep your team. I don't know,
throw that jersey on, you go down the aisle, start fireman Edding all through the cereal aisle, get wild. Now I usually try to have the jersey per that team's player. Last year obviously for Patriots was tough, even though I had a rollover.
I've had no inclination to get a baseball jersey whatsoever.
I've never had a baseball jersey. Oh, that ball's caught. Yeah, I've never once owned a baseball shirt, whatever. I've had shirts that have I'm a big Cincinnati Reds fan, so I've had a Joey Votto shirt. Obviously a Red Sox fan. I've had some of those, but I've never had the button-up shirts or jerseys, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I've obviously hockey. I've had a couple hockey jerseys. I've had basketball, not so much either. Even though I should get into them, tank top season's coming. Got to get some color on these pale arms. But I wonder if Zach Wilson is the second overall pick, will Kenny have himself a Zach Wilson jersey? Months later.
I might.
Should. This is exciting times when the franchise
might get one for me and my girlfriend.
There you go. That's what she's looking for. She's like, listen, you need to get me this Zach Wilson jersey. Did you see his throw across his body in a warm-up?
Don't even talk about that. Sam did the same thing.
Do you know how many quarterbacks have done stuff? I thought that was the most overhyped, ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Emerson's Baby Gap shirt says Kenny's Baby Gap Jets jersey. Yeah, change the name.
I have so many t-shirts and shirts and sweaters, polo. I just don't need I don't understand why I need it, especially because the jersey also ties you to a player, and I can't wear I could wear a retro Jets shirt or sweatshirt 10 years from now. Yeah. But if I would have gotten a Sam Darnold or Jamal Adams jersey, I'm screwed right now. Yeah, now I need to get a whole nother jersey, that.
True.
That to me is I think the last Jets jersey, I told you I had a Jamal Adams knockoff jersey. The last one I had before that was Chad Pennington. And
I love Chad.
I'm very careful when it comes to picking out the right jersey. So
with you.
I don't want to go invest in a jersey, in a guy that's going to be gone. So I don't even know if I'll get Zach Wilson. I might have to see, how he looks before I get a jersey. But I would have said the same thing about Sam this rookie year. I would have said, oh yeah, I like him. But I never had one. I always thought that Jamal was a better investment because he was better. But then he turned out to be arrogant and pompous.
Ever since he took out Pat the Patriot in that Pro Bowl.
That actually was a big deal.
It was.
That guy had injuries and it was
dude tackled
funny.
A middle-aged man without thinking. He was just oh, it's just goofy, and I get it. These guys don't think. Anyways, but I'm with you on the jersey thing because I always look at contracts when I'm going to get a jersey. Obviously, I'm a Patriots fan, so I did eventually get a Brady jersey. It took me a long time. It was Pro Bledsoe for a while. And then, Logan Mankins. Oh, love that guy. I had, Vince Wilfork. I had an Adalis Thomas jersey gifted to me. And like you with Jamal Adams, I threw that in Goodwill.
Adalis Thomas. I remember him.
Yeah, that was bad. That was probably... No, the Patriots made more signings, but it's right up there. Oh, almost intercepted there by Tennessee. It's 1:58 left. Yeah, let us know, DK. Obviously, we're talking trade, talking football, having some fun, but that brings up an interesting point. Do you own what jerseys do you own for your team right now? Is there a player Or are you more Deucey, where you just think, like, obviously we all probably have sweatshirts, T-shirts, hats, collateral. Yeah. But, like, do you have any jerseys for the players that you like on your team? And, like, who is it? Because I'm always fascinated by this. Like, obviously Cam Newton was a big seller here in New England. I was like, I'm not touching that. 1-year deal, getting $1 million. Now all of a sudden.
I actually might. I might go for a Corey Davis jersey, for being honest.
Got the contract.
That might be the one that I like. Yeah.
I like it. I like that. Finally showed some gain last year. I thought better, obviously, the previous Jets.
I think he's good.
Step. Me too. I think he could be the new Robbie Anderson.
If you were a fan of the Titans, and then a fan of the Jaguars, let's play this game. Let's play.
Sure.
Let's play the game.
I like
what jersey would you buy on either team? And I'm gonna say for Jacksonville, you can't say Trevor Lawrence because that's too easy of an answer. What jersey are you buying? You're a Titans fan, Jason Rossi, or you're also you have a relative, or maybe you're split. You're split between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Tennessee Titans. What jerseys are you buying?
Well, Derrick Henry is the easy one. He's got the contract, been good, so I'd go with him from the Titans standpoint. AJ Brown would be right below that. And for Jacksonville, if we're talking current team, like Josh Lambo. I don't know, dude. Like I feel like
Josh Lambo.
Tell me somebody.
Are you serious?
Well, tell me somebody that's on this team right now that you think is like. I'm semi-serious. Like
I think Michael said Chark, which I think is a good answer.
Yeah, I don't really care for him though. Like I'm saying, if it's me personally, I could see if Jacksonville fans. I don't think he's. I'm not ready to spend like $80 on him. I know I just said I'd spend $80 on Lambo.
Let me say this.
You know I love kickers, right?
Yes. Let me say this first for the Titans. I would definitely. Hold on, sorry. I would definitely take Ryan Tannehill. He just re-signed. He just re-signed. He's a grinder. He's a good football player. And he's the leader of this team, man. I love the way he plays football. I would absolutely have Ryan Tannehill. As it pertains to the Jaguars, I'm looking at their open contracts right now.
Maybe
it's not pretty. Do
you want to go like James Robinson?
You know who I really liked last year was Chenault.
Good call.
I kind of just really liked the way he played. Like he's a tough receiver.
Cool name.
And by the way, I didn't even realize we had a 54-yard field goal.
Yeah, because
I thought
Lambo's the man.
Because it was from 54.
Lambo's the ball.
I like him. I think that maybe I would get a Chenault jersey if I were a Jaguars fan. I mean, I could also get a Miles Jack jersey, but
yeah, okay,
pretty good too. But it means like a linebacker. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm all about Lambo. Just booting 54-yarders here in the sim. Guys got just walking around with the cool looking. I would go with the teal colored jersey, and the fact that it says Lambo on the back, dude, forget it. People would just need to know who I am. They'd just be like, "Who are you, dude? Like, why do you have that awesome jersey?" He's such a conversation starter at the Burger King drive-thru.
Other possibilities here. Shaq Griffin just signed a new deal. Rayshawn Jenkins has a multi-year deal. He's not bad. James Robinson, of course.
Yeah, Kenny
and I feel like that's about
Ashley says Westbrook, D.D. Westbrook.
Yeah, that's the possibility. I mean, DD's going to be. I don't think DD actually plays for. He doesn't have a contract right now. He's a free agent.
True.
So I don't know if I'd get a DD Westbrook jersey.
It'd be a tough one.
But yeah, I mean, Chark 1 year, and then his contract's up. I mean, they could certainly re-sign him because they might want some receivers, but they also might, want to go out and get some new receivers for Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of great options here, I don't think. Unfortunately.
Yeah, these are not two of them. Like I said, obviously.
Josh Allen, you could do Josh Allen, the pass rusher. He's not bad. Former first-round pick.
Sure, you could.
Oh, I'm not joking. I mean, Josh, if you want to go, defensive players, you've laughed at every defensive player. Was Josh Allen or Miles Jack with good jerseys?
Miles Jack, I'd probably lean towards. Just me. Just thinking of my $60 to $90, depending on where you get your jerseys.
I like your AJ Brown. I love AJ Brown. I think he's really good.
Yeah.
if I weren't getting a Tannehill jersey, I'd get it.
How do you not go with Derrick Henry? Could be.
Come on, everyone has a Derrick Henry jersey. It's like going to a Yankee game and like being like, oh, what a good Aaron Judge jersey. It's like every single person in the stands has one. You're not going to stand out.
And listen, I'm not trying to stand out. I just want to get the guy I like. Mike Bizzle says, I have a number 3 Notre Dame jersey. It's for Montana, but it's really for Rick Meyer. Yeah, okay. Meyer.
You know what's so funny? When I was a kid, I had a Yankees jersey, a number 25 Yankees jersey for Jason Giambi.
Oh, yeah.
But I realized that when he left, Mark Teixeira came in and took 25. I was like, oh, now it's a Mark Teixeira jersey. Interesting.
Nice segue.
I kind of like
though.
that.
Yeah. When you don't have the number, that's one thing about baseball or some teams, different sports have, some basketball teams don't always have the names on the back depending on which, of these new jerseys you're getting. Like, hey, you can just have a number. That's a good call. Because who's 25 now at the Yankees?
Yeah, I love that.
Isn't it? What do I feel
someone.
like? Not Gary Sanchez.
No, he's 24. I don't know exactly. Trying to think of Gleyber Torres. Duh.
Gleyber Torres. All right, so there's at least a marketable player.
If you were an adult 15 years ago, and because I'm saying adult because you would be staying the same size, and I also don't support adults that buy baseball jerseys. So I don't understand the point.
Oh, dare you.
If you were an adult,
buy whatever you want.
10 years ago, and you decided to buy a number 25 jersey, you would have owned a Jason Giambi jersey, then a Mark Teixeira jersey, then a Gleyber Torres jersey. And that jersey is probably tattered and ripped, but you know what? That jersey for the next 8 years is going to be wearable, and probably after that will be too. That might be one of the best investments you could have ever made in terms of buying a jersey, is the number 25 for the New York Yankees, if you think about it, right? I can't think of many teams, especially teams. There's not a lot of teams that have just the one number and then that's it. I guess maybe 10 for USC or 5 for USC maybe, but I don't know. How many jerseys can you say that about that stand the test of time like that?
Good question. I can't really think. Thomas Perez says, I have a Starberry jersey from Georgia Tech. People just throwing out. John says, I still have an original authentic Steve Young jersey. But yeah, what you're saying, the lineage, most of this is going to happen in baseball, and obviously teams that don't have names on the back, or at least a variation of the jersey that doesn't. By the way, we're here. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. We got producer Michael, technical director Daniel, and Zach and Ops updating everything now. 20-0 Jaguars, just the way we drew it up. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. The Jaguars scored a defensive touchdown as well as a bomb to Chris Conley on the very first play. He's got 3 catches for 99 yards. So Kenny Ducey, will he get one more catch? Will he get the bonus?
Sure. I look, the Tennessee Titans, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but they're really bad in Simland. This is a really bad sim team. They just never show up. So I expect Jacksonville to just dominate the second half. This is sort of what we see all the time out of the Tennessee Titans in Sims. So absolutely, I think Chris Conley should get the bonus. And I think a lot of these other guys probably have a lot of value in the second half as well. From Chris Thompson to your Charks and your Westbrooks, I think that it should be another big half for Jacksonville.
And we'll get here to the third. PhD says, I have a Dante Culpepper jersey. What team we rocking there? Those you got that Miami baby blue or sea green, whatever you want to call it. Oh, here we go. Damon says LSU number 7 jersey is probably the best lineage jersey. The college is a little bit tougher, but I will give it to you. But look at that. Mike Bizzle. See you there? Yeah, he says my cat's closer than ever. Yeah, watch out. He's looking at you.
Oh, boy. Rossi's fat cat.
Yeah, staring right at you. Don't say anything bad. Don't say anything mean. Stay positive. Be nice. Drink your water. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. I'm telling you, this is the bad part about holidays, depending on if you celebrated, whether it be Passover, Easter, or just Sunday fun day. I always feel like I don't drink enough water on my weekends, and I had more crap because I had hosted 2 Easters. I had
oh, boy.
Yeah, in-laws Saturday, and then yesterday I had my family over. So we're still, keeping everything separate from that standpoint. Oh man, it does a number on you. Just food wise, I didn't go crazy, but just hosting
is it's so much effort, man.
It really is. Even when like I'm pretty low maintenance and light on the stress side of things, I do procrastinate some stuff. But I was making like ham. It's already like cooked. You just got to heat it up, make sure everything's prepared. I was making like homemade mac and cheese. I was doing pasta. I was doing some other dishes. But just timing, like you're like, oh wait, they're gonna be here in like 10 minutes. I didn't do this. You really got to have your stuff down pat, especially doing it 2 days in a row because you think, oh, after the first, it's easy. No.
Yep, timing is tricky.
It is. Speaking about timing, you have about 20 minutes before some of the NBA early slate. You only have one game tipping at 8. So get your lineups in there. You guys are win some cash tonight before the college championship. That's going to be going down. I don't like this 9 o'clock start for that, to be honest. I don't really get it. I don't think anything should be starting past 7:30.
I'm gonna drop some knowledge here about another sport happening tonight. Well, there's two.
Monday Night Raw. You're right. WrestleMania week. Got it.
That's right. Two games that I really like. I think that the Brewers are gonna win. I love stacking up the Brewers against Trevor Williams. I think that the Brewers are. They had to face some real competition against Minnesota. The Cubs got to play, that cupcake opening weekend series with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Cubs are bad. The Cubs are not good. Don't believe in the Cubs. They're not good. They have especially not against a lefty. They replaced Kyle Schwarber with another left-hander who just hates making contact and refuses to hit the ball the other way, and Jock Peterson, and strikes out a bunch. So absolutely love the Brewers tonight and all their players. And then, I also am definitely going to be looking to stack up some of the Astros against the Angels. And Mike Bizzle mentioning that it's Mets opening day. I actually really do like DeGrom. I like paying all the way up for him. I know that that's like not a hot take, but like him. And then in the hoops, I think the Dallas Mavericks hand the Utah Jazz their first loss in 10 games tonight. Ooh. That's my prediction. And I'm sticking to it.
That's hot. That's hot right there. Jazz have been absolutely playing like from their like another planet. Like I saw the Space Jam trailer, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm not very excited about. But it reminds me of like they're playing like the Monstars on the court, just absolutely dominating.
Oh boy, getting word here that Porzingis is out tonight.
Is that going to retract? Do we have a retraction from the statement? Is Porzingis swing your?
I think I might be retracting.
Yeah.
Daniel saying Porzingis is out. Well, Porzingis was so important. I mean, I don't know. I still think that they can win without Porzingis, but looking at their last 10 games, he's like led the way in offensive and defensive efficiency. He's been the common denominator on defense. That's a tough one. I don't know if he's not gonna play. I think the Mavericks still keep it close.
Hey, I like it. You never know.
Another
fumble there. Is that going to come back though? That's the question.
Let's see.
No, and it doesn't look like we're getting a review. Gardner coming out. Again, if you're just joining us, we talked a lot about the trade in the NFL. We talked some jerseys, but here it is 20 zip. The Jaguars. Here's the. Geez, what is with the delay on the booth reviews? Come on, Sim. It's already a quarter. Oh boy, just trying to delay us. Delays. Delay. That's it. Continues dropping some baseball knowledge. Yeah, opening day for the Mets. Allegedly for the Red Sox, it's opening day as well, if you were wondering.
Okay, and Fantasy Hawk is calling me insane, so let me just allow me here, if I may. I did some math today, Rossi.
I like math.
I don't know if anyone's ever heard of math.
Yeah, did you use a compass?
I added up the record of 5 of the 6. So 5 of the 6 teams that the Utah Jazz just beat on their 9-game.
Not a fumble, by the way. Continue.
5 of the teams combined 97 and 147. Do you know what that winning percentage is, Jason?
Give me one more time that number.
The combined record of the teams that the Jazz have beaten on their winning streak.
Yep.
97 and 147.
I'm guessing that's a winning percentage. I'm taking a stab of like 38%.
Very close. 39.7%. The teams that the Jazz just beat on their 9-game winning streak won 39.7% of their games. Now, Am I saying that the Utah Jazz are bad? Absolutely not. I love the Utah Jazz this year. I've been loving them all year. But those teams, and then they also beat the Brooklyn Nets, of course. But let's remember that the Brooklyn Nets didn't have Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden. The lead scorer in that game for Brooklyn was Alize Johnson.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think so about
Henry.
Oh my goodness! Now someone asked, "Are we going to see the
Denied.
first ever donut game tonight?"
What do you mean by donut game?
Are the Tennessee Titans going to get shut out here?
Oh, well, I've seen a shutout, so it wouldn't be the first one, but we could see. It's 4th and goal. Stopped again was Henry for the 3rd straight play. Well, he got to the 1 on the first one. Stopped twice here at the goal line. Will they go for it? Down 20. 3 minutes to play.
Anyway.
They're going to. Let's see what happens here. Stack
They
the
might
line.
Get shut out. He might get shut out.
Oh, they're going to do the fullback
vulture!
dive.
They got a
Caw! I'm a vulture. Caw! Wow.
Blessing game, baby.
What is going on here? Bring on your hate in the YouTube comment section. Who would have thought that? They don't even go to Henry at the 1. It's actually a smart play in the NFL, too. Just so people know. It doesn't help me either.
Fullback dive, yeah, I love that.
The vulture in
Anyway,
the
so
house.
I don't think that it's that crazy that could happen. They just haven't seen the level of competition that the Mavericks will throw. The other thing about the Mavericks is that they have the second unit to compete with Utah's incredible depth. You look at the way that Jalen Brunson has been able to play defense and facilitate over the last 10 games for Dallas. It's been pretty impressive. And like Jordan Clarkson's been trending the wrong way. I think that they can make a little ground up on the second unit and make things a lot easier on the starters. And again, like Porzingis, I don't like him. I think that he's been pretty important to them, though, and ultimately, it makes me like them a lot less. I agree, but you know, Luka does make life pretty easy on them, and they just need to figure out a way to score. What I was excited about was Gobert. Gobert is really bad at post defense. He's a good rim protector, but if you look up his post defense, it's really bad. So, anyway, we can stop talking about it.
All right. Listen, lineups are locking shortly, so people need to know the info. By the way, as you said, Blassengame, however you say his name, 0.8% owned. I want to know, raise your hand if you're the guy or gal or human being that played the vulture. You knew, you just had a feeling. I'm going to toss this vulture in my lineup just in case things get frisky during the sim. No shutout, 20-7. Wow.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think you would just dip. I think as you were reading something, you dipped a little. Like your head, like you would like talking like this. I think.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You were in the zone, dude. You were just.
Yeah.
Ricky Rub. Yeah, he's fine. He's back.
I can't hear me.
No, don't eat the mic. Don't listen to that.
Jared says, for a second, I thought Kristaps Porzingis was a Nick.
It was for a little bit there.
Porzingis.
To be honest, I wouldn't know how to spell his name off the top of my head. You got to be in the ballpark. We know how to read. Mr. Hawk says, Doncic. There you go. See, I'll just continue it. Doncic. Entire game is predicting on him driving and dishing.
Predicated.
Predicated. I can't read either. And he says he will not have an easy path. Yeah, but of course that's.
Yeah.
Of course
Also,
that's
though,
the thing.
like Porzingis isn't this amazing shooter.
Nope.
Like he's not the only guy that shoots on that team, nor is he the best. So I don't understand how that's going to. People saying I'm not back. I'm trying to turn up my microphone.
You're back.
People are saying that, I don't know if that like is going to make a difference on his drive and kick.
Good question, I guess, but we'll see. I'm playing tonight. Porzingis. Doncic. Vulture 8 deuce. Yeah, when that vulture scored, it pulled Kenny 40 feet away. He's back though. Kareem says 6'4", 250-pound RB, and you choose the fullback. It worked They stuffed it 3 times in a row. You would see it in the NFL. Here's a catch on a quick slant there for, is that, oh no, that's Shark. Conley still sitting at that 99, waiting to hit the bonus. That's a one song I would ban from ever being created.
I don't understand what's your problem with that song. We've talked about it before.
It's not for me. It's very like, it gnaws in my brain. So I try to avoid it at all costs. My son found a Cookie Monster variation. I'm okay with that one because it has a little different of a beat. It's something about
Hey guys, how do I sound now?
Oh my God.
Do I sound nice and crispy right now?
I feel like I'm listening
Well, I want to know.
NPR.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not talking. Maybe the problem is that I'm talking.
How do I sound, Kenny? This is how you sound when you talk like that. How do I sound?
Maybe I'm talking too far away from the mic. That's what I'm thinking.
I think
Maybe
you sounded
need
just
to be
fine.
A little,
You have to remember
a
people
little
delay.
closer, Rossi.
No, I pay $1 to back up.
I'm thinking.
Unless you want to turn this into the.
If I'm a little closer and I'm not yelling, maybe I'll come across a little clearer. What do you guys think?
I just wish you were on
Matthew
camera the whole
says
time.
Chris Conley has the bonus.
Wait, did he get the bonus? Sorry, I was too busy looking at my jerseys.
Hey,
Thank you.
You're the play-by-play man. That's your job.
Nope, no jobs here.
Keep track of these things.
We just entertain. It's a catch right there.
We really need some music. I would love the day that we have music back behind The Sims is be my favorite day ever. I think that we should do Music Monday. I'm going to actually propose this. Music Monday. We have music underneath The Sims instead of crowd noise. I think it would be amazing.
Would you have a music genre of choice? Because we probably can't play copyright, but the house.
Well,
we can find.
I think that doing a house mix is a great way to get some music underneath. You know, get a little energy going here in the sim on a Monday, especially. I'm gonna pitch this.
Okay.
Royalty free. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty. You can go on YouTube. I've done it a million times over. Jared Kilgore says, 1, female shark. Well, he says baby shark is garbage. Female sharks tend to be larger than male sharks. Sharks continually generate teeth, so grandma shark would have a full set of chompers. Look at Jared bringing like facts to this argument. It's just a goofy song. That's all. And I'm just not for it. I like a lot of things a lot of people don't like either. But yeah, didn't know that about I'm pretty obsessed with sharks for a long time too. Did not know that female sharks were larger than male sharks. Good to know. I'll make sure next time I see one to swim away.
Chris Thompson, 1 catch for 12 yards. I think he's been a little
good stat
here.
Yeah, he's been tough. Listen, Chris Thompson, we've been noticing it. Like again, like guy like Derrick Henry's not having a stellar game, but does get the 4 catches for 27. Conley hit that bonus. He got the 4th catch finally. Took him a little while. Then.
Here's a good comment. Captain Blood says 3 minutes till the cough chat pop in. I would say 2 minutes. I would say under 2 minutes. Because Kaufman is in the chat asking if we want to play NBA tonight. That's my prediction.
Does he ask or does he say, "Hey, I just put in the thing. Enter now.
Hurry, NBA now, go." Something like that.
I've just decided I'm going to send him Venmo. I'm just going to send him a couple of bucks. Do I have his Venmo?
We got Obi-Wan feuding with Fugazi in the chat. Fugazi. You know I'm going to take Obi-Wan's side always.
I think Obi-Wan, that's me that he usually yells at. But I can never tell.
They're feuding.
Listen, the chat's they're always on fire. Good conversations we've been having today. Daniel says he'd say NBA lock in 5.
Don't come at my son Obi-Wan like that.
Who's coming at him?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll go at you, Obi-Wan.
You'll go at Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna come at you.
Please, that's fine. Handicap match. I'll take both of you down. No big deal. I'll love you. Speaking about love, there's D.D. Westbrook loving his way into the end zone. Quick. So the first play of the game was a bomb to Chris Conley. First play of the 4th quarter is our guy, Gardner Minshew. Kind of quiet talk of him moving on from the Jacksonville, which would make no sense anyway. Scores. There's D.D. Westbrook into the end zone. They're going to go for 2 to make it a 21-point lead, up 19. Drop back, deliver, wide open. Jacksonville gets the 2. That Tyler Eifert from the Notre Dame. So it's 28-7. Gardner Minshew's playing a heck of a game. Guru said he already sent it. Yeah, but it's just about the funny part how he'll jump in. So it's technically 6 minutes before lock. So he usually jumps in 3 to 4 minutes.
It's about cough o'clock. It's about cough o'clock.
Comes the kick. All right, let's see. Derrick Henry, can he revive a pretty, I don't want to say horrible, but just not good game. He's got 10 points right now. I actually captained Jonnu Smith, who's stinking. My whole team stinks.
I am so happy that I missed making a lineup for this. I would have stacked up all the Titans. I would have had Corey Davis in my captain spot. I was going to have Ryan Tannehill. I was going to have AJ Brown.
Yeah, you would have loaded up. So my lineup, I
might have come back with Chris Conley.
You could have price-wise. There's Tannehill looking, searching, thinking. Drops off there as Derrick Henry breaks one tackle, tries to break another. Westbrook right now. We'll get everything updated, folks, by the way, if anything is behind. I don't think it is, actually. I think it was my phone. Thought I saw somebody say something right now.
Skip Perkins is back, see? We saw Skip Perkins returning to action last night, partner.
Jeez. Is this real?
Apparently it's real. Apparently Skip Perkins is back. Skip Perkins. Skip Perkins comes back tonight, sir.
Oh, boy. Sorry I missed that. He was yanked away from us post-game, though. It happens. It happens. The greats can't always stay around. Yeah, right now I'm in 87th. My lineup stinks.
Michael saying it's a 19th touchdown for D.D. Westbrook.
It's all but, still need to be updated. No worries. Zach's got it. I got no qualms about it. DK Simfam, I'm super patient. They'll understand. No, I'm not in second place, OB. I'm chilling somewhere. I'll get up there. Zach's finding a way to get me into first place right now. It's what's taking time. He's like, dude, I got to help him out. It's embarrassing. Here's a pass caught. 6:30 remaining here. Tonight also please.
Someone said didn't know Skip was British. It's his brother, Pip Perkins from Costa Ponce. It's Pip Perkins.
Not a good time for me to say smash that like, I guess.
You like it? 324 you in here? Come on, hit that like. We're trying hard.
Tickle it. Also want to let y'all know that tonight, if you like to play little genius territory, you can check out Jeopardy because Aaron Rodgers is going to be the guest host the next 2 weeks. Starts tonight.
Should be good.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have the outgoing personality start. It's kind of a dry. Like I like his interviews. I like what he's done this year with Pat McAfee. There's a big sack there on the 3rd and 1. I don't know if he's going to translate to television for this type of audience, but I listened to an interview earlier. He's excited. Last year in Green Bay, could he be moving on to Jeopardy? You never know. I doubt it, but are you a Jeopardy guy, Kenny? Or are you do you check it out here and there? Or
I've watched it before. Yeah, I watch Jeopardy sometimes if it's on. I'm not like a super fan, but I was gonna say I'll watch tonight, but there's so many other things on, so I don't know.
Yeah, I watch every night. It's the only thing I do that has any intelligence tied to it. So I'm a big Wheel of Fortune post this sim. We'll see what time we get out, but little Wheel of Fortune because I feel like I can hang at that game. Then Jeopardy, I just get embarrassed because I can't. I know maybe three questions.
Do you know that, Jason? Do you know that I used to be in the Wheel Watchers Club?
You should remain in the Whale Watchers Club, dude. You never know.
I think you never leave. I think I still am.
It's weird. I'm not in said club, and I watch the show almost every night. So if I ever see something, say, with KD and then a bunch of numbers, I'll text you. I'll be like, hey, this could be you, dude. Because I believe that's how it works. It's the initials of the person, then whatever your code is. Base Bob says, I'll take Ducey announcers for 500. We could do a little Jeopardy thing here someday. It's Paul Thomas looking for A.J. Brown. I'll take overrated QBs for 50, Aaron. Scotty Tuati. Yeah, watch tonight. Check it out. If you like Aaron Rodgers, you don't. You want to hate watch, do whatever you got to do. He's got a lot of hair going. I can tell you that. I saw a preview. Obviously, these things were filmed in the past. There's the pass connection there. 4 minutes to play. D.D. Westbrook with another grab. May eventually help out my lineup. We'll see. Pass to Thompson, please, says CEH. D.D. rush attempt is weak, says red, white, and green. Trying to get the ball to him any which way. There's a nice run up the middle by Thomas. Thompson, should I say. Scratch that. Edit in post. 26-yard line now. He's up to 64 on the ground.
I'm just so happy that Chris Conley got the bonus. I was so worried that we were going to just jinx this guy.
Yeah, I
so
know.
Worried about it.
And it happens so often. We see like 80-something yards in the first quarter. Then you like one more catch for like 92. Right. So, yeah, good for Conley to get there. Maybe he'll add to the resume here on this drive. There's another stuffed run. Thompson not going anywhere there. Less than 3 to play. Jaguars going to win this one. Kenny will line up his player of the game. His crusty cough didn't enter, by the way. I did not see the Kaufman enter. I wonder if he listened to us, heard us say it, and decided not to do it. Oh, Bad Boys of Pop says, not tooting my own horn. Whenever somebody says that, that means they are tooting their own horn, which no one else is tooting it, so toot away, my friend. He said, I would make an excellent Jeopardy host. I host trivia and run a podcast with a heavy trivia element. We'll see. Well, if that's the case, everybody would believe that. But Bad Boys of Pop, I have faith in you. I've seen you in action. It was a little different than that, but I'll tell you, one day I'm ready to come back to do, if you ever do like a, you should have some of the SimFam on the pod again and do like a trivia with us.
Oh.
Might be a decent idea. Oh, Jordan, if people did that, come on. We passed out. People passed out. All right, here we are at the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left. Who do you need here from Jacksonville? Shout them out. Kenny, you can line up who you think are players of the games. We'll hit that maybe in about a minute. Can. There's Thompson again, inching his way. Tennessee not even going to call the timeout, which I appreciate. The Sim appreciates it, unless you really need a Titan. Thompson up to now almost 80 yards. It's been a heck of a drive for him, saving his game. Get D.D. Westbrook. He had the score. He had a couple catches. Don't forget, we do know Zach will get everything updated. Don't anybody worry about a thing. We have nothing but professionals on here. And producer Michael.
That's
Daniel.
right. We do have professionals here.
Somewhere. Not the people you're listening to, but the people behind the scenes. And again, name of the contest was Rossi and Kenny, 6 p.m. Easter candy is now on sale. So go get yourself that candy. What do you feel?
So yeah, candy is on sale. But we talk about CEH because he is right now in first place of the Monday night special. So shout out to CEH. Incredible lineup for him so far anyway. Of course, we've still got Sims to go, but CEH early on in there. I'm going to give my player of the game here to the Jacksonville Jaguars defense.
It's Chris Thompson. Look at him make that. Trying to make a case. He's like, please don't forget about me. He gets knocked over. So, yeah, Jags D. They were, dude, to give up one touchdown to a fullback. They had the defensive touchdown.
We'll see what ends up happening here in the last 33 seconds. But Jacksonville's defense, for me, I could go either way between the Jacksonville Jaguars defense and Chris Conley. Both of them fantastic. Conley obviously outscoring the Jacksonville Jaguars defense. But as I always say, without that value play, your lineup is absolutely lost. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, really made people's lineups 5.2% owned. They scored the defensive touchdown, 3 sacks, and a fumble recovery. So they're my player of the game.
Like it. Who's going to be your Not My Kid award?
I think it has to be it has to go to D.D. Westbrook here. 0
No,
points.
that's going to be updated though.
Oh, right, because he had a
technically.
touchdown. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Give me.
Could go Derrick. Well, Derrick Henry, I know he has the most. He was drafted a ton, but 35 receiving, 36 rushing, 5 catches. Your guy Corey Davis, I know you were high on, also not having a stellar. He had 3 catches, 28 yards so far, 40% owned in our contest.
Yeah. I think I'm actually gonna go with Derrick Henry here. I think that's very fair. 35 receiving yards, 36 rushing yards, 5 catches. Very rare that you get Derrick Henry doing almost the same, if not more, in the receiving department. But I mean, 36 rushing yards for Derrick Henry at 10.4K with 76.8% ownership in this contest is just pretty dumb. So he is definitely my least valuable player in this one for sure, Rossi. It's inexplicable what's going on right now with that.
No, I feel you there. We'll see if the Titans can put up any points here. 30 seconds remain. Here it comes. Tannehill with the snap. Looks. Throws across. Oh, ball's tipped in the air. Almost intercepted. But added more points to your Jaguars as they are the player of the game. Again, plenty of stuff coming up the rest of the night. You got Koff and Carroll for Ravens Chargers. That'll be your 8 p.m. Eastern sim. You can get the contest in there. NBA's just locked up. We got some more content coming to you in a few moments. We've got some exciting stuff as you prepare for the NCAA final. Talk about that in a moment. Here's Tannehill searching. Has a man. It's caught. They do call the timeout there. Trying to preserve a little bit of clock to try to score a touchdown. PhD says DJ Chark really sucked. Wasn't great, but hey. Wasn't his owned either. Don't forget A.J. Brown. Listen, a lot of guys were tough on this one, especially on that Tennessee side, right? And the only touchdown was by a fullback thus far, and they can get a miracle or garbage time here. Just got a text message from DraftKings. I thought it was like a friend or something. It's weird. Doesn't happen often. I thought somebody was asking me a question. So those like maybe numbers are the random numbers that text out. Maybe somebody else got that text too. About Augusta. A little thing called the Masters.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm doing the Masters theme song.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing One Shining Moment for tonight. I didn't know where we were going. Dan Russell says...
That's One Shining Moment.
I like it.
The ball is too...
Dan Russell says... None of the hosts even entered the contest that they created today. No, we entered. Listen, there's a lot of stuff going on. I entered, though. We're going to, unfortunately, let Kenny go in a minute. We're not going to be able to listen to this much longer. So one thing I like of that, they haven't remixed. Oh, there's Henry getting another catch. That's going to be a ball game, though. Kenny, this was it was a sim. It was more important that we talked a lot about the Darnold stuff. You're on board, at least. We'll be getting you the GoFundMe to get Kenny a number 14, I was going to say Bridgewater, Sam Darnold, baby blue, Carolina jersey. Can't wait. Can't wait to see you rocking it as you go to your grocery store on Sunday mornings. Maybe hit up church.
If anyone wants to, chip in and get me a Sam Darnold Panthers jersey, I will happily wear it and take photos of myself in it. But I still am a Jets fan. But yes, I will wear it if you want to get me one.
On his OnlyFans, it will be just the Panthers jersey. All right, you can follow him over at Kenny Ducey. Check him out, helping you get some of that cash. You can check out his articles over in DraftKings with the playbook, with DraftKings Nation. There's a lot of good stuff over there from Kenny. I am at Jason D. Rossi. This was an absolute pleasure. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the night. As we said, Kenny and Tom will take you to the next sim, which will be at 8 o'clock. And coming up next here on the Dream Stream, the Unreasonable Odds crew is joined by Kelly in Vegas to tell you everything you need to know about tonight's NCAA final between Baylor and Gonzaga.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome into a special edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. It was brought to my attention that I butchered this last week. The Unreasonable Odds podcast, my podcast, presented by DraftKings. It's a special Monday edition. The national title game is here. We got the game we've been waiting for all year. It was taken away from us due to COVID in December. Baylor and Gonzaga meet in the national title game. And for the occasion, we are bringing in a special guest, Kelly Stewart. You can find her on Twitter at Kelly in Vegas. You can find her work all over the place. Bleacher Report betting, Wager Talk, the Kelly and Murray podcast, the Kelly in Vegas proxy service. She's doing pretty much everything out in Vegas. I probably forgot a bunch of stuff there. Kelly, thank you for joining the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
I love it that when you said, I hope I don't butcher my own podcast. We've all been there. It's Monday morning, national championship on the brain. You got this.
We did change the name in December in my own right, and I didn't get anything wrong. I apparently have just been leaving some words out in past weeks, but I got it right today.
I love it.
So you and I were just talking before we came on. I'm thrilled to have this matchup. I'm excited to see it. But the betting edges at this point on this game in particular, maybe not necessarily there. When we were going to get this game in December, I think I had Zags -2 somehow in that game before the ticket got voided. It went to around 2.5, 3. Now we had the look ahead line on Saturday sitting at 6. Baylor comes out, crushes Houston. Gonzaga looks human versus UCLA. Now it goes to 4.5. So the value, I guess, at this point, I don't think anybody can disagree, is on Gonzaga, but it's a big stage. They're undefeated. There's a lot of pressure on them. Where is your head at in terms of people wanting to bet this spread?
There's a ton of narratives here, right? You nailed it. You set it up. Baylor looked so good against Houston. As somebody who had a Houston +5 ticket, I shut it off 5 minutes into the game. I knew exactly what was going to happen. Baylor shot lights out in that first half. And as you mentioned on the flip side, you have the Zags who have just beaten the bookmakers up week in, week out. First half game, UCLA got the best of them. UCLA played their best game. I'm not saying the Zags didn't play a good game, but I don't think the Zags felt like it was a look-ahead spot necessarily, but they played like it, right? They already had their eyes on the national title game. And when you have UCLA, who is more known as, I would say, a tempo team, someone who plays shutdown defense, be able to go toe-to-toe with you offensively, I think they took the Zags kind of off their game plan. Now, can Baylor do that? Absolutely. Do I think Baylor's going to do that? No. You mentioned 6 being the look-ahead line. 6 is what I made the game. I want to bet the Zags here so bad. I really do. But this Baylor Bears team has shown me so many times why you don't want to bet against them. I took Villanova against them, and in the first half, Nova looked great, and Baylor was able to overcome. This is going to be such a good game, in my opinion. I don't think I want to bet this side. I'm looking at the total, and I already hate myself. Point blank, period, the end. I took the under. Who wants the under in the national championship game? Who wants to root for defense? This girl right here, under 159.5. I locked it in this morning. I am a little late to the party, but I do think that this one is a little bit too high.
I mean, this is certainly a stage where it could tighten up. And these are two very good teams that it's interesting. Like we almost saw this game earlier in the year, and that would give us just kind of a look into what this might be like, even though the stage is different, even though it's a few months later. And I think it just makes betting the game so much more interesting that, like, literally 2 hours before that game, it was ripped away from us. And like you said, it sounds ridiculous to say, was Gonzaga in a look ahead spot in a primetime Saturday night Final Four game? Who looks past that? But when you have an 11 seed in front of you and you're undefeated and you're one of the best college teams of all time, and you know Baylor's already blown Houston out and they're sitting there, maybe it was just that.
It's tough. And, you know, I am of the school of thought that coaches know the spread. Kids know the spread. We see it get referenced all the time now with the internet, with all of these different betting sites, with college kids are now immersed in it. So imagine being Gonzaga and being like, we're 14.5-point favorites in this game, or they know, again, you mentioned the seeding just in that alone. I think that was probably part of UCLA's mention. We know that the Arkansas head coach mentioned the spread as well. He goes, I know we're pretty big underdogs in this game. It's kind of nice to hear those things because those are things I've been preaching about for years. So yeah, I don't want to say Gonzaga was necessarily looking ahead, but they sure played like it. And that's not me taking away any credit from UCLA. I thought they looked great. I was cheering hard for them to get the win, even though I did not have the guts to even put a single cent on the money line.
You got the points, so you cashed that. Here's the thing with Gonzaga. There's a level in which I agree with you and a level in which I have a little bit of concern. Like, they were playing maybe a little too looking past or whatever. I don't even know the word. They looked past UCLA, but UCLA hit like all their shots. They shot lights out. I completely underestimated how hot they were in this tournament. I said that they were getting lucky. You have teams like Alabama, Michigan, both that shoot above 70% from the free throw line. They combined to shoot less than 50% from the line in those wins. I thought it was coming to an abrupt end against Gonzaga for them, and they just knocked down all their shots. Now, there's individual plays that I see in that game that do concern me a little bit about Gonzaga's defense. Like, late in that game, Juzang hit a 3 to put, I think, UCLA up by 2, where Suggs was on him. He went down, he doubled the post and left Juzang to do that, like wide open for 3. If those are the types of decisions or mistakes that the Zags are going to make defensively against Baylor, Butler, Mitchell, Teague are probably going to make those shots in those situations. I'm really like, I used to do some NBA coverage, some NBA draft coverage. I'm like obsessed with Davion Mitchell right now. I think that he's going to be a fantastic NBA player. He's so well-rounded. He has no problem getting down and dirty on defense. He hits the big shots. The ball is always in his hands, finding the right guys. I just think that the Baylor offense is going to get some looks in this game to make it close. So I'm rambling right now. I guess my question is, if there's something that scares you about Baylor, what is it? What do you think that matchup is on the floor that you think they would maybe have an advantage with?
That's a really interesting question. See, I know this sounds weird, but I look at the math behind things. Like, the X's and O's stuff is what I really enjoy working with other people on. I can't say that, Teague is going to match up really well against, Suggs, or that he is going to have a great game because Suggs is not going to, right? Like, that's where I have to say, okay, look, I can look at from the statistical standpoint and say, okay, look, height-wise, yes, Gonzaga has a little bit of height advantage, but Baylor has 2 big men, those type of things. But from like how the X's and O's and how the game itself is going to break down is not something that's ever been my forte.
Fair enough. I was going to quickly mention the player prop market. Maybe you don't have anything there given where you're at. I'll say on Saturday night, I just did a couple of smaller plays, wrote them up in my article for fun. Got a little lucky on Drew Timme points. It was at 19.5. He was at 19 at the end of regulation. Got it on the first play in overtime. Sometimes you need luck. And then there's Davion Mitchell, who I'm not often this right about things, so I'll take a little victory lap on it. Mitchell over 4.5 assists. He had like 4 at the first media timeout. He had a tournament school record, 11 assists in that one. He's somebody. So the assist number went from 4.5 now jumped up to 6.5. Can't back it at that. The under's minus 150 something last I looked. Even though I like Gonzaga in this game and the number's too short, I think that Davion Mitchell, points, rebounds, assists at 22.5. I think he's the engine that makes that team go. He has to be involved in a big way and have his fingerprints all over this game. So if there's a prop that I'm going to go to, I think that that's it. Do you dabble at all? Even this is almost like the Super Bowl of college basketball. So do you have any fun, I guess, once we get to this stage, dabble in the props?
You're right. This is the Super Bowl of college basketball. And I'm going to tell you this about the prop market. I think the bookmakers do such a kick-ass job in the prop market that I rarely get involved. When I do get involved, I look for those overvalued players. You brought up the Super Bowl, someone like Cheetah, right? I bet Tyreek Hill under receiving yards because I knew that he was juiced too high. So my advice to your listeners is in regards to the player prop market tonight is to look for those underlying names, right? The guys that are either coming off the bench, the guys that are not going to maybe get a ton of looks, because those guys are getting minuscule minutes of the bookmakers' time, right? The big names, the Drew Timmies of the world, the Jalen Suggs of the world, those guys, the bookmakers have honed in on those numbers and the margins are razor thin. As you mentioned last game with the assist, now the bookmaker said, all right, fine, you had 11 assists last game. We're going to make you pay a premium to bet his assist market. So either people stay away or they're laying a bad number. So be kind of cognizant of that when doing it. And I haven't bet anything in the prop market just yet. As I mentioned, I don't love this game from a betting perspective. I love this game from a sports fan perspective, and I'm excited to watch. But there isn't a ton of value anywhere you look. I'm going to have a bet on it. As I mentioned, I'm going to play the under, which is the most terrible thing to do in a national championship game, as I've already been told this week. But it makes the most sense. That's where I think that there is a little bit of value. And I do think there is a little bit with the Zags. I think a lot of people are rushing to back Zags money line, and I'm not of that mantra, just not for me to lay that kind of juice in a really tight, contested game. Look, Zags could pull away at the end and beat Baylor by 6, and I may be kicking myself, but I just don't think that this is a game worth sweating. There are, 10 baseball games today. There's a ton of NBA slates. I can find better ways to use my money. So keep in mind, this is the Super Bowl of sorts, but just as I preach to people in the Super Bowl, you still need to practice bankroll management, even though it's the last game of the year.
That you do. Just looking at the players real quick, somebody that maybe fits your mold, and I'm not saying this is something you should go and bet, but Matthew Mayer on Baylor. I know his points prop throughout the tournament has been set around 7.5. He had a pretty good game against Houston. He comes off the bench. He's gone up 2 points for this game and is now set at 9.5. So
that's interesting.
That's an example of maybe somebody that's a little bit too juiced up in this spot.
Yeah, 6.3 points per game. It's funny when you said his name, I automatically think the mullet. I don't even think of his name. And so
I feel like I learned his name recently, and I've been watching him play all year. And that's all you think about.
I definitely think he is juiced. I'm looking at total 8.3 points per season. They're expecting him to get, Ken Palm's expecting him to get 6.3 in this game. That is interesting. The bookmakers have juiced it up. He did play really well against Houston. From the few moments of the game that I did watch before I turned it off and said, okay, no more. I'm kind of a sore loser like that. I'd rather just turn it off and do something else. Look forward to the next game. It's better than stressing myself out when my +5 ticket is going up in flames.
Okay, let's talk. I guess you mentioned that you're not somebody that hedges, but let's talk the futures market for a minute, because these are the two best teams. So I think a lot of people are coming into this game with a Gonzaga to win it all, a Baylor to win it all ticket, because those were popular teams to bet to win it all. And here they are meeting as we all kind of hoped that they would. So I told you back in November, I have a Zags +1,000 ticket. I think that people along the way have been betting the Zags even at +250, 300. We've seen them at kind of late in the season. Baylor pretty recently was sitting around +500 to win it all. What is your strategy, I guess, coming into this game? If pretend you're me, you're holding a Zags +1,000, or you're somebody that's on Baylor. Where's your head at in terms of how you want to make it out of this game?
So when you're hedging, the reason why you want to hedge is because you want to lock yourself in a profit, right? Or maybe you've overextended yourself. That's something I haven't ever done. So typically, whenever I've considered hedging, it's because I have a 3-team money line parlay and I have that third leg, to pay $5,500, and I could put 1,000 now on the other side, guarantee myself a $2,500 profit, right? Something of that sort of nature. So because you have a Zags +1,000 ticket, it's so much more valuable in my eyes than someone who bet the Zags 3 weeks ago at even money.
Right.
I would probably consider shopping around for the best money line on Baylor. Now, I had a buddy last night, just to give you an example, he had the Nuggets on the money line. Yes, -1,800 in a big parlay. It was the last of it, and I was just cringing. And I go, I'm going to take the Magic +17. At this point in time, this is way too many points. The line's moved 5 points, right? This is dumb. I'm taking it. I don't care what happens. This is a plus EV play in my eyes. Sure enough, Magic lose by 10. But my advice to him was, before that, you can either bet the Magic on the money line, which I don't think that the Nuggets are going to lose, so I probably wouldn't do that. or you could take them plus 17 for a potential hedge. So if I'm you, try to find a 5. Let me look and see if there's still a 5 available. I doubt there is. If you could find a 5, oh, there's a 5. Nope, there's not. I was going to say there's a 5 at DraftKings, but no, there's not. That's the wrong line.
You can make a 5 at DraftKings. You can make any number you want at DraftKings.
You can, but please be cautious when buying those half points, things of that nature. I will say this: 4, 5, and 6 are very popular half points to buy in college basketball. A lot of sharp groups have done that over the years. Just be cautious as to what the bookmakers are charging you to do that. Now, that's what I would do. I would take Baylor plus the points for, I would say, whatever amount of money you want to win, the minimum amount, because I don't know how much you have plus 1,100 for. Let's say you have $100 on it, right? So then I would put, me personally, 500 on Baylor plus 4.5, because you actually aren't hedging, you're middling. Right. If Baylor loses by 1, 2, 3, or 4, you win both tickets. And in my eyes, that makes the most sense from someone who doesn't hedge. Now, and that's because I don't ever feel like I've overextended myself, and I would be more mad at myself if I cashed the original ticket that I kind of wussed out and took a lower cash out amount.
So I'm with you. I could lose my Zags ticket, and I'm, like you said, I'm not overextended. I would not be hurting if that happened. I left it completely unhedged the whole way through the tournament, and was totally fine with that. Now, I didn't think I would have to sweat UCLA, and I very much did. But I'm with you. Like, I was talking with somebody earlier, and they're like, all right, you want to put whatever, like 3 units, 4 units on Baylor money line. And I was like, well, why not just go with the points here for whatever number you want to decide on? This is somebody that has a Gonzaga ticket as well. This is going to be a great game. I'm very confident that this is going to be a great game. And I think Gonzaga by 4 or less is a pretty reasonable outcome. So I'm totally with you. The ability to win both. I haven't decided if or quite how much I'm going to hedge, but if I do, it will definitely be Baylor with points versus Baylor money line, especially with the money line. Like, the money line at DraftKings right now is sitting at plus 163. Is that all that much different from laying spreads minus 108 right now? Like, that's not that much of a difference to get a good chunk of points to middle with, right?
I actually don't think it is. I mean, we're talking, would you say it's minus 108, minus 163?
Spreads minus 108. The money line is plus 163. If you wanted to go with the alternate, you can get Baylor plus 5 at minus 118 right now on DraftKings.
I'd have to break down the actual math on it, but yeah, we're talking in theory 45 cents here. Nothing crazy to get 5 points. Think about 10 cents each point. That's about right. I think you could get the 5 at minus 118 and then also have your Gonzaga ticket. I think you could hit both and be in a really exciting position at the end of the game, celebrating cashings of 2 tickets instead of just 1, or, cashing 0 tickets because you're upset that you didn't hedge at all.
Exactly. That's what you have to, and everybody has kind of their own opinion on this. This is just to do what you feel you want to do. Depends how much money you have on it. It depends what number you have. But just think about, at the end of the game, how would you feel if you came out of it with nothing versus how would you feel would you still be okay if, I came out of it with less money, but that was the right decision? That's what you have to base these decisions on.
Absolutely. I always think of the kid, I forget the movie, but he has the no regrets tattoo. Like, you want to make sure that you don't regret anything. I always use that GIF on Twitter. You want to make sure you don't regret it, not hedging or hedging at the end. And to me, hedging always seems to be more of a regret in the back of my mind. So I think you got to go with what feels right and how much money, I hate saying this, but the sharp guys will always say, guarantee yourself money, point blank, period, the end. And I just don't live by that mantra, but it's why I don't do only that professionally. I have lots of other gigs that pay me money so that I cannot hedge my tickets. Right.
I mean, that's okay. I had to Google it. We're the Millers is the no regrets.
There we go.
Tattoo. I was close. Couldn't think of it. So I'll do one more, I guess, somewhat question about hedging before we get out of here. It's not even hedging, but if you're betting to make money, which I think a lot of us are, there are also entertainment bets, I guess, that you can factor in. I'm kind of just piecing this question together on the fly, but like, so if I'm betting to make money, that's great. I'm building my bankroll, etc. What do I want that bankroll for, that income for? To have fun, to spend in life on the things that you want to do. So if sometimes that having fun is whatever, on Saturday night you want to take $50 and put it on UCLA money line because that's how you want to enjoy your Saturday night, you can go ahead and do that. Like, I guess, what's your mentality on because I know you've said you don't overextend yourself, you're building your bankroll, you're very strict about that. But what if you want to use a couple bucks to have fun? Is that part of the equation for you at all?
So it's interesting. So I tell people this all the time. I have had to learn by my own mistakes. That's the reason why I am the way I am. And I've had so many people ask me, Kelly, well, why are you so stringent? I'm like, I have been dead broke. I have spent way too much money, had been way too far extended because I was on a cold streak, because I was having degenerate tendencies, whatever those things are. So look, whatever you decide your parameters are for you, it's no different than if you're in the stock market. But that's how I treat my bankroll, is as if I'm in the stock market. I can't open up my coin. Let me rephrase that. I can open up my Coinbase app right now and cash out Bitcoin, right? But I'm not going to, because that's like a separate investment. So I treat my sports investment as such. I only reinvest it into other sports. Me personally, I don't take any of that to go do other things. Like, I had a buddy that won a whole bunch of money and he went and bought a new car. And guess what? He went on the worst 3-week cold streak of his life right afterwards. I'm like, why did you do that? We knew that was coming. So for me personally, no, I don't. But you're right. Everybody's kind of got their own little bankroll. And if you want to go out and have beers with your buddies and watch the game and you're like, hey guys, I just won $100, tabs on me. That's what you should use it for. And so everybody's kind of should have their own thing. Me personally, I don't. This is my sports allotment. This is where I'm at. And let's see where we can build this. And let me tell you, it is an absolute and utter roller coaster ride from football season until today. It always is. It's up and down and up and down. And I think that that's something you've got to be able to handle, as those ebbs and flows or those spikes and crashes for some of us. And being able to withstand those means that you'll just live to bet another day.
Love the message there, because that is all very important. If you are overextending yourself too much, and you're just going to wind up not enjoying this. So,
then you'll be miserable. You're absolutely right, because I've been there.
Yes.
Because the Sunday, I had the best Friday, Saturday opening day of March Madness. Sunday, I was with some buddies, and I didn't love anything that day, but I was, breaking some of my own rules, betting some of the games they were betting so I could have action. And next thing you know, I had a terrible day. But luckily, it was just one of those roller coaster rides. It could have been catastrophic. And for some of the people in the group, it was, because, well, next thing you know, you're doubling, tripling down. You're betting, thousands of dollars on a game you maybe normally would have hundreds on. So I hate to be that like mama bear that's like, listen to me, but trust me, learn from all of my mistakes and you're going to be okay.
That's I know some of those buddies, I think, and Chris talked me into guaranteed Texas Tech over Arkansas. I was like, I don't have a feel for this game.
I'm going to be honest with you. I still don't know if I'm going to forgive Chris for Texas Tech. It has been that was so frustrating. I liked Arkansas, and I actually, at one point in time, my boyfriend was sitting in front of me, and he said something, and he goes, "Oh, I have Arkansas," and I was like, "Oh." Then I was like really mad, because I wasn't going to bet the game. Then I let Chris talk me into it. And those are things that don't normally happen. But when you're in a sports book and beers are flowing, yeah, you nailed it. I'm going to actually text him right after this and be like, hey, remember the Texas Tech bet? Thanks, buddy.
You should remind him. I would say something to him, but I also talked him into a player prop that did not work out. So we're even. We just exchanged losing bets, and
there you go. Well, you did talk me into a player prop that I'm still actively looking for. Matt Mayer under points for tonight. I'm going to have to be searching high and low, because we still don't have DraftKings in Nevada.
9.5. You'll find it somewhere. 3 points high, apparently. There was something else I was going to say, but we'll forget it at this point. That story about Texas Tech just got me off of whatever we were.
Just got you all frazzled.
No, it was now I'm going back to that time. But yeah, that was. Oh, here we go. I have it for you. I agree with you. Those first 3 days of March Madness were some of my better days of the year. Monday regressed a little bit, but one of the reasons this has been a good tournament for me was just getting in on the Oregon State wave and backing them with the points pretty heavily each game, and then sprinkles on the money line. And I gave that out to a couple friends, and he was like telling me why his Oregon State money line didn't cash. I was like, what are you talking about? We got him like plus 310. And he's like, yeah, I went in and parlayed him with Texas. And I was like, you took a plus 310 money line winner and lost it on a minus 400 Texas. I was like, that is so cocky to lose, to add like he bets like $50. I'm like, you're trying to add like $8 to this winner by adding a first round upset. Do not do these things. Do not get.
Yeah, I don't understand. I was just using my coworker as an example last night, and he parlayed Celtics money line with Nuggets money line with two other giant favorites. And I asked him, I said, what's that 4-teamer pay? And he goes, minus 190. And I was like, God, those things make my skin crawl. You know, the funny thing is I had Abilene Christian parlayed with Oregon State, parlayed with whoever UCLA beat. I think was BYU. I think I had all three of those guys on the money line. And that was the last day I bet against UCLA. Oregon State, absolute money. UCLA, absolute money as an underdog. Abilene Christian died a slow death after the Texas game. But there were some really fun upsets. And yes, when you look, I'm of the mantra of I never parlay favorites. I only parlay at least 2 dogs on the money line. And Utah State kind of killed me against Texas Tech. Maybe that's why I let Chris talk me to Texas Tech, because I was so mad that Utah State killed our 4-teamer, all 4 dogs on the money line, $300. Each of us threw in $50 in our group, $300 to win 13 grand. It was like a big team ticket. And that was where Utah State looked really good in the first half, crashed and burned in the second. But Wisconsin, easy. And Oregon State was on there. There was a couple of other really fun outright underdog winners that Friday. But yeah, I like when you parlay, I'm of the mantra of bet a little to win a lot, because at that point in time, you're going to get better odds. You know, these tickets we see all over the internet of like 12 teamers that pay, you know, all of this money. It's because most of them have pluses next to them. Very rarely are they a bunch of minus tickets. And I think that if people break down the math separately, you can go online, find a parlay calculator. You'll actually realize that those minus $4 favorites and above actually kill your odds just completely on your ticket.
Yep. All right, I got to get you out of here on this. I think I know what you're going to say. You don't need to bet anything, but I got to make you pick the game tonight. Who's going to win?
Who's going to win? I think the Zags are going to win. I think there's a big overreaction to the game against UCLA. I think UCLA should have never been 11 seed, and I think they were grossly undervalued this entire tournament. I think Baylor is going to give the Zags a really good game, but I think the Zags will pull away at the end, and I like the under 159.5.
There we go. I'm on the same page with you. Zags in a tight one, and hopefully once I wind up attempting to middle, that's what we get.
There you go. If Chris is going to have an aneurysm if Baylor doesn't win, so.
Oh, true. Forgot about that.
I told him, what night was that? Saturday night, I was texting him. I was like, there's 5s. They're going to be gone. There's 5s. There's 5s. And he was already in bed, and he woke up and everything was 4.5. And I was like, I told you, you needed to get the 5. And he was like, I was asleep. I go, that was piss poor planning on your part, buddy.
Whoops. Yeah, stay up late. Get good numbers, people. Sometimes it pays off. All right. Kelly Stewart, thank you for joining us on the Unreasonable Odds podcast. You can find her on Twitter once again at Kelly in Vegas. If you want to follow me, I'm at Julian Edlow if you guys don't already. And yeah, you can catch her work pretty much all over the place, doing it all out there in Vegas. Thank you for coming on with us.
Thank you for having me.
just happened here. My fiance is the greatest human being of all time.
And Tom Carroll wants you all to know it. Welcome in, DK Sim fam, Adam Kaufman, TC, and all of you hanging out here with us. Prime time. There's a pretty big basketball game tonight, free roll. That is obviously coming up a little bit later on. And of course, a story about why Morgan is so great, which is much better considering, you know, like if Tom had offered the alternative and we went live, that really would have been a thing for everyone to experience. But, you know, we can save that. We'll save that for the sim here, as we have obviously got the Ravens and Chargers coming our way. Lineups have locked. And so tell me, what's your lineup looking like?
All right. We're going to pull up my lineup here in a second. Sorry, I was just thrown off here. All right. Lamar Jackson in the captain spot, $18,600. I know I paid up for him, but look, it's Lamar Jackson. He does everything for that team.
Naturally.
So I got him in my captain spot. Then I got Mark Andrews. That's his boy. I got Justin Tucker, another one of his boys. Austin Eckler. He's the guy that kind of makes the Chargers offense go here in Simland. Sure. Hunter Henry, good tight end there for Los Angeles. And I didn't have a lot of money left, as you can probably tell by all the names I'm throwing out there. So Virgil Green, the punt play.
Uncle Verge, I like it.
$100. Virgil Green, 3.9 a sim. So, I don't know. I like the top part of my lineup.
We have very similar lineups, actually. So I, like you and 37% of other people in our small free roll, Captain Lamar Jackson, and most people did play him at the very least. He's 92% owned and change. Very few faded him, looking for that differentiation. Also have Austin Eckler. Admittedly, I was a little conflicted. I was trying to decide whether I wanted Eckler or Justin Herbert. Ultimately leaned on Eckler. Hopefully don't get burned by that. Also have Hunter Henry, a Patriot, so there was a little bit of bias there, but he's also a good play in these Madden 21 simulations. Mark Andrews as well. I just felt like the salary at $5,600 was too good to ignore, and about 40% of people felt the same. And my, not punt plays necessarily, but my lesser plays, Joe Reed at 4K and Mr. Boykin, Miles Boykin at $3,600.
I like saying the name Miles Boykin, so I'm excited for you. And I hope he has a big game because of that.
I appreciate that greatly. And for all that are tracking NBA lineups, I know there's a lot of action with the DK Sim fan tonight, and an expanded last-minute NBA did 20 tonight as opposed to the usual 10, and even Brendan Glasheen hopped in trying to take everybody's cash. We'll see what that ends up looking like. But I just got to say, as an NBA fan, or really as an NBA DFS fan, in particular, I love all the 7 o'clock starts tonight with, you know, just remove late swaps from the equation, get everything going at the same time. Everyone's minutes are similar. I love it. I'm here for it. Set it and done, and walk away a couple minutes before lock and see how it all ends up transpiring.
Set it and forget it.
All about it.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Speaking of fantastic.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Tell me why Morgan, your fiance, is just terrific.
Okay. So I was telling the production guys this before we started. I have my television remotes next to me when I do these broadcasts so I can flip around, you know, keep myself abreast of what's going on in the sports world as we do these sims. And I accidentally knocked the cable remote off of the counter. Okay. In doing so, it smashed into like 5 pieces.
All right.
And, you know, I'll show you the remote off camera here. You know, it's like your standard remote.
Yeah, the back pops off, the batteries come out, everything is awry.
Right. So everything came apart. I'm like, oh, man. But, you know, things like this happen with these types of remotes. You usually just stick it all together. You make all the shapes match, and it works. In this instance, it did not work for me.
Oh.
Not sure why it wasn't working. And Morgan heard me struggling to put this thing together from the other room. I was explaining to the guys what was going on. So she came in here, did some finagling, and like 30 seconds before we came on the air, was able to fix the remote. Now, the reason why that's such a big deal tonight, as the name of our free roll states, there is a large basketball game on this evening. And I was afraid that I wouldn't have been able to easily finagle getting that on my old TV here had the remote wasn't working properly.
Find yourself a 13-inch black and white somewhere in the garage, so to speak.
Right. So, wow, just huge clutch stuff coming from Morgan here at the 7 o'clock Central time frame.
Nothing
So
clutch.
let the record state.
By the way, 0 for 3 on that first drive and a punt coming for the Chargers. Ravens will get the ball. That was a 14-second possession for LA.
Wow, that was fast. So Morgan, big stuff here on a Monday. She might actually get the wooden nickel, to be honest.
The Krusty Konf player of the game actually happened pre-sim. It wasn't Tom's dad, Brian, coming off the birthday. No.
Nope.
Morgan for fixing the remote. Look, we often talk about the madness. Well, madness ends tonight, obviously, and I know in about an hour people are going to be glued to it. You know, you got a couple of 1 seeds squaring off. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to watching. You are going to be locked into Madden After Dark, so behave yourself. But
Yes.
I will be checking it out and seeing how that goes. Rooting you on, my friend. I'll be rooting you on.
Yes,
Let's see
I'll
a
be on my
perfect
best
season.
behavior.
There you go. 1st and 10 from the 24 for Baltimore and Lamar Jackson.
Let's go, Lamar.
Cover athlete for Madden 21, as we know. There's a completion, but not much movement there. Just a 1-yard pickup out of Willie Snead, who, of course, has trimmed his hair for Madden 21. I mean, I don't necessarily think he had a say in it, but it is what happened. And the Madden graphics guys, the AI, all the creative team did a great job monitoring that he had the long, almost Jerry curl looking locks in Madden 20 and has pivoted to a shorter hairdo here in Madden 21.
That's the type of care that EA Sports puts into their
I
product.
respect the attention.
I respect the hell out of it.
There's Lamar with a first down run. Always a threat for the rushing bonus. Heck, sometimes he gets there by halftime. 1st and 10 on the way from the 35, and he is already having a better day than Herbert. We are scoreless. Again, Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Mike, our producer, Daniel, our technical director. We got Zach with us in game ops, and just great to have everybody along for the ride. We appreciate you.
There you go, Lamar, finding his man here as we continue to drive up the field. Koff, what do you make of the trade that went down today between the Jets and the Panthers?
I'm glad you brought that up, and I think we should spend a little time on that. My initial reaction of Sam Darnold getting dealt from the Jets to the Panthers for, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm doing this off the top of my head here, a 6th-round pick this year, and next year I believe it's a 2nd and a 4th.
Correct.
Those are the terms of that deal. My initial reaction was the Jets sold low. I thought the Jets sold low on Sam Darnold. And I know there are a lot of people out there just looking at Twitter. A lot of people seem to disagree with that level of analysis or statement because, clearly the Jets wanted to get rid of him. Clearly there were few, if any, takers. Carolina swooped in, got him at, I guess what is deemed a fair price. To me, they were able to capitalize. I think, he immediately, as has been reported, he immediately slots in as this team's starting quarterback. And so it becomes a question, obviously, if Teddy Bridgewater is there to compete with Darnold, is there to back up Darnold, or very possibly will now get traded. And, all sorts of people coming out with what does this mean for the draft after the fact, because now, it looked like Carolina was probably going to be one of those teams that drafted a quarterback. Clearly, that's not going to happen now. In acquiring Sam Darnold, who, let's remember, was a former top 5 pick only a couple of years ago and just had a dysfunctional experience with the Jets, injuries, mono, all inclusive of that. In fact, I was looking at a friend of mine, Damon Amendolara, hosts a national sports talk show on CBS Sports Radio.
DA.
I thought his tweet was very, very good. He, I saw just 10 minutes before I came on with you. Says, I'm in the camp that Sam Darnold is far better than he has looked with the Jets. He had 0 1,000-yard running backs, 0 1,000-yard receivers. Now, you can put part of that on Darnold if you want, but even still, part of the tweet. 2 offensive systems, 2 head coaches, 1 Adam Gase. I really do believe that the Jets, I know it seemed like a foregone conclusion that the Jets were going to draft Zach Wilson, and that probably is the reality, and now you're going to throw him into the fire. I didn't think it was a bad idea that you had him learning not so much behind Darnold per se, because like what has Darnold really experienced? I get it, but the sense of, you know, just getting his feet wet as a backup, year one in the NFL, just sort of learning the pro game, learning all that goes into it, as opposed to being thrust into being the guy as is, you know, so 2020s, 2010s versus what it once was, obviously. Like back in the day, guys were drafted, even if you were a first rounder, guys were drafted, you'd sit 2, 3, 4 years behind.
Well, remember,
like
Carson Palmer was the number 1 overall pick, and he sat behind John Kitna for, I think, a full season.
I mean, how long did, and I don't remember where he was drafted. He wasn't obviously number 1, but how long did Aaron Rodgers sit behind Brett Favre? You know, like this
3-ish years.
You know, and now we're talking about a future Hall of Famer. And
right.
You know, say what you want about Garoppolo, but he sat behind Brady for a number of years before he was traded. And there were just, you know, Steve Young sitting behind Montana back in the day. Like there are a bunch of instances of this. It doesn't really happen anymore. If you're a top 5 quarterback drafted, you're going to play like right away. That's the idea. The team is looking to reboot its future right away. You're going in. Best of luck, kid. And I do believe that we have not seen the best of Sam Darnold. I think a large part of the problem in what his tenure has been so far, you know, the Jets were complicit in what we've seen to this point. Is Lamar Jackson, another rush, gets about 7 yards there, gets to the 11, 2nd and 3 on the way. So I'm eager to see what he looks like in Carolina, and I'm eager to see what happens with the draft, because now we are certainly locked into 1, 2, 3 being quarterbacks. You know, it's going to go Lawrence to the Jags, Wilson more than likely to the Jets, and whomever, whether it's Fields or Lance or Jones, someone is going number 3 to the Niners after they gave up all that capital to, you know, move up to number 3. But then you have questions. Then you have questions after that where, like 6 in Carolina not giving up that pick, that's not going to be a QB anymore. So, you know, there are, to me, it's really interesting. And I think that if the Jets had held on a little bit, maybe Darnold was decent, provided he is the guy or would have been the guy for a little while to start the year, you could have gotten more for him a little bit down the line, then thrust Wilson in there if you wanted to. Lamar leaps in, touchdown, Baltimore, first points of this game. So that is my long-winded initial reactions to that trade. But what about you?
So the thing I'm interested most in here is something you touched on towards the end, is Sam Darnold in Carolina. Because we were all enamored by Darnold coming out of USC, and everyone has made excuses for him in New York so far. Like, you know, the tweet you read from DA. And look, I'm not saying that those are incorrect, but that is what everyone keeps saying about Darnold. Oh, he's good. His team just stinks. And now he's going to go to Carolina, where weapons are in place. They have a coach that people around the league really like after what he did in year 1. They were a team that were in a lot of close games this past season. So he's coming into a new system, a system that's kind of built around offense, you know, with that Matt Rule Baylor offense. So I'm curious to see what he looks like in a different situation. That is the thing I am most looking forward to, because like you mentioned, Zach Wilson was going to be drafted number 2. That this trade had no impact on what the Jets were going to do or what the Jets' future was going to look like, because unless Darnold came out looking like the league MVP the first 6 games of the year, Wilson was eventually going to be the starter there. So I am very curious as to what this Sam Darnold dude actually becomes now that he is out of the dumpster fire that is the New York Jets.
You know, there are a bunch of you guys weighing in the DraftKings conference room, 300 plus watching on YouTube. Smash that like. Let's get to 300 likes. Appreciate you being here with us. And of course, if you're watching on Twitch, see you guys as well. And give us a follow, twitch.tv/DraftKings. It's 7-0 Baltimore after the 51st rushing touchdown of Madden 21 for Lamar Jackson. Dude is an absolute animal here in these sims, getting better than 25 points a sim. Herbert with his first completion for 8. 2nd and 2 on the way from the 33. That one going to a new Patriot, Hunter Henry. And speaking of the Pats, Jared Kilgore says, Koff, as a Pats fan, I love this trade. I'm very excited to see the Jets are going to remain in the abyss of the AFC East. So if the Pats component to this, and also the Jets, you know, not just making the trade. Another thought I had about this was where Sam Darnold is pseudo irrelevant. Like, let's say they're not. The Jets are not committed to Zach Wilson. Like we believe they are right now, but there's still a potential shooter drop, which is, if the Jets were to trade for Deshaun Watson. Let's say Watson is cleared of everything that is going on and winds up being available because, Houston no longer digs its feet in. He clearly wants out. That has been the case for weeks, months. Becomes available, goes to the Jets. I never thought it was automatic Sam Darnold would go the other way in that deal anyway. Certainly the number 2 pick would have to, but Sam Darnold didn't have to. Darnold could have been shipped out in a different trade, and he was. So the Darnold factor doesn't need to be relevant here to Deshaun Watson. So that's another interesting domino. It's not automatic. Jets go number 2 with a quarterback. If they make that deal, then it becomes the Texans going number 2. Either way, a quarterback is going number 2, you would presume. But I don't think the Jets are this automatic total abyss dumpster fire, as Jared pointed out, if in fact, Watson were to land there. But again, that's, projecting ahead down the line. We'll see how that all shakes out.
As we sit here today, and just to quickly hit and put a bow on that.
Yeah.
As we sit here today, the Jets are picking a quarterback.
Correct.
Because the Deshaun Watson stuff, no one's touching that with a 10-foot pole until things are resolved or things are determined. So as of now, yes, the Jets will continue to be bad unless Zach Wilson comes out and is Patrick Mahomes right away.
Right.
But if they're able to pull things off and the Deshaun Watson thing works, they can win ball games. But yes, sorry to cut you off.
No, quite all right. Let's some numbers quick. Lamar, 6 out of 6 for 40 in the air. Herbert, 2 for 5 for 26. DFS Queenie says, I want Darnold to beat the Jets this year when they play. They are playing. Well, we don't know what week the schedule is now, but they are playing this year. Panthers and Jets. Lamar, 5 for 31 on the ground, a touchdown. Eckler, just 2 for 7. So he has not been great, clearly. Snead, 3 for 25, 1 for 18 for Allen. Dobbins, 2 for 8. Henry, 1 for 8. Boykin, 1 for 8. Those are all of your receiving yards to this point. Again, the rushing touchdown, Lamar Jackson.
Who'd have thunk that the Jets-Panthers matchup would have been a circle your calendar game?
Would actually be
a few hours ago.
Who knows? Hell, maybe it's prime time. Maybe that winds up being a Thursday
That'd
night
be great.
or Sunday night game. That'd be Monday
Especially
night.
if the Jets pull off a Watson deal. That would make it even better.
For sure. Yeah, you would have to slot that in Sunday night or Monday night if Watson winds up on the Jets. You'd have to. You'd absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, that's automatic. But to Jared's point, sort of just bring the Patriots into the conversation. Michael points out Panthers picking 8th in the draft. Do they trade back or pick up an offensive weapon? So, that does open the pot for anyone out there that does believe the Patriots are not invested in Cam Newton, that they're going to trade up for a quarterback or at least explore, trading up for Jones, Fields, Lance, whichever one of those guys is there around number 8, because I do believe someone will be there in that 8 to 10 range of those 5 quarterbacks that are expected to go, probably in the top 10, top 11 picks. 1, maybe even 2 of those guys, depending on what the Falcons do at number 4, if they take a QB or not, as a lot of people suspect they probably will. One of those guys is going to be available at number 8. I mean, that's a prime position for the Patriots to trade up and, swap with Carolina, move them back down to 15 and pick up a weapon, obviously. But it just becomes a question of whether you believe that Bill Belichick is looking to do that, or is it going to be a Mond or Trask on day 2 situation. And I don't think any of us know that. And as we know with the Pats, especially when it comes to drafts, it's expect the unexpected.
The Patriots trading up feels like such a foreign thing to me. Like trading up into the top 10.
Right.
I can't bring myself to be in that headspace. I won't allow myself
they're not their usual, 27 to
and I realize that, and even then it's like I can't fathom Bill Belichick doing that. Even though he has the draft capital to do it, he has every reason to do it. I just don't see him going out and paying a premium for one of those spots. With that said, look what he did all offseason. He's been completely un-Bill Belichickian, right? Spending all this cash. So maybe we have a newfound Bill Belichick here. Maybe things look different on draft day. I mean, what's the classic Patriot first round storyline? Patriots trade to day 2, right? Trade back into the second round.
Yeah, trade that first, get multiple seconds and a third.
Right, just stack
later
value picks. But that 8 spot becomes very interesting. If I'm the Panthers, I'm trying to get a weapon at 8. I wouldn't trade back if I'm them because, again, that team was close a lot of games last season. And if you're trading for Darnold and you think, okay, this is going to be the answer at quarterback here, you gave up picks to get him, try and get him a weapon. Try and do something at 8. Try and get that tight end coming out of Florida. If he's hanging around there, I mean, that guy's going to be a beast. I don't know. The 8th pick for a team like Carolina could be the difference between them continuing to be a 6-10, 5-11, or whatever the new numbers are going to be now that there's an extra game, to being, in the hunt for a playoff spot. They're right there.
Mm-hmm.
Michael saying Pitts probably goes to the Falcons at 4. I would not be shocked if the Falcons took a quarterback.
I wouldn't either.
Pitts is so good, man. I saw some smart draft people talking about his tape and how it's the best college tight end tape they've ever seen, ever.
Is that
I mean,
right?
that's pretty high praise.
Badgley
So
would
he
still go by
might
the
be
way
gone by
17.
8 if that's the case. And yes, in delusion, I did say Belichickian.
You're not the first to drop
It's
that.
not
one.
it's not.
That's a popular one.
That's
At
the
least for
thing.
these parts. I really
The draft is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm really fascinated by the draft, especially, all the things that have happened leading up to it. The huge couple of deals that we've already seen with the Niners moving up and some of the other stuff, picks being moved around. That stuff you see week of, day of. You don't see that stuff happening a month out. And then obviously this is, deeply going to impact the draft, this Darnold trade. So I'm very interested to see what happens as we get that much closer.
Imagine if the Falcons do pick Pitts at 4 and they have Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage, and Pitts. Then Matt Ryan has zero excuses. If they can't win games with that core of receivers, then Matt Ryan is the problem. He should either retire or be traded. That contract's going to be tough to move, though.
1st and 10 from the 22. If there's anything, by the way, that you guys want to get into in the chat, we're here for you. Whatever it may be.
Lamar.
Look at that hole. Lamar.
Oh,
burst
go.
through it. Huge pickup.
Gone.
He's gonna go. Lamar Jackson, 78-yard touchdown. That is 2 rushing scores for Lamar. He is into the bonus. He is the offense. He is the cover guy.
That was awesome. I honestly thought he was about to get traded. Traded. See, we're talking so much draft
Deal him.
stuff. I thought he was about
Sell
to get
high.
tackled there, and he just hit the hole. Wow, that
No one
was
even-
super impressive.
No one even touched him.
By the way, I have the Red Sox-Rays game on in the background, and Randy Arozarena just made what will be an early candidate for catch of the year.
Really? I do not have it on.
I mean, granted, it is early. Someone will surpass this, but it's the leader right now.
The only downside of Lamar doing that, for all the people that have him captained, is so many people have him captained. Lamar
I was
Jackson,
just thinking that.
captained in 37% of lineups in our small free roll. 41 points there already. Into the rushing bonus, 109 yards.
Insane.
I have Lamar in the captain spot, and I'm 55th in this free roll. Out of 167. Pretty crazy. Someone said in the chat earlier that our guy Ducey, noted Jets fan, feels New York actually sold high on Darnold, that they got a great deal. I just don't see it. I'd love to have that conversation with him.
I mean, of course he feels that way, right?
I don't know. He's not one that really hesitates to be critical of his own team, is he?
Yeah, but the default goes to having your team's back, right?
Sure. So now I don't want to have this conversation monopolize the sim, but I do think it's interesting, especially with you, who you and Rossi like to do the Mount Rushmore stuff.
Okay.
So someone says in the chat, I apologize, I can't say the name, just can't pronounce it. So someone, the homie, I guess. Anyway, GOAT of GOATs. Okay, greatest of all time among the greatest of all time, and the offered participants here are Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Serena Williams. Now, here's
It's tough.
It is tough, but here's my question. Now, obviously, I love basketball. I have a Brady Pats bias, but my question is this. Serena's the only one who did it alone, right? I mean, obviously there were plenty of doubles victories in there too, but her GOATness is known for what she did individually. And all those Grand Slams, championships, and so on and so forth. All the majors won. She is a champ on the highest level. Not that Brady isn't, or that MJ, I mean, he wasn't, 6-0, but he wasn't compared, doesn't have the 11 rings that Russell has, for instance.
Right.
There's, I'm just
context matters, but I know what you mean.
I'm taking nothing away from Michael Jordan. I'm just saying, he's, when it comes to bling, he is not number one. That's just a fact.
And neither is Serena, by the way. I mean, she's one major away from tying, I think, Margaret Court. She's sort of been one behind Margaret Court for the last however many years. But she's sort of like Tiger Woods in that.
Among those three, though. Does it matter more to you that someone did it alone, that it wasn't a team sport?
My answer would be Serena is number one in those three, because she falls into that Tiger Woods category where even though they're not number one for majors, they still were just so dominant in their run that it's scary, the level of dominance they had. And everyone that watches the sport, that knows anything about the sport, tells you no, they are the most dominant person to ever play the sport. And also the game has evolved since, when Tiger Woods compared Tiger Woods to Jack, the same way that you would compare the level of competition Serena Williams went up against compared to Margaret Court, or any of the other great women's tennis players of all time. So I would put her number one. I do think doing it alone also is a factor there. If we're going buy, stream, trash, I'm buying Serena. I'm streaming Jordan.
Whoa.
Honestly, yeah. And I'm trashing Brady. And look, guys, you know how much I love Brady, but Michael Jordan, and in basketball in general, one player affects the game more than in any other team sport. And what he was able to will those teams to do, and I know he had Pippen and he had good squads, but it was Michael Jordan. So that's why I stream Jordan and I got to trash Brady. And look, Brady, early in his career, those rings, the defenses were the catalyst to those championships. And Belichick is a huge factor in the Brady discussion, right? Because he won 6 of them with Belichick, and we all know how good he is. So, that I might sound crazy, but buying Serena, streaming Jordan, trashing Brady.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's just those early ones that, of course, the Patriots defense were just so dominant. I mean, of Brady's 7 championships, you could argue the defense was a bigger part of that title game than the offense in.
Certainly in this year. I mean, the Buccaneers defense was incredible this year against the Chiefs.
Definitely this year.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was a defensive play that beat Seattle. You know, I'll give it more to the offense against Atlanta. You know, those early championships, obviously, that you alluded to. You know, certainly the Rams win.
Of course, that Rams
that
defense
absolutely was defense.
Oh, incredible! But the Falcons and Seahawks
offense.
The Falcons and Seahawks Super Bowls, you could point to multiple turning points on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where,
Brady had a great fourth quarter against Seattle.
Great fourth quarter. And obviously the strip sack from Dante Hightower that sort of flipped the tide for everything with the Falcons Patriots Super Bowl. So and football's just such a team sport. It's such a team sport.
Well, but it's also so different in that, you know, unlike basketball and hockey, or baseball for that matter, in football, you don't have guys playing on both sides of the ball. You don't have guys who are responsible for both sides of the ball the way that you do in those other sports. It leads to a different kind of conversation.
Right. It's different. You know, you can look at people's resume and you can look at hardware and you can value Super Bowls more than majors if you want. But when it comes down to it, Serena did all that winning by herself at an extremely high level for a long time. And she's still in the mix, man. She's still in the mix. And in tennis, to do what she's doing at her age is pretty crazy. I mean, you don't see a lot of guys or gals in tennis do a lot once they get into their mid-30s. And I know we're sort of in a weird era here where the oldies are still kicking around, right? Like Federer is still a viable, great tennis player. Nadal is up there in age now. And he's in the mix always. So Serena is great, but she's not the best player in the world anymore. She might be number 2. Yeah, it's crazy.
When is the last time that she won a major? I'm just curious. Grand Slam singles results, 2016 Wimbledon.
It's been a while.
I think Wimbledon 26. No, Australian Open 2017. Looks like
it has been a while.
Looks like the most recent.
Yep. 2017 Australian Open. I mean, we're looking at Australian Open 03, 05, 07, 09, 10, 15, 17. French Open 02, 13, 15. Wimbledon 02, 03, 09, 10, 12, 15, 16.
I mean, she has 20
U.S. Open
titles.
99, 02, 08, 12, 13, 14.
73 singles.
It's insane.
Her current ranking in the world, if you want to trust Wikipedia, is number 7.
Right.
That's as of February of this year.
And, like, we know how good Naomi Osaka is, and they had, you know, that great matchup earlier this year that everyone was super excited about. And Osaka is seemingly the person that's going to win a bunch of majors here in a row. She's got 7 already. So 7 career tournament wins, I should say. But she's got 2 Australian Open wins, 2 U.S. Open wins. She's probably primed to win a Wimbledon this year. I mean, women's tennis, it's interesting. There's sort of a passing of the torch happening. I'd love to see Serena get another victory, though. Would love to see her at least tie Margaret Court.
Lamar here with 63 passing. Of course, he's hit the bonus on the ground at this point. 56 for Herbert, 8 of 11 for him compared to Jackson's 9 of 10. 10 for 21 for Eckler on the ground. Jackson 7 for 113. The 2 touchdowns we have in this game both belong to the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. Rushing, Ingram 2 for 7. Sorry if you rostered him. 1 for 4 for Dobbins. Herbert actually lost 7 on the ground. Just when you thought it was a sack, it was a 7-yard rushing loss. And we'll take a look at some receiving numbers as well. In this 14-3 Baltimore lead as we've reached the half, a little more than a half hour into this one as well. Snead 4 for 32, 3 for 32 for Allen, 1 for 14 for Brown, multiple catches for Dobbins, Eckler, and Henry, but nobody with crazy yardage to this point as well.
Lamar, man, what a beast.
A couple people saying Gretzky over Serena. How many cups did Wayne Gretzky win?
I believe 4.
I want to say 4.
he's definitely in the discussion for greatest team athlete of all time, because I mean his numbers are insane, like his individual numbers, and his teams won a lot of games too, and he sort of made the LA Kings a thing when they weren't a thing, right? Like he dragged them to a cup. So he won, I believe he won 4 in the 80s. And then they won, the Oilers won one without him after he left. I'm pretty sure.
One of my favorite sports, I've mentioned this on the stream before. One of my favorite sports statistics of all time is that Wayne Gretzky has more career assists than any other NHL player in history has points.
It's nuts.
And when you think of Wayne Gretzky, obviously you think of him as a goal scorer. It's just it's the craziest stat in the world to me when it comes to sports. I absolutely love it.
It's totally insane. Gretzky numbers are ludicrous. Like the way that we all joke online about Brady numbers being crazy, like Gretzky numbers put Brady numbers to shame, honestly. One Gretzky thing that's sort of an interesting thing that I've noticed in my life since moving to St. Louis, he played for the Blues for like 20 games in 96, I think it was. He got traded here later in the year. He played like 18 regular season games or something, had a few playoff games, and then he was done. He signed with the Rangers, and then his career ended a few years later. But people in this city talk about that few month stretch of Gretzky being here like it was Elvis having a residency at a local bar or something. Like it's revered. Like I worked with some radio hosts that talk about how like Gretzky's first game with the Blues was like his favorite sporting event he's ever covered in his life. And he's covered like Cardinal World Series, the Blues winning the cup last year, all this stuff. He was like a rock star, was in town. Like there's probably more retro Gretzky jerseys bought in St. Louis than Brett Hull jerseys. Because it's Wayne Gretzky,
Yeah. No, I mean, look, if Wayne Gretzky had ever been a Bruin, even for 5 minutes, like kind of the way Jaromir Jagr was, not that I had a Jagr jersey, but like Gretzky in particular, Gretzky had been a Bruin for, 10, 20 games at the end of one season. I feel like I'd absolutely own that sweater.
100%. Oh my God.
You got to.
Have to. I almost feel like it's sacrilege that I don't own a Jaromir Jagr sweater, even though he was kind of stinky for the Bruins. I just love Jagr, and the fact that he played for the Bruins.
He was legit stinky in the playoffs.
He was so stinky.
He was fine at the end of that regular season, but he was legit stinky in the playoffs.
The thing with Jagr is he would just take the puck in the corner and he would just like stand there and just like throw his butt at people and just sort of box people out. He's like, no, this is my puck. This is my puck. This is my puck. And he wouldn't do anything. And it was like, Jagr, what are you doing, man? We know you have a large butt and you are keeping people away from the puck, but you need to now do something with this puck. I still love Jaromir Jagr, but yeah, it was a tough stretch. Probably cost us a cup. I do think Gretzky is the greatest. I do think he is the greatest team athlete in the history of North American sports over Bill Russell. I know people like to give that distinction to Russell because he won 11, and I love Russell, obviously. Born and raised Celtics fan, but I mean, he was playing in a league that had 10 teams at a certain point when he was winning championships. It was just a different game back then. So I think Gretzky's run of championships and dominance is more in line with the competitiveness of today's NHL, and might even be a little more difficult because of how physical the NHL used to be, and he was still able to put up those crazy numbers. So that's why I would give Gretzky the edge over Russell.
Jay Duncan says, you know why Gretzky's the greatest? Because they changed the 4-on-4 penalty to offsetting coincidental minors because of him. Yeah, I mean, when you're so good, and people talk about this with Peyton Manning too, when you're so good that people start changing the rules around you, you've made an impact on your sport.
Dave Georgie, or Georgie, I don't know how he pronounces it, saying that I ruined Trevor Bauer's no-hitter by mentioning it on the stream the other day. I think the general rule in sports media is once a no-hitter reaches the 6th inning, you're allowed to mention that it's happening, right? And I think Michael prompted, and Michael, you can correct me on this. I think you waited until the 6th to mention it to us, which is when I mentioned it. Yeah, okay, there we go. See, that's the general rule. Once it reaches the 6th, then that's when you keep your eye out.
Here's what I think the general rule is. The general rule is you decide whether you're suspicious or superstitious about it. You know, that is up to you to decide whether you believe in such things. At a certain point in my life, I for sure did. Now, definitely don't. Especially when it involves a player that or team that I just don't care about.
Right.
You know, I mean, even if it had been, you know, whoever, Nathan Eovaldi and the Red Sox, I better not say no hitter. I better not say no. He hasn't allowed a hit through 6. You just can't say those words. No hitter. You can't string those two together. Has he allowed any hits? You might say no. No, I just don't care. It does not. You know, there was absolutely a point in my life where high school, college, younger than that, obviously, with, you know, you'd have a big game like, oh, same shirt, or superstitious about where I sit in the house, or, you know, where I'm going to watch this game, or who I'm going to watch with, or you know, when I'm going to do what. No, like at a certain point, I came to the realization, the stark realization, that no matter what I do, I have no impact on the outcome of this game or anything. I'm not even in the stadium. This guy has no idea that I exist. Nope. You know what? I'm going to say no hitter. He's going to have to deal.
Yeah. I find myself at times getting into patterns with things because of like the team I'm watching and wanting them to succeed. Like, okay, I haven't moved from this spot in 10 minutes and the Celtics are on a 12-0 run. I can't move now. But then, yeah, you take a step back and you're like, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing? Come on. You have no impact on this.
One that sticks with me, this goes back to, again, high school or college, somewhere in that range, where, you know, I was living at home with my parents, so it must have been, if it were college, it must have been a winter break or something like that. But I'm at my parents' house, and bad voice pop, exactly right, Goff. You decide if you want to put peanut butter in your underwear or wear a tinfoil hat, but don't come bringing your jar of peanut butter and shiny sheets of foil at me. So I'm watching a Red Sox game. It was one of those early games, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, whatever. I just distinctly remember it was a game that was entirely in daylight. And maybe it was even summer break. So I guess it would have had to have been, because, again, it's Red Sox, so it's not like it was winter break. I'm watching a Red Sox game. They're playing, I think it was the Yankees, but that part really doesn't matter. And I think, like, my mom had just bought a bag of, you remember those old, the blue bag, I mean, you can still buy them, but the blue bags of Chips Ahoy. You know,
yeah.
The hard, not as
crispy,
like the soft chewy, the hard, chocolate chip Chips Ahoy cookies.
Right.
And so whatever inning it was, I sit down at the beginning of that inning and I start eating a couple of cookies. I'm having, one cookie, next cookie. I'm not eating them at a crazy speed or anything, but as soon as I was done with one, I ate the other. Like the next. There wasn't a break in between. I'm just cookie, and they just keep reaching base. They just keep reaching base and scoring runs. And I said, you know what? I'm not, again. Yeah,
How many cookies did you eat?
I got power over this. I'm gonna keep eating cookies until this inning is over. Until they are done scoring runs, I am going to keep eating these Chips Ahoy cookies. And damn it if I didn't finish the whole bag. I ate the entire thing in it because it was like a half-hour inning. They scored like 8 runs, and I was just putting them away, probably at a terrible stomach ache later. It was, poor cough and the tummy ache, I know, as we got another field goal good. And it was a memorable experience, for sure.
So that's
yes,
hilarious.
That is Slash in the last minute NBA contest. He texted me about it.
So it's just a damn Kaufman imploring me to look at Martina Navratilova's resume. And it is extremely impressive. Her dominance in the 1980s was unbelievable. She won 18 majors, 16 of which in the 1980s. I mean, to win 16 majors in a decade is nuts. I'm not looking at her numbers right next to Serena's, so it's tough for me to make a quick comparison here, number by number, but I think Serena's longevity of dominance, stretching across three different decades, the late 90s, the 2000s, and obviously the 2000 teens. And if she's able to win one here in the 20s, I mean, that's 4 decades of winning, 4 different decades that she won in. I just think that that's a crazy amount of
it's nuts
of winning that puts her in a different echelon. I don't know how old Navratilova was when she won her final major. So, again, I'm not looking at this on the fly, but like, she's clearly worth mentioning because she was so dominant. And you look at all the doubles and mixed doubles titles she won too. It's super, super impressive. Tennis is one of those sports where there's like 8 guys on the men's side and 8 ladies on the women's side that have won like everything, you know?
Right.
There's just like, there's certain eras of time where these same players win every single tournament.
Final play of the third quarter. We won't have it. We will wait. We will wait until the next.
So it's just a damn
14-6,
Kaufman.
a couple of Mike Badgley field goals to a couple of Lamar Jackson rushing touchdowns. That's what we have going on through 3. Again, 14-6.
It's just a damn Kaufman saying Martina retired at 46. So, and since you're looking at this stuff, damn Kaufman, or, you know, unless you just know it off the top of your head, how many years was it between her winning her last major and retiring? Was there a lot of mediocre tennis to end her career? Or is she like Serena, who's continuing to be in the hunt for majors here at, 39 years old, you said, Koff? So right, she's a beast.
So other than Lamar, by the way, with the rushing bonus, no one else is even close to a bonus in this game. Unless someone pops off in the fourth quarter, it's probably going to stay that way. Tommy, you're going to need to at least start thinking about the award recipients, because we are, in an effort
well, I know who's winning one of them.
Yeah, at the moment, I would say Lamar is the favorite for the MVP, getting that wooden nickel. But we'll give those out in the final minute of this sim in an effort to get you to some of the great in-between sims content a little bit faster. We will get ourselves out of here post-game a little bit faster in the process. So we'll give out those awards final minute of the fourth quarter, unless one play flips everything on its head and we go to overtime or something like that. But at the moment, 14
love overtime.
More in front. I had a stretch where felt like every sim I was doing for a week and a half was going to overtime. It was nuts. Honestly, it might have been like 8 out of 10 sims had overtime. I have, for fear of the jinx, folks, I have not seen an overtime sim in what feels like a little while now.
Wow, there you go. You're jinxing it. You know that, right?
No, I said for fear of the jinx.
You're jinxing it. You've jinxed it.
It's possible.
All right, so we're going to overtime here, folks. 8 minutes from now, we will rack it up.
Start again. Bill says, cough, buy, stream, trash, Apocalypse Now, Scarface, Taxi Driver.
Ooh.
I'd never seen Apocalypse Now. And Taxi Driver, I honestly don't remember. That's a tough one for me, Bill. I don't know about you there, Freeze Pops.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, never seen Taxi Driver either. Heard it's great. My uncle has a movie poster of it.
Here's what I can tell you. Daniel, our technical director, we also have producer Mike and Zach and Ops. Daniel is trashing Apocalypse Now. He is buying Taxi Driver, and he is streaming, as he put it, whatever the other one was, which is Scarface.
Oh, say hello to my little friend.
Say
I like Apocalypse now.
Hello, friend.
I like Apocalypse Now. So I'll stream that. I'll buy Scarface because I feel like it's a good movie to have in my collection.
Sure.
And I'll trash the movie I haven't seen because I have a good life as of now without having seen it. I'll keep living my good life.
On the subject of one's life being enhanced by things that they view, so I like to keep people in the know, abreast of what I am watching. I have finished my Blue Mountain State binge. Didn't take that long, a couple weeks, because it's...
How many seasons of that are?
It's 39 total episodes. It's 13-episode seasons, and then a movie that was a few years later. I want to say the show was like 2010 to 2012, and then they came out with a movie in 2016 or 17, something like that.
Okay.
And, for anyone that is familiar, or if you are not familiar but you're interested, excellent series. Thoroughly enjoyed the heck out of it. Honestly, I might watch it again sooner than later. Loved it. Like, if you love it's not these same actors, but just to put it in, easy, relatable terms. If you love the Stifler character and the Van Wilder character, and you put them together as co-leads in a show about college football, it is everything you've wanted in this world. It is just, I loved it. I loved this show.
What channel was that on when it was airing?
It was on Spike TV.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Loved it. Loved this. It's available on Amazon Prime if anyone's looking to binge it. Each show is, again, because of commercials, back then, but not when you're...
What are they, like 22 minutes?
Like, not even, like 20, 21. It's, basically 20 flat to watch each episode. It is so good. It is so enjoyable. I can't recommend it enough. The movie that they came out with...
Same characters?
Same character. Everybody's back. They even brought people, that they wrote off the show in year 1 or year 2. They brought... Other than Denise Richards... Everybody was back for the movie that you care about. The movie sucked. I feel like if I had watched the show in real time, okay, so I had been done with it, and then, oh my God, 3-4 years later they made a movie, I would have been more into it, and it would have been nostalgic, and it would have, so great to see these characters and these people again, and oh, this is fun. If you watch it immediately after binging the show, where there is no gap, it's just like watching the next episode, even though, in real life, they made it a few years later. It's just so far inferior to the show, to the series. And I didn't feel that way about the Psych movies, or at least not the first one. The first Psych movie that was a few years after the series, really, really, really good. Second Psych movie, not as good, but for a lot of very obvious reasons if you watch it or if you know the backstory behind the way they put it together. But Blue Mountain State, tough movie. I don't want to say skip it if you do the binge, but you don't feel like you need to rush to it after the fact, because it really was a letdown. That was a bummer when I watched that earlier today. Lamar Jackson fumbled, by the way. I hope that doesn't hurt him in the court of Krusty Koff MVP circles.
Not gonna hurt him one bit here. It might help people in their lineups that have the Chargers DST. So there's that.
Sure.
I'm starting to wonder who my Babysitter Billy Award winner is going to be.
Well, if you'd like some help, for nominees,
give me some noms here.
Austin Eckler's been awful. I think he would probably be the leader in the clubhouse right now. At 75% ownership, dude doesn't even have 5 points.
Yeah, it's back.
Just scrolling through some of these lineups.
I have him in my flex at 4.5 right now. I have to imagine that he had to be the second most captained dude without looking.
0.8.
That's bad. That's bad. If you don't have Lamar, you probably have Austin Eckler. And yeah, he's going to be the leader in the clubhouse unless he does something here over the last 345.
Yeah.
So it's just a damn Kaufman saying Martina Navratilova is above Serena for him, and she's the best single-player sport athlete ever.
Okay.
There you go. He was able to do a little research. I like having a little research team here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
First Grand Slam was in 1975. Last final was in 94. Last win was in 90 in singles, but she won a doubles Grand Slam in doubles in 03 and 06. She was 50 in that last one. That is incredibly impressive. Okay, I got to give it to her. I mean, I know it's doubles, so it's a little different, a little easier on the knees. So maybe Navratilova above Jordan, above Gretzky, above Brady, above Serena,
Russell,
above Russell, above Michael Phelps, above Usain Bolt. I don't know. Maybe Koff. She's in the discussion. Muhammad Ali,
Prince Ali, Ali Ababwa,
DJ Chark.
Do. 3rd and 7 from 44. 2.5 to go here in regulation. It's a 14-6 game. Chargers can tie this game, obviously, with a touchdown 2-point conversion. We will see. Hit
I'm
the
willing
like.
to hear
Let's
the
get
argument.
50 folks, if you're looking for some free football, or even if you're not, just support the group. Hit that like button. Eckler, that's on a play. 4th and 1. Well, you got to go for it here. Right at midfield for Los Angeles.
Let's see if virtual Anthony Lynn makes the call here.
Oh, there's no choice. Now, do you run it with Eckler is the question. I think you do. I formation. It's a handoff. Eckler has it. An easy run for a first.
Uh-oh.
A whole lot more. It's going to be
Things have changed,
a touchdown.
folks.
He says, get me out of that not my kid nonsense. 50-yard score, Austin Eckler.
Wow. Koff, you jinxed it, buddy. I smell overtime here as a 2-point conversion try is on the horizon here.
Looming. It is looming. Wow. We've had a couple of long, fun runs. Here we go.
Here we go.
2-point conversion that could decide this game. From the 2. Movement behind Herbert. I see your guy, Verge Green. Herbert's going to keep it, pass it.
Yes!
Oh, no, he dropped it. He dropped it. Keenan Allen couldn't hang on. It's still 14-12. Baltimore getting the ball.
Wow. We're going to see an onside kick try here. Unreal.
Just as Daniel had written, I smell the Chargers blowing.
Oh, he had it, too. He had it.
Crushing. Wow. 2:28 remaining in regulation, folks. Each team has 3 timeouts. We obviously have the additional 2-minute warning stoppage ahead of us. TC, AK, Mike, Daniel, Zach, all hanging out. One more sim left on this Dream Stream day. Madden After Dark to follow an hour from now. Tommy here. Freeze Pops will be back along with Jeff Ulrich, tracking the Eagles and Dolphins, and I'm sure you are eager to get Moose's thoughts on the Sam Darnold trade. He has not been on the Dream Stream yet today, so first opportunity for him to weigh in, so that should be a good time.
Absolutely. Always
got to be fun, by the way. Just looking ahead to tomorrow, Tuesday, the 2 o'clock sim. Kenny and Christian together for a Seahawks-Jets simulation.
That is a hell of a combination there. I mean, who talks more on the broadcast in that situation? Who do you think gets more words in by the end?
I think it depends on Christian's internet.
Speaking of internet, I am not getting any sort of network right now trying to check this contest here. Oh, here we go. The Midwest, man, it's tough.
On the verge of maybe actually winning a game, leading the defending American League champion Rays 5-0 in the 5th inning right now. I haven't checked on the Bruins in a while. Mark Andrews with the catch for a first down.
Mark Andrews, now I think the clubhouse leader for the Babysitter Billy Award.
Is that right? Let's see. He's in my
40% ownership, 1.5 right now in the flex. Gross. It's going to probably go up here after that catch, but bad game for Mark Andrews.
You can make a case for Joe Reed, who is 46% owned, 6% the captain. 1 for 21 for him. Hunter Henry, 4 for 26. I mean, at least he's got the 4, but only has 6.5 points. Yeah, Eckler's worked his way into the 20 spot. Lamar's gone very quiet since a huge first half. He's still at about 45 points in the captain spot. He's done basically nothing in half number 2 here. Guess he hasn't had to. Gone fishing, just noticing that Snead's hair is gone.
The attention to detail, man.
It is. You gotta love it.
Herbert, good point. Cook's looking in the discussion, not having a great game.
Justin Herbert, guess looking like a good fade for me, going with Eckler instead. Herbert has, just 5.9 points. But the thing is, he's only 29% owned.
Right. So in the discussion, probably won't win.
Play. That comes into play, because, he hasn't been good for sure, but people were thinking he wouldn't be.
Right. Because this is one of those situations where Simland and real life are not imitating each other. I'm sure for Madden 22, Herbert's going to be great.
2nd and inches. End this game with a first down. There you go. So, clock's going to run. Chargers are out of timeouts. Ravens obviously have no need to stop the clock. 1.5 to go. 1st and 10 from the 38. It's going to be a 14-12 Baltimore win unless something obnoxious happens with regard to an additional field goal. But right now, your MVP, your Krusty Koff Award winner is?
Lamar Jackson. Congratulations. He has won the Wooden Nickel out here in St. Louis. He can get a free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef if he's ever in town. Congratulations. He's got a few of those.
And your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award after Eckler got himself off the milk carton. Where are you going?
I'm going to give it to Mark Andrews here. I think his ownership was high enough and his points were low enough where I feel comfortable saying Mark Andrews, not my kid, not my problem.
One more sim after this, as mentioned. Tom, Moose, they'll be back Madden After Dark 1 hour from now. That's the sim. They'll obviously be here a few minutes before that. Eagles and Dolphins, I'll be back with you for sims at noon and 4 tomorrow. The nooner and the early bird special. Zach Thompson and Jason Rossi with me respectively. Texans, Vikings at 12. Chiefs, Cowboys at 4. Looking forward to that. That'll be a good time as Tom will do his last sim here tonight until he returns for Wild Weather Wednesday evening for a couple. So that'll be a good time as well. We'll look at projected winner D-Harv 17, our small prime time. There's a pretty big basketball game tonight, free roll, and that begins, by the way, in about 20 minutes for those who intend to watch, as I'm sure many will be multitasking during Madden After Dark. Lamar Jackson, about 45 points in the captain spot with 105 passing, 119 rushing, multiple touchdowns on the ground. The only touchdowns we saw in this game on that side of the ball. He also had a fumble to bring him down just a hair. Austin Eckler, who had the only other touchdown in this game, the long 50-yard score, went for only 67 rushing, 18 receiving, 6 receptions, just all short yardage. 20 points for him in the flex. Henry, Snead, Reed, and Badgley all part of the projected winning lineup, barring any changes from our guy Zach, who is, of course, doing the manual scoring. So we have got much more coming up on the Dream Stream, folks. It is never too early to talk about the Masters. It is days away. It is this week. It is exciting. And our own Pat Mayo, who, you got to love the PME experience, here to give you a preview of his picks, his best bets for the first major tournament of 2021. Thanks to Mike, thanks to Daniel, and thanks to Zach, thanks to Freeze Pops. He'll be back with Moose in just a little while. I'm Kaufman. Talk to you tomorrow.
Let's talk Jordan Spieth, though, right off the top. I am so excited this happened because it makes the Masters really fun. now that he's like, I mean, just looking at the betting board right away, he's like the second favorite now. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but him being relevant and him feeling like he has a real chance to win is not only great news for this show because the ratings will go up for it. It's great news for CBS and the Masters because the ratings are going to go up, especially if he remains in contention. But there are just so few like real stars without Tiger Woods. And Spieth is one of them, and having him relevant again is great for golf. And I am pro things, Jeff, that are great for golf.
He just poured gasoline on the Masters. And yeah, it's wonderful. And I think we sort of, in all our lead up to it, I'd much rather have seen him win the Valero than or the Wyndham than say the Masters. And now I think, him being mega chalk is kind of interesting. But hey, good for him. He didn't just it's great to see him win, but it's great to see the guys win with such amazing lead up form. And from Torrey Pines on, Pat, it was like he was peppering late Sunday tee times. Barely got out-dueled by Kuchar last weekend by a sketchy ruling, which had a little humor underneath that. But here he is again. And I'm happy I never booked any action, but at 10-1, I would probably consider it.
There's a lot of people out there with 60-1, 50-1, 30-1. I remember when it dropped down to 25-1, people were like, "Oh, smash Spieth." I was like, those odds are ridiculous. They're going to be like, maybe it gets a little bit lower than 25, but what's he really going to do? But now here he is at like 10-1 in order to win. And you did book action on Spieth though. Last January, not this January, last January, we made a bet. Tony Finau versus Jordan Spieth. Who would win first? Now it took 16 months for one of them to actually win, but it was Jordan Spieth.
There's 2 red birds for you,
Oh,
buddy.
Canadian money. There we go.
Listen,
that's worth like 30 cents in America.
Thank you. Finau and so many close chances to
Finau should have won at Riviera. He had
it. That
was
bet.
wrapped up.
I also have a bet with Forbes, Pat, that I have Rahm, and since Spieth last won his major, I got to split the bet. It's like a $500 bet. And if Rahm or Rory won a major first, I would get like $250. And if Spieth wins, he gets $500. And now all of a sudden, I let him off the hook for 4 years. I couldn't pull off anything. So, I'm happy about it. I think it's great. I think Tim's true disdain is really shows how, I don't know. It shows a real dark side of you, Tim, to be perfectly honest.
And it's Tim's fault that I won this bet. Finau had Riviera locked up. Tim takes to Twitter, "It's over. No way he's going to lose now." Then all of a sudden he loses. And then Spieth will never win again. All of a sudden he wins. So thank you, Tim. I'm $100.
I congratulated Spieth yesterday as he hit like the 11th or 12th tee.
Yeah, people saw right through your curse, pal.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive. He's definitely back for winning a tournament with one of the weakest fields of the year that was watched by dozens.
He's back.
He's definitely back.
He's back.
What an impress! He won a basically a club championship.
He won.
Congratulations, I guess.
He won.
Okay, great. No, it counts as a win. Great. He's definitely back.
And he did all those
really
things.
Impressive to win a tournament that nobody was in.
He did all those things that if he does this,
he out-dueled Charlie Hoffman. I was so impressed by that. So impressed he withstood the mighty charge of Charlie Hoffman, who does have a good track record at this course. But nevertheless, yeah, I was so impressed. He definitely should be 11-1 to win at Augusta. I mean, what a great value. You're really smart if you bet that. That's a really smart.
That's not what we're talking about.
But
now you're moving the goalposts.
Of course he is. That's all Tim does. All Tim does is move the goalposts.
He's been trending so beautifully for a couple of months. I don't understand where you're
I will say
he did all those Spieth, the tee to green was insane. And then when he got in those spots on 17 on Saturday, he hits those wizard chips. If he does that this week, I'll be annoyed. But last week, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It got so slow and so awkward that it's great to see. And he never listened to, did he make changes in his camp? Because he really just seemed to have just stayed the course with Greller,
McCormick.
He changed his swing like 2 years ago, and that was really the downside of everything. Like it's funny because Rory gets talked about the most. Like, oh, I tried to really increase my distance because of Bryson, but like Rory's one of the longest guys on tour anyway. So he was looking for like instead of being rated 100 out of 100 in driving distance, somehow he was looking to be rated 110 out of 100 in driving distance. With Spieth, and we've seen it with Fitzpatrick as well, like they've added like 15, 20 yards. Tringali was another one.
Even Kuchar's hitting it longer.
Who went through the swing change to add that extra distance and club speed, and it takes a while, and now it's starting to pay off. Like the biggest thing with him, like the irons, the biggest thing with Spieth is that the irons are back. And that has been really what has transformed him over the past 2 months. When he was hit the top of his game, he was a good driver of the ball. He was amazing around the greens, but his irons were awesome. And every week that he would get the magic putter, he would win. And that's what happened this week. The irons were amazing. The driving was okay. It was fine. It was perfectly fine. The around the green was good, and he gained like 5 strokes putting. That's the recipe to win.
And in those other events where he was playing great and the irons were with him, the putting was letting him down on the weekend.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, and I don't even want to mention this player, but a lot of players who do try to make swing changes, to sort of find the distance, what happens is they lose the things that were their bread and butter for a bit. Like they put so much time into focusing on that, and they think their old yeller will always be there for them, Ricky Fowler's putter, and it goes as you're trying to do other things. And now you can't depend on that thing that was so dependable. It's got to be scary for all the guys. So credit to Spieth. There's gasoline on the Masters. I'm not comparing it to Tiger at all, but it's the only thing that had this, not even Tiger's Masters win, but like in Tiger's comeback, not the divorce domestic comeback.
No, like 2018.
When he like won the championship. Yes, yeah. Like there was a lot of like we were so excited for the precipice of that, and this like it literally felt like it in many ways, and we're here.
I'll give him his due. I thought his reaction after tapping in the winning putt was very gracious, and I thought his post interview was very gracious.
He was humbled, man.
I was watching to find fault, and there was no fault to find. So I'll give him his.
What were you hoping he did? What were you hoping he did? Rip his shirt off?
Like just the way he did. No, I've seen him act with a little less class, let's just say, after he's won some tournament. So I was glad to see him show a little stoicism. I thought that was appropriate to the moment.
It's funny because for all of the times that Spieth has won, I mean, I don't think I've ever hit a Jordan Spieth outright bet. I just never bet on the guy, which I probably should have. At some point, like the one that Tim is talking about is probably my favorite Jordan Spieth moment when he chips in from the bunker and gets fired up. Yeah. Like, why wouldn't you be fired?
Your favorite Jordan Spieth moment is number 12 in the 2016 Masters.
That is true. And that is because of you. So if people don't know, the reason that Tim hates Spieth so much is that the Ander curse became popularized when he just tanked Jordan Spieth's chances, and we won big on Danny Willett at the Masters. So, Tim, this is the only question I need to know. And you've said this for a while. Does Jordan Spieth have any chance to win this year's Masters?
Don't do this.
Next to none.
Oh, that's improved. No, that is a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since he has now put a win up on the board, I guess I can't say 0%. I guess I have to say 1%.
You're still putting rocket fuel on a guy that just got more rocket fuel yesterday. I don't need rocket fuel.
But again, he won a tournament where nobody played. He's in the Masters where everybody who's good is playing. And so the idea that Spieth would even be close to some of these guys is risible. It's actually, absolutely risible that you would have Spieth close to the top of this list when you've got guys who are just so much better in almost every facet of the game.
Do you know?
Spieth's great with his irons. There's no course where irons matter less than Augusta National.
That's not true.
That is actually so incorrect. It's so incorrect.
It's bombing. That's the thing that matters the most at Augusta is bombing. It's driving distance and putting. Those two things alone are what's going to win.
But every single winner outside of Patrick Reed in our landscape here was a dominant greens and regulation player for the week. Dominant.
And I would say that 2 of the past 3 winners did it. I mean, Reed was just kind of all over the map. He putted the lights out.
He's the only guy.
But Tiger only won because of his irons.
Yes.
His driving was not great.
Reed's greens and reg, when you rank them with how the Masters champions did for that week, it's insane how he won that jacket. And that's why I always had that soft spot for Ricky in the sense 90% of Masters, Ricky finds a way, or
it's almost given to him in a sense.
And Spieth almost won that year too.
Yeah, he did. And Rory started with like an amazing eagle look that morning. But I don't know, Spieth, like he got to rock bottom. And that's when I started like being like, okay, let's fix this. He's fixed it. He's back. I get the sense he can start annoying me again real fast, Pat.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna happen
when
this
we have
week.
money on other guys and he starts chipping in from 25 yards off the green, it's gonna be like, oh man,
it's easy.
Come on.
I didn't have money on Hoffman. I'm a Wallace guy. Had Wallace in a lot of lineups. If Wallace won, I could have had a very handsome situation. But I wasn't in this. It wasn't put in this spot like Kuchar, Birkdale, or DJ Chambers, where like everything he did
just
well
bagged
being
you.
amazing. Like yeah, so it was great. And even after his bogey, didn't he like make a bogey yesterday, and then he sticks it to like 2 feet on a par 3? Like he's so doing these things.
You knew he was going to
again.
win when he hit that 3 wood over the sand trap. When he hit that off the tee, I was the commentators said, "Oh, that's in the sand," and he carried the sand trap. I was at that moment, I was like, "Okay,
on the short like 2-layered par 4, where like
for whatever reason he took out 3 wood and then took on the bunker. It made no sense. If you're going to do that, you hit driver or you take anyway. But it worked out. So
all right, so we're here for one reason alone, Tim. There's a reason that you're on the show. And before we let you go, we need to know, Tim, who is Endercursed for the Masters. Who are your 3 picks?
Well, I mean, I dispute that terminology, but my one and done pick and my champion is John Rahm. I think Rahm's an amazing player. I think this course sets up well for him. Currently, his odds are longer than Jordan Spieth's. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. There's no defending it. Rahm is. Anyone who thinks that they would rather have Jordan Spieth than Rahm here, might as well just set their money on fire because that's what they're doing. So Rahm is my one and done, and Rahm is my pick. In terms of my second pick, I'm taking Daniel Berger.
Hate you.
He played fine at the match play. He got back and played. He's won this year. He's a great golfer.
Oh, he's a great. Hold on. He's a great golfer. He has a win this year. He beat the weakest field of the year. But that's a thing for Spieth, but not for Berger.
The weakest field. He also won last year too in the comeback event. With a ton of pressure. I just think he's a really good golfer. I'm taking him here. And then third is Lee Westwood. Lee's had been the comeback player of 2021. People didn't see it coming. Neither did I, to be honest with you, but it's great to see. He's back. And Lee has a great track record of this course in terms of like being in Masters and contending. And it'd be great to see him slip on a green jacket. So Lee's my third pick.
Okay. Was there anyone else you were considering? How about Bryson? You love Bryson. Actually, you don't love Bryson, so that's good news for him.
I think Bryson's totally live here. Absolutely, he's live. I think he will have learned some lessons from the last Masters. I don't think he's unlikely to drive it into the rough and lose a ball this time, as he did in November. I think Bryson is totally live, and I'd be okay with it. JT, also totally live. I would argue with nobody who liked him. I think Hideki is very live here.
What about Rory?
I think the pressure of the Grand Slam is too great right now, and he's not in form, I don't think, to add on that extra layer of pressure and anxiety and media coverage on top of just the Masters. So no, I don't think Rory. It'd be great if Rory won. What a great story that would be. But I don't quite see it happening for him. And a little deeper down, I think Matthew Wolff is live, and I do. And I think that Robert McIntyre is a little left-handers at Augusta. Like there's a thing to be said about this course being a better setup for lefties than righties. And I know people have talked about Kevin Na. Again, set your money on fire. He has no chance at this course.
How is this even a conversation that we're like having to debate that?
We're not debating it. I made a joke about it, and I wanted to bet because Tim told me that Kevin Na had no chance to beat Dustin Johnson this week, and I want odds on that. Tim, give me odds on Kevin Na beating Dustin Johnson. What's a fair odds?
Same odds that Jeff was offering you, which was even odds. Fine.
So you're a coward, is what you're saying.
I'm not taking the Jeff.
Well, you just said he has no chance of winning. You said he had no chance to beat Dustin Johnson this week. Give me a fair odd, and I'll take it.
No, listen, Jeff.
So you don't want to take it. So you're scared. You're scared of Kevin Na.
No, I didn't cap it. I did not cap it.
You did. You capped it at Pick'em, and so that's what we'll do.
What's a fair head-to-head?
It would be
Jeff?
ridiculous for me to take anything else.
From a guy who says there's no chance of this happening. I don't want something outrageous. I want something fair.
What would like the books have a Nah versus
They
DJ
wouldn't.
head-to-head?
Because that wouldn't exist from the betting favorite.
There
of
are
the tournament.
books you can like tweet them and
maybe,
they'll give
but
you
like
anything you want.
For reference, Dustin is like 8-1 to win. Kevin Na is 250 to 1.
So would it be minus 400?
I would say I would want 5-1 on the head-to-head. I think that's fair.
I'm not going to give 5-1. Not in a tournament that.
Then you said there's no chance that it happens. So
I think there is no chance, but I guess Dustin could fall down the stairs again, and I could lose that.
Well, if he falls down the stairs, then the bet would be voided because he wouldn't have actually teed off.
No, but it could happen on Friday and have to withdraw. I don't know.
So you're
Anyway,
scared, is what you're saying. You're scared of Kevin Na now.
I'm just saying I think Kevin Na is a foolish bet. I don't see any reason to be behind him in this at this track at all.
Yes,
I
Paul.
should note that.
Hold on, Paul has something to say.
I just wanted to say that the Rom, Berger, and Westwood to miss the cut parlay pays 105 to 1.
That'd be devastating.
105 to 1. Well, Tim cashed us at the players with that, so that's that saved my week.
I'm throwing $10 on
that. Would be devastating.
Yeah, that would be bad news for a lot of people. You could probably throw Spieth and Kevin Na to make the cut on that parlay too, if you really wanted to and really juice it up.
and Woosnam if he plays to miss the cut.
Yeah, I don't think that people are going to take the minus 10,000 on Woosnam to miss the cut. I think he's missed the cut here like 14 straight years or something crazy.
But not Mike Weir. Mike Weir made the cut last time. Can he make 2 in a row?
Tim's original golf nemesis, Ian
Woosnam.
This year, DraftKings is doing something cool with the hole-in-one props, which I wanted to note. There's 2 this year. Usually there's just 1. There's 2. So will there be a hole-in-one in the tournament? Yes is minus 186. No is plus 138. No is free money. There is not going to be an ace. Last year I thought there would be because it was November. I thought the greens would be softer. It'd be easier to happen. And it happened. There was an ace. So I was on team hole-in-one last year. But in April in normal time, no. I don't think there's going to be a hole-in-one bet. No. The second bet is, will there be 2 holes-in-one in the tournament? Yes is plus 188. No is minus 250. I know you got to lay the minus 250 juice, but if 1 is sure as heck not happening, 2 is a mathematical impossibility. So that's free money as well. So don't be afraid, people, to back on the no hole-in-one train. It's just not likely. How many times have you had a hole-in-one in your life? How many times have you seen somebody have a hole-in-one in your life that you've actually been there for? But almost probably never, or maybe once. Well, this is the Masters. The pressure is on. It's just so unlikely to happen. And look at the odds. It's not happening.
You just compared your rounds of playing with Pat to witnessing a hole-in-one.
How many? Jeff, over under. If I set the over under 1.5 hole-in-ones on 16 on Sunday, would you take the over or under?
I hate this bet, but there's gonna be hole-in-ones. It's just a fact. It's what they do. It's set up for it. I don't know. The chutzpah for you to compare what you have witnessed while playing your munis to what these guys do.
These are my frames of reference. It's like when earlier this week I talked about the 40-yard dash when it came to Trey Lance. Like, these are the frames of reference that I have in terms of speed. So that's what I use. It's just natural human action that you think about. Well, how did I do X, Y, or Z, and how likely is it to happen?
For reference, Tim ran a 7.12 40 time. You can
the
watch
third time.
The first 2 times you left early, Tim. That's why
Only
you had to.
the first
That's
time.
why you had to
second time
run
I
it
left on
3
time.
times. You're just full of excuses. I'm sorry. I get your 40 times embarrassing, but at least own it.
No, but the second time was 6.80.
You're
That's
lying.
my official time. No,
I am confirming that you're lying.
No, well, you weren't even paying attention.
How would you know? You're supposed to be running a 40.
Because you were tired because you had just run. I was running 2 in a row.
I was watching. You were not running 2 in a row, so your story is full of lies.
I actually ran 3 in a row.
You did not run 3 in a row. That is not true.
It is true.
It is not true. No, so you're just lying because you're a big slowman. Before we do let you go, though, here are some of the pieces of Masters gear you could win by subscribing to the email. Was that a DC? You're back on the DC train?
Well, I mean, I'm allowed to have DCs.
It's morning cola.
Hey, listen, I literally just got up for this. Isn't that what the mug says?
So,
but no.
So 1 second here. So here we go. So 3 lucky people will have their choice to win some gear. So I got 2 of the same sweater that maybe you've seen me wear on the show. This one's in navy blue. This one's in green. Those would be nice wearing on you. Never been opened, so you don't have to worry about like my sweat on it. What else do we got here? We got a choice of 3 separate polos. Tim, I believe you have this one, right? The green one?
I do indeed.
But there's also a black one.
Beautiful. The black is sharp.
And then there is this patterned blue Masters.
This is authentic Masters merch.
From the Masters shop. What else do we got here? We got a Masters green hat. Bring your green hat.
I own that hat too.
We have this like snapback mesh on the back Augusta hat. A
trucker hat.
A visor, if visor's part of your game.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Another Masters hat or another Masters visor could be up for me. Keep this one for myself.
Here.
And then a bag of potato chips from the Masters.
Which I also have.
Only 230 calories. So I got a whole bunch of these and some cups. Maybe I'll throw those in for you too. If you end up as a winner, you have to subscribe to the email. Find it in the description. Get on the chain for Mayo Media Network. I'll draw 3 lucky people. I'll put the sizes in the email when I send it out on Monday evening. And if you win, you can pick whatever piece you have. I'll send it off to you. Then you get my address out of it. I'll send it from my P.O. box so you don't stalk me. But either way, that is what's available.
To open up on the show if you want me to open them up.
Oh, that's not for this.
That's not for this.
That's not for this.
Okay. I don't know, I'm dying of curiosity because they're so thin and slim, and I can't imagine what they are.
Well, it's not you, so you're not in the box. Just
That's
remember
just a
that.
tease for future Cuss Corners.
I have 2 parcels, and they're like very slim, but I have the slightest clue what they are. So,
but you walk by them like a dozen times a day, and you can't wait to open them.
I'm dying of curiosity, but I know that it'll be better for the show if I open them on the show, so I'm waiting. This is if there was a marshmallow test, I would pass it. I would take the 2 marshmallows later rather than the one right now.
Last thing, did you see Tim's Easter, his millennial Easter? He woke up early on Easter. He had champagne in the morning, and then he had over hard eggs, burnt toast, and bacon so crispy it just snaps in half. And then he took a nap.
After I had some eggies and some peeps.
So that is Easter when your name is Tim Undergust.
Tim Undergust.
It's time to show off the coup de grace, the prize piece of the FTNDaily.com. Code Mayo for 20% off, by the way. The optimizer over at FTNDaily.com for the baseball season.
Yeah, so this is our brand new FTN optimizer. We're starting off keeping it available for MLB to start. We have our cheat sheets that we upload our exposures in place to every single day. You can actually apply the different cheat sheet exposures directly into your optimizer build. So that's one of my favorite parts about this optimizer. We'll obviously have the name, the projections each and every day, draft percentage, the ownership projections, and we're also going to have my player rater directly inputted into your build.
The Masters. Let's make some bets. Let's try to win people some money. Probably going to lose them money. You know who we didn't lose money? Our guy Riku won $100K on the weekend. So special shout out. Riku's been a long time viewer of the show. Didn't he bring you golfing?
No, we went to a Chargers-Vikings game at the soccer stadium. That was 98% Vikings fans, and the Vikings, as bad as the Chargers are, they really do just lose most games close. Once a year, they'll get throttled, and they got throttled. It's the last time I ever got to watch Phillip Rivers in person.
Well, he paid it forward to you to bring you to the game, and then he won $100K. So that's what you do. Give us stuff, and you'll win. Apparently,
he's a sleeping giant because it's been a while since we'd seen something big from him. But man, what a score! Congrats. Spieth did it for a lot of people.
Once again, the course breakdown. I put that out on Saturday. You can go check it out. The Millionaire Maker Picks out already, and my giant article. I put some real effort into my article this time around. Usually I just kind of throw it together to get it up, but this week's is actually worth reading. Plus a newsletter, go to that, rating and review on the podcast to get some of those Millionaire Maker entries. 5 stars, something you like about the show. Maybe it's the giveaways that you like about the show. Don't put that in. Also, Twitter handle and or email address so I can contact you. Hit the description. You can find all the links to make sure you can do all these things in under a minute. I tried to make it efficient for everyone. The betting favorites for the Masters. Dustin Johnson, not getting a ton of pub right now because he's not playing great golf at the moment, but he is the favorite. He's 9.5 to 1. All of these odds from DraftKingsSportsbook.com. Rahm is 12 to 1. Bryson is 11. Spieth is 11. Justin Thomas is 12. Rory is now 19 to 1. That is everyone from 20 to 1 and below at this moment in terms of the betting odds.
6 of them.
6 of them. I've seen a 20 on Rory.
Yeah. I've seen it. There were some around early last week. I want to say you did a little more homework than normal. I did my homework.
Hold this up for the people.
For the first time since
it's
maybe
color-coded.
what was the grade called? OAC that I had to do.
What the hell is OAC?
I'm a year older than you, and it was the last year. In Ontario, we had to do a grade 13 of high school.
I was a part of the mixed class of 13 because when I graduated, we had a double class.
Yeah, I was
with
the higher
for
end
university
of
spots.
that. I was the higher end, so I had to do the extra year and compete. At least you had to do one less year. I think everyone
didn't
worked
really
it.
have to compete. I got in everywhere.
Honestly, I don't know anyone that didn't really get what they wanted out of it, but maybe that's just me. Anyway, I made my own little cheat sheet and a quest to.
That's crazy. Can I put that in the newsletter?
No,
Can I take a shot of it?
it's kind of just no, because it's my own personal triggers, and the color coding wouldn't mean anything to other people.
Your daughter's markers really came in handy.
Yeah, and between my wife's highlighters for actual work and my daughter's markers, I've tried to create a path, but it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. I put some trends in my column too. But out of those 6 guys, listen, obviously they're the 6 favorites for a reason. One of them is probably going to win, although Dustin became the first. I guess Tiger won it favorite.
He was chalky,
odds,
yeah.
But he's Tiger, and that's not where he was actually ranked at the time. It is worth noting that the longest shot player in the world, at least in terms of world rankings, to win the Masters in the past 10 years was Bubba Watson. He was the 18th ranked player in the world at 2012. We hit a gigantic triple-digit Danny Willett number. He was the 12th ranked player in the world that year.
But he also went off at 66.
Yes.
Which is just a little higher than, say, Reed's in the mid-40s, Sergio in the 50s. Bubba, the win you referenced, I think was 70s or 80s. But we have had the last 2 years with Dustin and Tiger essentially in the chalk group. They would have been in sort of the big 6. Some books, Pat, even will offer a big 6 versus the field. I suspect we'll see. It's usually maybe -1. I think it'll be close to a pick 'em.
What about big 6 versus Kevin Na? The only reason I like Kevin Na is because I think it would be funny to see Dustin putting on the green jacket and then Na can put his arm around him, give him a tap on the back. See, it all worked out, DJ. Don't worry about it. Out of these guys, Rahm, Bryson, and JT would be the short list for me, although I'm going to be an idiot and end up betting Rory if he falls to 25-1.
So, yeah, we are on the same page there. I've taken that list of 6 and I turned it into at least a list of 3. DJ at under 10-1 for me. If he wins again and can solidify himself as an all-time great, if he does this,
great.
I'll admire it. I'll love it. I'll enjoy it. If Jordan, I have no interest in betting Jordan at the same price or worse than I can bet one of the 3 players I do like more, and that I would rather see win. Because guess what? It's the Masters. This is like me getting on a plane with my friends to Vegas. Do I think I'm coming home with any money? No!
You'll come home with some good times.
Yeah,
and a headache for 5 days.
And if it happens, if I hit something fun, then that's great. That's great. But I don't care. I don't mean I don't care, but I accept my fate in many ways when I'm trying to guess the winner of an ultra competitive golf tournament that normally goes high percentage chance it's a chalk party.
When it comes to the Masters and majors in general, I treat them like exhibition games. In the preseason for the NFL, you're trying to work through some stuff. It's just more fun. Hey, I'll try out this throw. I'll do this. I just want to bet the guys I want to see win. When I get to the Heritage next week, that'll be a big betting week for me. I'm just going to dump money on the Masters and be I hope I win.
Oh, it's a big betting week for me in terms of how much money I can
me
waste.
too.
But I know what you mean.
I have no expectation
Way
that I'm going to win.
less methodical. And you say it's a preseason NFL game. For me, I almost have a completely different take, Pat. And it can affect it. And I'll say this with owning it. Well, it has many Super Bowl vibes. I'm ready to just bet a lot of money. I hope I hope I have fun. I hope it goes my way.
If we only had a lock like the Anthem to just save all our money that we lose elsewhere.
What I did want to say is you compare it to a preseason NFL game. For me, it's actually more like one of my favorite teams is in a playoff game. There's only one side of the games for which I'm going to bet, even if I don't like it as much, if that makes any sense. If the Chargers are in a playoff game, even if I think the other side is representing value, it's
No.
All or nothing one side. Like, I want to see the players I like and grind with become historical figures in the game by winning this golf tournament. Like you said, the RBC is when I can try to be more methodical and find the winner. In a bit of a rut for me at the moment.
Me too. We had a nice little start, and then we've just been kind of cold for a while. As if you're a first-time viewer or listener to this show, you have to know, much like William Hung, we have no professional training. We just like to bet. So of those guys, Rory, like I said, DeChambeau, Rahm, and Justin Thomas rate out the best for me. You could even actually cross Justin Thomas off that list if you look at the actual Masters trends of who actually wins the Masters. It's generally players who haven't missed a cut so far this year and players who have 2 top 15 finishes in one of their past 3 starts. And that's what Bryson, Rahm, and Thomas all have. But Thomas missed the cut at Riviera, so then you're looking at Bryson and you're looking at Rahm. And I'm probably not going to get there with those numbers because I like to have fun this week. Rory would interest me at probably starting at 22-1, and I think that he's going to get there. What I didn't mention to Tim is I think this is all just a long con from Rory McIlroy. He feels the pressure of trying to complete the career Grand Slam. It's been the overriding narrative for him for the past 5 years, 6 years now. Got to win the Masters, create the career Grand Slam. You talk about Dustin etching himself as like an all-timer. That boosts Rory up. Rory's already an all-timer with 4 majors. This gets him to that next level of player. 5 and has won them all, but maybe he's intentionally playing poorly because that's the storyline with Rory now. Where's his game at? Is Rory any good? No one is talking about him completing the Grand Slam. It's like, is Rory just going to be any good at the Masters this year? Is now the storyline. So that's a good place for him. Pressure's off. He comes back on Sunday if he's in it, though.
Okay, I 100% agree. And I do agree a lot of the struggles are being overblown to a certain extent. But Pat, it's just those irons. We're not putting well. We're not giving ourselves like looks before it's like 117 in. And yeah, okay, sometimes how do I put this? Like, oh, shucks, that one went to 30 feet. The next one's going to 4. No, nothing is going to like 4 feet right now. Everything seems like he has to labor for it on the scorecard. But yeah, 22-1, I'm all about, we're here. We're trying to pick an outright winner. And at that sort of number, you're not doing placings, you're just doing outright. So if you believe the guy has his ceiling golf in him, that's what it will take to defeat this field. Missing the cut, coming third place means the same thing, like literally nothing. So I don't disagree with it there, but I would rather eat it, and maybe take Bryson, who I would agree is playing much better, but he's coming in under the radar.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. The fact that Jordan Spieth just won yesterday compared to last November, like, and how much it was about him. And he'll put his foot in his mouth by the time we're done recording. There'll be something that I wish I had for this. But I'm so happy we didn't record early because the Rahm baby stuff came out. Jordan wins. Numbers have changed. But I think it's a lot quieter around Bryson this year. I truly do believe that. Maybe I take back what I said that there's not like a tension. What did I just say? Like it's...
I feel like he and Dustin are sort of flying in and people aren't really paying too much attention to them because they don't have an overriding storyline at the moment that like the public golf media is going to latch onto. Like the talk of like people like disrespecting Dustin and not paying attention to Dustin. When I will get the numbers from DraftKings Sportsbook probably on Wednesday in terms of handle and
very few bets, you're saying.
No, I'm going to say that there's going to be a lot of bets. Spieth is going to have the most bets on him by far. And then it's probably going to be Bryson and Dustin.
But a lot of these guys do have a narrative. Like on the internet yesterday, Pat, the internet,
it
was either like this tournament is literally should be played between 2 guys, Rahm and Spieth. Rahm had a baby and Spieth is just destined. The Rahm baby stuff, I'm so happy it came because without the baby coming, he was a complete no-go for me.
He was a complete go on DraftKings
yes.
for me.
DraftKings, yes, because I was willing to take that chance, and I do believe the baby would come late. But I almost don't want to verbalize why I didn't like Rahm without the baby. Like I'd only just like.
Well, he might have left. That's a big problem.
No, but even
and
if,
you weren't getting an odds discount at all.
No, but even if the baby didn't come, I don't like. For John Rahm is a perfect life. He doesn't need to win a golf tournament for his life to be any better or worse. The only thing that can drastically affect like his life is the health of his baby or wife, and that's something he has no control over. So I did not like that headspace. I wasn't worried. I was more worried about the headspace than the baby coming and him leaving. I'm happy it's gone. I don't know what his plan is for the week. For a guy that needed to be there for the birth, is he just like abandoning the family?
I wrote about
stages of the baby. Like, I don't understand. Wouldn't the babies these days be more important than the actual uncovering? I don't know. I didn't have anywhere to be but with my wife when she was having a baby. And the week after she had a baby, I didn't have to be anywhere else either. So I don't know how to relate to anything like this.
Yeah, he might end up, I don't have any sort of touchstone for when he's actually getting to Augusta, but it might be in a few days. And we know I have 2 kids, you have 2 kids. In that little window, the first few days after the baby is born, not a whole lot of sleep.
Yeah, no, and he's probably, and I'm sure there's a team but I don't know how involved he wants to be. I have no idea.
And we're not gonna know. So it's not, it's no reason to speculate.
That being said, the baby is here. And I tell you, for a guy who can run hot, both on the scorecard, but he can run hot, we've seen it in his mentality, nothing will put you at a peace of mind after over a 10-foot putt and missing a 10-foot putt you thought you should have made than just your mind, just the baby is happy, it's healthy, mommy's healthy. It's just a blessed afterglow feeling that makes some of those stressful moments maybe feel less insignificant. But now I'm trying to play psychologist again. I will say Bryson and Rahm remain. They have not been, I don't have a final card yet, but I was all on Rahm, and I did a piece with Rick Gaiman for OC, and he gave me a full sell on Bryson. Rick did.
Bryson's irons have been reignited, and he looks really good. And he has the perfect game for Augusta. We know that, although the results have not been there for him. It's like when we get to Hatton. You can make, Hatton's not playing well coming in, but even if he was, you just look at his Masters history, it's he's not good at this course. I think that Bryson will eventually break through.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Jeff here, flying in for the Madden After Dark finale on your Masters Monday. We'll call it the NCAA Monday, whatever verbiage you'd like to use. And joining me, Thomas S. Freeze Pop. I don't know what his actual middle initial is, but for tonight it's S. Tom, how you doing, man?
My middle initial is J. I am good, Jeff.
That would have worked better too, Thomas J.
Yeah, that's why it's my name, Thomas J. Carroll. It works. So if you're in our free roll, you'll notice I had the two completely incorrect teams in there. Not sure why I went with Giants and Saints, but we have the Eagles and Dolphins. So hopefully that didn't confuse too many of you. Over 100 people getting in that free roll, even though it was made later in the day, hastily, as you can see. So I'm excited. Hopefully I get the right players in there, even though I got the wrong teams in the title.
Well, there's a lot going on today. I mean, it's Masters Week. There's the stuff, the college, the basketball, and stuff like that. So I can understand, but we got Miami and Philly. So we got 2-0. I just saw Miami play the other day. I think Albert Wilson went nuts. And Philly, who's actually a pretty good sim team. So this has the potential to have a little bit of gambling. It's going to rest on how well Tua plays. He's not a great sim quarterback, but did you put him in your lineup?
I did not, because of what you just said. Not a good sim quarterback.
That's true.
I have Miles Sanders in my captain spot. Running back 1 with Philly. Figured sort of a safe bet, so got him in there. Miami's one of those teams that seems to be a little inconsistent as far as building lineups for them. So, and Philly, I feel like, is kind of the same way too. So I was sort of all over the place with this one. I'm not confident with this lineup in any way, Jeff.
Fair enough. I'm never confident with mine. I went with Matt Breida, who was absolutely terrible the last time I saw the Dolphins. So I'm just trying to Martinek here, hoping that this time, instead of red, it comes up black. I did pair him with Tua because I figure Breida catches so many passes, maybe he'll catch a touchdown.
Ooh, the orange unis. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Loving this. This is great.
Wow.
Spice it up.
My eyes are burning.
OJ Mondays, we'll call it, with
the tangerines.
A Tangerine Dream Monday.
Wow.
I like
okay.
It. Did they ever wear these?
I was just going to ask. I don't have any memories in my brain of seeing these uniforms in an NFL game.
Dude, the Miami teams have such potential for cool uniforms, like the Heat's Vice uniforms.
Yeah.
Best in the league.
Those are so good.
The Dolphins, they can get some alternate like this going. Amazing. Lucky team. But they don't do it enough. Well, especially the Dolphins. The Heat do.
The NFL in general, they could take so many more risks with the uniform stuff. And also,
it's so
there's so many classic uniforms that they should allow to be brought back as much as they want, but it's just no fun league.
They should legitimately be devoting half the schedule should have different uniforms. You should have a retro uniform. You should have.
It's more money to be made,
dude. It's just money. How many? I'd buy every single one of them. I love that stuff so much. The alternate uniforms. They should have 4 alternate uniform games a year, different. Just roll them out every year. There should be a reveal for it, like the draft.
I agree.
The alternate uniform. Here we go. Here's our color rush. Here's our alternate. Here's our throwback.
Yeah.
Every year different. I would buy them all. Seriously, I don't know. I just don't know why they don't do that.
Well, I know the old school jersey thing has it was kind of a fad maybe in the late 2000s where they're having all these throwbacks. But then they made a rule because of concussion protocols that you can only have one helmet for the whole season. So they couldn't bring back, other helmets that maybe match with uniforms. So certain teams can do the throwbacks because their helmets match closer to their old colors, so they can just change the decals on the helmet. But you can only have one helmet now, so it makes the old school thing a little bit more difficult. I hate that rule. Maybe it protects their brains, but I hate that rule.
How does having one helmet protect you?
For whatever reason, they've determined that having one helmet that clears all their protocols or whatever They are like, all right, this helmet's good to go. So that's the one that you have the rest of the way. Introducing a new helmet mid-season, apparently.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like laziness. That sounds like they don't want to inspect more helmets than they have.
I think that's what it is.
That's what I'm getting from that vibe.
Without knowing the real answer, that's what I think it is. The rest of my lineup, I also have Matt Breida. I have Eagles, DST, Zach Ertz, Marquise Goodwin, and Devontae Parker.
I don't like that answer. Anyways, okay. Like I said, I captain Breida. Eagles have the ball, though, so I don't know why I even said that. Who did I play from the Eagles? I played Goodwin. It was good value. I assume a lot of people did. Yeah, almost 50% of the people in the free roll. That was a drop, it looked like. So Goodwin's going to be highly owned, as it should be. I played Goddard. I YOLO'd Goddard. I was going to play like a kicker or something. I just put Goddard in.
YOLO'd. I love it.
No, why not? Why not? Is this your second one of the day? Were you on the prime time?
I was.
Who were you with?
I was with Koff on the prime time.
I'm just dropping in. I have had a busy Monday. I'm not going to lie. One of those.
Yeah, your Mondays are busy. You've mentioned this to me in the past.
Busier than normal too, with the Masters, with the major. You know, just extra stuff thrown in.
How you feeling about the tourney? Heading up here, the big old golf tourney down there in Georgia.
No, it should be great, man. Weather's looking okay. The course should play firm and fast and tough. I like that for a major. We love that. You got Spieth coming in playing well. Brooks is going to be there. Bryson's hitting bombs. It's going to be a great tournament.
So Bryson's hitting bombs. Now, Brooks Koepka's leg, do we think it holds up? I know he's had the knee issues. So. You think he's got what it takes to be in the hunt here?
So from all reports, it was just a cleanup procedure. But you know, we've heard good things. He's there. You know, he's got the whole like consortium. You know, the posse with them in Augusta, and the PT, the physio, whatever. I don't know. Like all those guys are there. It looks good. It sounds good. He's out there playing practice rounds. I'm kind of in on Brooks Koepka this week, to be honest. I was a little nervous at first. I was just like, well, maybe we'll just ignore him. But I think you need to jump on him. I do. I think he's going to be live. I think he's going to be a good DraftKings play at the very least. So he's just, you know, if he was in form, Brooks Koepka, if he hadn't taken a 3 weeks off, he'd probably be like over 10,000. So getting him at 9,200, I think, on DraftKings. Kind of in on Brooks this week.
Okay, I like that. Little early week scoop here from Jeff the Moose Ulrich.
Yep. No, look, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, you asked me this question like 3 days ago, I probably would have just been like, you probably just don't even need to worry about Brooks. But you gotta roll with the flow here, and I think Brooks Koepka is kind of flowing into Augusta. You know, he was in pretty good form before he had to take that little break.
So what about Jordan Spieth? I know there's a lot of buzz from Spieth after the weekend he just had, rolling into the Masters. And we've seen guys in the past who do well the weekend before Augusta come in and perform well in golf's biggest major here. So what do you think about the former Masters champion? See if he can recapture the magic here. It's been a few years.
It has. There's Breida there on he got the first down at the very least. A nice little run. Yeah, I mean, look, it's big news last week, Spieth getting his first win in forever. I mean, you know,
kind of forgot about that guy.
He's down in the dumps. You know, he was just, you know, battling injuries, swing changes, whatever. He was not playing well for over 2 years. So it's a pretty big comeback story since the start of the year, quite frankly. Can get a pass. Oh, he got it away. A little flutter ball.
And he's been golfing well. Like there was
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
There was some momentum rolling into this tournament. Like he's a guy that I've talked with my friends who follow golf, and we've been like, is Spieth the guy this weekend? He's been looking good. He's been trending in that direction, and then finally he breaks through. So that would be a fun story if he can get it together for Augusta.
Absolutely would be a nice story. I think a lot of people will be on him. He'll be popular. That's the only thing. But no, I mean, he's playing good. Like it's not just like a little blip or anything. Like legitimately, he's played well for over 2 months now. Everything is kind of flowing with his game. It's not just like one thing that's carrying him. In the past, it used to be, well, you just get hot putting for a week and then he kind of disappear. He's doing a lot of things good. So someone to watch. Might be a bit of like a game theory fade for me in big tournaments. He's probably going to be trending towards the most popular play, but not really a player I necessarily want to fade altogether either. So going to be, again, him playing well just makes this an even more interesting tournament, which is great.
So if Bryson DeChambeau wins the Masters, do we all get like a little mini trophy or something since we're teammates?
We all get green sweaters.
Do we all get green jackets?
We should. That'd be awesome.
Can I at least get a hat?
Just a hat.
Give me a hat. The little Masters logo on it. I always wanted some Masters merch. I'm always jealous of people that have the polos.
Maybe Bryson will buy us all a green sweater.
Yeah, come on. I see Pat Mayo in all his videos. He's always got like nice Masters merch.
Yeah, Pat's very into that stuff. Looking nice on camera.
Yeah, he's got the on camera look, no doubt. His studio setup is sick.
Oh, it's great.
I like my microwave though. All right, I'm not gonna neg myself too much here.
It's a time tested.
We microwaved Peeps all weekend in this bad boy.
Dual purpose threat. It's a dual threat, that microwave.
100%.
Sustains you, and it's great background content as well. Just like a dual threat quarterback, a dual threat microwave. Wentz out to the sideline. It's Zachary Ertz. Not much there. 3rd and 12. This game has really started slow, and it's going slow too. We're only 4-minute mark.
Crawling along here.
Crawling along. No one doing anything. Lots of 3 and outs. 3rd and 12 here too. Come on, Eagles. Fly like an eagle. Carson Wentz. Ooh, there we go.
Nice.
Need a little song to get going.
Nice ball.
Is that Goodwin? I think it's Goodwin. Let's just double check that number. It is. Marquise Goodwin making an appearance. Good to see you, Marquise Goodwin.
There we go. In my lineup. In your lineup. Both of our lineups.
I hope everyone's doing good. I'm sure some people watching the B-ball game. I know Tommy's interested in that one. Won't get too into it, but we'll just leave it at that. There's another Goodwin catch. Starting to heat up. Sim All-Star, Marquise Goodwin. Doesn't play in real life, but in the Sims, baby. He's all there.
And that's all we care about, right? I mean, we're in it. We're in Simland, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't care about what these guys do. I mean, Devin Funchess, you don't need to play in real life. We'll support you here. There's Miles Sanders, excuse me. First down, little screen pass. Are you going to get any golf lineups in? Tom, do you play
I might.
I might throw one in or something.
I have not done a PGA lineup for DraftKings yet, but I might get in the holiday spirit here. Why not?
Challenge Kaufman. Kaufman doesn't know what he's doing in golf. It's really a sport you could probably take
That's a deficiency to take advantage of.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't know the players.
No, I am a golf fan. I follow the game. I wouldn't say I watch in every tournament, but I'm always checking in on what's going on in the golf world.
Yeah, you probably do okay then.
Yeah. So there was some big NFL news today.
There was, yes, I know, and it's been such a busy day. I haven't quite processed it, but it's good you brought it up because I would have forgot to bring it up most likely. Sam Darnold on the move.
Darny.
Damn it, Darnold on the move. Yeah, man. I mean, look, we knew Carolina hot to trot after QB. This is not the QB I envisioned for them, but when your choices are your choices. I guess they saw the upside there. I think they knew the writing was on the wall. It makes you wonder too, oh, that's too easy. Is that Ertz? I'm pretty sure that's Ertz.
Ertz.
Yep. Zach Ertz. First touchdown of the game. Carson Wentz, listen to me. He liked that little song I gave him. That's a pretty quick touchdown too. From 3rd and 12 at his own 25. All the way to his score. So Ertz, Wentz, looking good. But, back to Darnold. I mean, we knew Carolina was hot shot after QB, but clearly they didn't like the way. Ooh, we're going to get a booth review. Clearly, they did not like the way the draft was shaping up for them.
Mm-hmm.
Either they knew that the guy they wanted, probably Justin Fields, wasn't going to be there because he's going at 3, or they knew maybe Atlanta was just like not going to trade or it was just going to cost too much. Either way, it seems like they went to their sort of fallback, which was Darnold, I guess.
So you feel like when the Niners traded up for the 3rd pick, that was Carolina's,
signal.
Like, hey, we got to make a move.
Yeah. I think they probably looked at that and said, for us to get Trey Lance or whoever's going to fall to 4, probably Mac Jones. Well, actually, we don't know that, but to move up, we're probably going to have to pay an arm and a leg, and we're not even going to get the guy we want. They could have been very sold. That's the other thing. Maybe they're just not sold on any of these other guys, right? They could be very all over like Justin Fields, and they just know they're not going to get him. So I assume that's what happened. I don't know what your opinion on the move is. My opinion is, the Jets got a pretty good deal. I like they got a 2nd and a couple other picks. I think the 2nd is key. I'm not, they were stuck. Everyone knew they were selling Darnold. So I think they pretty much got the max for him. And I don't know if you're Carolina, like, is this really an upgrade over Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah, the more I've thought about the trade, it doesn't feel like a huge upgrade from Teddy Bridgewater. I'm someone that didn't think Teddy Bridgewater was that bad last year. I thought he was actually pretty good. He was better than I thought he was going to be. Without Christian McCaffrey for most of the season, they were in a lot of ball games.
Yeah.
So
yep.
I was not the guy that wanted to get rid of Teddy, but they think Darnold is the guy. They must think that what he's dealt with in New York throughout his career has been the main reason why he hasn't been consistent and really hasn't been successful. So maybe they get him in the Matt Rule system. A guy that obviously likes the high-powered offense coming from Baylor. It looked a lot better in year 1 than a lot of people probably expected. And Carolina's got weapons. If McCaffrey's healthy, maybe things look good for Darnold. Maybe we finally get to see the guy that we all were enamored by at USC have consistent success on the football field. And I'd be in favor of that. I mean, he looked like the second coming at USC, and he was so young, and he still is.
He's really young. That's what people forget.
It's crazy how young he is compared to other guys that have been in the league as long as he's been. So that's the thing I'm most intrigued by. Koff brought up the Deshaun Watson angle of this deal. Maybe the Jets, it's not a foregone conclusion yet that they're going to take Wilson at 2. Maybe they're using some of the picks they just got, continuing to stack assets, in an effort to bring in Deshaun Watson. And obviously things need to shake out in a certain way in Houston for that to really be, viable for any team to trade for him at this point. But that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I would be very, very interested in the Jets. I'd be a lot more interested in the Jets heading into next season if Deshaun Watson was their quarterback than if it was rookie Zach Wilson. And I like Wilson, but Deshaun Watson's a different animal.
I mean, completely. I will say this. It's like the Deshaun Watson situation is so weird right now because I don't even know what his situation is. Like, is he in danger of not playing? Like, it's just, there's so many things that need to shake out right now. I mean, I don't know how you as an NFL team can be that in on him. So the Jets, I think, did what they needed to do.
I'm in first place of the contest of the teams that aren't correct.
It took me a second to figure out. There's Tommy leading the free roll, I assume.
Of course.
I guess I should update a few stats here. We don't have much to it.
I deserve it. I deserve that free roll win tonight.
Breida has 4 receptions for 4 yards. Wow, terrible. He is getting the receptions though. Ertz 3 receptions for 19 yards and a touchdown. Goodwin 2 for 40. That's the big news. And then Wentz obviously with the passing touchdown. Not much doing on the ground. Miles Sanders with one nice catch as well. But yeah, the Jets did what they needed to do. They needed to get rid of Darnold and get some capital. Whatever they're going to do from here, now they're set. They got extra capital to get Deshaun, or they just take Wilson and they build their team. Either way, they're good. So I really like the move for the Jets. I really do. If they had kept Darnold, I just don't know what they would have accomplished from that. His value goes down if he sits as a backup. You've got a quarterback controversy either way. Well, you wouldn't have a quarterback controversy if you brought in Deshaun Watson, but you get my point. It's still ridiculous. Like holding on to him would have been ridiculous. So I like the move for the Jets a lot. They're in a good position.
I know that you like the return. I guess I was a little surprised that they didn't get a better pick in this year's draft. And I know, a second is a second regardless of when you get it. And I know the Jets are not close to winning a Super Bowl. So you get a second next year. How much of a difference is it really from getting a second in this year's draft? But you just heard a good amount of buzz this offseason about Darnold and teams that liked him. And, hey, the people around the league really think he's actually legit. Remember, there was all those rumors about Pete Carroll being enamored by Darnold. So, I don't know. I guess it kind of sounds crazy to think they would have ever gotten a first, so I'm not going to say that. But I don't know. The return is fine. We'll call it fine. It's fine.
I mean, look, if you were expecting them to get much more than that, though, I agree. They could have got maybe one from this draft or something, but I just don't think the market for Sam Darnold was that big. I think the Jets kind of took their medicine, but I think it was necessary for them to do because, it sounds ridiculous, but it's almost like just getting out of a bad relationship. You just need to do it. I think the Jets are.
They needed to start fresh, no doubt. I think Darnold needs that.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
Darnold totally needs that.
Yeah,
and I said this on the last broadcast, so I apologize for repeating myself, but he's a guy that people for the entirety of his short career have said, oh, well, victim of circumstance, bad coaches, bad roster, a bunch of different play callers, been injured, dealt with mono. We all remember the famous television graphic. He just hasn't been in a spot to succeed yet. So give him a different situation.
And look,
consider maybe it's a better head coach, maybe it's better weapons, maybe it's a more winnable division in theory. I know Tampa's good, but New Orleans has influx at quarterback. We saw Atlanta be bad last year. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe he just needs a different situation.
Look, it's like we said, he's 23.
So young.
It feels like he's been in the league for 5 years.
It truly does.
He almost has. He's been in for 3. It's insane. The dude's 23. Absolutely a guy who could just, a fresh start could still help. I agree. I was never that big on him coming out, quite frankly. But
how old is Zach Wilson? Are him and Zach Wilson the same age?
Yeah, it actually wouldn't shock me if Zach Wilson was the same age, especially he's obviously.
These BYU guys are a little older usually.
He's 21, so he's still young. But you're right, the BYU guys sometimes are a little bit older. He's a young guy. I mean, I'm not expecting crazy stuff, but who knows? I mean, he's got a live arm. He's got experience. He's going to a new place. It's a good thing for him too. Now he can prove it. He can go. He gets a year to prove it. If not, he's probably going to be a backup for a bit. And Carolina, it's not like they gave up the kitchen sink to go get Sam Darnold. It's not
right. No, good deal for them.
It's really not that bad a deal. I get it if you're a Carolina fan. Oh, Wentz going to take it. Don't fumble. I get it if you're a Carolina fan. Your team is linked to Deshaun Watson. Are we going to go out and get a young rookie stud? We're going to trade up, and then you get the Sam Darnold news. I'd be disappointed too. But it's not like a franchise killer or something. It's not like your franchise went and hooked itself to a $40 million guy or something.
Okay, here's a question for you, Jeff, and maybe I'm just thinking out loud. So you bring in Darnold, I guess that means you're getting rid of Bridgewater. You're still picking eighth.
But
if you
are
don't
they getting
move...
rid of Bridgewater?
Well, okay, so that's part of this. You're still picking eighth. Could you still, in theory, pick a quarterback at 8? If a guy you really love is there, I think they'd be insane to not pick a quarterback at 8 if one of these dudes that everyone is drooling over is still there. And I know you have Darnold, and I know you have Bridgewater, and I know that creates all sorts of headaches. If you don't have one quarterback, you don't have any quarterbacks. But if a guy you love is there, I think you take him at 8 still, and then you just figure everything out later. Move Bridgewater. Keep Darnold as your backup. I don't know what you do, but I don't think you pass up the opportunity if someone's sitting there still.
It could definitely be part of the conversation because maybe that's the plan. Maybe the plan is still to like target Trey Lance and like bring in Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and get rid of Bridgewater. There could still be more to this. You're right. They're only in 8th. Like I say, only 8th, but it's really not that far away. I mean, they're 4 spots above. They could still move up. They still probably they still could make a move or something. So yeah, it's on the table. Maybe they're just waiting. Maybe they're going to move back and take like a different quarterback. Maybe that's what their plan is. Who knows? That was really like he could have run for a touchdown.
I don't understand
Matt
what
Breida,
happened.
buddy, you're my captain. Just take the lane, Matt Breida.
That was an interesting decision.
He got scared.
Matt
Panicked.
Breida.
Look at this. This is ridiculous. Oh, panic.
What are you
Where am I
doing?
going?
You know what?
He got confused.
He
You
was
know what
trying to
happened?
cut around the block, and he just cut a little too far to the right.
You got confused.
It's okay.
Oh, well. Nice run. Shua.
I wonder if we'll see these orange jerseys in real life.
My God, I hope
If you're a Dolphins fan and you're watching this and they have worn these and Jeff and I just are blissfully unaware, please let us know.
Yeah, have they worn these in competition, guys? The chat knows everything. They'll tell us.
I honestly have no recollection of it. Is it a Thursday night game I must have just not paid attention to over the last few years?
I'm thinking maybe that's when they wore them. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they actually did have worn them or not. So we'll see. The chat knows. Anyways, it's a really interesting trade. Just maybe not on the level of the San Francisco trade, but it's interesting. It's like another sort of ball that's that's gone in a weird direction. So or another team that's off. I don't want to say off the board, but it's just interesting, right? So. Who's that? Albert Wilson, I do believe. I do declare, Albert Wilson showing up to the sim. A murder.
Oh, speaking of this weird voice you're doing, Skip Perkins joined us for Madden After Dark last night for the entire broadcast.
Oh, the entire broadcast.
The entire broadcast.
Wow. How lucky for you to get to do entire broadcast with Skip Perkins.
It was the joy of my life. And Skip proclaimed that if we got to 300 likes, he would go away. And we were getting up to like 299, and then people would take away their likes. We were fluctuating between like 289 and 299 for like a quarter and a half.
So legitimately, the chat was just like torturing you.
Messing with us. And then as soon as we got into the post game, because it was either 300 likes or the post game, and he'd go away. As soon as we got to the post game, we went up to like 315 likes.
Wow, you guys are just torturing Tom here.
It was awful. I told Glash last night I hate him.
The chat is saying yes, they wore them against the Jaguars. The Jaguars.
Yes, and here's a
ugly
picture.
Mustard yellow ones. Mustard is one way to describe it. I like to describe them as. I won't even say it on air.
Daniel sends a picture of them wearing those uniforms in 2016 against the Bengals, who are wearing those all white ones.
Yeah, the Bengals need a white helmet to go with theirs.
Yeah, that would be sick. Like the
the white Bengal tiger, man. Like,
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Again, that's the whole.
No, we can't have different helmets.
No, we can't have different helmets. No one's allowed more than one helmet.
And that's why the Patriots, they have those sick old school red jerseys. They haven't been able to wear them in years because they don't look good without the white helmets.
Yeah. The Pats have good old school. They got
they haven't worn them in years.
Like the 90 blue ones, those ones are great.
Yeah, they do need to wear those at some point because they could wear those with the current helmet.
It's just so ridiculous. Irks
Come
me.
on,
The
NFL.
NFL irks me. It really does.
They need to take the Oregon approach.
Exactly.
Yes.
Totally.
Why do you think all these guys go to Oregon? They don't want to live in Eugene. They just want sick merch.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Oregon's got the right idea. What am I missing each other? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, chat giving us the good info. It's their Color Rush unis. So,
have you been to the Masters ever, Jeff?
I haven't.
So is that bucket list for you?
Yeah, I was actually, before the pandemic, I was like, should I go this year or I was gonna pick a year, and I was like legitimately gonna commit to it. Either
fork over the cash.
Yeah, it was either gonna be like 2021 or it was gonna be like 2022, and I was just gonna whatever, put some money aside for it, just commit to like making the trip, paying for it and everything. But yeah, now that it's obviously where we are, it's kind of just maybe like a couple years from now. Because the international travel is obviously
right. I was gonna say, like, are you even allowed to enter the country?
We are through flights, but like coming back to our own country now, they've imposed these restrictions, which
you get stuck in Augusta.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be too bad.
Jeff ends up living on the course.
Just end up as a caddy. My wife comes and looks for me like 20 years later.
Oh, we're watching like the 2026 Masters, and Jeff's wearing one of those all-white caddy uniforms for like
serving pimento sandwiches.
For like Fred Couples, just standing there, background. These old Masters champions.
Yeah, can you imagine just working at Augusta and like?
Oh, incredible!
No, I mean like you're just literally going to Augusta every day. I like legitimately I would clean the toilets at Augusta. I would though, like seriously.
I don't know if I'd clean the toilets for a job.
Okay, cleaning the toilets, no. I'd be at grounds
like a server, back at the cabin.
Whatever the next rung up above toilet cleaning is, like sweeping leaves guy.
Oh, maintenance would be sick.
Maintenance, there you go. Yeah, I can do a little maintenance. All the maintenance there is easy too, because it's like 1920 stuff. So you're just like gluing, things together, and it's simple. So put me down for maintenance staff at Augusta.
I'm down. I have always wanted to be a landscaper, like in a different life. I tried to get a landscaping job in the summer between my senior year of high school and freshman year of college, and I was not hired because it was at this corporate campus, and I parked, and my buddy was already a landscaper there, and he picked me up on the riding mower, and I rode up to the building that I was going to interview in on the riding mower. And so I get out, and the person was watching me through the window the whole time. So I sit down for the interview, and they're like, "Did you just ride over here on a ride along mower for this interview?" And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, my buddy works here, Nick." They're like, you know that's a massive insurance violation, and this was an insurance company that I was doing that would have been the landscaper for, like on the campus.
So did you
And
pull
I was like,
did you pull the Grandpa Simpson, and just like pick up your head and like walk back out the door?
Walk in, just immediately walk out. No, I just sort of, and it wasn't even me playing dumb. I legitimately just was dumb. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that would be, a bat. Like, what if I fell off the mower? I even said, I was like, yeah, I guess if I fell off the mower, I could have sued you guys. And it was like, yeah, I guess. And then we sort of just sat there for like 2 minutes,
dead silence,
awkwardly looking at each other. And then he was like, okay, well, we'll be in touch.
Yeah, right. We'll call you.
That was a massive field goal try.
58 yards. It was about 10 yards short, as you'd expect. So, ricocheted into the pole. Great job, Jake Elliott. Going to be great field position for Les Dolphins.
I did not get a job that summer. I applied for 18 jobs that summer, went over 18. We're talking like Walmart. We're talking various fast food places, grocery stores, summer camps. Just couldn't get a job. It was brutal. I was like 6 weeks into the summer, and my parents were like, Tom, you need to get a job. I'm like, guys, I've tried. I have applied everywhere.
Yeah. My summers were like very varied when I was in college. Like one of them, I went tree planting. I legitimately worked the whole summer. It was insane. It was outdoors.
It sounds crazy.
Almost ran into a bear once. Like it was just
Whoa.
crazy. And then I had other summers.
That's
where
very
like,
Canadian.
I worked for like a day a week, like a couple days a week, and legitimately just was like a bum. And like it's like the complete antithesis of the summer before that. So I don't know. Both had value. Both were fun in their own ways. So.
Yeah, the summer I didn't have a job was great. I was still a kid, so I could get away with it,
Yeah.
But the thing that would kill me is they would ask me like if I was going to school in a few months, and I would tell them yes, so I'm not going to be able to keep this job. So no one wanted to hire a seasonal guy, and I was applying too late for like the seasonal gigs, if that made sense. So it was just all around bad, everything not working in my favor.
DFS Queenie in the chat calling me the Carl Spackler of Augusta. Former greenskeeper, about to become the Greenmasters champ. What a shot. What do we got going on here? 4th and 4, midfield.
Punt.
Oh boy, these teams not taking advantage. We're even going to get the punt off before half. Yes, we are. Wow, exciting.
7-3, really?
7-3.
Come on.
Miami not taking advantage there at all. Pretty lackluster half. We had the one.
You know
nice
what? This
drive,
would have been a better game if it was the one that I put, Giants Saints.
That's right. Blame Tom.
Where did I see that? Like, was that a game earlier today?
I don't
like,
know.
Guys,
I'm usually the one screwing things up.
Where
so
did that come from?
You've got to be on the ball when you're with me.
I don't know how I came to that matchup.
Very disappointing that, especially with the Orange Crush jerseys that we got a treat to as well. Oh well. Anyway, 7-3.
Hey, still a lot of sim football to play.
Still a lot of sim football. 140 yards for Carson Wentz, so he could hit the bonus. 1 touchdown. 2 was terrible. 10 completions with 56 yards. So like 5 yards per completion. Sim 2 is very similar to real life Tua. Anyways, right now. Matt Breida, 8 for 60. Matt Breida actually having a pretty
not bad.
Fumbled? Did we miss a turnover? Did I miss that? I guess missed it. I don't know. Anyways, 8 carries, 60 yards. 20. Matt Breida, 7
catches.
It does seem like every time I look on the Miami offense, he was catching like a 1-yard pass. He's got 7 catches.
That's your captain, man.
Yards. 20 yards though. He's averaging like 1.5 yards per catch. That's insanely bad. Ertz 5 for 60 with the touchdown. He's actually having a good game. Everyone else on the receiving end pretty lackluster.
Devontae Parker, bad game so far.
Matt Breida in the captain spot does have 22.5 points. The leader in the showdown has Zach Ertz. It's Daniel. It's Daniel, our dude, an ops, leading the free roll right now.
Daniel making sure to let me know that he passed me in the contest. Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah. Our free roll, our little league free roll, I should say. So that's cool. I'm like, I know that name. He's got Ertz in the captain, Wentz, Breida, Sanders, who's he's got a couple catches. Elliott with the 1 extra point in the Miami D. There's been such a low scoring game with the special teams still factoring in. So that's where we're at after half. That was a pretty lackluster performance by the offense. It's not gonna lie.
All right, well, we got a whole second half here to get better here, Jeff. I'm feeling positive.
And look, if they don't, you can just tell me more stories about hilarious things you did in your summers. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it was just a circle.
Ride here on the back on a one.
Yeah. In hindsight,
I guess I could have sued you. I like the fact that you just pointed out that, like, yeah, I could have sued you.
Yeah, no, it was a really, really dumb decision on multiple levels. Was dumb of me to point it out because it made him think probably like, oh, he considered this before doing it. Even like he knew the consequences and he still did it. And honestly, if they hired me, I would have been terrible as a landscaper. I'm awful at that stuff. I just thought it would be cool to work outside. The pay was really, really good. And it was like, it's this insurance company that has this big campus in my hometown. So I'd always driven past it my whole life and been like, oh, that's kind of a cool setup they got there. I don't know what's going on up there, but it seems cool. You could see they had a basketball court from the highway, so I always thought that was cool. It's like I want to work there. But yeah, no, it didn't work out for me. It was my own fault. Probably would have gotten hired. Had the internal rec and everything. I half blame my friend for asking me, hey, you want to ride? How am I going to say no to the ride?
No, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'm trying to think of the dumbest thing I've done during a job interview.
Or just in your life.
God, there's probably too many to go over. Anyways, luckily I didn't need a job interview for DraftKings. They just hired me. Hey, you have a heartbeat? Let's go.
Hey. Let's get a Canadian on the roster.
People tilting some NBA in the chat. Love that.
Did not get an NBA lineup in. Taking a few days off from NBA. Just a little too busy. I like to have enough time to really read what's going on, decide on some lineups, try a few different things. I just don't have the time in the next few days. Bowing out till next week.
Busy week for you?
Busy week.
I hear that. Matt Breed up to 82 yards rushing, though, folks. If you rostered him, he is close to the bonus. But I'd be taking the run-first approach tonight. Already up to 11 carries. Another little pass. I think that was a good statue. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Sam Darnold thing, I don't know if it's probably a good one-year gamble from Carolina. They have a young quarterback. If he's good, great. You can sign him. Maybe they got someone to build around. If he's not good, I guess they move on and take a young QB in the draft. But
right, it's definitely low stakes.
What it doesn't do is boost them a lot. They're probably not gonna be challenging. Next year. That's a nice pass.
So you made sort of an interesting comment about Tua at halftime that I wanted to dig in a little deeper on. So are you a guy that's sort of out on Tua already? Sounds like you are.
I'm not completely out, but I definitely recognize that he was pretty limited in his rookie year, and I'm not expecting a massive jump. His accuracy is pretty good. I think people probably. He was gonna get in.
Oh, what a move!
Oh, so close.
Oh, probably coming back.
It was kind of a delayed flag. It's probably during the run, so first and 2 or something.
Devontae Parker. Ugh.
Yeah, first and 3. So that hold was during the run, so it'll be a spot foul. I recognize that Tua is could improve. I'm not one of those guys who just goes out and says he's terrible, he's done, he's a bad pick. I do think he was kind of a bad pick over Herbert. I shouldn't say that, but
at the time, did you think that, or are you just using hindsight?
No, at the time, I still
you were a Herbert
that.
guy.
I wasn't really a Herbert guy. I wasn't really that.
You just
big
didn't believe in Tua.
I just didn't. I was just Tua. I just don't think is going to be that good. I thought teams should have been trading back for Jalen Hurts. That was my big take. Jalen Hurts, you could have gotten in the second round. Just trade back and get him in the late first. I was all about Jalen Hurts is probably a better prospect than Tua, and I actually feel like I'm probably right on that.
Yeah, you might end up being right on that. I like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
There you go, Parker.
After seeing them, it was clear Herbert was the obvious choice. Behind Burrow, or maybe even in front of Burrow. I don't know. Both those guys, I think, are going to be really good. But who was that, Tommy?
Devontae Parker needed that touchdown to save this game for him and help my lineup. Where does that put me, people?
Yeah, Parker?
I do.
Oh yeah, you're in 5th.
That's gotta vault me up even more, baby.
Were you already in 5th?
I was in 1st, if you recall.
Right. No, I just didn't see you down there. Oh yeah, you should get a big boost from this.
Come on, I need this.
Parker only 20.9% owned too. Wow, everyone out on Parker.
He kind of stinks in Madden.
He does. We'll get the scoring updates in a sec here. The other thing is I think Miami's a solid team, right? So when you have a quarterback who's pretty accurate, maybe he'll improve his turnovers issues and stuff. he's not like a high risk QB. He kind of reminds me of like an Alex Smith, like maybe a little bit more mobile or something, like a younger version of that. Right
poor Tua getting the Alex Smith treatment.
Well, I mean, Alex Smith is a pretty solid QB.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. So that's my take on him. You could probably build an okay team around him. I recognize he'll probably improve a little bit year 2, but yeah, I'm also not like a big Tua guy either. Like is clearly a pretty bad pick to take him over Herbert. Although again, I'm not trying to proclaim victory. Like I was like the Herbert bandwagon guy.
I'm in a weird spot with Tua because I want him to be good in the NFL because I thought he was so fun to watch in college.
Right.
But I'm also a Patriots fan, and I don't want the Dolphins to be better than the Patriots for a significant amount of time. They clearly are right now. I'd like for that portion of time to end sooner rather than later. But I'm rooting for Tua. I really am, because I think he's a good dude, and I think he's fun when he's clicking on all cylinders. And I also, in a weird way, kind of want the Dolphins to be a relevant team in the NFL. I mean, they really haven't been for a consistent period of time since Marino, and it's not even like a lot of those Marino teams were all that dominant. So it'd be cool if Miami, the team with some history, had a nice little run here.
Absolutely, man. Marquis Goodwin on the Scott Free.
Then we could watch like old school Don Shula highlights, and get those 72 Dolphins, to some anniversary specials and all. I like when history gets in the mix here.
I will say this too, like the Dolphins signed Will Fuller, who really has I know Deshaun. It's a lot of it is Deshaun Watson related, but like he helped Deshaun Watson. Like Deshaun Watson was a far better fantasy QB with Will Fuller in the lineup. So I think Fuller will help Tua to some extent. Like I think that is that's how you go out and help a young quarterback, by getting him not just like someone to throw the ball to, but like someone who's legitimately like really good on deep balls. He gets good separation. He can adjust. He'll probably make Tua like just a better deep ball thrower. So kind of like Tyreek Hill did with Alex Smith. Like, when Tyreek Hill entered the Kansas City lineup, Alex Smith all of a sudden became a really good deep ball thrower, just from an efficiency standpoint. I think something similar could happen with Tua and Fuller. So again, I do kind of like Miami as a team. And I think that when you have a successful team, even if your quarterback has limitations, they can be good. So,
and I think something you mentioned with Tua that needs to be remembered when we talk about him moving forward is the accuracy thing. When you're an accurate quarterback, you can last in this league for a long time. And Alex Smith is the comp, right? I mean,
for sure,
the guy limits turnovers, and that's how you win ball games. So when you're starting from a base of the guy doesn't make bad decisions, that's a good place to be. And he's athletic, man. I don't know. I am still on the Tua bandwagon. I have lots of stock.
I'm at least willing to give him one more year before I put a final, say on if he's actually good or not. Just because, again, last year it was rough. Didn't have the preseason and stuff like that. And I'm interested to see, though. I'm interested to see what Will Fuller does. I don't think it was a good move for Will Fuller to go there because, again, he Tua certainly wasn't a good deep ball thrower in his rookie year, but it could really help out the Dolphins' offense. So I'm just interested to see how that works with them. They're an interesting team. Really could go either way for me next year. Oh, run, Carson. Oh no, he got stuffed.
Oh,
all right,
just short.
2nd and goal though at the 1. Philly trying to take back the lead here. A couple good drives in a row. This is good. Quality football.
Getting better in the second half. There's no question.
Yeah. You get a Miles Sanders. They could drop back and pass. We see this is like a formation. Oh, no, a little guy in motion. Yeah, you're gonna run. Oh, stuffed. Loss of 2. No soup for you, Miles Sanders. Let's see what they do here. So, 3rd and 3. Don't forget tomorrow, too, guys. Make sure you tune in after the 2 p.m. sim. It's over. Reed and I are going to be doing a Masters Q&A around 3 p.m. Eastern. So It'll start after the 2 p.m. Eastern sim is done. Should be around 3 p.m. Eastern, maybe 3:15-ish. So make sure you tune in for that. I'll be tweeting it out. You can follow me at The Fantasy Grind. Just give me a follow, then you'll know when all the good stuff is happening. Give Tom a follow, too. Give Tom a follow first, then me. Give everybody a follow.
Yeah. Don't be like Kaufman. Don't be like Kaufman, who's holding out on the follows.
Don't copy Kaufman and his selective.
Oh, it's so good.
Follows.
It's one of my favorite subplots of the DraftKings.
I remember the first time he unfollowed me. I was like, "What is this guy's deal?"
Whoa! He unfollowed you?
Oh yeah. Oh no, he unfollowed
I did not hear.
He unfollowed everybody, Tom. He unfollowed everybody at DraftKings.
Okay. I have not
This
heard
was like
this
3
part
years
of.
ago.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
I have not heard about this part of the story.
Yeah.
So there was an unfollowing spree that happened.
Absolutely. Yeah. No.
Do tell.
He deemed us too unimportant to be in his stream, I guess. So yeah, that is the story. I mean, he legitimately, is just, I'm not going to follow these my workers, my coworkers, my so-called friends, as we might call them. So.
And then how did you guys all realize that this happened?
Well, we just saw, you saw you saw him get unfollowed, or you go to look at his page one day and all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's not following
you don't follow me. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you realize he's not following anybody at DraftKings. So it was very
interesting. So this is like a weird little game he's playing in everyone's head.
It definitely seems like it, because now you get selective follows. Like, oh yeah, did you see I'm following you again? It's like, what is up with you, dude? Anyways.
Wow. So he has refollowed you?
I don't even know what our status is. I think he's following me right now.
You know what you should do right now on the air? Block him.
Just block him.